Mingming was a special forces soldier from Huaxia, but an unexpected twist of fate transported him to Azure Star, a world overrun by ferocious beasts. As Yihan slowly opened his eyes, he felt the soft nudge of a small snow-white fox rubbing its fluffy head against his chest. Its adorable demeanor was hard to miss, and the blue glint in its eyes seemed to resonate deeply with his soul. Yihan could sense the creature's urgent emotion. It was his contracted beast. In his previous life, Yihan had died heroically during an anti-terrorism mission. Now, he found himself in an entirely new world. The original owner of this body had been brutally murdered, and the cruelty of the perpetrators sent chills down Yihan's spine. As his consciousness returned, his entire body felt as though it was being pierced by countless needles. Despite his rigorous endurance training, his face turned pale, and cold sweat drenched his skin. Seeing his state, the little fox emitted a blue light that enveloped his chest. The excruciating pain lessened, but it wasn't completely eradicated. A remnant of wind element energy continued to wreak havoc within his body. While the healing light eased the pain, it couldn't reverse the damage entirely, leaving Yihan to endure the lingering agony. The residual energy was slowly dissipating, but it caused immense suffering in the process. After half an hour, Yihan's skin was flushed red, and his clothes were soaked through, as if had been boiled alive. Finally, he exhaled deeply, the pain subsiding and his endurance limits easing. With the worst behind him, he could now begin to piece together the memories of this boat's former owner. The little fox, seeing its master recover, let out 2 joyful cries before collapsing into a deep sleep, exhausted. It turned out that Xiaobai, the fox, could typically release its healing light only 4 times, but it had done so 8 times in succession to save him. Without its continuous healing, even with Yihan's ability to endure pain, the residual energy would have caused irreparable damage to his capillaries, leading to certain death. Yihan gently stroked Xiaobai's soft fur, his heart filled with gratitude and awe. He thought to himself, beasts, beast masters, survival of the fittest. This world is truly extraordinary. Azure Star, a planet similar to Earth but 20 times larger, had undergone a spiritual energy revival a century ago. The influx of spiritual energy caused countless creatures to mutate into monstrous beasts capable of devastating destruction. Even nuclear weapons were powerless against the most formidable of these creatures. In just 5 years, Azure Star's population plummeted from 50 billion to 5 billion. Many smaller nations were wiped out, and ferocious beast emperors and kings seized control, some even enslaving humans as livestock. Although humans didn't gain direct power from the spiritual energy revival, a small number of individuals with exceptionally strong souls emerged. These individuals could enslave beasts, using them to fight against other beasts. Thus, the profession of beastmasters rose to prominence among humanity. By forming contracts with these creatures, beastmasters not only commanded powerful allies in battle, but also shared in the spiritual energy their beasts absorbed and refined. This energy, when assimilated by the beastmaster, led to physical evolution granting abilities such as flight, earth manipulation, and unrivaled strength, rivaling the powers of legends and superheroes. In this world of spiritual energy resurgence, humanity once fell to the status of livestock for monstrous beasts. It wasn't until the emergence of beast tamers, armed with both intelligence and strength, that humans managed to secure their place during the century-long war for racial dominance. The cost of this victory, however, was the sacrifice of over 1 billion beast tamers. Today, the role of a beast tamer is regarded as the most prestigious profession among humankind. Yihan, a senior student in Class 3 of the 3rd year at Nanjing City's 7th Preparatory Beast Tamer High School, is a plastic-grade beast tamer in training. In this world, beast tamers are ranked from the lowest to the highest into 10 tiers: plastic, black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, master, king, and supreme. To advance to black iron grade, one must possess 20 soul power points and a beast of at least level 11. Soul power enhances the combat abilities of contracted beasts and serves as the foundation for forming contracts with them. Just yesterday, during a practical combat assessment, Yihan was defeated by his class president, Zhou Peng. At this moment, traces of wind element energy left by Zhou Peng's Gale Eagle still linger on his body. This was far from a simple accident or injury. It was a meticulously planned attempt on his life. The assailant's intent was clear: to make Yihan die in excruciating pain, suffering a torment akin to being cut by 1,000 blades. Reflecting on his past interactions with Zhou Peng, Yihan was utterly baffled. The two had always gotten along well, with no history of conflict. While Zhou Peng was undoubtedly suspicious, he lacked a clear motive, suggesting he might have been acting under someone else's orders. However, the list of people who might want Yihan dead was far from short. 7 years ago, Yihan was the heir to Nanjing City's most prestigious adventuring group, the Peace Adventurer Guild. Both his parents were powerful gold-grade beast tamers, and the guild they founded attracted numerous elites, even earning the reliance of the city's defense corps. Unfortunately, their prosperity was short-lived. A sudden beast tide swept through Nanjing City, and Yi Han's parents perished in battle against a beast king. This beast king possessed power dozens of times greater than that of the Godzilla depicted in movies, with a minimum level of 61. In the early days of spiritual energy resurgence, a single beast king could obliterate a small nation and destroy the homes of millions. Even nuclear weapons struggled to target such a terrifying creature, whose speed surpassed that of missiles. Fortunately, a diamond-grade beast tamer dispatched by the Shenlong nation arrived just in time to repel the Beast King, saving Nanjing City from being wiped off the map. With the deaths of the guild's two founders, the group quickly fell apart. As members fled, they divided up much of the guild's assets, leaving Yi Han with less than 1,000th of what the guild had once possessed at its peak. Yi Han's parents were powerful golden-ranked beast tamers who established a vast and influential force, but inevitably made numerous enemies along the way. Although they have passed away, they left behind a marriage arrangement with Wang Ruyan, the heiress of the Wang family, the most prestigious beast tamer clan in Nanjiang City. This marriage contract not only concerns the Wang family's reputation but also involves the interests of several major factions. Yi Han had once considered breaking off the engagement voluntarily. However, he leaned more toward leveraging the Wang family's influence and resources to achieve his goal of becoming a formidable beast tamer. Having lost his privileged status as the untouchable young master, he at least still had the title of the Wang family's future son-in-law to deter petty troublemakers. After his parents' death, Yi Han became exceptionally cautious and low-key. His original plan was to keep a low profile until he turned 20 and fulfilled the marriage agreement. However, plans rarely keep up with unforeseen events. He was targeted for assassination at just 18. "Brother, since I've taken over your body, I'll do my best to fulfill your wishes," Yi Han silently vowed, having inherited the memories and some of the emotions of his predecessor. Though he didn't have any particular feelings about the arranged marriage, he understood that now was not the best time to annul it. His predecessor's judgment was Spotonth title of the Wang family's future son-in-law might come with risks, but it also served as a protective shield. The most urgent task was to uncover the mastermind behind the attack and eliminate the deadly threat. With the enemy in the shadows and himself exposed, Yi Han's current strength made it difficult to defend against further assaults. He had no intention of losing his life so soon after crossing into this world. Key clues pointed to Zhou Peng as the perpetrator. Although both were only at the plastic rank of beast tamers, their power gap was significant. Yi Han's companion beast, Snow Fox Xiaobai, was a support-type beast specializing in healing and recovery, whereas Zhou Peng's Galehawk was a combat-oriented, agile beast adept at ambushes and close-quarters combat. It was akin to a support hero facing off against an assassin in a game like League of Legends. The outcome was predictable. "I must improve my strength as quickly as possible," Yi Han muttered, furrowing his brows. Reborn as a former Special Forces soldier, he had no cultivation techniques or treasures to rely on. To make matters worse, his financial situation was dire, had only 100,000 Union coins left. While this amount might be substantial for an ordinary worker in Shenlong Nation, it was a pittance for a beast tamer. Xiaobai couldn't survive on plain steamed buns like Yi Han. It required specialized feed made from the meat and bones of other beasts. Even a small bag of low-grade ferocious beast feed cost 5,000 Union coins. The prolonged consumption of cheap feed had left Xiaobai malnourished, taking 3 years to reach level 6, far behind Zhou Peng's level 8 Galehawk. However, Xiaobai possessed the bloodline of a grade 2 beast, which allowed it to grow to level 20. In contrast, the Galehawk, with its grade 1 ferocious beast bloodline, would cap at level 10 unless it underwent a bloodline breakthrough. Such evolution required rare materials to craft a bloodline advancement pill, and even then, the success rate was far from guaranteed. In this world of beast tamers, the stark hierarchy is evident in every aspect of life. At the very bottom are plastic deer beast tamers, who represent the lowest rung of society. Most of them spend their entire lives unable to advance their ferocious beasts to the level of true demonic beasts. Their combat abilities are weak, leaving them unqualified to fight on the front lines, let alone receive government subsidies. It's not uncommon to see factory gatekeepers or janitors casually holding a plastic deer beast tamer certificate. However, once someone advances to the black iron tier, their quality of life improves significantly. They receive monthly government stipends and enjoy certain privileges. Of course, these benefits come at a cost in times of crisis. They are required to respond unconditionally to conscription and head to the front lines. Yi Han had originally planned to save 100,000 alliance coins to support himself until his wedding with Wang Rian 2 years later. But to quickly enhance his strength, significant investments were unavoidable. High-quality beast feed, powerful combat techniques, and dedicating a substantial amount of time to training and improving his combat skills. In 2 months, the global entrance exams would take place, a test that would determine the fate of all aspiring beast tamers. The top scorers would gain admission to first-tier beast tamer academies, while those slightly below would enter second-tier academies. Those with average scores would settle for third-tier academies, and the least fortunate would end up in subpar institutions. The tier of the academy directly correlates with the resources provided. Students in first-tier academies are considered the elite, destined to graduate as silver-tier professionals, with a clear path to advancing into the formidable gold-tier beast tamers. Given Yihan's current abilities, he might have a shot at a third-tier academy, but aiming for a first-tier academy was nothing short of a pipe dream. In Nanjing City, out of tens of thousands of annual candidates, only 50 were admitted to first-tier academies, a rarity akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Naturally, Yihan wasn't content with settling for a third-tier academy. Since he had entered this world brimming with opportunities, becoming stronger was his ultimate goal. However, whether he aimed for a second-tier or first-tier academy, time and money were the resources he lacked the most. At that very moment, a system notification suddenly chimed. Ding! The essential cheat system for Transmigrator's beast nurturing system has been successfully bound. Starter pack is now being distributed. As a former Special Forces soldier born in the 90s and an avid reader of web novels, Yihan was no stranger to the concept of a system. However, actually acquiring one still left him astonished. The system continued its notification. You've received a storage space of 1,000 cubic meters 10 meters in length, width, and height. 1 perfect grade tier 3 bloodline advancement pill 100 success rate. 100 kilograms of premium beast feed. The profound grade low tier combat technique, Frost Claw Strike, and 100 system points. When Yihan gently stroked Xiaobai, the system chimed again. You petted the beast Xiaobai. Xiaobai feels extremely comfortable and joyful. System points 5. Total points, 105. Yihan soon discovered that his consciousness was now linked to a massive storage space. With a mere thought, the phone charger on his bedside table disappeared into thin air. Another thought, and it reappeared in his hand. All of the system's rewards were stored within this space as well. In this post-spiritual revel world where technological advancement had stagnated, every item gifted by the system was a treasure Yihan desperately needed. Especially the Tier 3 Bloodline Advancement Pill, which could elevate Xiaobai from Tier 2 to Tier 3, significantly boosting its combat power. In battles of the same rank, a higher Bloodline tier would provide an overwhelming advantage. Most importantly, the pill guaranteed a 100 success rate, eliminating any risk of failure. The process of a beast advancing to a higher tier is fraught with danger. Each failure not only consumes costly bloodline advancement pills, but also diminishes the beast's potential and lifespan. If a substandard pill is consumed, the beast could even face the risk of its body exploding. The more failures occur, the lower the chances of success in future advancements, and the beast's growth potential will decline as well. In the entire Azure civilization, a 100 success rate in advancement is nothing short of a miracle. Even the highest grade bloodline advancement pills offer only a 90 success rate. This discovery completely resolved Yihan's problem of feeding Xiaobai. 100 kilograms of feed, considering Xiaobai's appetite, would last 1 to 2 months. After all, this wasn't ordinary white rice, but a refined essence derived from the blood and flesh of beasts. Even more astonishing was the third Itima Black Tier low-grade combat skill called Frozen Ice Claw. In the ranking system for beast combat skills, the tiers, from lowest to highest, are yellow, black, earth, heaven, saint, and divine, with each tier further divided into low, mid, high, and peak grades. The Swift Wind Needle, which had once led to Yihan's death, was merely a mid-grade yellow tier skill, incomparable to the low-grade black tier skill. Acquiring beast combat skills is extraordinarily difficult. Only untrained beasts, when on the verge of death, might leave behind a skill imprint, which must be collected using a specially crafted imprint crystal. Different tiers of skills emit distinct colors of light from the crystal. Yellow tier skills glow gray-white, black tier skills emit blue light, earth tier skills shine purple, heaven tier skills radiate pink light, saint tier skills produce an orange holy glow, and divine tier skills release a 7-color divine radiance. The grade is determined by the frequency of flashes. Low-grade flashes once per second, mid-grade twice, high-grade 3 times, and peak grade 4 times. Higher tier skills are especially dazzling. When a heaven tier skill emerges, the surrounding area for several kilometers is bathed in pink light. When Yihan retrieved the frozen ice claw from his storage space, the blue glow instantly lit up the entire room. Within the crystal's core, obscure runes flickered continuously, with a flash frequency of once per second, confirming its grade. Xiaobai, who had been sound asleep, immediately woke up, its fiery gaze fixed on the crystal in Yihan's hand, a primal instinct of beasts eager to grow stronger. Previously, Yihan had been training Xiaobai toward a support healer role by choosing healing-type combat skills, as support-type beasts are more readily accepted by adventuring teams. In contrast, cultivating an offensive beast requires not only high-tier combat skills but also exceptional proficiency and combat experience. This involves an enormous investment of resources and ongoing training. As a water element beast, Xiaobai could take either the support route or develop into an offensive powerhouse. Xiaobai excitedly hugged the battle skill crystal as a burst of blue light instantly enveloped it. The mysterious runes within the crystal broke free from their restraints and shot like meteors into Xiaobai's mind. A system notification promptly chimed. Ding! Xiaobai has comprehended the profound grade lower-tier battle skill, Frostbite Claw. System points 50. Total points, 160. Seeing Xiaobai successfully grasp the battle skill, Yihan finally let out a sigh of relief. He was well aware that it wasn't guaranteed for a beast to successfully comprehend a battle skill. The success rate depended on factors such as bloodline rank, current state, potential, and comprehension ability. A single profound grade lower-tier battle skill crystal was worth at least 1,000,000 alliance coins, so failure would have been a devastating loss. He silently regretted not giving Xiaobai a bloodline advancement pill beforehand. Raising its bloodline to tier 3 would have significantly increased the success rate. But then again, he couldn't entirely blame himself. After all, he had only recently transmigrated to this world and hadn't fully adapted to its way of thinking yet. Eager to test its newfound skill, Xiaobai waved its adorable little paw lightly. 3 sharp white claw shadows sliced through the air, instantly cutting the glass water cup on the desk into 4 neat pieces. Strangely enough, not a single drop of water spilled. Instead, the water solidified into a glistening block of ice. The cold radiated outward from the ice block, causing Yihan, standing 3 meters away, to shiver involuntarily. With his current physique, equivalent to that of a tier 3 beastly slightly stronger than an ordinary human, he couldn't withstand the icy chill. So this is the power of a beast's battle skill? Yihan's heart raced as he marveled at the surreal scene before him. And to think this was just a casual strike from Xiaobai. In an actual battle, the destructive potential of Frostbite Claw would undoubtedly be even more terrifying. Moreover, Xiaobai had only just learned the skill, and its proficiency was still at the lowest level, basic mastery. The power of a battle skill depends not only on its grade but also on the level of proficiency. From basic mastery to partial understanding, skilled use, mastery, and finally perfection. Each level represents a qualitative leap in power. Even the weakest yellow-grade battle skill, when cultivated to the perfection level, could unleash astonishing might. Of course, improving proficiency has only one method: repeated use in real combat, honed under life and death pressure. With each level of advancement, the difficulty increases exponentially. This is why most beasts typically focus on mastering no more than 3 primary battle skills. Just then, the system notification sounded again. Battle skill detected in use. Would you like to activate Super Training Mode? In this mode, battle skill proficiency gains are increased tenfold. Cost: 10 system points per hour. Yihan's eyes lit up. Finally, a clear use for system points. He began to ponder. What other functions could system points serve? And more importantly, how could he quickly accumulate these points? A stream of notifications on the system interface made Yihan's eyes widen in astonishment. The first thing that caught his attention was the introduction of the simulated battle space feature. By consuming system points, he could replicate any opponent he had ever faced and challenge them an unlimited number of times within a special space. Even more intriguingly, the flow of time within the space could be adjusted at will. What truly set his heart racing, however, were the 3 foundational modes that could be unlocked: Super Training Mode, Super Compatibility Mode, and Super Cultivation Mode. Among them, the Super Compatibility Mode consumed 10 system points per hour but could boost the compatibility between a beast and its master to an astonishing 100. Yihan's fingers trembled involuntarily. In this world, humans couldn't cultivate actively. Instead, they could only grow stronger by becoming beast tamers, relying on the energy shared by their contracted beasts as the creatures absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Compatibility was the key factor determining how much of the cultivation benefits a beast could pass on to its master. Currently, Xiaobai's compatibility was only 25. Even the top-tier diamond level and master level beast tamers rarely achieved compatibility rates above 80 with their beasts. And now, Yihan could easily reach a perfect 100. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he envisioned himself transforming into a superhuman. However, his rationality quickly regained control. Activating the Super Compatibility Mode would mean draining all of Xiaobai's cultivation gains, reducing it to a mere tool for his own growth. At this critical stage, where Xiaobai needed to rapidly strengthen itself, this feature was clearly something to reserve for later. Then, the description of the Super Cultivation Mode left Yihan stunned. It consumed 10 points per hour but increased the speed at which a beast absorbed spiritual energy by 5 times. As a bonus, the master's meditation benefits would also increase proportionally. This meant Xiaobai's growth rate would be 5 times faster than that of other beasts of its kind. A bold idea flashed through Yihan's mind. What if he activated both the Super Compatibility Mode and the Super Cultivation Mode simultaneously? Wouldn't that effectively result in a 500 compatibility rate? But he quickly calmed himself. With only 160 points available, running both modes at the same time would only last for 8 hours. Even with such rocket-like progress, the results achieved in 8 hours would still be limited. After all, in his previous life, it had taken him 3 whole years to reach the strength of a level 3 fierce beast. Finally, the system emphasized the ways to earn points, raising the level or rank of contracted beasts, forming new contracts with beasts, or gaining positive emotional feedback from caring for contracted beasts. However, there was a peculiar restriction: the system only worked with female beasts, rendering it completely ineffective for male beasts. Recalling how he earned points every time he petted Xiaobai, Yihan's eyes lit up. Without hesitation, he scooped the snow-white little fox into his arms and gently stroked its soft head. If it's this simple, and I get 10 points each time I pet you, doesn't that mean? Before he could finish daydreaming, the system's notification chimed in. You cannot earn points through the same care method within 3 days. Yihan chuckled softly. This restriction was something he had anticipated. Looking down at the fox in his arms, he said gently, Xiaobai, you're so beautiful and adorable. I like you so much. As Yihan's contracted spirit beast, Xiaobai, though not as intelligent as a human, could fully understand his feelings through their soul connection. Hearing the praise, Xiaobai instantly perked up, its blue eyes sparkling with joy as it nuzzled against Yihan affectionately. Ding! The system's notification sounded again. You praised Xiaobai. Xiaobai feels happy. System points 10. Total points 170. A smug smile spread across Yihan's face. If I can't use the same method, then I'll just keep switching things up. Over the next while, Yihan pampered Xiaobai in every way he could think of. He prepared a warm bath, carefully combed its fur, told it bedtime stories, and even tucked it in after it fell asleep. Finally, he climbed into bed himself, gently wrapping his arms around Xiaobai from behind as he drifted off. The pain from the recent battle had left him utterly drained, and he desperately needed rest. 3 hours later, Yihan woke up to find his system points had increased to 210. Turning to see Xiaobai still snoozing lazily, he retrieved a large bowl of top-grade spirit beast feed from his storage space. The fragrant aroma instantly filled the room. Xiaobai's reaction was swift. Its nose twitched, drool began to drip, and then its eyes shot open. In the blink of an eye, it darted to the food bowl, staring at Yihan with a look of eager disbelief, as if it couldn't comprehend the feast before it. Go ahead, eat, Yihan said warmly. From now on, you'll have meals like this every day. You'll never go hungry again, and no other spirit beasts will ever bully you. Watching Xiaobai devour the food with gusto, he quickly added, slow down or you'll choke. I've prepared some warm water for you too. This was undoubtedly the best meal Xiaobai had ever tasted. According to the basics of spirit beast care, what matters most for beasts is not the flavor of the food, but the nutrients and spiritual energy it contains. The difference between top-grade spirit beast feed and low-quality feral beast feed was as vast as the gap between weeds and gourmet delicacies. Seeing Xiaobai so content, Yihan's stomach growled in protest. However, he knew all too well that this fragrant spirit beast feed was lethal for humans. For humans, consuming it could result in anything from ruptured capillaries to outright death by explosion. Yihan searched through his bedroom and living room, only to find a few packs of instant noodles. Though the taste was mediocre, it was better than going hungry. He was currently living in a small, secluded villa, one of the properties left to him after his parents passed away. The nearest restaurant was a 20-minute walk from here, but he had no intention of going out. His focus was entirely on improving Xiaobai's abilities. Besides, it was the weekend, and school wouldn't start until tomorrow. Half an hour later, Xiaobai had eaten until its belly was round and full, letting out a contented burp. Its stomach was so swollen it looked like a balloon, startling Yihan, who worried it might have overeaten. However, according to his memories, there had never been a case of a spirit beast being overfed to death. These creatures possessed extraordinary physical resilience and could easily consume food weighing several times their body mass. Of course, a full stomach could hinder combat performance, so binge eating before a fight was definitely not advisable. Out of nowhere, the system chimed in. Xiaobai is feeling joyful after enjoying its favorite food. System points 10. Total points 220. Yihan was delighted. Who would have thought feeding Xiaobai could also earn him points? Now that they were both well fed, it was time to kickstart an intense training session. Yihan retrieved the Tier 3 bloodline advancement pill that the system had rewarded him. The room was instantly filled with a rich medicinal aroma. This was a pill of perfect quality, far more valuable than a profound-grade combat skill. After all, combat skills could still be acquired through effort, but a guaranteed success advancement pill like this was one of a kind in the entire world. Of course, the guaranteed success came with conditions. The spirit beast had to be in good health, have been stuck at a bottleneck for some time, and not yet entered a decline in potential or lifespan. Xiaobai, stop drooling. Eat this, and you'll become even stronger. Yihan tossed the pill into Xiaobai's mouth. Xiaobai swallowed it in one gulp, then patted its round belly with its paw, its eyes narrowing in satisfaction. It didn't take long for Yihan to sense a surge of powerful energy brewing within Xiaobai. The spiritual energy in the surrounding environment began converging toward its body at an astonishing rate. Experiencing its first bloodline breakthrough, Xiaobai was initially a little nervous and confused. But it soon realized the process was incredibly comfortable and seemingly risk-free. Relaxing completely, it lay down on the ground, curiously observing the changes happening within its body. Xiaobai's fur and claws began to grow rapidly, and its body expanded at an incredible pace. From being the size of a kitten, it quickly grew to the size of a poodle. Finally, two fluffy, beautiful tails sprouted from its back. Seeing its newly grown tails, Xiaobai let out an excited cry, "Yu! Ding!" accompanied by a crisp system notification. A dazzling burst of light suddenly radiated from Xiaobai's body. When the light faded, an elegant three-tailed snow fox appeared in front of Yihan. Xiaobai had successfully evolved into a grade 3 demonic beast. The system immediately rewarded 200 points, bringing Yihan's total points to 420. In this world, the bloodline grade of contracted beasts often reflected their owner's financial status. Students from ordinary working-class families could only afford grade 1 feral beast bloodlines, while middle-class families could barely manage a grade 2 demonic beast bloodline. Grade 3 bloodlines, however, were exclusively the domain of wealthy families. A grade 3 bloodline meant the beast's level cap could reach 30, far surpassing the grade 2 bloodline of Yihan's homeroom teacher's contracted beast, which had taken 30 years of effort to reach level 20. As Yihan marveled at this, the system suddenly issued a new notification. Hosts points detected at 400. Daily flash sale feature unlocked. A virtual shop interface unfolded before Yihan's eyes, with an eye-catching red banner that read, "Flash sale prices. Massive discounts." The most striking item in the shop was a profound tier lower-grade combat technique called Heart of Fury. This technique could significantly enhance the user's skill power and physical strength, though it would leave them temporarily weakened after use. The flash sale price was set at 400 points, but the system hinted that if Xiaobai could defeat formidable opponents in life-and-death battles, the price could gradually be reduced. Staring at the price that would nearly drain all his points, Yihan frowned. While profound tier combat techniques were indeed valuable, with Xiaobai's current strength, there was no chance of engaging in life-and-death battles to lower the cost. As a rookie-level beast tamer, Yihan wasn't even allowed to leave the city without school-organized missions to find potential opponents. After careful consideration, Yihan decided to forego this purchase. For now, the priority was to level up Xiaobai and improve his own strength. The benefits of the combat technique were relatively limited at this stage. He could only hope that the next day's refreshed items would be more affordable. System, activate super training mode for 5 hours. Yihan commanded. Following his order, Xiaobai, who had been leisurely digesting its feed, suddenly sensed an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy pouring in from the surroundings. Xiaobai, enter training mode immediately and focus on refining this spiritual energy. Just share 20 of it with me. Yihan decisively instructed, diving headfirst into a new round of cultivation. The compatibility between Xiaobai and Yihan maxes out at 25, allowing Yihan some flexibility within this range. When set at 20, the amount of spiritual energy Yihan shares with Xiaobai matches the latter's usual cultivation gains, creating an 8020 split cultivation system. At this moment, Xiaobai closed its eyes, and a sea blue aura emanated from its body, a sign that it had entered a cultivation state. The hue of the aura was closely tied to its beastly attributes. Yihan could clearly sense a spiritual energy link connecting him to Xiaobai. The previously raging spiritual energy, after being processed by Xiaobai, became gentle and flowed through the link into Yihan's body. Every cell soaked in this dense spiritual energy felt as if it were being bathed in a warm spring, bringing immense comfort. This passive cultivation experience left Yihan marveling. The cultivation methods of beasts and humans differ significantly. Beasts focus on physical strength while their souls remain relatively weak, whereas humans emphasize soul cultivation while their physical bodies are ordinary. The Beastmaster system perfectly bridges this gap, allowing both to share the fruits of cultivation through a contract. The Master's soul strength enhances the contracted beast's combat skills, while the beast's cultivation benefits are shared with the Master. Together, their combined strength far exceeds a simple addition of parts. This synergy is one of the key reasons humanity managed to rise again within just a century. Currently, Yihan's soul power was at 13 points, still some distance away from the 20 points required to become an Iron-tier Beastmaster. Nevertheless, his score was already far above the recent high school graduate's average of 8 points, making it one of his few advantages. In stark contrast, his fiancée, Wang Ruyan, a prodigious talent, had scored 30 points in her last test, ranking fourth among tens of thousands of senior high school students in Nanjing City. This gap was undeniably disheartening. Thinking of Wang Ruyan, Yihan couldn't help but recall the inexplicable confidence of his predecessor. Despite having almost no interaction with her, His predecessor was convinced she would honor their engagement. But why would a gifted prodigy willingly marry a mediocre stranger? This made Wang Ruyan a prime suspect in the recent murder attempt on him. Shaking off these distracting thoughts, Yihan focused on his cultivation. Humans enhance their souls through meditation, which involves mentally sketching objects. Starting with simple items like bricks or chalk, practitioners gradually progress to more complex forms like saplings, rooms, and even entire cities, an ability said to be mastered by legendary beastmasters. Abandoning the patterned ceramic tiles his predecessor used to favor, Yihan chose to sketch an unopened pack of instant noodles he had seen at lunch today. As he concentrated, the packaging details became increasingly vivid, with its textures and colors slowly coming to life. 2 hours later, Yihan was drenched in sweat and visibly pale. The mental strain from sketching such intricate details far exceeded that of simpler patterns, but his resolve, honed through years as a special forces soldier, pushed him to persevere. In super cultivation mode, his 1 hour of effort was equivalent to 5 days of regular cultivation. Suddenly, Xiao Bei's aura surgeted had broken through to level 7. A system notification announced a reward of 50 points, bringing Yihan's total to 420 points, just enough to cover the cost of activating super cultivation mode. Another 3 hours passed before the super cultivation mode concluded. By then, Yihan was soaked in sweat, his face as pale as a sheet, resembling a ghost haunting the midnight hour. After a period of intense training, Yihan felt a significant improvement in both his soul power and physical strength. Although he lacked precise testing equipment to measure the changes, he estimated that his soul power had increased by at least 1 point, and his physical strength had reached the 4th level. As soon as the super training mode ended, Xiao Bai immediately noticed that the absorption of spiritual energy around it had slowed dramatically. With its big, watery eyes, it stared eagerly at Yihan, its gaze full of longing to continue training. Yihan gave a helpless smile and said, "Xiao Bai, be good. I really can't keep going right now, but you can go to the courtyard and practice the extreme frost claw you just learned. I'll activate the super training mode for 3 hours. Train hard, no slacking off." Understanding his words, Xiao Bai leaped gracefully out of the window and landed in the villa's courtyard. With its small pond, the courtyard was an ideal training ground. After arranging Xiao Bai's training, the exhausted Yihan fell into a deep sleep. In his hazy slumber, a system notification rang out. Ding! Xiao Bai's battle technique, Extreme Frost Claw, proficiency has improved to Basic Understanding. Points 50. Total points, 440. 4 hours later, Yihan woke up to find that an overtrained Xiao Bai had curled up in his arms, sound asleep. Its previously round belly had noticeably shrunk from the intense energy expenditure. The 3 hours of high-intensity training, enhanced by the super training mode, had produced results equivalent to 30 hours of regular training. Yihan gently stroked Xiao Bai's soft fur, watching it lick its lips in its sleep and roll over to continue dreaming. A warm smile spread across his face as he took in its adorable demeanor. Once Xiao Bai woke up, Yihan initiated a new 5-hour session of super training mode, leaving him with 390 points after consumption. Following that, he arranged another 3-hour battle technique training session for Xiao Bai, reducing the points further to 360. Although this round of training did not yield any groundbreaking progress, Yihan's soul power still saw a slight increase. After a brief rest, Yihan activated an 80-point power-up package for Xiao Bai. Shortly after, the system chimed in, "Ding! Xiao Bai has leveled up to level 8. Points 50. Total points, 330. At the same time, Yihan's physical strength advanced to the equivalent of a level 5 fierce beast, allowing him to effortlessly lift a solid wooden table weighing over 100 pounds with one hand. In just over a day, Xiao Bai had progressed from level 6 to level 8, a remarkable rate of improvement that showcased the immense power of the super training mode. However, Yihan was keenly aware that without the system points, their training speed would slow down significantly. When Yihan woke up again, it was early the next morning. He gently nudged the still sleeping Xiao Bai nestled in his arms and said, "Wake up! It's Monday, and we have to get to class. No sleeping in." Xiao Bai slowly opened its sleepy, beautiful eyes. Yesterday's intense training had left it utterly exhausted, yet its heart was filled with an unprecedented sense of accomplishment. In just one day, it had transformed from a support type to a combat type mystical beast, and its abilities had undergone a dramatic, earth-shaking change. After a quick wash, Yihan prepared to head out. Xiao Bai gracefully shrank its body to the size of an ordinary house cat, its 3 pristine white tails elegantly merging into one. At a glance, it would be hard to notice its unique 3-tailed feature. It obediently perched on Yihan's shoulder, its white fur glowing softly in the morning light. Yihan's small villa was tucked away in a relatively remote area, while 7th High School was located in the bustling city center. Though Xiao Bai was incredibly fast, its small size made it unsuitable as a mode of transportation. The bus ride would take a full hour, and owning a private car was an unattainable luxury. Thus, Yi Han's beloved electric scooter became his most reliable means of getting around. As Yi Han rode onto the main road, the sight before him left him slightly awestruck. In this world of spiritual energy rejuvenation, the roads were divided into three distinct lanes. The central lane was the traditional vehicle lane. The side lanes were designated beast-exclusive lanes for electric scooters and mystical beasts, and the outermost lanes were pedestrian walkways. The beast-exclusive lane was bustling with activity. Some people sped by on majestic wolves, others rode comfortably atop massive black bears, and a few leisurely moved along while seated on the shells of giant turtles. The most eye-catching sight was a rider perched on a thorn-covered bramble beast, a rare plant-type mystical creature that had sprouted a pair of powerful legs, striding boldly down the road. The resurgence of spiritual energy had not only transformed animals, but had also given rise to a diverse array of mystical beast species. Beyond the common animal-type beasts, there were plant-type, elemental life forms, and even undead types. Among them, animal-type mystical beasts were the most widespread, as their cubs and eggs were relatively easier to obtain. Above, the skies were occasionally streaked by enormous bird-like mystical beasts with wings spanning several meters, carrying passengers as they soared. These airborne travelers resembled immortals from ancient tales, riding noble celestial cranes and gazing down at the world below, their expressions brimming with pride and superiority. The most unfortunate sight on the road was undoubtedly Yi Han, riding his tiny electric scooter down the beast lane, a path meant exclusively for beast mounts. As he watched all sorts of magnificent beasts whiz past him on either side, he couldn't help but sigh. When will Xiaobai finally be rideable? Probably not until I level it up to at least 10 or more. That feels like an eternity away. Xiaobai, being a small-sized beast, had its natural limitations. It could shrink, but couldn't grow larger. This left Yi Han no choice but to jealously watch others astride their massive, majestic beasts, speeding down the road with ease. After half an hour of enduring this humbling commute, he finally arrived at the gate of 7th High School. The school entrance was bustling with activity, with beasts of all shapes and sizes coming and going. Yi Han couldn't help but notice a number of bee-like beasts, each no bigger than a thumb. Despite their diminutive size, their venomous, gleaming stingers were nothing to scoff at. 7th High was an unremarkable public school. The truly exceptional talents had long been recruited into the government's elite training programs for college entrance exams or enrolled in prestigious schools like 1st or 2nd High. Others, like Wang Ruyan, had the privilege of attending elite private academies. Starving after a long night, Yi Han stopped by a food stall near the school gate. He grabbed a pancake roll, a tea egg, and a large cup of soy milk. Last night, in a rush to save time, he had only managed to wolf down 2 packs of instant noodles before diving into intense meditation. Now, his hunger was making him feel lightheaded. Inside the classroom, the class monitor, Zhou Peng, sat uneasily, his gaze fixed on the doorway. "Hey, class monitor, what are you staring at the door for? Our class beauty is already here, you know," his deskmate, Yang Feiyu, teased out of nowhere. "Shut it, you idiot. Don't scare me like that." Zhou Peng snapped irritably. Their exchange was interrupted by the buzz of Zhou Peng's phone. His hands trembled as he pulled it out and checked the message. On the screen was a conversation with someone labeled Hand of Hell. "Has he shown up yet? Don't worry. There won't be any surprises. It's a guaranteed kill. When are you sending the rest of my payment? Exams are coming up, and I'm really in a bind." Zhou Peng hailed from a working-class family. His grade 1 beast, the Gale Hawk, had been purchased only after his parents scrimped and saved for 5 long years. Even now, they could only afford the cheapest feed for it. But Zhou Peng never gave up. Through relentless training, he earned the title of class monitor and ranked among the top 30 in practical combat, becoming an inspirational figure for many students from humble backgrounds. But that wasn't enough, not even close. Zhou Peng dreamed of becoming a gold-tier beastmaster, a figure of immense power. In Nanjing City, with its population of over 1 million, there were fewer than 20 such individuals, each worth billions and living like kings. At his current level, Zhou Peng might barely qualify for a second-tier university. Upon graduation, he'd likely become a bronze-tier beastmaster, and the chance of ever advancing to gold would be nothing more than an unattainable fantasy. Only by getting into a first-tier university could he access the best resources and training. Graduates from such institutions would automatically qualify as silver-tier beastmasters, just one step away from gold. For that dream, Zhou Peng was prepared to take any risk. As Zhou Peng lost himself in fantasies of his foolproof plan succeeding, Yi Han strolled into the classroom, looking completely unfazed. He even carried his half-finished cup of soy milk in hand. "Impossible. You." Zhou Peng shot to his feet, his face going pale. Yi Han smiled innocently. "Class monitor, what's wrong with me? Why are you so shocked?" "Nothing. Nothing at all." Zhou Peng stammered, forcing himself to calm down. "I just remembered how my Gale Hawk accidentally injured you during last week's combat class. I felt bad about it and wanted to apologize. Yihan wasn't dead. He was alive against all odds. Zhou Peng stared at Yihan in utter disbelief. Standing before him, Yihan was not only unscathed but seemed even stronger than before. His aura was more intense, his presence more commanding, as if the trials of the weekend had somehow tempered his body to a whole new level. This outcome was far beyond anything Zhou Peng had anticipated. He couldn't wrap his head around if some expert intervened and neutralized the lingering wind element energy inside Yihan. Or was Yihan's endurance so extraordinary that he had managed to withstand the excruciating pain of the Gale Needle? The latter seemed nearly impossible. Zhou Peng had personally witnessed the Gale Needle cause the agonizing deaths of several Class 7 or 8 beasts. But what puzzled him even more was Yihan's demeanor. If Yihan had truly endured such torment, there was no way he would be standing here, grinning and chatting casually. He should have reported the incident to the authorities by now. Yihan stepped closer to Zhou Peng, clapping him warmly on the shoulder. "It's no big deal," he said with a smile. "No need to feel bad about it. Practical assessments are meant to be serious. If you'd gone easy on me, the homeroom teacher wouldn't have approved anyway. Class monitor, your skills are getting sharper. I'd really like to learn more from you and improve my combat techniques for the college entrance exams. Don't turn me down, all right?" Relieved, Zhou Peng put on a magnanimous front. "As the class monitor, it's my duty to help my classmates grow. Why would I refuse?" Inside, though, he was secretly grateful that Yihan didn't seem suspicious. He thought to himself that there would be plenty of opportunities to act in the future. But in the next moment, the hand resting on Zhou Peng's shoulder suddenly clamped down on his neck like an iron vice. Yihan was still smiling, even sipping leisurely from a cup of soy milk, but his smile was cold, piercing. "Class monitor," he said softly, "don't move. Don't even think about resisting. If you do, I promise you won't walk out of here alive." The classroom erupted into chaos. Screams from the girls pierced the air as everyone felt the suffocating, almost tangible killing intent radiating from Yihan. His classmates tried to intervene, shouting, "Yihan, are you crazy? Let go of the class monitor. Someone go get the school security and the homeroom teacher. We've been classmates for 3 years. Can't you settle this peacefully? Sure, he hurt you during the last drill, but he already apologized. Injuries are normal in training. This is a lawful society. If you kill him, you'll pay with your life too." The classroom was an unusual scene. Each desk had a designated pet station a half-meter away, meant for the students' contracted beasts. Even the Gale Hawk, known for its speed, could only spread its wings and glare menacingly at Yihan. None of the beasts dared to act rashly. No one had expected Yihan to not only conceal his hostility so perfectly, but also have the audacity to strike in broad daylight. Zhou Peng's face turned pale, his voice trembling. "WWE can talk this out. We've been classmates for 3 years. There's no need to take it this far." Yihan took another sip of soy milk, his expression calm but his tone razor-sharp. "Sure, we can talk. Tell me, who ordered you to kill me? Remember, you have 3 chances. If you don't give me a name, I might spend a year or 2 in prison, but you'll die here today." The practical assessments footage was stored in the school archives, and many classmates had witnessed Zhou Peng's contracted Galehawk injuring Yihan with the Gale Needle. Zhou Peng had been clever, hiding the lethal wind element energy so skillfully that neither the teachers nor the students had noticed. This was a testament to his rigorous training, perfecting the Gale Needle to an almost masterful level. If evidence proved that Zhou Peng had struck first with intent to kill, Yihan's potential crime would likely be classified as a crime of passion or revenge, possibly earning him a light sentence of 1 to 2 years. In this society governed by law, even Zhou Peng's attempted murder should have been dealt with through the proper legal channels, not through personal vendettas. You must be mistaken, Yihan. There's got to be some misunderstanding between us," Zhou Peng stammered, desperate. He couldn't admit to attempted murder. Not only would it guarantee a prison sentence of at least 20 years, but more importantly, revealing the mastermind behind the plan would only ensure his death came faster. Yihan's smile grew colder. "Good. You've wasted 1 chance. Now you have 2 left. Choose your words carefully." At that moment, the school security and the homeroom teacher arrived. The teacher, a man in his 40s or 50s, was a seasoned black iron level beast tamer. His level 20 contracted beast was only 1 bloodline breakthrough away from advancing to bronze tier. This kind of strength was more than sufficient to handle the majority of high school seniors, whose beasts were mostly at the plastic tier. But the current situation was delicate. Neither he nor the security personnel could guarantee they could subdue Yihan before Zhou Peng's neck was snapped. This is tricky. The assailant's killing intent is real. Any wrong move, and Zhou Peng might not survive, the security officer assessed grimly. The homeroom teacher frowned, visibly shaken. "I've already notified the principal. Yihan always seemed so mild-mannered, and his beast is an auxiliary type, not aggressive at all. I never would have expected him to act so ruthlessly. I must have dozed off during the practical training. Something must have gone terribly wrong." The security officer shook his head. Hard to say. You know more about Yihan's background than I do. Just then, the seemingly harmless little white creature perched on Yihan's arm climbed onto Zhou Peng's shoulder. Its large, innocent eyes blinked curiously at the crowd. For a brief moment, some even found it adorable. But before anyone could react, the creature bared its sharp teeth, pressing them against Zhou Peng's neck. Xiaobai's sharp fangs pressed against Zhou Peng's neck. A slight exertion of force could pierce through his throat as easily as tearing thin paper. The atmosphere froze instantly, and everyone's expressions changed drastically. Security uncle, is this the harmless support-hype beast you mentioned? The homeroom teacher's forehead was slick with cold sweat. Even though the principal, with his bronze-level strength, could stop Yihan, Xiaobai's speed far outmatched his. It would take only a split second for Xiaobai to end Zhou Peng's life. The Department of Public Security personnel quickly arrived on the scene. 6 officers in Shenlong Nation's public security uniforms, armed with firearms, surrounded Yihan. In this era where beast tamers reigned supreme, firearms still posed a lethal threat to low-level beast tamers, making them standard-issue equipment for security officers. Calm down, student. If he did commit a crime and try to harm you, the law will punish him severely, one of the officers said in a deep, steady voice. Yihan, you're a beast tamer with great potential. If you kill him now, you'll face at least 2 years in prison. Those 2 years could set you far behind your peers. Plus, top academies don't accept students over 20 or those with a criminal record. Think carefully. Don't assume you're above the law just because you're the Wang family's future son-in-law. Everyone is equal before the law, no exceptions, the officer added firmly. Yihan smiled innocently. Let him go? Sure. My tea egg's getting cold anyway. As he spoke, he loosened his grip on Zhou Peng's neck. But just as the crowd began to breathe a sigh of relief, they noticed Xiaobai's fangs were still firmly pressed against Zhou Peng's throat. Peeling his tea egg leisurely, Yihan spoke to Zhou Peng, his tone calm yet chilling. Tell me who's behind this. Sure, you might face retaliation later, but that's a problem for another day. Stay silent, and you die now. Either way, death is inevitable. Decide for yourself sooner or later, it's your choice. Zhou Peng trembled uncontrollably, a dark stain spreading across his pants. The icy killing intent radiating from Yihan made it abundantly clear this was no ordinary student, but a cold-blooded killer. If he didn't speak the truth, he wouldn't live to see another day. The principal arrived at the scene but was at a loss for what to do. While he had the strength to kill Xiaobai in an instant, doing so would also seal Zhou Peng's fate. Help me. Please, save me. I don't want to die. Zhou Peng pleaded desperately, still clinging to the hope that someone could rescue him from Xiaobai's clutches. Yihan took a bite of his tea egg. This is your final chance. Take it, and you save your life. The principal sighed and turned to Zhou Peng. Student, it's up to you now. If someone really put you up to this, my advice is to come clean. Otherwise, it seems Yihan has made up his mind. Speak up. Trust the nation. Trust the public security department. Even attempted murder doesn't warrant a death sentence. The law will protect you, so don't be afraid of retaliation, another security officer urged. Meanwhile, other public security members had retrieved the combat assessment footage. With their extensive experience, they quickly deduced from the subtle color changes in the swift wind needle that it indeed concealed deadly wind element energy. Such minute details would escape most people, but seasoned officers could spot them at a glance. Finally, Zhou Peng broke down completely. He'll talk. Please, don't kill me. It was Xiang Chongping, the deputy leader of the Hell Adventurer Guild. He gave me 300,000 alliance coins up front, and promised another 300,000 if I killed you during the combat assessment. I had no choice. My parents are gravely ill and need expensive treatments. I didn't want to lose them. Zhou Peng's hastily fabricated lie did manage to elicit some sympathy from the crowd. Wow, I didn't know Zhou Peng's situation was so tragic. I heard his family's like us working class. They probably had to save for years just to afford a first-tier bloodline contract beast. If his parents are both sick and he's still in school, he really must hit rock bottom, someone murmured sympathetically. The atmosphere in the classroom suddenly grew tense. The students gathered in a circle, fervently discussing Zhou Peng's fate. Although killing a classmate is a serious crime, considering he did it for his parents, it's somewhat understandable, one student said softly. If I were in his situation, I might have made the same choice. Yihan, he's already revealed that the mastermind is the young master of the Hell Adventure Group. For the sake of his filial piety, let's let him go this time. Yihan's deskmate, Ma Tiankai, immediately retorted. Ha, Zhou Peng's situation is pitiful, sure, but the person who was murdered wasn't any of you. It's easy to talk when it doesn't affect you. I fully support Yihan. No matter what's going on at home, no one has the right to trade a classmate's life for their own families. Ma Tiankai, your heart is really cold. A girl nearby couldn't help but comment. The principal and a security officer began to persuade Yihan as well. Yihan, now that the mastermind has been identified, You should let him go. Don't ruin your own future. The law will judge him. Just when everyone thought Yihan would order Xiao Bai to release Zhou Peng, Yihan let out a cold snort. Don't think you can just throw out the name of someone I supposedly can't afford to offend and get away with it. I have no grudge against Xiang Chongping. In fact, we were on good terms when we were kids. We haven't been in contact for at least 7 or 8 years. What reason would he have to want me dead? Yihan's words left everyone stunned, sensing that things were taking a turn for the worse. Zhou Peng, on the other hand, broke down completely, dropping to his knees with a loud thud. Don't kill me. I swear. I'm telling the truth. It's all true. As for why he wants you dead, I really don't know. I'm just the one who took the job and carried it out. How could I possibly question the client's motives? Please, I'm begging you to believe me. Yihan smiled gently. In that case, I believe you. Security officer, I'll leave this person to you. With that, Xiaobai quickly returned to Yihan's shoulder. Yihan cautiously kept an eye on Zhou Peng's Gale Eagle, stepping back 2 or 3 meters to maintain a safe distance. It turned out that Yihan had denied Zhou Peng's claim about the mastermind earlier just to make one final confirmation. Killing Zhou Peng on the spot would have been a foolish move. Yihan understood this clearly. His real objective was to uncover the mastermind behind the scenes. With his current capabilities, he couldn't possibly challenge the law. Taking Zhou Peng's life would achieve nothing beyond venting his anger. The reason he had uttered his ruthless words and taken on a relentless demeanor was purely to shatter Zhou Peng's psychological defenses and intimidate any skilled fighters nearby who might have been tempted to intervene. Yihan's composure sent a chill through everyone present. The principal, the homeroom teacher, the security guard, and the officers all shared the same thought. This doesn't feel like an ordinary 18-year-old high school senior. He's more composed and calculating than a seasoned veteran, leaving no room for error. Officers, what are you waiting for? Arrest him. He's a murderer. Yihan calmly reminded them. One of the officers, whose strength rivaled that of the homeroom teacher, snapped out of his daze and approached Zhou Peng. Zhou Peng, you're under suspicion of attempted murder. Put these on yourself. For an officer with physical strength exceeding level 10, subduing Zhou Peng and his contracted beast, the Swiftwind Hawk, was an effortless task. Zhou Peng's face turned ashen. He knew his life was over. Every dream he had ever harbored crumbled to dust in this moment. The officer not only placed specially designed handcuffs on Zhou Peng, but also fitted the Swiftwind Hawk with a reinforced collar. This collar, made from advanced materials, was designed to suppress a beast's combat abilities. Even creatures with physical strength exceeding level 30 would find it impossible to break free. At that moment, a middle-aged couple burst into the classroom. The man's hair was streaked with gray, and the woman's face was etched with panic. They were Zhou Peng's parents. They had rushed in, expecting their son to still be held hostage, but upon seeing Zhou Peng and the Swiftwind Hawk shackled, they broke down in tears. Officer, my son Zhou Peng must have been framed. He's too timid to even kill a chicken, let alone commit murder. Please, investigate thoroughly. Zhou Peng's father pleaded, tears streaming down his face as he knelt before the officer. Meanwhile, Zhou Peng's mother glared fiercely at Yihan, who was calmly eating a tea egg. You're Yihan, aren't you? Why are you falsely accusing my son? Her gaze was filled with venom, as though she wanted to tear Yihan apart. Yihan, however, remained expressionless. He found a chair, sat down, and coldly observed the scene unfolding before him. The officer helped Zhou Peng's father to his feet and explained, Mr. and Mrs. Zhou, the evidence is clear. Zhou Peng is indeed suspected of attempted murder. A mysterious account transferred 300,000 alliance credits to his bank account. While the crime was not completed, it is still a serious offense. You have the right to hire a lawyer for his defense. If the victim forgives him, the judge may consider a lighter sentence. These words nearly caused Zhou Peng's parents to collapse. They knelt before Yihan, kowtowing repeatedly, their foreheads soon bleeding. Yet they didn't seem to notice. Please, forgive our son. He's our only child. Without him, we can't go on living. We'll give you whatever you want, even if it means selling our organs to raise the money. Yihan's expression remained cold. Some of the classmates, particularly the more empathetic girls, couldn't bear to watch any longer and turned away. Quiet whispers filled the room. When did Yihan become so heartless? He used to seem so kind. Maybe going through life and death situations changed him. Zhou Peng committed a serious crime, but his parents are so pitiful. I can't believe we've been classmates for 3 years. Turns out we never really knew Yihan. The officer pulled out a recorder and asked, Yihan, are you willing to forgive Zhou Peng for his actions? Yihan's lips curled into a faint smile. If he's willing to take a Swiftwind needle attack from his own Swiftwind Hawk and endure the pain of the wind attribute energy tearing through him, he'll forgive him. Zhou Peng's face turned pale at these words, and his vision blurred. Mom, Dad, I'm so sorry, he muttered before collapsing to the ground. Moments later, his parents, overwhelmed by the shock, also fainted. Yihan stood in the corridor of the security office, a flicker of coldness passing through his eyes. He could never forgive Zhou Peng, the man who once tried to take his life. The fact that he hadn't ended Zhou Peng's life on the spot and allowed him to continue living was already an act of immense mercy. Some sympathized with Zhou Peng's parents, deeming them pitiable. However, Yi Han knew better. No one was more deserving of pity than the original owner of this body, who had been driven to death by unbearable pain. In comparison, Zhou Peng's family was at least still alive, while the original owner's soul had likely already embarked on the path of reincarnation. This act of vengeance wasn't for Yi Han himself, but for the rightful owner of this body. In the end, the matter was resolved. Although Yi Han had indeed engaged in a hostage situation, there was no actual harm caused. Combined with the fact that Zhou Peng had committed serious wrongdoing first, the law determined that Yi Han bore no responsibility for the incident. A security officer was finalizing the report. Yi Han, when the wind element energy began to destroy your boda's cells, how did you deal with it? I just endured it, Yi Han replied calmly. The officer frowned, his tone turning serious. That's a level of pain capable of killing an 8th-tier beast outright. According to your school records, your physical bodis level was only at tier 3 at the time. Even if you advanced by 1 tier after returning home, that's still just tier 4. Please answer honestly. Yi Han responded indifferently. Just because most people can't do it doesn't mean no one can. With that, he glanced at the time. Officer, if there's nothing else, they'll be on my way. The college entrance exams are coming up, and I need to focus on studying. As Yi Han's figure disappeared down the hallway, the security officers exchanged glances. This young man had been through such a harrowing ordeal, yet maintained an almost unnerving composure. Could he really just be an ordinary high school student? According to the homeroom teacher of Class 3 in senior year, Yi Han had always been low-key. Even when others sought to provoke him, he would typically choose to avoid confrontation. Perhaps this life-and-death experience had been a turning point for him, making him realize that endless tolerance wouldn't resolve all problems. The Department of Public Security was abuzz with a heated discussion about the Hell Adventurer Squad and Xiang Chongping. What should we do about Xiang Chongping? I'm convinced he's the mastermind behind the murder, a young officer blurted out. But before he could say more, an older officer raised a hand to silence him, shaking his head gravely. Watch what you say, kid. These aren't the kind of people we can afford to provoke, the veteran officer warned in a hushed tone. The minister let out a weary sigh. Xiang Changping's lawyer has already paid us a visit. They're claiming this is all slander and groundless accusations. There's no evidence to back it up. The lawyer emphasized that Xiang Changping and Yi Han have been childhood friends with no history of conflict or motive for murder. They're even threatening to sue Zhou Peng for defamation. On top of that, the money transfers were made using temporary accounts, and the communication accounts weren't registered under real names. So, there's absolutely no evidence that could implicate Xiang Changping. One officer growled, clenching his fists. Does that mean all of Yi Han's efforts today were in vain? And worse, he might even be targeted for assassination in the future. Not necessarily, the squad captain interjected, his voice steady and analytical. Yi Han's no fool. He knows the public security department alone can't bring down the mastermind. Stirring up a commotion like this is likely a calculated move to make the culprit tread carefully. He's probably trying to alert the Wang family that someone's out to kill him. If he dies mysteriously later, the Wang family will have every reason to retaliate. That makes sense. I hadn't thought of that, one officer exclaimed in realization, though a puzzled look soon crossed his face. But I've always wondered, since Yi Han has already lost his status as the favored son of the Yi family, why doesn't the Wang family just call off the engagement? Losing a bit of face is surely better than forcing the prodigy Wang Ruyan to marry him, right? The captain let out a cold chuckle. You think Yi Han's parents are naive? They've spent years risking their lives hunting demonic beasts in the wild. Of course, they've prepared contingencies. I'd bet they struck some secret deal with the Wang family before that beast-tied disaster deal, so lucrative that breaking it would cost more than it's worth. I see. Enough chatter. Get that report written and submitted to the minister. On it. The Wang family estate stood over 10 kilometers from the banks of the Tunglong River. This vast river, stretching tens of thousands of miles and spanning dozens of miles in width, flowed directly into the sea. It was notorious for its aquatic demons, which frequently emerged to wreak havoc on towns and cities. As one of the families tasked with guarding the Tunglong River, the Wang served as the first line of defense for Nanjing City, and every year, members of the family perished in battle. In the estate's Riverwatch Tower, a towering wooden structure over 100 meters high built by their ancestors for monitoring aquatic demon activity, a white-haired servant respectfully placed a stack of documents on Wang Zhenhai's desk. Master, this is the report from the Public Security Minister regarding young Master Yi Han's incident. Though the minister was a public official of the Shenlong Kingdom and a silver-tier beast tamer, his status paled in comparison to Wang Zhenhai, a gold-tier beast tamer and the current head of the Wang family. Reports involving the Wangs didn't need to be requested. The minister would deliver them proactively. Wang Zhenhe, patriarch of the family, father to Wang Ruyan, and Yihan's nominal future father-in-law, skimmed through the report. His brows furrowed at first but then relaxed. Clever tactics, but too weak. Without strength to back it up, cleverness is meaningless. Meanwhile, in a serene private dormitory within the senior training program of Nanjing City High School. Miss, the estate has sent over the public security report about young Master Yihan, a middle-aged woman said respectfully. I've already told you during exam preparation. I don't want to hear anything about him, Wang Ruyan replied, her beautiful eyes opening from meditation, her expression cold and detached. This was specifically instructed by the master for you to review. Wang Ruyan frowned slightly. Though she despised the subject, she took the report and read it carefully. A hint of confusion flickered across her face. I understand. After the woman left, Wang Ruyan muttered to herself, he's showing a bit more backbone than I expected. But in the end, he's just a slightly clever insect. Closing her eyes once more, she returned to her meditation. To her, Yihan's life or death was irrelevant. Ever since she had witnessed her mother being devoured by the Frostfang serpent at the age of 14, her heart had been consumed by a single purpose, to grow stronger. She would surpass gold-tier beast tamers, purge the Tunglong River of its aquatic demons, and avenge her mother. Such tragedies were all too common in this era. Every day, countless beast tamers were swallowed by monsters, and towns fell to their attacks. The hatred between humans and beasts would only end with the extinction of one side. In another dormitory within the training program, Xiang Chongping glared coldly at a middle-aged man kneeling before him. Useless. You couldn't even handle a simple task? Forgive me, young master. It was supposed to be a surefire death trap. I can't fathom how Yihan survived it. The public security department claims he endured it? Nonsense. Not even an 8th-tier beast could withstand that kind of pain. There's no way he could have endured it. The Wang family must have caught wind of your plan and secretly neutralized the energy within him. Wise, young master, you're absolutely right. So should we make another move against him? Are you an idiot? The Wang family is already aware. Xiang Chongping sneered. Not that it matters. Killing him was never more than a minor step in the plan. Besides, Rian doesn't care for him anyway. Let him live like the dog he is for now. Xiang Chongping had 3 brothers. His eldest was a prodigy at a top-tier beast taming academy, a formidable rival despite being illegitimate. His youngest, at just 14, was a legitimate son with extraordinary talent and an innate soul power of 11 points, a bright future ahead of him. As the de facto leader of the Hell Adventure Squad, Xiang Chongping's position was anything but secure. Xiang Chongping stood in the classroom of the senior year special training class, his gaze subtly drifting toward Wang Ruyan, who sat not far away. As the son of the leader of the Hell Adventurers Guild, he knew all too well that winning the favor of this heiress of the Wang family was key to solidifying his position within the guild. Although his father and Wang Zhenhai, the head of the Wang family, were both gold-ranked beast tamers, Wang Zhenhai's experience and reputation far outshone that of his father. Quietly, Xiang calculated his next move. It was no secret that Wang Ruyan had no feelings for her fiancé, Yihan. The current Yihan was an orphan, his parents long gone, and his abilities so weak that he couldn't even qualify for the special training class. By all logic, someone as extraordinary as Wang Ruyan would never willingly marry a nobody like him. It was only due to the mandate of their family elders that Wang Ruyan refrained from dealing with Yihan herself. If I can eliminate Yihan, I might just win her heart, Xiang thought to himself. Though he couldn't kill Yihan now, he had already shown Wang Ruyan his willingness to take risks for her. The mere thought of Yihan filled Xiang Chongping with disgust. In 2 years, when the engagement deadline arrived, he would likely have ascended to the rank of a silver-ranked beast tamer, perhaps even a prodigy in one of the elite academies. By then, killing Yihan even in front of Wang Zhenhe wouldn't matter. Besides, the humiliation of having to call Yihan Big Brother as a child, back when the Peace Adventurers Guild had suppressed their Hell Adventurers Guild, still burned in his memory. Tomorrow's beast combat training is the perfect opportunity to prove my strength, Xiang thought, clenching his fists. He immediately summoned his subordinates. Prepare for an intensive training session with the Flame Spirit's combat techniques. Meanwhile, at Nanjiang No. 7 High School, Yihan, who had just returned from giving a statement to the security department, had become the center of attention. His classmates whispered and cast wary glances his way. The cold, ruthless side of Yihan that had surfaced earlier that day had left many of the more timid girls in the class shaken, afraid they might even dream of him as a nightmare-inducing figure. He's like a demon straight out of hell, one girl murmured softly. The only consolation for them was the knowledge that Yihan already had a fiancée, eldest daughter of the Wang family. One of the class beauties, struck by a sudden idea, hastily smudged her carefully applied makeup using saliva. Seeing this, the other girls quickly followed suit, worried that they might catch Yihan's attention. In an instant, the once flawlessly made-up faces of Class 3, senior year, were replaced by bare, unadorned visages. With only 2 months left until the college entrance exams, the school had long since stopped teaching cultural subjects. At that moment, the homeroom teacher was in the principal's office, receiving a stern reprimand, while the class monitor had been sent to the security department by none other than Yihan himself. This lesson period, originally meant for writing combat reflections to be reviewed by the class monitor, was now shrouded in an eerie silence. Yihan, you're amazing, Ma Tiankai exclaimed excitedly as he leaned closer to Yihan, wiggling his eyebrows mischievously. Your performance this morning was absolutely stunning. If I were a girl, I'd probably fall head over heels for you completely, madly in love. Hearing this, Yihan shuddered in disgust and cut him off impatiently. Get lost. If you've got something to say, say it. If not, let me meditate in peace. Although there wasn't any group meditation scheduled for the morning, Yihan already felt that attending class was a waste of time. Writing some so-called combat reflections? Even more unnecessary. Having been desk mates with Yihan for 3 years, Ma Tiankai, a chubby guy with small, beady eyes and a perpetually sly grin, had managed to maintain a decent friendship with him. Despite his lazy tendencies, Ma Tiankai came from a wealthy family and relied on his financial prowess to consistently rank among the top 3 in class. During the last senior special training program selection, he had narrowly missed qualifying. Glancing around cautiously, Ma Tiankai lowered his voice and said, "You've probably guessed why Xiang Chongping picked a fight with you, right? I've got connections with quite a few people in the special training class, and lately, Xiang Changping's been putting in a lot of effort to win over your future wife. So what?" Yihan responded calmly. Truth be told, he felt no affection for his so-called fiancée, Wang Ruyan, and had no intention of actually marrying her. The engagement persisted only because, for now, his strength was too limited to call off the arrangement. In his mind, Wang Ruyan was an untouchable ice queen. Ever since her mother was killed by a demonic beast, she had kept everyone at arm's length with her cold demeanor. In fact, such superficial attempts to woo her were more likely to provoke her disdain than earn her favor. Ahem, Ma Tiankai said meaningfully, his gaze drifting to the top of Yihan's head. Just watch out for a patch of green up there. I mean, it's probably unlikely, but you know as well as I do your fiancé doesn't even like you. Who's to say she won't get lonely one day and decide to accept someone else? Yihan frowned slightly, feeling a bit irritated. While he had no interest in marrying Wang Ruyan, the idea of being cuckolded right after transmigrating was absolutely unacceptable to his pride as a man. Even though Wang Ruyan had a strong and resilient personality, seemingly difficult to sway by men, Yihan knew all too well the fragility of human nature. During his career as a special forces soldier, he had witnessed countless resolute warriors crumble under devastating blows. So, what kind of plan do you have for me? Yihan turned to the man beside him, Ma Tiankai. Ma Tiankai, who looked rather unremarkable and a bit sleazy, was surprisingly sharp-minded. After glancing around to ensure no one was nearby, he mysteriously pulled a card out of his bag. On it was the image of a sultry, attractive woman. You're telling me to become a male escort to make money? Yihan kicked Ma Tiankai squarely on the backside. Wrong card, wrong card. Ma Tiankai yelped in pain, grimacing as he quickly swapped the card for another. Sorry, I've got too many cards in my bag. Tianma Underground Beast Arena? Yihan took the card and his expression shifted slightly. The Underground Beast Arena was essentially an illegal battleground for beast tamers. While not sanctioned by the law, such arenas existed covertly across the globe. Unlike the heavily regulated official arenas, these underground arenas had few rules. You could severely injure opponents, kill beasts, and even openly gamble. This brutal environment had ironically become a breeding ground for elite beast tamers. This arena belongs to my dad. It's pretty famous in Nanshur City, Ma Tiankai said with a sly grin. With your ruthlessness and smarts, you could definitely make a fortune here. I can be your manager. Start by picking some easy opponents to warm up, and once your Xiaobai masters stronger battle techniques, you can take on tougher challengers. Ma Tiankai was secretly pleased with himself, knowing his words had hit Yihan's weak spot. A way to avoid being humiliated while quickly amassing wealth to counter Xiang Chongping. Most importantly, he had already noticed that the little beast on Yihan's shoulder, Xiaobai, now had 3 beautiful tiles, a clear sign of a third-year beast soldier's bloodline. Even if Xiaobai was a support-type beast, this bloodline level was enough to intimidate beasts of the same tier. Yihan pondered for a moment. Take me to check it out after school today. He'll decide after seeing the specifics. Though he had the system support, the items in the system shop were outrageously expensive. Moreover, he couldn't directly sell system items without risking suspicion. At this point, he was indeed in desperate need of money. In this world brimming with opportunities, while the system generously bestows some precious resources, true wealth lies in acquiring treasures that can bring beast tamers even more astonishing rewards. Among these resources, the most sought after during meditation and cultivation is the rare focus incense. Even the lowest grade focus incense can significantly alleviate mental fatigue and extend meditation time. making it a luxurious item highly coveted by wealthy beast tamers. Even more valuable are the beast cores, natural treasures that can only be condensed by beast soldiers of level 21 or higher. These cores contain the refined spiritual essence of the beasts and can be directly absorbed by humans to enhance their physique. However, even the most basic beast core costs hundreds of thousands of alliance coins, making them an expensive commodity. Then there are the beast artifacts, some of the most mysterious treasures in this world. These artifacts are formed when a wild, untamed beast channels all its essence into a miraculous piece of equipment at the moment of its death. Beast artifacts are classified into 9 major grades: soldier, general, commander, marquis, king, emperor, overlord, saint, and supreme, with each grade further divided into lower, middle, and upper tiers. Even the simplest soldier grade artifact requires a level 21 or higher beast to have a chance of forming upon its death. Whenever a beast artifact is born, it is accompanied by celestial phenomena. Such treasures not only grant immense power, but also drive beasts into a frenzy. The appearance of a beast artifact inevitably triggers a terrifying beast tide, and beast tamers venturing in the wild will stop at nothing to claim it. Even a lower-tier soldier-grade artifact is enough to spark a bloody conflict, with its value easily exceeding millions of alliance coins. As for these rare resources, Yihan has yet to lay his hands on any of them. While the instant purchase mall might occasionally list such treasures, their exorbitant prices make them unattainable. However, the mall does offer a glimmer of hope. By having his contracted beasts win battles, Yihan can enjoy discounted prices. For him, the underground beast arena stands as an excellent platform for practical combat. There, he can not only hone his battle skills but also secure opportunities to earn greater discounts. If you enjoy this story, remember to add it to your bookshelf. When Yihan mentioned he wanted to visit his own venue to check things out, Ma Tianxi's face immediately lit up with a sly grin, looking every bit as if his plan had succeeded. Deal. Leave it to me, brother. If you end up suffering any loss in my place, I'll do a handstand and eat dirt in front of all the pretty girls in class. Ma Tianxi exclaimed excitedly. Becoming Yihan's demon-taming agent meant he could take a 10 commission from any winnings in future battles. Unlike others, Ma Tianxi wasn't particularly passionate about meditation or training beasts. His greatest hobby was making money and then using that money to invest in power-ups. Because of this, he always carried various business cards with him and spent all his time either making money or figuring out ways to make more. I'm going to meditate now, Yihan said, making an okay gesture before closing his eyes and slipping into a meditative state. During school hours, his short meditation sessions didn't require activating any advanced training mode. With half an hour left until lunchtime, Yihan, who had already achieved level 5 physical strength, was feeling the hunger pangs of someone with 3 to 4 times the appetite of an average person. Having only eaten a tea egg and soy milk for breakfast, his stomach was already growling. Powerful demon tamers sustain themselves with spirit grains and spirit pills, not regular food. Even eating 10 cows wouldn't keep them full for more than half an hour, let alone during battles, which consume an astonishing amount of physical energy. Spirit grains are the most basic of the natural treasures that emerged after the revival of spiritual energy and are the staple food for demon tamers. However, for someone like Yihan, a poor man, a single meal of spirit grains could cost over 1,000 alliance coins, an amount a regular worker earning a monthly salary of 3,000 couldn't afford for even 3 meals. When Yihan was younger, he did get to eat spirit grains regularly. Consuming them strengthens the body, wards off illness, and even extends one's lifespan, making it a common dietary choice for the wealthy. Spirit grains are classified into 5 grades: low, medium, high, superior, and perfect. Each grade is 10 times more valuable than the one below it. 1 pound of perfect grade spirit grains is equivalent to 10,000 pounds of low-grade spirit grains. Spirit grains are packed with nutrients and spiritual energy that the human body can absorb. Scientific studies have shown that even without relying on contracted beasts to share their cultivation results, simply eating spirit grains can gradually enhance one's physical condition. When spirit grains can no longer meet the energy demands, demon tamers must turn to spirit pills. Like spirit grains, spirit pills are divided into 5 grades, but even the lowest grade spirit pills require rare spirit herbs for refinement, making them worth millions of alliance coins. It's said that diamond level or master level demon tamers can stay fully energized for a month after consuming a single ordinary spirit pill, while a superior grade pill can sustain them for an entire year without food, granting them boundless energy. I'm starving. When will I ever be able to eat spirit grains every day? Yihan thought to himself as he meditated until lunchtime, his hunger making him see stars. Let's go, Xiao Yazino, brother Yi. Today we're hitting the school's premium restaurant for a feast. My treat. Ma Tianxi said, thumping his chest with dramatic flair. Yihan's eyes lit up. Let's go. I'm starving to death here. Although 7th High was an ordinary school, it had a premium restaurant to cater to the wealthy students and teachers with physical power levels above 10. The servers here were well-trained, elegant female students with impeccable manners, and Ma Tiankai's beady eyes couldn't help sneaking glances at them. The restaurant served meals made with low-grade spirit rice, accompanied by dishes crafted from the essence of low-tier beast parts and spirit herbs. These ingredients were specially refined to remove their volatile spiritual energy, making the food both nutritious and delicious. Gritting his teeth, Ma Tiankai generously ordered 3 dishes, a soup, and 2 bowls of spirit rice. Yihan immediately dug in, devouring the feast with the speed of a whirlwind, leaving nothing behind. Ma Tiankai picked at his teeth with a toothpick, savoring the remnants of beast meat as he cast a meaningful glance at Yihan. "Brother Yi," he said, looking at this table full of exotic delicacies, "it must remind you of your luxurious life as the young prince back in Pingan, doesn't it?" Around them, a group of beautiful maids, no older than 17 or 18, respectfully tended to their dining needs. Ma Tiankai continued, "Look at those few struggling students in our class. They can only afford instant noodles soaked in hot water for lunch. This is the difference. Being rich is just better." Yihan listened quietly, fully aware that Ma Tiankai had spared no expense on this meal. It must have cost at least 6,000 alliance coinsa, some equivalent to 2 months of overtime pay for an average worker. Clearly, this was no ordinary classmate gathering. If you want to become rich, the opportunity is right in front of you. Underground beast battles. Ma Tiankai finally revealed his true intentions. He knew Yihan's cautious nature and understood that when Yihan said, "I'll check it out," it usually meant he was seriously considering it. Still, Ma Tiankai hoped this lavish meal would solidify Yihan's resolve. "All right, set up a match for me today. I'll give it a shot." Yihan finally spoke. He knew he needed a significant amount of money, whether for daily expenses or to negotiate better deals on the Seconds Kill Mall system. "Enter the daily Seconds Kill shop," Yihan silently commanded in his mind. He still regretted missing out on a mid-tier Shin-rank combat technique yesterday, all because he couldn't afford the 400-point base price. Now that he had decided to try the beast battles, he figured he might as well check today's offerings. A familiar online shop interface unfolded in his mind. Today's Seconds Kill item, level 25 Beast Core. Description: the Beast Core contains a significant amount of spirit energy that can be absorbed by the human body, rapidly enhancing physical strength. Price: 400 points. Special note: defeating enemies whose contracted beasts are at least as strong as the host can reduce the price. The more victories, the greater the discount, down to as low as 10 of the original price. Level 25 Demon Core. Yihan stared at the glowing orb before him, swallowing hard. To him, it was nothing short of a gift from the heavens. If he could obtain it, his physical strength would skyrocket in a short amount of time. Though he primarily relied on Xiaobai in combat, as a beast tamer, personal strength was equally crucial. In real battles, many assassin-type beasts would bypass the contracted beast and directly target the beast tamer. If the tamer were killed, the contracted beast would also perish, its soul dissipating into nothingness. Yihan weighed the pros and cons of the contracts in his mind. The master-servant contract was the most common, while it appeared that the contracted beast was the tamer's closest companion. Their statuses were far from equal. If the tamer died, the beast would inevitably follow. Conversely, if the beast perished, the tamer would suffer severe backlash, including damage to their soul energy. There was also the equality contract, where neither party's life was tied to the other. However, this came at a price. The tamer couldn't channel soul energy to enhance their beast, significantly reducing the power of their combat techniques. Yihan recalled the dark era recorded in history books during the early days of the spiritual awakening. Humans were forced to sign master-servant contracts with demon kings and emperors, becoming their slaves. Those demon kings, who had taken humanoid forms, ruled over the human world as tyrants, feasting on human flesh. A time that sent shivers down one's spine. This demon core is crucial for me, Yihan thought. But if I spend all 430 points on it, I won't have enough left to activate the advanced training and cultivation modes. For now, I still need to rely on Xiao Bai. Turning to Ma Tiankai, he said, "Help me find out if there's an 8th level beast I can challenge tonight." To be honest, Xiao Bai has been hiding his true strengths, actually reached level 8 already. Ma Tiansai's eyes widened in shock. No wonder Xiao Bai looks like he's grown 3 extra tails. "You're something else, Brother Yi, keeping this under wraps so well." He quickly grasped Yihan's intention. Students who stayed low-key only to shine during critical moments were not uncommon. But the minimum entry fee for an 8th level beast match is 10,000 alliance coins. "How confident are you, Brother Yi? Winning could earn you a hefty prize, though," Ma Tiankai explained. Matches involving beasts at level 11 and above had even steeper stakes, with entry fees starting at 30,000. As the challenger, Yihan didn't need to pay the entry fee. If he won, he'd receive prize money, and if his performance garnered enough attention, he could even earn one of the total betting pool. A few consecutive wins would build momentum, draw the interest of gamblers, and attract more beast tamers eager to test their skills against him. Yihan gave a mysterious smile, his eyes glinting with confidence. "Go ahead and set it up. If I lose, I'll make it up to you with 10,000. Hearing this, Ma Tianxi's face lit up with joy as he immediately pulled out his phone to make the arrangements. However, his expression soon turned grim. Brother Yi, I'm sorry, but all the level 8 opponents have already been booked for today. The only one left is a level 9 mountain-crushing bear. This guy has already taken down 3 level 8 beasts in my arena. It excels at close combat, and its destructive power is off the charts. Even though your Xiaobai's bloodline is ranked at grade 3, it's not a combat type. Honestly, the odds aren't in your favor. Yihan's expression remained calm, his tone firm. Set it up. Book this one. Ma Tiankai stared at Yihan for a long moment, his fingers trembling slightly. He hesitated before saying, Brother Yi, am I being too blunt? Making money requires strategy and planning. A match with such low odds of winning. Why don't we wait until tomorrow? If Xiaobai gets seriously injured, forget about defeating Xiang Chongbing. Even the college entrance exams could be at risk. His concern wasn't baseless. After all, the only opponents available now were experienced adults. With the exams approaching, high school beast tamers rarely participated in dangerous underground beast battles. Risking it all for money at this point was simply not worth it. Besides, Xiaobai is so cute and well-behaved. I can't bear to see it get hurt, Ma Tiankai continued, reaching out to pat Xiaobai's head. But before his hand could land, Xiaobai suddenly turned its head and let out a ferocious growl at him. Awkwardly pulling his hand back, Ma Tiankai muttered, All I'm saying is, we need to think this through. We shouldn't act recklessly when the odds are stacked against us. We've been desk mates for 3 years. I can't just stand by and watch you get yourself into trouble. Yihan chuckled and shook his head. Relax. Xiaobai has been holding back its true strength. Don't be fooled by its nurturing appearance. It's actually a powerhouse when it comes to offense. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiaobai cast a disdainful glance at Ma Tiankai. With a casual swipe of its delicate pink paw, a chilling claw shadow shot out, passing right between Ma Tianxi's legs and striking a lamppost on the school grounds with pinpoint accuracy. Clang! The thick stainless steel lamppost toppled over with a clean, mirror-smooth cut. A wave of icy cold spread rapidly, freezing the surrounding flowers, grass, and trees in an instant. Ma Tiankai gasped, his eyes widening in shock. Holy crap, that's stainless steel. Thank goodness Xiaobai didn't miss, or I'd be holding you accountable for the rest of my life. Ma Tiankai felt a chill run up from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head. He stood frozen on the spot, the words, compensate for damaged public property, flashing vividly in his mind. That streetlight pole alone, he estimated, would cost at least 1,000 silver dollars to replace. By the time he snapped out of it, Yihan was already several hundred meters away, having slipped off without a trace. Panic-stricken, Ma Tiankai bolted after him, muttering to himself, No way! My money only goes in, it never goes out. By around 5 in the evening, Ma Tiankai was leading the way on his motorcycle, while Yihan leisurely followed behind on his beloved electric scooter. Half an hour later, they arrived at the industrial district of Nanjing City. The industrial district, part of the town's second zone, was one of the 5 major zones where humans resided. These zones consisted of the expansive agricultural zone, the industrial zone, the residential zone for commoners, the urban commercial zone, and the core zone. The core zone housed schools and government offices. When demonic beasts attacked, the vulnerable farmers would always be the first to suffer. Before and after the spiritual energy resurgence, farmers consistently remained at the bottom of the social hierarchy. In Yihan's class, nearly all the impoverished students came from farming families. Workers fared only slightly better than farmers, with marginally higher incomes. The truly wealthy lived in the bustling commercial zone, home to spacious villas and towering luxury apartments. Most crucially, a defensive line separated the commoner zone from the commercial zone. In the event of a demonic beast invasion, soldiers and contracted beast tamers would hold the line, providing the wealthy with time to escape. The government placed significant importance on students. Schools in nearly every city were located in the core zone, ensuring students could be evacuated first during emergencies, often under military escort. After all, students represented the nation's future. Ma Tiankai, born into a well-off family, owned several luxury properties in the commercial district. However, an underground beast-fighting arena sprawling and chaotic was ill-suited for such an upscale area. The commoner zone was too crowded and conspicuous, while the industrial district, with its remote location, ample open space, and the ability to blend into the factory environment, was perfect for such a business. See that massive factory up ahead? That's the place, Ma Tiankai said, his tone tinged with pride as he pointed to a sprawling factory complex in the distance. High walls surrounded the area, obscuring its interior. A sign reading, Tianma Leather Factory, hung at the entrance, clearly a cover for what lay within. Despite it being only dinner time, a steady stream of people was already heading inside. The arena wouldn't reach its peak activity until 8 or 9 at night. Most of the attendees were workers and farmers. The poorer someone was, the more they seemed drawn to gambling, chasing dreams of sudden wealth. The rich, on the other hand, understood that gambling rarely brought fortune. They preferred to manipulate the game, treating the poor as crops to be harvested. Among the crowd were also groups of rowdy youths, their hair dyed in vibrant colors, riding fierce Tibetan mastiffs or gray wolves. Their intimidating presence made ordinary gamblers steer clear. Well, if it isn't young Master Tianma back from school, a red-haired thug, perched atop a gray wolf, greeted him with a sly grin. Ma Tiankai flashed a cunning smile, pulling out a few cigarettes from his pocket. Big Wolf, long time no see. What brings you to my humble establishment today? The thugs eagerly took the cigarettes, lighting up and puffing away as their eyes drifted toward Yihan. They seemed particularly interested in the small white creature sleeping soundly on his shoulder. Not much, just had some free time. So I thought I'd drop by, Big Wolf said, his grin never faltering. Ma Tiankai reached into his wallet and handed over a stack of alliance currency. A small token of appreciation. Treat yourselves to some company tonight. Big Wolf pocketed the money, his smile growing wider. What's this? Is young Master Tianma running a bit short on cash lately? This little offering, I'm afraid it might not get us the quality we're used to. A flicker of unease crossed Ma Tiansai's face. He was indeed low on funds today, having spent most of it treating Yihan to lunch. But hey, Big Wolf continued, well, let it slide this time. We'll just hang around and enjoy the show, no trouble, I promise. The group of thugs sauntered into the factory, leaving Ma Tiankai standing at the entrance. As soon as they were out of sight, he whipped out his phone. Dad, Big Wolf and his crew are here today. They've brought some skilled hands, and they're not looking like they'll leave quietly, he said in a low voice. On the other end of the line, a deep, authoritative voice responded. Ma Tiankai looked grim as he said to Yihan, I'll find someone to handle it. By the way, did you bring that classmate of yours? We can't afford any mistakes tonight. The match featuring the mountain-crushing giant bear has already drawn the attention of a lot of gamblers. Once both contestants are here, I'll start taking bets. Yihan frowned slightly, puzzled. Those small-time thugs shouldn't even have reached the Black Iron-level Beastmasters, right? You've got plenty of Black Iron-level fighters in your arena. Why are you worried about them? Ma Tiankai sighed and patiently explained. You don't understand the rules of the underground beast fighting arena. They won't cause trouble openly. Instead, they'll question the contestant's strength when the betting opens, stirring up doubt and making us lose money. In situations like that, we can't just take action directly. After all, there are laws in the country and rules in every trade. If we send Black Iron-level Beastmasters after them, they'll report us to the Security Bureau. What we do here can't see the light of day, and once we're reported, the cost of smoothing things over is astronomical. He paused for a moment before continuing. There's only one way to deal with people like that: beat them fair and square in the arena. Before every match, contestants sign a duel agreement. If they lose, no law can protect them. They'll have no choice but to leave in disgrace. However, the underground beast fighting arena has its own rules, just like weight classes in boxing. Plastic-level fighters can only face other plastic-level fighters, and Black Iron-level fighters can only face their peers. Ma Tiansai's expression grew even more serious. Don't underestimate those thugs. They're ruthless in a fight, especially that guy called Delang. He's 28 years old and has a soul power of 25. The most cunning part is that he intentionally keeps his beast strength below level 10, only purchasing battle techniques and bloodline advancement pills. As long as he doesn't break through to level 11, he can continue competing as a plastic-level contestant. But in reality, even newly advanced Black Iron-level Beastmasters struggle to deal with him. Don't forget to add this to your bookshelf. Thanks to all the friends who leave comments and show support. The fighting style of those lackeys mirrored their leaders perfectly, relying on a unique tactic of suppressing their contracted beast levels. Each one of them had soul power exceeding 15 points, while their beasts, though only at level 10, were on the verge of breaking through to level 11. What made them even more formidable was their exceptional mastery of combat skills and their wealth of real-world experience qualities that made them nearly unbeatable for the average opponent. The youngest of this gang was at least 26 or 27 years old, and possessing soul power above 15 points was hardly remarkable for them. What truly caught Yihan off guard was how they completely defied conventional wisdom. Most people were eager to level up their beasts as quickly as possible, aiming to become prestigious Black Iron beast tamers. After all, achieving Black Iron status meant entering the privileged class, even if it was the lowest tier. The perks might be modest, but it was enough to earn respect. Yet, this group deliberately kept their beast levels low to gain an overwhelming advantage in the dueling arena. They extort money every time they come to my family's venue, Ma Tiankai said grimly, his beady eyes flashing with anger. At least 5,000 or 6,000, sometimes as much as 30,000 or 40,000. They also take jobs to sabotage other venues today. They might be here on someone else's orders to mess with us. But don't worry, my dad will handle it. Our venue's been here for over 10 years. We've weathered all kinds of storms. If someone's here to disrupt, there are always people to defend. My family has a few plastic deer beast tamers who suppress levels too. Who wins or loses is still up in the air. Yihan followed Ma Tiankai to meet his father. Ma Tiankai's dad was essentially a larger, more imposing version of Ma Tiankai, and glance was enough to confirm their blood relation. Before the match, both sides had to register basic information, including the beast species, bloodline level, current level, the tamer's soul power, and physical strength. This information would be provided to bettors to help them assess the odds and place their wagers. Though it was an underground beast fighting arena, the registration process was surprisingly strict. Each test was conducted using professional tools, and the entire process was recorded on video, which bettors could review to ensure the accuracy of the information. Yihan's soul power had reached 15 points, thanks to an entire day of meditation that had boosted it by 2 points, a staggering growth rate that demonstrated the incredible efficacy of his super training regimen. Ma Tiankai was only mildly surprised to learn that Yihan had been concealing his true strength. After all, his own soul power was only at 13 points. Once the registration was complete, Ma Tiankai took Yihan on a tour of the arena to familiarize him with the battleground and its rules. Our venue has 5 beast fighting platforms, Ma Tiankai explained. One main platform, 100 meters square, and 4 secondary platforms, each 50 meters square. All are reinforced with 30-centimeter thick alloy floors. The matches start at 8 p.m., and you've been assigned to platform 3 for the first round. Keep calm and confident. When you're up there, your emotions directly affect your beast's combat performance. He paused, then chuckled as he remembered how composed Yihan had been earlier that day when facing the homeroom teacher, the principal, and the security officer. Actually, forget I said that. Your mental fortitude is way better than mine. Yihan glanced at his phone. 7:30 p.m., 30 minutes to go before the match. Yi go, download this app, Ma Tiankai said, handing him a QR code. You can place live bets on our beast fights, and winnings are credited instantly. Of course, contestants can't bet on their own matches. Most of my pocket money comes from betting on these fights. Your family really keeps up with the times. Of course, using cash risks getting caught by the security bureau, but this app is fast and efficient. You can bet as much or as little as you want, even from home, if you just want to try your luck. After installing the app, Yihan immediately saw the schedule for all the evening's matches. Clicking on Platform 3, he found his match listed as the first one. Blue team's three-tailed snow fox versus red team's mountain-crushing bear. Betting closed at 8 p.m., and the current total wagered amount was 2.12 million. The winner would receive a 21,200 reward, with current odds set at 3-1. The page displayed photos of his snow fox, Xiaobai, and a fierce gray mountain-crushing bear. Clicking on the images revealed detailed stats for both beasts and their tamers, along with comments from bettors speculating on the outcome. The underground beast fighting arena was buzzing with excitement, the crowd in the stands roaring with anticipation. Supporters of Team Xiaobai were passionately discussing the upcoming match. Even though I think the bear has the edge, I'm still betting 30 grand on the fox. One spectator declared boldly. 3 times the pay if I win, it's luxury clubs and supermodels. If I lose, no big deal. Meanwhile, the analyst Huan Ming was delivering his pre-match breakdown. The three-tailed snow fox may be one rank lower than the mountain-crushing giant bear and is typically seen as a support-type beast. However, its bloodline tier is 1 grade higher. If it's brave enough to compete, it must have mastered some combat skills. I estimate the fox has a 40 chance of winning, while the bear has a 60 chance. Considering the threefold payout, betting on the fox might be the smarter move. Nearby, the desperate pleas of bankrupt gamblers could be heard. Please, just let me win back some of my losses. If my wife finds out I've been gambling, I'm done for. Just this one, see if I get it right. They'll turn over a new leaf. Seasoned bettors were offering their insights. Feels like the house is rigging this one. It's obvious the bear should win, which is why I'm betting against it. This isn't just about strength. It's a psychological battle with the bookmakers. Supporters of the bear were fired up. Bear, tear that little fox to shreds and devour it right there in the ring. You'll crush every challenger. Victory is guaranteed. How could anyone bet on that dumb fox in such an obvious match? One spectator sneered. People like that deserve to lose everything. I've bet on the bear 3 times and won every time. Another muttered to himself. This time, there shouldn't be any surprises, right? At that moment, Yihan waved his hand decisively. Hey, race 100,000, bet it all on me to win. Ma Tiankai gasped sharply, stunned by the enormous wager. Damn, you've got guts. All right, I'll follow your lead with 20,000. Half an hour later, the arena was packed with people. The venue was divided into VIP and general seating areas, with the VIP section situated closest to the beast fighting stage. While most of the crowd gathered around the main stage to watch the popular contenders, the other 4 stages still had scattered spectators. Among them, the number of onlookers at stage 3, where Yihan's match would take place, was relatively high. On stage 3, let's welcome the contestants. The announcer's voice boomed as the match was about to begin. Go Xiaobai. Victory is yours. I've bet my entire savings on you. Ma Tiankai cheered fervently, his voice full of excitement as he rooted for Yihan. Yihan stepped onto the alloy-floored beast battle arena, with Xiaobai trotting beside him. The referee, doubling as the announcer, raised the microphone and declared, first up, from the blue side, we have challenger Yihan, with his contracted beast an 8th level three-tailed snow fox. The crowd erupted into a cacophony of cheers, jeers, and lively chatter. Look at that little fox. So cute, so helpless. Crush it, bear. Swallow it whole. Huh. That tiny fox with its grade 3 bloodline could claw out that dumb bear's eyes in an instant. Hang in there, little fox. I've got 5 grand riding on you. Yihan remained calm, utterly unbothered by the noise from the stands. His expression was serene as he stood next to the referee. Xiaobai, however, was visibly curious about the surroundings, its bright, beautiful eyes darting around to take in the sights. At that moment, a wiry man in his 30s strode onto the arena, accompanied by a massive gray bear towering over 3 meters tall. The bear's muscular frame looked as solid as stone, and its fierce eyes glinted with an ominous light. Facing Yihan's challenge is Yang Dawei, a competitor with a record of 5 wins and 1 loss in this arena. The referee announced, his voice booming. His contracted beast 9th level mountain-crushing bear. Thunderous applause and cheers erupted from the crowd as Yang Dawei smirked smugly. Kid, you'd better surrender now, he taunted, his tone dripping with condescension. Otherwise, Uncle here might just beat you back into your mother's womb. Yihan stood unfazed, his composure unshaken by the provocation. He knew all too well that this was a classic pre-battle ploy, designed to rattle his focus and provoke rash decisions. He couldn't afford to let Xiaobai engage in a heathen clash with the mountain-crushing bear. It was a close combat tank, and such a strategy would spell disaster. The referee handed over the duel agreement. As per the rules, he explained, neither party will be held legally responsible as long as the opposing beastmaster's life is not endangered. Any severe injuries or deaths of contracted beasts will be at the owner's risk. Everyone present will serve as witnesses to this duel. After both parties signed the agreement, the referee laid out the terms. Stepping outside the boundaries of the arena will be considered a forfeit. If one side verbally concedes, the other must cease their attack immediately. Both sides, please take your positions 30 meters apart. The tension in the air was palpable as the referee raised his hand. The ringing of the bell shattered the stillness, signaling the start of the battle. Yang Dawei wasted no time, climbing onto the mountain-crushing bear's back to shield himself from Xiaobai's potential flanking maneuvers. Xiaobai leapt gracefully from Yihan's side, shrinking down to the size of a small dog. Its 3 elegant tails swayed rhythmically, and its sharp, alert gaze locked onto the opposing bear. Roar! The mountain-crushing bear let out a deafening bellow, dropping to all fours as its fur glowed with an earthy yellow light. Then, like an unstoppable force, it charged straight towards Xiaobai and Yihan. Earth Element, Yellow Tier Low-Grade Combat Skill Savage Charge. The referee's voice quickened with excitement. This bear's strength is unparalleled. It can lift objects weighing over a ton. If it lands a hit, even an elephant would suffer broken bones and die on the spot. At Ma Tiansai's Beast Duel Arena, a group of referees dressed in black uniforms stood on high alert. These referees were no ordinary individuals. Each one was an iron-level beast tamer with physical strength of at least level 13. Even when faced with a fully sprinting mountain-crushing bear, they could keep up effortlessly. Their duties extended beyond commentary and adjudication. They were also responsible for rescuing duelists from potentially fatal attacks at a moment's notice. Smash him! Yang Dawei roared ferociously. Turn that little fox into a bloody pulp for me. In contrast, the high schooler Yihan stood motionless, as if petrified by fear. A sense of dread crept into Yang Dawei's heart. If the referees failed to save this kid in time, even with the duel agreement in place, he'd still be looking at a minimum of 10 years behind bars. Spectators betting on the little fox, Xiaobai, closed their eyes, unwilling to witness the impending carnage. 40 meters, 30 meters, 20 meters. Just as the mountain-crushing bear was about to crush Yihan and Xiaobai under its massive frame, Xiaobai gently raised its front paw. Its eyes glimmered with a ghostly blue light, and the surrounding water elements surged wildly, coalescing into a massive ice claw 2 to 3 meters wide. With a casual swipe, the icy claw in midair slammed toward the charging bear. Oh no! Yang Dawei's face turned ashen, but the bear's massive momentum rendered it incapable of dodging. Boom! The bear, along with Yang Dawei, was sent flying over 10 meters like a cannonball, crashing heavily onto the ground. The entire duel platform trembled violently. After a few feeble attempts to move, neither showed any signs of getting up. Yang Dawei is unconscious, and the mountain-crushing bear is incapacitated. Yihan wins. The referee, still in shock, quickly declared the result. A series of system notifications followed. Ding! Xiaobai successfully defeated a level 9 opponent, earning 100 battle reward points. Total points, 530. Ding! Xiaobai successfully defeated a level 9 opponent. Today's flash sale item is now 30 off, priced at 280 points. Ding! Level 9 Mountain Crushing Bear is now available for unlimited challenges in the simulated battle space. As the icy claw dissipated, a wave of intense cold spread outward. In an instant, the referee's eyebrows and hair were frosted over. That was a water element profound rank low-grade combat technique Frozen Ice Claw, one referee exclaimed, his voice trembling. This technique, worth millions of alliance coins, far surpassed the strongest yellow rank mid-grade combat skill he'd seen in over a decade as an iron-level beast tamer. For a moment, the audience was deathly silent. Then, an eruption of gasps and chatter filled the air. Some cursed their luck for betting on the bear and losing tens of thousands, while others celebrated their winnings from betting on Xiaobai, already fantasizing about extravagant evenings. But most were simply awestruck by the power of the profound rank technique, the biting chill still palpable even from dozens of meters away. Ma Tiansai's eyes widened in disbelief. Holy crap! Xiaobai is insane. I'm gonna make a fortune off this. As the battle concluded, Xiaobai confidently leapt onto Yi Han's shoulder. For the little fox, that ice claw was merely a warm-up. Had it opted for a piercing attack instead, Yang Dawei and the mountain-crushing bear might not have survived. Not bad at all, Yi Han said, gently stroking Xiaobai's head. The little fox squinted its adorable eyes and rubbed its smooth head against Yi Han's neck, basking in its master's praise. Now, Yi Han had gained a more comprehensive understanding of the power of Shintir combat techniques. The might of the Frost Claw far exceeded his expectations. Brother Yi, you may step down now. Next, we invite the participants for the second match on Platform 3. As soon as the referee's voice fell, a red-haired thug leapt onto the beast combat stage. Hold it! The red-haired thug scanned the crowd below, his tone laced with blatant provocation. Doesn't anyone think there was something off about that last duel? Yang Dawei's mountain-crushing bear is not only incredibly strong, but also has an astonishing defense. Its hide could probably withstand bullets, yet it used a reckless charge the moment the fight began, practically throwing the match. He sneered coldly and continued, and the most suspicious part? This guy clearly had the chance to use Frostclaw for a fatal blow, but he just gave a light tap instead. Mercy in a life-and-death arena? TSK. How noble of him. Yi Han frowned slightly. This man was one of Big Wolf's underlings. Though they had no prior dealings, he was now openly provoking him. The audience, who had been preparing to leave, burst into an uproar upon hearing these accusations. Fixed match. They planned this in advance. Shady business. Refund our money. If you don't refund us, we'll report this to the security bureau. We'll just find another venue next time. Yeah, I lost 50,000. I lost 10,000. If you don't compensate us, we'll file a joint report. The security bureau could fine you millions. Exactly, pay up. The angry shouts from the crowd grew louder and louder. Yi Han's gaze gradually turned icy. I heard your beast is level 10, just a step away from breaking through to level 11, isn't it? The red-haired thug sneered, his eyes locked provocatively on Yi Han. That's right. Are you looking to fight me? Yi Han stared back calmly, his tone steady but laced with a chilling edge. Author's note. Thank you to everyone who sent gifts and left 5-star reviews. I truly appreciate it, thank you deeply. The red-haired thug suddenly felt a bone-chilling cold envelop him, as if he had been cast into another world entirely. Staring at the high schooler in front of him, a wave of regret surged through him for provoking this encounter. Impossible. This can't be real, he screamed inwardly. How could a regular high school student exude such an intense killing intent? Unless he's some kind of professional assassin or a battle-hardened veteran. Unable to meet Yi Han's icy gaze, the thug frantically looked away. The predatory sensation, like being locked onto by a stalking leopard, sent shivers down his spine. Yi Han, on the other hand, was growing increasingly impatient. He hadn't finished off Yang Dawei earlier because he knew the referee would inevitably intervene. Besides, Yang Dawei was nothing more than a stepping stone on his path to making money, not a true life-or-death enemy worth killing. You've already stepped onto the dueling platform, so let's settle this with a fight. But Yi Han's voice trailed off, prompting the thug to ask nervously, but what? But just fighting like this, it's too dull. Yi Han said with a faint smirk. How about we make it interesting? Let's bet. 20,000 each. If you win, you take 20,000. If I win, I take 20,000. Deal? The crowd instantly fell silent, the weight of the wager shocking everyone. After a few seconds, whispers broke out among the spectators. Is this kid for real? He's got guts. 20,000? I've never even seen that much money in my life. Where would he even get it? Maybe he's the real deal. An 8th level fighter, daring to challenge a 10th level one in for this much money? Before, I'd have thought he was just here to throw his cash away. But after that claw strike earlier, the red-haired thug wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Two don't have that much. How about 10,000? Yihan's expression turned contemptuous. A measly 10,000? Hardly worth calling a bet. But since you're clearly struggling, I'll humor you. In truth, Yihan had just pocketed a hefty sum from defeating the mountain-shattering bear earlier. After deducting the dual prize money, he still had 2,000 or 3,000 left. On top of that, he had asked Ma Tian to place a 10,000 wager for him at 3-10 odds, earning him a total of 40,000. Yihan shot Ma Tian a quick glance, signaling him to fetch the cash. Though Ma Tian was visibly sweating, he quickly returned with a stack of money and handed it to Yihan. Meanwhile, the thug, only able to muster half the wager, found his confidence wavering. This was precisely what Yihan had intended, proposing a higher bet to chip away at his opponent's morale. Just then, a menacing figure in the crowd, De Lang, narrowed his eyes and gestured for his subordinate, Zimao, to fetch 10,000 in cash. Zimao tossed the money onto the platform. Fight him, De Lang growled. If this kid's so eager to throw away his money, well, gladly take it. Win, and he'll give you 5,000. Lose. The thug's stomach churned. He knew all too well what losing De Lang's money would mean, and it wouldn't end well. Clenching his fists, he tried to steel himself. I won't lose. I've got the upper hand. If I win and pocket that 5,000, they'll finally break through to black iron rank. Then I can get a stable job, marry a beautiful wife, and take care of my parents. As Ma Tian handed over the money, he leaned in and whispered to Yihan, Bossy, that red-haired guy's beast is a swift-wind eagle second-tier bloodline, extremely fast. Your frostbite claw might struggle to hit it. He's definitely prepared for this fight, so don't underestimate him. Losing 10,000 isn't a big deal. My dad's already lined up an earth element beast to counter him if needed. Yihan gave an okay gesture and turned to the referee. Referee, can we get this match started? The referee glanced at Ma Xingwang, Ma Tian's father, who had just arrived at the scene. Ma Xingwang nodded in approval, curious to see what this exceptionally talented student was capable of. If Yihan could truly defeat someone 2 levels above him, it would signify the rise of a new prodigy in Nanjing City. All right, hand over your wagers for safekeeping, the referee instructed, pulling out 2 duel agreements. The rules are all outlined here. Let me remind you once more, under no circumstances may you kill your opponent. Violators will face severe legal consequences. By now, the audience had packed every available seat. The buzz of anticipation for this high-stakes, level-defying duel had completely overshadowed the main beast-fighting arena. Both combatants, take your positions 30 meters apart, the referee commanded. Raising his hand, he shouted, Ready? Begin. The moment the duel began, the audience around the Demon Beast arena fell into complete silence, a stark contrast to the usual raucous cheers during such battles. The red-haired rogue's Gale Hawk launched into the air from his shoulder, its massive wingspan of over 2 meters stirring up powerful gusts of wind with every beat. With agile precision, the red-haired fighter leapt 4 or 5 meters high, landing steadily on the back of his beast. This was a calculated tactical move. He was wary of Xiao Bai's Frostclaw's attack range, and chose to rely on the Galehawk's mobility to maintain a safe distance. In truth, while Xiao Bai's Frostclaw was devastatingly powerful, its attack speed was not particularly fast. Its prior success in swatting away the mountain-crushing bear was largely due to the bear's reckless charge, which left it unable to stop in time. Against a cautious opponent, even the mightiest Frostclaw could easily miss its mark. The Demon Beast arena had a ceiling 30 meters high, providing ample space for flying beasts to maneuver. The Gale Hawk, carrying the red-haired rogue, swiftly ascended to an altitude of over 20 meters before diving down to initiate an attack. Let's see how you handle my rampaging gale needles, the red-haired fighter called out confidently. The Gale Hawk's wings flapped fiercely, unleashing hundreds, if not thousands, of sharp, green wind energy needles in an instant. The referee explained, after ensuring his safety, the red-haired contestant has launched a probing attack. The rampaging gale needles is an advanced combat technique derived from gale needles. Both are mid-tier yellow rank skills, but mastering rampaging gale needles requires complete proficiency in gale needles. Its range and power far surpass the basic version. Yihan and Xiao Bai dodged swiftly, evading the barrage of needles that struck the alloy floor, leaving countless marks behind. Such an attack, if it hit an ordinary person, would easily pierce their skull and inflict fatal injuries. The red-haired fighter's assault was relentless, wave after wave without pause. Although Yihan and Xiao Bai managed to avoid the attacks for now, they had clearly been forced into a defensive position. The referee's face showed concern. After all, Yihan's performance would directly impact the arena's reputation and his own earnings. Not bad physical strength. Keep running for your life. Hunting games are my specialty. The red-haired fighter grew increasingly arrogant as he maintained control of the situation. The audience erupted in hushed discussions. This high schooler is in trouble. He's completely overwhelmed and still refuses to surrender. This duel might end in bloodshed. What a pity. That grade 3 bloodline beast has so much untapped potential if it could just be nurtured longer. Ma Tiankai anxiously muttered. Why isn't he fighting back? Just dodging like this is way too risky. Ma Xingwang, however, countered. Your classmate is impressive. Every dodge and countermeasure he uses is calculated with extreme precision. He might just become one of Nanjing City's young prodigies. Although Xiao Bai, as an 8th-tier beast, could sustain this pace for a while without tiring, Yihan's 5th-tier physique only 2 to 3 times stronger than a typical adult was a different matter. This high-intensity evasion was draining his stamina quickly, and it was clear he wouldn't last more than a few minutes at this rate. Ma Xingwang slowly shook his head, a subtle glint of understanding flashing in his eyes. As an experienced bronze-level beastmaster, he had fended off countless powerful beasts in Nanjiang City and spent years observing duels in the arena. His keen insight had been honed to perfection, and now, he sharply sensed something unusual on the battlefield. I see it now. Ma Tiankai suddenly exclaimed, surprise flickering in his eyes. This isn't Yihan being suppressed, it's him controlling the fight. The red-haired ghost's attacks are completely following his rhythm. On the battlefield, Yihan indeed appeared calm and composed. Every dodge he made seemed premeditated, effortlessly avoiding the red-haired ghost's strikes with precision. Even more astonishing was the fact that the Swiftwind Hawk had launched over 10 frenzied wind needle assaults, yet it failed to breach Yihan's defenses. Instead, it unknowingly fell into the trap of his carefully orchestrated rhythm. Ma Xingwang was about to speak, but his expression suddenly changed. Yihan had lifted his head, casting a meaningful smile toward the Swiftwind Hawk circling in the sky. What is it, Dad? Ma Tiankai's words were cut short as the battle took a dramatic turn. Icebound Claw. At Yihan's command, Xiao Bei's eyes glowed in intense blue, and a massive ice claw instantly materialized above the two combatants. The Swiftwind Hawk's frenzied wine needles struck the ice claw, leaving a dense pattern of white marks, but they failed to shatter the claw's alloy-like icy barrier. It was clear the outcome had been decided. The crowd fell into a stunned silence, their breaths caught in their throats, eyes wide with shock, and minds utterly blank. On the back of the Swiftwind Hawk, the red-haired thug felt the icy claws coalescing from Xiao Bei's power. It was as if a terrifying predator had locked onto him, and the very air around him seemed to vanish. Impossible. Dodge it. Dodge it now. The red-haired thug roared in panic. But it was too late. Everything happened in an instant, and the distance was too close to evade. It was like a victim, long beaten into submission, suddenly lashing out in a frenzied counterattack, catching the aggressor completely off guard. It turned out that Yihan hadn't activated the Frostclaw earlier because of the distance and the Swiftwind Hawk's exceptional agility. He had been biding his time, evading while closing the gap. Now, at a mere 20 meters apart, with their positions almost vertical, the moment had arrived. The icy claw, radiating an aura of destructive power, rapidly filled the red-haired thug's field of vision. Boom! The massive, razor-sharp claws seized both the Swiftwind Hawk and its rider in an unrelenting grip. The hawk let out a heart-wrenching cry as feathers scattered into the air. I give up. I surrender. I surrender! The red-haired thug screamed, feeling his bones on the verge of shattering and his organs nearly crushed. Desperation overwhelmed him as he begged for mercy. A mechanical chime echoed through the air. Ding! Xiaobai has successfully defeated a level 10 opponent. Combat reward, 200 points. Total points, 730. Ding! Xiaobai has successfully defeated a level 10 opponent. Today's flash sale item is now 60 off, priced at 160 points. Ding! The level 10 Swiftwind Hawk is now unlocked for unlimited challenges in the simulation battle space. Yihan's spirit soared. He had earned 300 system points in one day, and with the flash sale item reduced to 160 points, he immediately purchased it. Starting the day with 430 points, he had bought the level 25 Beast Core and still ended up with an extra 140 points. It seemed the system truly encouraged battles involving contracted beasts. As the icy claws dissipated, the Swiftwind Hawk struggled to land, carrying a pale and visibly shaken red-haired thug. The thug stumbled toward Yihan, trembling. The money is yours. I admit defeat. The audience was left dumbfounded, their jaws practically hitting the floor. The battle's turnaround had been so swift that in just 3 breaths, Yihan had completely reversed the situation and subdued his opponent in a single move. In a real life-and-death scenario, the red-haired thug would likely have been reduced to a bloody mess, and even the level 10 Swiftwind Hawk would have met its end. The sheer power of the profound tier combat technique sent chills down their spines. The crowd erupted into murmurs. He actually won. He defeated a higher-level opponent. Unbelievable. This kid's going to make a name for himself in Nanjing's underground beast battles. It's not just the underground scene. This will definitely catch the attention of major factions. If he can get into a top-tier academy, his future will be limitless. Big Wolf, the leader of the gang, stormed off with a dark expression, dragging the red-haired thug behind him. Not only had they lost the duel, but they were also down 100,000 alliance coins of fortune for street thugs. Yihan, however, felt no sympathy. In this world, those who live by the sword must eventually pay the price. Ma Tiankai, Yihan's enthusiastic companion, rushed onto the stage, his face lit with awe. Bossy, that was incredible. I think I've fallen for you. Get lost and turn the cash into a bank transfer, Yihan replied with disdain, waving him off. Ma Tiankai glanced at the 2 stacks of cash, grinning from ear to ear as he hurried away. In 2 battles tonight, Yihan had not only earned system points in the level 25 Beast Core, but also walked away with 400,000 alliance coins. From his original 100,000, his fortune had quintupled to 500,000 in a single night, enough to buy a charming villa in the commercial district. By 11 p.m., Yihan returned home, but rest was the last thing on his mind. He roused the sleepy Xiao Bai with a firm nudge. System, activate super training mode for 5 hours. Victory hadn't made him complacent. The red-haired thug was merely a bottom-tier beastmaster on the global stage. To become arrogant after defeating such a minor figure would be the gravest mistake of all. Yihan was acutely aware of his own position, just a promising nobody. In this perilous world, he understood that complacency was his greatest enemy. People in the city often clung to a false sense of security, believing that the army and adventurer guilds would shield them from harm. As a result, they neglected their own cultivation and the training of their beasts. This mindset of laziness led to a large number of beast tamers remaining stuck at the beginner, plastic rank, unable to even reach the basic, black iron level. Every day, the harsh reality unfolded. Towns overrun by beasts, civilians devoured in gruesome attacks, tens of thousands of children orphaned as their parents fell to ferocious creatures, and beast tamers who ventured out to hunt suffering heavy casualties, over 100,000 deaths daily. Having been given a second chance at life, Yihan was determined not to become another tragic statistic. He vowed to take control of his own destiny, cherishing the value of life far more than he had in his past life on Earth. Training must never stop, Yihan resolved silently. Even though Xiao Bai, his beast companion, was still drowsy, it was soon inspired by its master's unwavering determination and quickly perked up. Yihan began to focus on meditation, visualizing the shape of instant noodles in his mind. 4 hours later, the system notification chimed. Xiao Bai had broken through to level 9, with all its attributes significantly enhanced. Yihan also earned an additional 50 system points, bringing his total to 570. The points spent on activating the super training mode were quickly recouped, leaving Yihan in high spirits. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the window as the phone alarm went off right on time. Lazy Xiao Bai, time to get up, Yihan called out. After a refreshing 5-hour meditation session followed by a good night's sleep, he felt completely recharged. Although his stomach grumbled with hunger, it was understandable. Last night's 2 intense battles had been physically draining, and even the spirit rice and beast meat he had eaten at noon weren't enough to fully replenish him. Xiao Bai crawled out of the blanket, its sleepy eyes gazing pitifully at Yihan, as if pleading for a little more rest. No way. Yihan refused decisively. We're taking 3 days off from classes starting today. We need to head to the beast market for supplies, and you've got to work hard to reach level 10. Time is tight, and the tasks are plenty. Yihan opened the flash sale section of the marketplace and saw that today's special deal was 1 pound of premium spirit grain for 400 points. This was equivalent to 10 pounds of high-grade spirit grain, or 1,000 pounds of low-grade spirit grain, enough to last half a year. If he could ensure 3 meals a day with spirit grain, his physical strength would undoubtedly skyrocket. As his strength grew, so did his appetite. What used to be a single pound per meal had increased to 2 or 3 pounds, and sometimes even 5 pounds of low-grade spirit grain wasn't enough to satiate him. At that point, he would need to switch to medium-grade spirit grain. Of course, this was under the condition of maintaining high-intensity combat and training. Under normal circumstances, even a 10th level physical cultivator could get by with just 1 pound of low-grade spirit grain every day or two. On the market, low-grade spirit grain cost about 1,000 alliance coins per pound. 1,000 pounds would amount to a staggering 1 million alliance coins. This exorbitant price made it clear just how costly the beast tamer profession truly was. Although Yihan currently had plenty of points, purchasing items at full price didn't seem wise. After all, spirit grain wasn't as rare as beast cores and could be bought from the marketplace at any time. For the next few days, Yihan decided to focus solely on training at home. After showcasing his strength at the beast arena yesterday, he figured there wouldn't be many opponents left who could match him. After all, An 8th-level beast tamer defeating a 10th-level opponent in a single move was a feat that even newly advanced Black Iron beast tamers would find intimidating. Yihan found himself in an awkward situation, couldn't find a suitable opponent. Every day, he looked for someone to join his flash sale discount events to earn points. He even went as far as calling Ma Tiankai for help. However, even Ma Tiankai seemed at a loss and could only promise to try his best. This sense of loneliness among top-tier talents, however, presented Yihan with an opportunity. With sufficient points and funds, he could focus entirely on his cultivation and prepare for two goals. First, to join the special training class and defeat Xiang Changping, the one who plotted to kill him, and second, to ace the college entrance exam and secure admission to a first-class beast tamer academy. At dawn, Yihan quickly finished washing up. His gaze fell on Xiaobai, the little creature squatting by its food bowl, with crystal-clear drool dripping from its mouth and eyes filled with eager anticipation. "You're hungry too? Huh," Yihan said softly. "The last meal lasted you 2 days, so it's time to let you eat your fill. But remember, don't overeat like last time. Don't worry, you'll never go hungry again." As he spoke, he poured a small portion of feed into Xiaobei's bowl. Xiaobai immediately started devouring the food, finishing everything in just a few minutes, and even licking the bowl until it gleamed. Its snow-white belly was slightly rounded, and it still seemed to want more. "1 meal a day, no more," Yihan said sternly. "If we encounter an emergency and need to fight, eating too much will only slow you down." Xiaobai seemed to understand. It nimbly leapt onto Yihan's shoulder, pointing its tiny paw toward the door and letting out an urgent yu sound, as if saying, "Master, I'm full, but you are still hungry. Hurry up and go get yourself some food." Yihan chuckled and patted Xiaobei's head before hopping onto his electric scooter. He stopped by a breakfast shop and bought a large bag of steamed buns and bread. Though these foods lacked the energy contained in low-grade spiritual grains, they were enough to stave off hunger. With his destination for the day already decided, Yihan set off for the Vortex Beast Marketplace. Breaking news flashes across the streets of Nanjiang City. Traces of black spirit masters have been spotted outside the city. The security department has issued an emergency notice, urging citizens to report any suspicious individuals immediately. Shortly after, a joint wanted notice appears on the electronic billboards in the city. The Nanjiang City Security Department and the military have teamed up to offer bounties for the capture or elimination of black spirit masters. Reporting a clue earns a reward of 200,000 alliance credits. Killing 1 black spirit master grants 500,000. Eliminating 3 will even earn the prestigious Shenlong 3rd Class Combat Hero Medal. The bounty is valid from Cataclysm Era Year 102, March 11th, to August 1st. As Yihan stepped out of his house, he noticed that this wanted notice had replaced the usual street advertisements. He frowned slightly and muttered, "Black spirit masters, those disgusting creatures. Just my luck if I run into one right after stepping out." As a former Special Forces soldier who died in a counterterrorism mission in his past life, Yihan was all too familiar with the Black Spirit Masters. They were like the puppet troops of this world, loyal to the beast overlords who ruled over humanity. Out of the global population of 10 billion, 4 billion still lived as slaves under the rule of these beasts. From birth, these people were brainwashed to worship the beast gods, willingly becoming tools for the beasts to harm human settlements. Because their appearance was indistinguishable from ordinary people, Black Spirit Masters could easily infiltrate human communities. They gathered intelligence, assassinated key figures, and sometimes even carried out suicide attacks in crowded areas. However, they rarely targeted ordinary civilians. Launching attacks in heavily guarded human cities was almost a guaranteed death sentence. The pedestrians on the street reacted to the notice in various ways. Most seemed indifferent, while a few appeared excited. A middle-aged woman riding a bear-like spirit beast and carrying a vegetable basket exclaimed loudly, "Wow! 50 grand for killing 1 black spirit master? That's enough to last a lifetime. With that 9th-level man-eating black bear of yours, which hasn't fought in a decade, you'd probably freeze up at the sight of a real black spirit master," scoffed an elderly man riding a towering husky spirit beast. "You'd better leave it to my era. My son's taken it to underground beast fights plenty of times." The lively chatter of the elderly folks left Yihan both amused and speechless. Standing by the street, he listened to the bustling discussions of the crowd around him, his heart filled with mixed emotions. It had only been a short time since the last demon tide wreaked havoc on Nanjing City, yet people seemed to have already moved on from the catastrophe. The terrifying Demon King not only killed the parents of the original owner of Yihan's current body, but also nearly wiped Nanjing City off the map. Yihan didn't look down on the elderly for their ignorance. In fact, he saw it as a kind of bliss. After all, their lack of strength meant they had no part in the brutal battle against the demon tide. The less they knew about the truth, the less fear they carried in their hearts. Riding his small electric scooter, Yihan soon arrived at the Warma building. With the current unstable situation in Nanjing City, he planned to quickly purchase essential supplies and then head home to continue his cultivation. Outside the building, four imposing armored vehicles were parked, equipped with various heavy weapons. A few soldiers stood alert, carrying rocket launchers and keeping a close watch on the surroundings. Crowded areas like this were often prime targets for rogue demon tamers, so the military presence was a reassuring sight. At the entrance, a long line had formed as soldiers in camouflage uniforms meticulously checked each customer entering the mall. Wa-Irma, the largest civilian demon beast chain store in the world, had evolved from a pre-spiritual revival supermarket giant. Hello, sir. I'm sales associate number 33, Nini. Let me know if you need anything. By the way, we're offering a 5% discount on demon beast cubs or eggs today. As Ihan stepped through the door, a cheerful and attractive sales associate in a short skirt and with long legs approached him with a warm smile. Unlike regular malls, the items in a demon beast store started at prices in the thousands, with purchases in the tens of thousands being commonplace. As a result, the sales associates here were not only highly professional but also exceptionally good-looking. Well, Nini, seems like your luck's not great today. You ended up with just a regular student, huh? A flamboyantly dressed sales associate number 41 sneered from nearby. Hey there, little brother. Are you here to buy some low-grade spiritual rice for your birthday? She cast a disdainful glance at Yihan's inexpensive street market clothes, which looked like they cost mere tens of dollars. Although Yihan was now well off financially, he believed his time was better spent on cultivation. As long as his clothes weren't torn, they sufficed. Nini's expression shifted slightly, but she maintained her smile. The manager has reminded us that every customer is valuable, and we shouldn't look down on anyone. Watch your words, or you might get reported. Reported? Number 41 scoffed. You're so naive. Don't forget, the manager's my cousin. Nini gently tugged on Yihan's sleeve. Don't mind her. What are you looking to buy? Low-grade spiritual rice. Yihan replied calmly. Pfft, I was right. Poor kid. Huh? Only able to afford spiritual rice for a birthday meal. Number 41's laughter grew even more mocking. Maybe around 100 to 200 pounds. Is there any discount? Yihan's tone remained indifferent. As soon as Yihan finished speaking, the atmosphere in the mall instantly froze. Sales associate number 41 and Nini stood there in shock, their faces filled with disbelief. Someone like you, dressed so poorly, thinks you can buy 100 pounds of spirit rice? Sales associate number 41 looked Yihan up and down, her eyes scanning his outfit, which was worth less than 300 credits. She sneered repeatedly. To her, it was obvious that Yihan was making grand claims out of spite for being looked down upon. After all, 100 pounds of low-grade spirit rice cost a hefty 100,000 alliance credits. Even in this relatively budget-friendly Vortex 2 Beast Mall, customers who could afford such a purchase were exceedingly rare. At that moment, the elevator doors slowly opened, and a strikingly handsome man stepped out, dressed in a luxurious suit. Every inch of him was adorned with high-end designer items. Just the belt around his waist was worth 10,000 alliance credits, and his entire outfit likely cost no less than $1 million. Sales associate number 41, Xiao AI, lit up at the sight of him. Straightening her posture, she eagerly approached. Hello, sir. I'm Xiao AI, sales associate number 41. If you need any assistance, just let me know. The man's gaze lingered on Xiao A's alluring figure, and a sly smile played on his lips. Any request at all? Xiao AI blushed slightly. Of course, as long as it's something that can be arranged within the mall. After all, I am on duty. Her mind was already spinning with fantasies of winning over this wealthy gentleman. Off to the side, Nini sighed and turned to Yihan, apologizing softly. Let's go. I'm sorry for how my colleagues have treated you. But Yihan wasn't paying attention to any of that. His instincts, honed from years as a special forces soldier, picked up on something unusual. Despite the man's polished appearance, there was something off. His expressions seemed a bit rigid, and his movements slightly unnatural. Although he had entered through the main entrance, guarded and requiring strict identity checks, Yihan couldn't shake his sense of unease. Quietly, Yihan sent a warning signal to Xiao Bai. The small creature perched on his shoulder, urging it to stay alert. Xiao Bai immediately widened its large, expressive eyes and began scanning the surroundings with heightened vigilance. When a girl reached out to pet it, Xiao Bai bared its sharp fangs and shot her a fierce glare, warding her off. Xiao Bai's sharp gaze made Nini's heart skip a beat. She was acutely aware that if she had really reached out to touch it earlier, her hand might not have been spared. Sorry. Your beast seems very wary of strangers. Nini stammered, cold sweat forming on her forehead. This was her first encounter with such a ferocious beast. Although it wasn't unusual for customers to bring their beasts to the mall, most were quite tame and intelligent. Complimenting or petting them was often a useful tactic to build rapport with clients. No worries, Yihan replied calmly. The broadcast mentioned a black beast master in the area, so I had Xiao Bai on alert. Now, take me to buy spirit rice. What's the discount for 100 pounds of low-grade spirit rice? You still haven't answered that. Nini immediately perked up. You're really buying 100 pounds? That qualifies you for a 5 discount. Good, a discount works, Yihan said indifferently. He had no interest in engaging with petty provocations. What was the point of proving he was a broke student with money to spend? It wouldn't help him grow stronger. As for a mere sales assistant, she wasn't worth the effort to put in her place. Before long, the two arrived at the spirit rice trading area. Yihan decisively spent 95,000 union coins to purchase 100 pounds of low-grade spirit rice, casually storing it in his system's spatial storage. This scene left Nini utterly stunned. A spatial artifact, Nini exclaimed inwardly. In her eyes, this was the ultimate symbol of wealth. Luxury goods and limited edition items paled in comparison to a spatial artifact. From what she knew, even a 10 cubic meter spatial artifact would cost over 1,000,000 union coins, and such items weren't even sold in malls like this one. Where had this modestly dressed student obtained such immense wealth? This batch of spirit rice would last Yihan 1 to 2 months. By then, he could easily purchase more through the system's flash sale mall. Do you have any other needs? Nini asked respectfully. Take me to buy concentration incense. For Yihan, concentration incense was as crucial as spirit rice. It reduced mental strain during meditation, extended meditation time, and accelerated soul power growth. For two people with similar talent, the difference between using and not using concentration incense might be negligible at first, but over time, the gap in soul power would grow significantly. Concentration incense came in 5 grades: low, medium, high, superior, and perfect. The higher one's soul power, the higher the quality of incense required. For example, a gold-tier beastmaster would find low and medium-grade incense nearly useless, while high-grade offered mild effects, and superior grade was their standard choice. Beyond that was soul incense, also divided into 5 grades, crafted from rare and precious materials, and accessible only to the most elite. For a plastic-tier beastmaster like Yihan, low-grade concentration incense could extend meditation time by 20, medium by 40, high by 60, superior by 80, and perfect grade could double it. A standard grade focus incense can burn for 5 hours, precisely the standard daily meditation duration for spirit tamers worldwide. Yihan stood before the shelves in the Vortex 2 Mall, his gaze scanning the price tags. Low-grade focus incense, 3,000 alliance coins. Mid-grade, 9,000 alliance coins. High-grade, 30,000 alliance coins. While mid-grade incense was twice as effective as the low-grade, its price was 3 times higher. As for the premium grade, it was never stocked in the mall, and a single stick on the market started at a staggering 100,000 alliance coins. In the end, Yihan opted for 20 sticks of mid-grade focus incense, spending a total of 180,000 alliance coins. Including other purchases, the shopping trip nearly cost him 300,000, slashing his 500,000 savings by more than half. Just as he was about to leave the mall, the entire Vortex 2 building suddenly shook violently, followed by the deafening sound of an explosion from below. Xiao Bai's ears perked up instantly, and Yihan's face darkened. Damn it, I should have bought a lottery ticket today instead of coming to the mall. Xiao Bai, get ready for battle. Screams erupted across the mall. Nini, a sales assistant, fumbled to pull out her employee communicator. Before she could ask what was happening, an emergency message crackled through the device. Attention all Vortex 2 employees. Hostile dark spirit tamers have breached the building's defenses from underground. At least 10 intruders have infiltrated the premises. Please inform all customers to take cover. Military forces are en route and will eliminate the threat to ensure everyone's safety. The transmission was abruptly cut off, replaced by an arrogant voice. Move faster, all of you. The Demon Ape King's grand birthday is approaching. He's grown tired of submissive slaves and now prefers rebellious spirit tamer beauties. Present him with a batch of them, and the king will be pleased. Naturally, the rewards will benefit everyone. The objective this time is simple: capture all the female sales assistants. Kill anyone who resists. Understood. Several cold voices replied in unison. Yihan quickly analyzed the situation. It seems they've already subdued your supervisor. That dark spirit tamer leader's voice, it's that spoiled rich kid who mocked you earlier. Xiao AI is likely in their hands now. Nini's face turned deathly pale. Although she had always resented Xiao AI for her bullying and exclusion, she didn't wish such a fate upon her. What terrified her even more was the thought that she might soon share the same fate. Compared to death, being offered to the Demon Ape King was 1,000 times worse. Vortex 2 policy prohibited employees from bringing their spirit beasts to work, leaving all the female sales assistants completely defenseless against the powerful dark spirit tamers. They couldn't even buy a single second of delay. Clearly, the intruders had chosen their timing precisely because of this vulnerability. Nini dropped to her knees, trembling. Please, I beg you to save me. They'll do anything, even if it means becoming your concubine or your servant. She knew that the idea of being saved from the hands of a black summoner was utterly absurd. Yet, in this desperate situation, Yi Han was her only hope for survival. She silently calculated. Yi Han's ability to spend hundreds of thousands without a thought and his possession of a rare treasure like a storage space clearly indicated he wasn't from an ordinary family. Even if it meant becoming his concubine, or even his servant, she was willing to accept her fate. In this era, for someone like her with mediocre cultivation talent, but decent looks, marrying into wealth and power was already a blessing beyond measure. Besides, Yi Han was young, and even if he only managed to graduate from a third-tier university, his future potential was limitless. I'm sorry, but I'm not interested in you at all. Yi Han's voice was cold as ice. Clearly, he wasn't the type to be blinded by beauty. Risking his life for a stranger would be the height of foolishness. However, if you're willing to cooperate with my plan, there might still be a slim chance of survival. Yi Han recalled his brief encounter with the wealthy and arrogant young man earlier. Judging by his aura, Yi Han estimated the opponent's physical strength to be around level 10, which meant his contracted beast strength wouldn't exceed level 15. Though the man was merely a bronze-level black summoner, the fact that he could command this team and dare to raid the mall under heavy military surveillance suggested he was no ordinary character. Facing such an opponent, Hedon would be suicidal. Neither Yi Han nor Xiaobai would survive. But did he really need to fight directly? Their target was to capture the woman, not him. By now, the mall was in complete chaos, filled with the sounds of fighting and screams echoing everywhere. Yi Han estimated that the military would arrive in no more than 3 minutes, leaving the black summoner little time to act. I am willing to cooperate, Nini stammered, her voice trembling. Good. Suddenly, a loud boom echoed as items from the shelves came crashing down. A massive black lizard-like beast, 5 or 6 meters long, opened its gaping maw and instantly bit a giant toad beast in half. At least a level 13 black iron monitor lizard, Yi Han muttered, narrowing his eyes. No wonder these people could infiltrate the mall from underground. The black iron monitor lizard's claws and teeth were as strong as black iron, making it a formidable close combat beast capable of easily tunneling through solid granite. A scream pierced through the air, followed by a woman's terrified shriek. From behind the shelves emerged a man clad in ancient soldier's armor. Upon seeing Nini, his eyes lit up with greed. Not bad quality. Bringing her back will fetch a handsome reward. Yi Han shot Nini a glance, signaling her, and then immediately put on a terrified expression. He screamed at the top of his lungs, 3 can't save you. Stop dreaming. In front of this great black summoner, I'm weaker than an ant. As he spoke, he crouched in the corner, trembling and covering his head. Even Xiaobai appeared intimidated by the black iron monitor lizard's presence, curling up tightly in Yi Han's arms. The sinister black demon master looked at Yi Han curled up in the corner, a cruel smirk playing on his lips. Tisk, TSK. Since you've been so sensible, I'll spare your pathetic life. His gaze then shifted to Nini, a glint of greed flashing in his eyes. Come here, little girl. If you don't want to suffer, be obedient. I wouldn't want to damage that alluring figure of yours. Injuries would seriously lower your value, you know? Stay back. I'll call for help. Our army will be here any second. Nini screamed, retreating rapidly toward Yi Han. The black demon master's expression darkened. Serving our great demon ape king is a blessing you could only dream of in 8 lifetimes. Where we come from, countless young beauties would give anything for the chance. The world will soon be ruled by demon gods, and all who resist will perish. Riding his ferocious iron-hide giant lizard, he closed in swiftly, reducing the distance to less than 10 meters in mere moments. Just as his hand was about to grasp Nini's arm, a small, white, icy claw streaked through the air like lightning, piercing straight into his heart with deadly precision. You how the black demon master's face twisted in terror as he turned to the corner where Yi Han was sitting. Yi Han was smiling calmly at him, a smile that made the master realize instantly he had been tricked. They were only 5 meters apart, the perfect lethal range for the frozen ice claw. Though small, the frozen ice claw unleashed by Xiaobai was more than enough to end the life of an unguarded target. The icy energy erupted within his heart instantly. In the blink of an eye, the black demon master's face turned an ashen blue, frost forming on his hair and eyebrows. Within 2 breaths, he was frozen solid, transformed into an ice sculpture. The ferocious iron-hide giant lizard collapsed to the ground, lifeless. When a demon master dies, their contracted beast perishes as well. This is the price for failing to protect its master. A system notification chimed. Ding. Xiaobai has successfully defeated a level 13 opponent, earning 400 combat reward points. Total points, 970. Ding. Xiaobai has successfully defeated a level 13 opponent. Today's flash sale item is now available at 70 off for 120 points. Ding. The level 13 Ironhide Giant Lizard is now available for unlimited challenges in the simulated combat space. Ihan was overjoyed 400 points in one go. A massive discount on the system's flash sale, and best of all, no need for a heathen fight. He couldn't help but marvel to himself. Ah, the thrill of ambush attacks. This is getting way too addictive. What do I do now? Nini let out a long sigh of relief, watching as Ihan deftly stored the black demon masters and the lizard's corpses into his system's storage space. In an instant, the scene was restored to its original state, not even a single drop of blood remaining. This left Nini utterly astounded once again. Just how large is the space in your storage treasure? That iron-hide giant lizard. Ihan gave her a mysterious smile. Guess. If you're right, there's a prize. Blushing, Nini countered. If I guess correctly, will you marry me? Cough, cough. That's not appropriate for kids. The school has strict rules against early relationships, and I'm a model student who always follows the rules. Nini stood awkwardly in place, contemplating her next move. The mall was already in chaos, with the shadowy figure of the Dark Beastmaster flickering in and out of view, making it almost impossible to determine a safe escape route. However, her heart had calmed significantly. At least she knew Ihan hadn't given up on her. All I have to do is stick to the script, Nini reminded herself silently. Acting must be genuine and heartfelt. Otherwise, I'll end up serving that terrifying king-tier demonic beast, the Demon Ape King. As expected, another Dark Beastmaster appeared in her line of sight, clad in black armor and riding a massive iron-scaled lizard. Seeing Nini's pale and frightened face, he sneered menacingly. Don't be scared, little girl. Uncle's here to take you to paradise. Nini immediately threw herself toward Ihan, crying and pleading desperately. Save me. I'll give anything tonight, just don't let them take me to the Dark Beastmaster's domain. Ihan feigned terror, shaking her off. Two can't save you. In front of this lord, I'm nothing but an ant. My lord, I surrender. Please spare me. He then curled up in the corner, trembling in fear. The Dark Beastmaster barely glanced at Ihan. To him, this lowly, plastic-deer student Beastmaster was utterly spineless and posed no threat. If it weren't for his orders to capture the shop assistant today, he could have crushed him into pulp with a single blow. Stay back. If you come any closer, I'll scream for help. Nini continued playing her role. Go ahead and scream. No one will come to save you, the Dark Beastmaster sneered, urging his iron-scaled lizard forward. With a figure like yours, you'll fetch me quite the reward. Just as he was about to succeed, a small, icy claw suddenly tore through his chest and pierced his heart. A wave of bone-chilling cold erupted, freezing him into a solid ice sculpture in an instant. Ihan stepped forward with a grin, gently closing the Dark Beastmaster's lifeless eyes. Rest in peace as an ice statue. At the same time, the iron-scaled lizard collapsed to the ground with a thunderous crash. A system prompt echoed in Yihan's mind. Xiaobai successfully defeated a level 14 opponent. 500 combat reward points gained. Total points, 1,470. Xiaobai successfully defeated a level 14 opponent. Today's flash sale item is now available at a 90 discount for 40 points. 90 discount is the lowest price. Please make your purchase quickly, host. In the simulated combat space, you can now challenge level 14 iron-scaled lizards infinitely. Ihan felt a surge of excitement. This iron-scaled lizard was stronger than the previous one, and the reward points were much more generous. What was originally 400 points per pound for premium spiritual grain was now only 40 points a steal. Ihan moved with lightning speed. Taking advantage of the fact that the other Dark Beastmasters hadn't noticed yet, he immediately stored the frozen Dark Beastmaster and its black iron giant lizard into his system's storage space. Nini, her eyes sparkling with excitement, gave him a big thumbs up. That strategy was brilliant. I feel like I'm not cut out to be a sales assistant. Maybe I should pursue acting instead. Thank you. Don't celebrate too soon, Ihan warned, his expression serious. There are still plenty of Dark Beastmasters in this building. If we keep using the same tactic and take out too many of them, they'll definitely get suspicious. After all, only about a dozen of them entered this mall. Their leader won't be so easy to deal with. Follow me. We can't stay in this area any longer. The two had just moved about 50 to 60 meters toward the exit when a figure suddenly blocked their path. Standing atop the head of a massive black iron giant lizard was a handsome and impeccably dressed Dark Beastmaster, exuding an air of wealth and confidence. Yihan's expression shifted slightly. Damn it, did I just jinx myself? Speak of the devil. This leader's mount was vastly different from the ordinary black iron giant lizards they had encountered earlier. Not only was it much larger, stretching an imposing 8 to 9 meters in length, but it also had a row of razor-sharp bone spikes running from its back to its tail. Its scales gleamed with an eerie light under the mall's fluorescent glow. Yihan's heart sank. This was no ordinary black iron giant lizard, it was a black iron bone lizard, an evolved form with the bloodline of a Tier 3B soldier. Compared to the mounts of the previous Dark Beastmasters, which only had Tier 2 bloodlines, this creature was on a whole different level in terms of close combat capabilities. Its reaction speed and sensory abilities were far superior as well, making it highly likely to detect and counter the Frozen Claw attack from Xiao by the moment it was unleashed. But retreating was no longer an option. If they turned and ran, they'd be caught in no time. Facing it Hedon, however, meant certain defeat given Xiao Bei's current strength. Yihan knew they had no choice but to gamble everything on this fight. The handsome Dark Beastmaster's gaze quickly landed on Nini, and a strange glint flashed in his eyes. Well, beauty. We just met at the entrance, and now we're crossing paths again. Looks like fate has brought us together. His smile slowly twisted into something sinister as his black iron bone lizard advanced menacingly. Yihan shot Nini a meaningful glance, and she immediately caught on. Handsome, please save me. Nini wailed, tears streaming down her face. I don't want to be offered to some king. I'd rather die. If you save me, they'll be your personal maid starting tonight. They'll even wear a uniform. Feigning panic, Yihan shoved her aside. What nonsense are you spouting? Being chosen by this great lord is a blessing from 3 lifetimes of good karma. Serving the demon ape king is a fortune accumulated over 88 generations. Save those uniforms for the king's enjoyment. He then crouched in a corner, trembling. Spare me, my lord. Take her instead. I'm nothing but a worthless bug, too disgusting to squash. I surrender, I won't resist. Even Xiaobai played along, locking eyes with the black iron bone lizard for a brief moment before retreating in fright, its tail curling up as it hid in Yihan's arms. The handsome Dark Beastmaster burst into a fit of laughter at Yihan's cowardly display. Kid, you sure know how to flatter. I like that. Why don't you join her and offer yourselves to the great demon god together? Yihan felt a chill run down his spine. This boss didn't play by the rules at all. The high-ranking, wealthy, and powerful Beastmaster first set his sights on Nini, who was desperately fleeing for her life. In contrast, Yihan, curled up in a corner, seemed paralyzed with fear, having lost all courage to escape. Little girl, do you really think your 2 legs can outrun the 4 legs of my beast? Stop this meaningless resistance. The Beastmaster leapt gracefully off the head of his Xian iron bone lizard, effortlessly covering more than 10 meters in a single bound, and in the blink of an eye, he was right on Nini's heels. Just as he was about to capture her, Yihan suddenly sprang into action. Frost Claw. A beer-paw-sized claw made of ice materialized out of thin air, aimed directly at the Beastmaster's head. If the attack landed, the sharp ice claw would not only pierce his temple but also instantly freeze his brain. The Beastmaster's expression changed drastically. Although his Xian iron bone lizard had sensed the incoming attack, the distance was far too close for him to evade in time, given his current strength. Dodge. Dodge now, he roared in panic. The diamond-studded ring on his finger suddenly emitted a blinding white light, and in the next instant, his figure vanished into thin air. Yihan's frost claw struck nothing but air, slamming heavily into a nearby concrete pillar in the shopping mall, leaving a massive, gaping hole in its wake. Nini froze in terror, her face turning ashen at the sight. What was even more shocking, however, was that the Beastmaster had somehow reappeared on top of the Xian iron bone lizard's head, his face twisted into a menacing grin as he glared at Yihan with murderous intent. The power of a demonic artifact? Huh? I underestimated him. Yihan calmly analyzed. The ring that had just saved the Beastmaster's life was evidently a powerful and mysterious demonic artifact. This also explained how he had managed to appear in the elevator undetected, had used the artifact's teleportation ability to bypass the soldiers stationed outside. You will all die. You deserve to die. The Beastmaster bellowed in rage. Had he been just a fraction of a second slower, his head would have been obliterated. Fortunately, he always carried the life-saving artifact with him. The Xian iron bone lizard entered full combat mode. Its bone spikes, fangs, and claws extended to twice their normal length, while its eyes turned a chilling blood red. No, I won't die. You're the one who's going to die, Yihan said coldly, his calm demeanor unwavering. Before you act, you might want to think this through. Our military reinforcements will be here in no more than 30 seconds. With your mere black iron-level Beastmaster strength, you'll be annihilated instantly. If you flee underground now, there's still time. Letting go of one girl isn't much of a loss for you. Heh, do you really think I need 30 seconds to kill you? Where does your confidence come from? And don't bother stalling for time with your words. Die. The silhouette of the dark steel bone lizard shot out like a race car in an instant. Yihan barely caught a glimpse of a blur before the giant lizard's razor-sharp claws slammed into the spot where he had just been standing. With a thunderous crash, the solid concrete ground shattered into fragments, leaving a menacing claw mark behind. Yihan and Xiao Bai narrowly dodged the deadly strike, but before they could even catch their breath, the lizard's massive jaws gaped wide, lunging toward them. With such an overwhelming speed difference, there was no way the two could evade this fatal attack. The smug, black summoner with his handsome, affluent demeanor smirked, confident in his victory. At the critical moment, a massive ice claw materialized above Yihan and Xiaobai, shielding them from the attack. The dark steel bone lizard's sharp teeth sank into the icy shield, producing a piercing screech as the surface began to crack. Despite the lizard's powerful bite, the ice claw held firm and did not shatter. Taking advantage of the lizard's brief hesitation, Yihan quickly pulled Xiaobai away to a safer distance. Is that all your oversized lizard's bite can do? Yihan taunted with a provocative grin, his eyes gleaming with a dangerous light. At that moment, Yihan had a change of here that no longer intended to let the wealthy black summoner escape. Taking down this dark summoner would not only earn him a generous bounty and system points, but also grant him possession of the life-saving teleportation artifact, which made Yihan's heart race faster than seeing the most stunning woman in the world. Although Yihan knew he couldn't win in a heathen confrontation, he had a plan. All he needed to do was stall for time until the military arrived. Once the soldiers joined the fight, he could help take the summoner down, then quickly store the corpse in his spatial storage. The artifact would naturally become his. It was a daring and audacious plan, but it was the best option under the circumstances. The black summoner's expression darkened as he realized the power of Yihan's advanced combat technique. He also heard the approaching footsteps of the military, accompanied by the roars of contracted beasts. I'll spare your pathetic life today, but the next time we meet, I'll make sure you suffer an eternity of torment, he snarled, preparing to flee. But just as he moved, another massive ice claw came hurtling toward him. Hey, you little punk. I told you to leave earlier, and you didn't. Now you want to run? Not a chance. Yihan sneered. Unless you kneel and kowtow to me 3,000,000 times, maybe I'll consider letting you live. The situation had completely turned in Yihan's favor. He no longer needed to engage the summoner in direct combat. He only had to keep casting his techniques to prevent his opponent from escaping. As the sound of the approaching military grew louder, the black summoner's face twisted with frustration and panic. Boom! A deafening explosion shattered the silence. White shards of ice scattered through the air as the Xian iron bone lizard suddenly emitted a dazzling yellow glow. Its massive tail lashed out like a bolt of lightning, tearing through the air with a sharp whistle. The razor-sharp bone spines easily shattered the icy claw released by Xiaobai into fragments. This was none other than the Earth Element Yellow Rank, high-grade combat skill bone spine whip. The reason the icy claw was so fragile this time was that its strength was far inferior to the life-saving ice claw used earlier. Danger was imminent. The tall and handsome, dark Beastmaster's face turned as dark as ink as he immediately ordered the Xian iron bone lizard to break through the building and escape underground. With two thunderous crashes, the entire building shook violently. The bone lizard unleashed two consecutive bone spine whips, blasting a massive hole through the 1-meter-thick concrete floor. Just as the bone lizard was about to dive into the pit, another massive icy claw came hurtling toward the dark Beastmaster with menacing ferocity. Yihan's strategy was clear, was targeting the Beastmaster himself. He knew full well that while the bone lizard might withstand the attack and escape, its fragile master would not survive. The Xian iron bone lizard swung its tail once more to strike at the icy claw, but this time, things were different. The claw didn't budge an inch. Instead, it clamped down tightly on the bone lizard's already cracked tail. With a gentle tug, the enormous icy claw began dragging the bone lizard toward Yihan. A tense tug-of-war ensued, with the bone lizard's claws digging deep into the concrete as it resisted with all its might. Although it managed to hold its ground momentarily, it couldn't break free either. Seeing this, the dark Beastmaster's veins bulged in anger. This icy claw was far harder than the previous one. As it turned out, Yihan had deliberately used a weaker claw earlier to create the illusion that the bone spine whip could easily destroy it. Now, caught off guard, the Beastmaster had fallen straight into the trap. Just as the enraged dark Beastmaster was about to curse, he suddenly realized his entire body was covered in red laser and she was being targeted by multiple sniper rifles. Dark Beastmaster, surrender immediately, or face execution on the spot. The alloy bullets of those sniper rifles were a lethal threat to a mere level 10 black iron Beastmaster. The tall and handsome dark Beastmaster raised his hands in despair. I surrender. I surrender. Please don't kill me. Aren't you white Beastmasters supposed to value humanity? We're all humans, aren't we? Yihan sneered as he approached step by step. You dare call yourself human? You spend your days wreaking havoc and causing the deaths of countless innocents. What do you want? I've already surrendered. The dark Beastmaster stammered in panic. Yihan's smile grew colder. What do I want? Nothing much. Just your life. Before the words had fully left his mouth, a cat-paw-sized ice spike formed by Xiaobai had already pierced through the dark Beastmaster's skull. Yihan swiftly stepped forward, efficiently storing the corpse in his spatial storage. Ding. The system notification chimed as Xiao Bai successfully defeated a level 15 opponent, earning 700 combat points and bringing his total score to 2,130. Meanwhile, he unlocked the privilege of unlimited challenges against the level 15 Dark Iron Bone Lizard in the simulation battle space. During this battle, Yi Han's performance left everyone in shock. His movements were as swift as lightning, effortlessly taking down the Black Royal Sorcerer, who had already surrendered. What surprised people even more was that this seemingly 17 or 18-year-old high school student showed an indifferent expression after killing his opponent and stashing the body in his storage space, as if he had casually crushed an ant. A middle-aged officer with a stern expression strode up to Yi Han and questioned him sharply, "Who are you? How dare you kill an important Black Royal Sorcerer prisoner right under the military's nose?" Unfazed, Yi Han saluted the officer respectfully. "Good afternoon, sir. I am Yi Han, a senior student from Class 3, Grade 12 at Nanjing City No. 7 High School. I deeply appreciate the assistance of the military officers in helping me defeat this formidable enemy." He skillfully reframed the captured prisoner as his personal adversary, attempting to justify his actions. The officer's face darkened further. This seemingly naive high school senior not only showed no fear before the military, but also displayed remarkable cunning in twisting the narrative. "I don't have time for your word games," the officer barked. "Student, do you realize the significance of that Black Royal Sorcerer to the millions of residents in Nanjing City? We could have extracted critical intelligence from him to prevent further harm. Yet you turned him into a worthless corpse." Speaking in a grave tone, the officer continued, "Hand over the body immediately. Considering you're a high school student and may have acted impulsively, the military might choose not to pursue this matter further. Otherwise, you could face criminal charges." It was evident that the military highly valued the body, likely due to the rare and precious demonic artifact carried by the Black Royal Sorcerer. Such artifacts were treasures coveted by any faction, with even the lowest grade ones worth millions. However, no one could have predicted that the military would be outmaneuvered by an ordinary high school student, a scenario so extraordinary it would be hard to believe. Yi Han's expression turned serious. "Officer, do you think I, Yi Han, am someone who can be easily intimidated? My actions in killing this individual are entirely justified and in full compliance with national laws and regulations." The officer retorted, "Justified? How so? How does this comply with the law? Explain yourself clearly, and you'll be free to leave. If not, I have reason to suspect you're an accomplice of the Black Royal Sorcerer, sent to silence witnesses. In that case, the military will launch a 3-month investigation into you, and your college entrance exams will be forfeited." Losing the opportunity to take the college entrance exams would be the ultimate punishment for a senior high school student. Yet Yi Han remained calm and unhurried as he replied, "First, national law stipulates that any citizen is permitted to kill a confirmed Black Royal Sorcerer, provided it does not endanger the lives of others. Did my actions meet these two criteria? Second, before your arrival, I had already engaged in multiple life and death battles with this Black Royal Sorcerer. I have the testimony of a mall sales assistant named Nini, as well as surveillance footage to back me up. Furthermore, when you arrived, you did not announce that he was your prisoner. Therefore, my actions constitute killing an enemy, not murdering a prisoner. Am I correct?" The sergeant sneered, his eyes filled with obvious disdain. "With your plastic-level Beastmaster skills, you dare claim to have fought multiple life and death rounds against a Black Iron-level Dark Beastmaster leader? Do you take us for fools?" Yi Han's expression remained calm, his gaze as steely as iron. "I already told you, believe it or not, that's up to you. If you don't believe me, check the surveillance footage yourself. Surveillance doesn't lie, does it?" This seemingly unbelievable claim indeed made the sergeant hesitate. A plastic-level high school student, not only dodging fatal attacks from a Black Iron-level Beastmaster leader, but nearly taking him down? It was simply inconceivable. However, to be certain, the sergeant ordered someone to retrieve the surveillance footage from the mall security room. At that moment, Nini, who had been silent, mustered her courage and stepped forward. I can testify. This classmate fought fiercely with the Dark Beastmaster leader to protect me. Before that, he even killed 2 Dark Beastmasters who tried to abduct me. Their bodies and the Black Iron Giant lizards are still in his storage space." As Nini spoke, she glanced at Yi Han, her expression complex. Although Yi Han had initially refused her plea for help and even rejected her offer to become his concubine, had repeatedly risked his life to save her from the Dark Beastmasters. Perhaps Yi Han only saved her for the bounty after all. Everyone in Nanjing City knew that killing 1 Dark Beastmaster earned a bounty of 500,000 Alliance coins. Killing 3 would even grant the prestigious Shenlong 3rd-class Combat Hero Medal. This medal not only provided bonus points for the recipient and their children on college entrance exams, but also came with National Combat Hero Privileges benefits so rare that even most retired soldiers couldn't obtain them. Yi Han gave Nini an approving nod before retrieving 2 frozen, sculpted corpses of dark beastmasters and 2 black iron giant lizards from his storage space. He tossed them heavily onto the ground. The sight made everyone present draw a sharp breath, including the battle-hardened sergeant. Though logic screamed that this was utterly unreasonable, the evidence before them was undeniably a plastic-level high school student had, without the aid of firearms, managed to kill 2 black iron-level dark beastmasters and even battled their leader. Such an achievement was something even experienced soldiers would struggle to accomplish. In the military hierarchy of the Shenlong Kingdom, the strength of ordinary soldiers barely reaches the entry-level black iron tier. However, the black obsidian beastmasters who appeared in the town this time were carefully selected elite forces, each far surpassing the average soldier in unknown combat capabilities. Yihan's performance was nothing short of astounding. As a high school senior, he not only successfully ambushed and killed 2 black obsidian beastmasters, but also managed to escape from the clutches of their leader using the profound tier combat technique, Frostbite Claw. Even more impressive, he repeatedly employed his combat skills to hold off the leader, preventing their escape. Had it not been for his intervention, the black obsidian beastmasters would likely have succeeded in their mission, retreating underground and abducting dozens of young sales assistants. What lies behind this remarkable feat is an identity that cannot be overlooked. Yihan is no ordinary student. He is the heir of the renowned Peace Adventurers group and is betrothed to the daughter of the Wang family. The Wang family has deep roots in Nanjing City, guarding the Tunglong River for over a century. The family patriarch is a formidable, veteran gold-tier beastmaster. Their influence extends across the military, law enforcement, judiciary, and major adventure groups, to the extent that even the heads of Nanjing Security Bureau and military would hesitate to cross them. When the officer in charge learned of this, his previously aggressive demeanor instantly dissipated, replaced by sheer astonishment. The source of Yihan's confidence was crystal clear. Knew the Wang family would undoubtedly step in to protect him. Moreover, his actions did not violate any laws. The only contentious issue was the distribution of the seized beast artifacts. By regulation, the spoils should be shared equally between him and the military, but Yihan had claimed them entirely for himself. Every move Yihan made was meticulously calculated. If the military were to launch an investigation over such a trivial matter and label him a suspect with ties to the Black Obsidian Beastmasters, it would inevitably provoke the Wang family's wrath. After all, who would tolerate their future son-in-law being branded a traitor? Furthermore, Yihan's opposition to the Black Obsidian Beastmasters was evident to all, making it clear that the military's actions stemmed from their desire to seize the beast artifacts rather than any legitimate suspicion. The courage, sharp mind, and precise logic this young man displayed were truly admirable. If not for his current strength being limited to the plastic tier, and if he could reach the black iron tier, he would undoubtedly secure a spot on this year's list of prodigies in the elite training program. The officer stood in front of Yihan, his expression carrying a hint of apology. After gathering his thoughts, he spoke sincerely. "Student Yihan, I've come to understand the situation clearly. It seems there was indeed a misunderstanding earlier, and I'd like to formally apologize to you for it." He paused briefly before continuing. "Your actions in eliminating the leader of the Black Summoner were entirely justified. It was well within your rights, and claiming the spoils of victory is only natural. The law is undoubtedly on your side in this matter." However, his tone turned cautious as he added, "That said, considering your young age, this particular demonic artifact might pose a significant danger to you. Carrying it could invite deadly misfortune. The military is willing to purchase it from you for 5 million Alliance credits, a price we believe is quite generous. I suggest you give it some thought." Throughout the conversation, the officer consistently addressed Yihan with respect, clearly mindful of maintaining the Wang family's dignity. His sudden change in attitude was no coincidence. From his perspective, if Yihan were to gain admission to a first or second-tier academy, his future would be incredibly promising. After graduating, he would likely rise to at least the rank of a bronze summoner, potentially even advancing to the prestigious silver summoner rank. More importantly, Yihan had already proven himself by taking down 3 black summoners, meeting the criteria to be awarded the third-class combat hero medal of the Shenlong Order. With the Wang family's influence, the approval process for the medal would undoubtedly go smoothly. This medal would become a significant asset for Yihan, enough to make most academies take notice and even grant him special admission, regardless of his entrance exam results. Given Yihan's remarkable potential, the officer naturally treated him with the utmost respect. However, when he proposed the 5 million Alliance credit offer, Yihan declined without hesitation. "Sorry, but even for 1 billion, I wouldn't sell it. Who wouldn't want an extra life? Now that it's in my hands, don't expect me to give it up." The officer gave a slightly awkward chuckle. "Fair enough, student Yihan. You've certainly done an outstanding job this time. I hope one day you'll rise to become a true prodigy, just like your parents, and return to Nanjing City to contribute to the well-being of our people, our nation, and our race." Before parting, the officer gave Yihan a word of caution. "You're free to go, but remember, Possessing a demonic artifact makes it difficult to keep things under wraps. Be wary of anyone who might try to set you up. Oh, and by the way, we've already reported your achievements to the Nanjing City Military District. Your school will soon hold an award ceremony for the third-class Combat Hero Medal. Congratulations in advance on becoming a role model for everyone. This kind of medal wasn't limited to military personnel. Holding the ceremony at the school would serve to inspire other students to emulate Yi Han's bravery standing up to the Black Summoners and protecting others with all their might. Yi Han made an okay gesture with his hand. Oh, be careful. And thanks to all the soldier uncles who helped me take down those cursed Black Summoners. With that, he swaggered out of the Vortex Beast Mall. Seeing Yi Han leave, Nini was about to follow him when a uniformed officer stepped forward and blocked her path. I hope you can cooperate with us for further investigation. It won't take much of your time, rest assured, the officer said calmly. Nini let out a helpless sigh. At that moment, she finally realized that Yi Han's identity was far more complicated than it appeared on the surface. Even the military treated him with special regard, clearly unwilling to offend him lightly. Yi Han. She silently repeated his name in her mind, hoping they would meet again someday. As she watched Yi Han's figure fade into the distance, a faint bitterness welled up in Nini's heart. As someone whose life he had saved, she hadn't even had the chance to thank him in person. What stung her even more was the fact that Yi Han seemed indifferent to her gratitude. Despite her striking beauty and figure, she likely meant little to him. In hindsight, even if she hadn't testified on his behalf earlier, Yi Han probably would have resolved the situation without any trouble. News spread like wildfire among the major powers in Nanjing City. A beast tamer with only a plastic deer cultivation had managed to kill 3 iron-tier beast tamers and even obtained a demonic artifact. Atop the Grand River Tower, Wang Zhenhai stood with his hands behind his back, gazing at the surging Tunglong River, which roared like a mighty dragon. Ever since the joint military operation to eliminate water demons, the past 6 months had been relatively quiet. However, Wang Zhenhai didn't believe the water demons had been seriously weakened. After all, the Tunglong River stretched for tens of thousands of miles, with a width spanning dozens of miles in some places. The water demons within its depths numbered in the billions. The previous operation had only eradicated a fraction of them. The elderly steward, hunched over, ascended the stairs and provided a detailed report on Yi Han's battle at the Woma Mall. With the college entrance exams approaching, he suddenly erupted and showcased his talent, Wang Zhenhai mused. A profound tier combat technique, a 3-tailed snow fox, and at least 10 cubic meters of storage space. It seems these were the trump cards left to him by Yi Xiong. This boy has hidden himself well. So well that even we couldn't detect a thing. As he gazed at the raging river, Wang Zhenhai sighed deeply. Yi Xiong, the sword you forged has now begun to take flight like a soaring dragon. My daughter Ruyan is too consumed by her own obsessions and has strayed from the right path, making it difficult for her to achieve greatness. Even after your passing, must you still surpass me? Though Wang Ruyan had long become a dazzling prodigy, far surpassing her peers in strength, if Wang Zhenhai had to choose between Yi Han and Wang Ruyan, he would unhesitatingly pick Yi Han. A young man capable of enduring years of obscurity without revealing his hand, only to strike when the time was right and astonish the entire city. Such a person, once their momentum gathered, would see their strength skyrocket, with fortuitous opportunities following one after another. This was destiny, and Yi Han's destiny was already taking shape. Relay my orders, Wang Zhenhai instructed the steward. Have the clan members closely monitor the actions of other factions toward Yi Han. If anyone is found attempting to suppress his rise, report to me immediately without delay. Anyone who fails to comply will face punishment according to the family rules. Understood. The steward's expression turned serious. He understood this signified the patriarch's formal recognition of Yi Han's potential. After the steward departed, Wang Zhenhai continued to watch the rushing waters of the river, murmuring to himself, no one escapes the passage of time. The responsibility of guarding the Tunglong River will inevitably fall to the younger generation. If Yi Han truly rises to prominence, my daughter, you may have to marry him, for the sake of the family's mission. The fate of Tunglong River weighed heavily on the lives of the million residents of Nanjing City. Wang Zhenhai stood solemnly at the riverbank, his gaze filled with gravity. This river not only determined the destiny of the entire city, but also carried his personal sorrow. His beloved wife had sacrificed her life in the battle against the water demon of Tunglong River. If he had to choose between his daughter's happiness and the safety of Nanjing City, he would unhesitatingly choose the latter. He knew all too well that his daughter held no affection for her fiancé, and forcing the match would bring no happiness. Yet in the face of this brutal war between species, he had no other choice. Countless predecessors had paid with their blood and lives to secure the tenuous foothold humanity held today. As a protector, he was bound to continue bearing this responsibility. Meanwhile, in the personal dormitory of the senior high special training class in Nanjing City, Wang Ruyan faced a massive boulder weighing several tons. Holding her breath and focusing intently, She suddenly unleashed a lightning-fast punch. With a thunderous crash, the boulder shattered instantly, scattering fragments the size of bowls like raindrops. She immediately grabbed the silver spear in front of her, its tip slicing through the air with a sharp whistle as it shattered the flying debris into thumb-sized pieces in a single breath. Such strength had already surpassed the capabilities of a level 15 melee-class demon beast. Even the terrifying feat of tearing a demon beast apart with bare hands was nothing extraordinary for her. Emerging from the sand-filled training ground, her sweat-drenched clothes clung to her, and her mud-smeared appearance resembled that of a farmer after a long day's labor. Yet, she paid no mind to the dirt, instead frowning and muttering to herself, "Not fast enough. Not fierce enough. Not strong enough." At that moment, an elderly woman's urgent knocking came from the door. "Miss, there's news about young Master Yihan. The master has ordered that you must be informed." Wang Ruyan's brows furrowed slightly. This Yihan matter seemed endless yesterday. It was holding classmates hostage, and now what? To her, these were all trivialities that wasted her valuable training time. However, mindful of the strict family rules, she chose to obey her father's command. Young Master Yihan encountered over a dozen black iron-ranked black sorcerer demon tamers today while purchasing cultivation supplies at the Vortex 2-Horse Mall. The elderly woman's words caused a brief flicker in Wang Ruyan's expression. Though she felt no affection for this fiancé she had never met, the thought of him perishing still stirred a faint ripple in her heart. She had always believed that his death would have no bearing on her, as she had long abandoned the pursuit of foolish notions like love. If he survived, she would follow her father's will and marry him, confident that her own strength would prevent the timid man from daring to overstep any boundaries. Yet, upon hearing that Yihan might be in danger, an inexplicable unease began to surface within her. The middle-aged woman gently shook her head and spoke in a calm tone. "Miss, please rest assured. Young Master Yihan is currently very safe." Wang Ruyan's emotions suddenly fluctuated, and a hint of irritation crept into her voice. "Then why bother reporting to me?" Young Master Yihan, with merely a plastic-level strength, successfully killed 3 elite black iron-level black obsidian demon masters, including their leader. Not only that, but he also obtained a warrior-level demon artifact with short-range teleportation ability, the middle-aged woman reported in detail. This news caused Wang Ruyan's expression to change dramatically. How is that possible? It was a successful ambush through strategy. If it had been a direct confrontation, he would have stood no chance, the middle-aged woman explained. Wang Ruyan's interest was piqued. "Do we have the complete surveillance footage?" "The relevant report and footage have already been sent to your computer, Mississippi." "Good. I'll review it after my bath." After leaving the Worma Mall, Yihan headed straight back to his shabby little villa. Xiaobai was hopping anxiously around him, letting out urgent cries, clearly wanting him to sort through the spoils of his recent battle. The most valuable loot came from the leader of the Black Obsidian Demon Masters. The corpses of the other 2 Demon Masters and the Black Iron Giant Lizard had already been handed over to the military. Yihan removed a diamond-encrusted ring from the leader's finger and slipped it onto his own. Immediately, he felt a strange energy ripple through him. He bit his finger and let a drop of blood fall onto the ring, initiating the binding ritual. Demon artifacts cannot simply be worn to be used. They require blood to establish ownership. Each complete demon artifact contains the full power and soul of a demon beast. As the blood was absorbed, the ring suddenly emitted a dazzling white light. A gray wyvern shadow, no larger than a thumb, emerged from the gemstone and swiftly expanded into a massive creature 5 to 6 meters tall, with razor-sharp teeth and a ferocious predator's appearance. This was a rare flashing soul-eater bird, a creature with dragon bloodline heritage. Even at its lowest rank, it possessed the power of a 4th-grade demon general. Once its racial talent awakened, it could master instant flicker skills, allowing short-range teleportation attacks. Yihan addressed the ethereal soul before him. "Submit to me and aid me in battle. I promise you'll live well and even have the chance to advance." Binding a demon artifact not only requires blood, but also the approval of its soul. Once bound, a soul imprint is left behind, making it nearly impossible for others to use, unless they undergo a lengthy and arduous process of forced refinement. The flashing soul-eater bird's soul hesitated briefly before lowering its head in submission, forging a unique soul connection with Yihan, and then vanishing without a trace. "This world is truly fascinating. I love it." Yihan was thrilled by the novelty of the binding process. Xiaobai excitedly gestured with its paws, urging him to test the artifact's power. Flash forward. Yihan's body turned into a streak of white light, instantly appearing in the courtyard. This seemed to be the maximum range 18 meters. Each use required a recharge time of half an hour, though the exact duration would need further testing. Yihan pulled out his phone to start timing, knowing this detail could be critical in battle. Once the timing was noted, he retrieved a textbook and began carefully studying the section on demon artifacts. Yi Han was engrossed in studying his newly acquired demon artifact, the flashing soul-devouring bird spirit. This peculiar artifact's power is directly tied to the user's soul strength, with each point of soul strength translating to an additional meter of teleportation distance. With his current soul strength of 18 points, Yi Han could teleport up to a maximum distance of 18 meters. The artifact's recharge time is solely dependent on its quality. This mid-air flashing soul-devouring bird spirit requires a cooldown period of 31 minutes and 29 seconds, with a market value ranging between 5 to 8 million. The only way to shorten the cooldown time is by upgrading its quality using rare materials, an impractical option under current circumstances. More importantly, this artifact consumes 15 points of soul power. Much like a computer's memory, Yi Han's memory space was already largely occupied by this single artifact. Unless he severed its soul imprint, he wouldn't be able to bind himself to any other demon artifacts. However, as his strength grows, his memory capacity would naturally expand. This system cleverly prevents wealthy individuals from hoarding artifacts and stops low-level beastmasters from wielding overpowered ones. That said, soul power requirements for soldier-grade artifacts are relatively low. Iron-level beastmasters can typically equip one artifact, while black iron-level beastmasters can manage 2 or 3 assuming they can afford them. Demon artifacts are categorized into 6 functional types. Utility includes tools like the flashing soul-devouring bird for short-range teleportation, as well as artifacts that reduce meditation costs or boost contract rates. Weapons encompasses swords, spears, and other weapons imbued with special abilities, often commanding high prices. Enhancement temporarily boosts soul power, physical capabilities, or elemental skill potency. Defense provides protection through energy shields, stone walls, and similar means. Healing facilitates rapid recovery from injuries. Mutation rare, multifunctional artifacts that can sell for astronomical sums. Even soldier-grade ones fetch prices in the billions. Curious, Yi Han tried handing the ring-shaped artifact to Xiaobai. As soon as it touched the little creature, the artifact morphed into a collar. Xiaobai seemed delighted, squinting its eyes and affectionately licking Yi Han's face. However, Yi Han quickly retrieved the artifact, reasoning, "You're a long-range mage. This teleportation ability isn't very useful for you right now. When I have more money, I'll get you something better suited." Xiaobai appeared to understand and dashed into the courtyard to showcase its frostbite claw. With a swift strike, the water in the pond froze into massive crystals of ice. Having narrowly escaped death in their previous battle, Xiaobai was more determined than ever to grow stronger. It aspired to elevate its frostbite claw from its current proficient level to masterful, or even the rare transcendent level. Yi Han granted Xiaobai 5 hours of training time. Reflecting on the gains from their recent battle, Yi Han's points had skyrocketed from just over 500 to an impressive 2,130. 400 points for defeating a level 13 Iron Lizard, 500 points for a level 14, and a staggering 700 points for the level 15 Iron Bone Lizard. However, the risks of such over-level challenges were too great. Yi Han had no intention of taking such gambles again anytime soon. This harrowing experience made it clear to Yi Han that even with a teleportation artifact, he wasn't invincible. A teleportation range of just over 10 meters was insufficient against large-scale attacks, not to mention the existence of techniques capable of locking onto or tracking his aura. Xiaobai began to diligently practice his combat skills, striving to improve his proficiency. Meanwhile, Yi Han carefully searched through the belongings of the Black Beastmaster's leader. When his hand touched an extravagant belt, a strange fluctuation emanated from it. "This is a spatial storage artifact?" Yi Han's eyes lit up. From his experience reading online novels in his previous life, spatial storage artifacts were often in the form of rings, but this world clearly valued personalization more. The core of such artifacts was a spatial gemstone from the outer starry skies. These gemstones couldn't form naturally on Azure Star, making them extremely rare. Even a spatial gemstone with just 10 cubic meters of capacity was worth millions of Alliance coins. After the cataclysm, once precious decorative diamonds had become worthless. While gold remained a hard currency, its status was gradually replaced by spiritual grains. In this era, spiritual grains were the true hard currency. Demand was eternal, they never depreciated, and they held similar purchasing power worldwide. Yi Han carefully unfastened the belt and, sure enough, found a faintly glowing gemstone embedded in the buckle. He dripped a drop of his blood onto the gemstone, leaving his soul imprint. This process was far simpler than refining a demonic weapon. After inspecting the storage space, Yi Han discovered several treasures: 2 demon cores at around level 21 nearly depleted and the other pristine, 100 pounds of mid-grade spiritual grains worth millions of Alliance coins, and over 60 pounds of low-grade beast feed produced in the Black Beastmaster's domain. Killing and looting truly is the fastest way to get rich, Yi Han thought to himself. With the demon cores he had previously purchased, he now had 3 cores to use for enhancing his physical strength, which was currently at a mere level 5. After putting on the highly valuable belt, Yihan's overall demeanor indeed improved significantly. However, the stark contrast between the luxurious belt and his other cheap, market-stall clothing made him look like a classic nouveau riche. The system notified him that he could exchange 1,000 points for 1,000 cubic meters of storage space, but Yihan decisively declined. The existing 1,100 cubic meters of storage space, including the newly acquired belt, was more than sufficient. After all, beastmasters typically only kept the valuable parts of the beasts they hunted. Collecting an entire creature, like the iron-scaled giant lizard previously, was a rare exception. Yihan carefully placed the slightly dimmed demon core in the palm of his hand, his expression focused. As his thoughts stirred, the boundless spiritual energy within the core immediately found an outlet, rapidly coursing through his entire body via the meridians in his hand. He could clearly feel every organ, every cell within him rejoicing, greedily absorbing this hard-earned spiritual energy as though parched land soaking up a long-awaited rain. At that moment, a sudden system notification chimed. Detected host absorbing spiritual energy from the demon core. Activating super cultivation mode will increase absorption efficiency by 5-fold. What? Yihan was utterly shocked. The efficiency of directly absorbing spiritual energy from a demon core was already astonishing, and now it could be increased 5-fold? Without hesitation, he gave the command, System, activate super cultivation mode for 2 hours. Although Xiaobai was currently in super training mode and couldn't benefit from this boost, Yihan, with over 2,000 points in hand, no longer needed to scrimp and save like before. As soon as super cultivation mode was activated, the speed of absorption skyrocketed. The immense spiritual energy surged into Yihan's body like a flood breaching a dam. The sensation made him exclaim internally, wow, this is 5 times the joy. Fortunately, the spiritual energy had already been refined, bringing only benefits without any harm to his body. If it had been raw, unrefined energy pouring in at this speed, he would have long since exploded, his internal organs shattered into pieces. In just half an hour, Yihan's physical strength advanced by 2 whole levels, directly reaching level 7. Meanwhile, the demon core in his hand had become riddled with web-like cracks, on the verge of collapse. With a crisp crack, the demon core shattered into fine grains of sand, its spiritual energy completely depleted. Without missing a beat, Yihan swiftly retrieved a brand new demon core, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. This time, he was determined to see just how far he could push his physical strength. Time ticked by, second by second, as the monster core in Yihan's hand visibly darkened. Suddenly, his skin began to emit a faint glow, and his eyes sparkled with a sharp, radiant light. His entire demeanor transformed, as if he were an immortal descending from the heavens. He could distinctly feel the surge of power within him. His physical strength had finally broken through to level 8. This meant that his physical strength was now on par with Xiaobai's. Of course, in a direct confrontation, Yihan would still struggle to defeat Xiaobai, who possessed formidable combat techniques. After all, Xiaobai's strength wasn't solely reliant on physical power, whereas Yihan had yet to master any combat skills. In just 3 or 4 days, Yihan's physical strength had skyrocketed from level 3 to level 8, a rate of improvement that could only be described as miraculous. Roar! Unable to contain himself, Yihan let out a deafening bellow, causing everything in the bedroom to tremble. With a casual punch, he shattered the sturdy wooden desk into splinters. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in the courtyard where Xiao Bai usually trained in combat techniques. Bang! 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 The thick pine tree in the courtyard, with a trunk as wide as a person's waist, was no match for Yihan's punches. Wood chips flew everywhere as the tree yielded under his relentless blows. To put it into perspective, the hardness of a living pine tree was comparable to concrete, showcasing the terrifying power Yihan now possessed. Ah, this feels amazing, Yihan exclaimed, exhilarated. He felt as though he had become a superhero from the movies, his body brimming with an inexhaustible energy. If he didn't release this overwhelming power, his entire body would itch with discomfort. Only after punching a massive hole through the pine tree did he finally calm his breathing. At this moment, he realized that a single punch of his could instantly kill an unmutated level 1 bear, and if it struck an ordinary human, it would reduce their body to pulp in an instant. This primal urge to unleash his strength, could it be what textbooks refer to as humanity's latent wild instincts? Though humanity has undergone millions of years of evolution, replacing primal instincts with intelligence, when someone's physical body surpasses that of a beast, the dormant wildness in their genes awakens, unleashing an intense desire for destruction and predation. Yihan had experienced this phenomenon in his previous life. Back then, through relentless training, he had built a strong physique and mastered a variety of lethal combat techniques. Whenever he encountered weaker strangers, he would feel an inexplicable urge to dominate them, to demonstrate his prowess through his killing skills. Fortunately, Yihan always managed to stay rational. As a soldier, He prioritized the safety of his nation and its people, never acting on these impulses. When he sought advice from his old instructor about these feelings, the response was clear. This wildness was ingrained in his genes and not his fault. As long as he maintained a healthy mindset and loved his country and its people, he would remain in control. But that was on Earth. No matter how strong an individual was, their power was ultimately limited. In his previous life, Yi Han's physical strength had been less than a third of what it was now. On this spirit energy-infused planet of Azure, physical power had no ceiling. As his strength grew, so did the intensity of the wild instincts within his genes. To suppress this primal force, sheer rationality was insufficient, would also need an immensely powerful soul. The strength of one's soul power directly determines the upper limit of their physical body's resilience. Yi Han understood deeply that if he only focused on enhancing his physical body while neglecting the cultivation of his soul, he would eventually lose control, unable to suppress the wild nature surging within him. He recalled the early days of spiritual energy revival, when people failed to grasp this principle, leading to countless cultivators transforming into beasts and wreaking havoc on the streets. As humanity delved deeper into the study of primal instincts, the importance of soul cultivation gradually became recognized. In this era where taming beasts had become a common practice, cultivators placed greater emphasis on refining their souls, which significantly reduced incidents of losing control. Although Yi Han, with his strong willpower honed from his military background, could suppress the wild nature even if he advanced to the 9th level of physical cultivation, he opted for a cautious approach. With a complete demon core in his possession, along with another partially used one, breaking through to the 9th level was already a certainty. However, he decided to meditate first to enhance his soul power. At that moment, Xiao Bai's extreme frost claw suddenly surged in power, and the terrifying cold instantly froze the entire pool into a thick layer of ice. The system notification followed promptly. Xiao Bai's combat skill, Extreme Frost Claw, has reached the mastery level, earning 300 points. Total points, 2360. This breakthrough took Yi Han by surprise. Just 2 days ago, Xiao Bai had only reached the proficient level, and within less than 5 hours of training, it had advanced again. Such a rapid improvement was simply astonishing. Normally, for a beast to elevate a low-tier combat skill to the mastery level, it would require years of painstaking effort. As for the even higher, perfected level, it not only demanded time and dedication but also depended on the beast's comprehension and opportunities. Most beasts could spend their entire lives without ever reaching that pinnacle. Yi Han quickly deduced the reason. Xiao Bai had experienced a life-and-death battle earlier that day, and it was likely during the fight that it gained new insights into the extreme frost claw, prompting it to train eagerly as soon as it returned. The advancement of a beast's combat skill wasn't a rigid process of accumulating proficiency like in a video game. It was influenced by various factors such as mood, interest, talent, and the tier of the skill itself. If a beast was in low spirits or lacked interest in the skill, even hours of practice might yield no progress. Similarly, a beast with limited aptitude might struggle for months to grasp the essence of a complex skill. Not to mention, the difficulty of cultivating a profound tier combat skill was far greater than that of a basic tier skill. In just a few days, Yi Han had mastered a newly learned Shinrank combat skill to a level of perfection. Such a rapid pace of cultivation was astonishing, even with the aid of the system's super training mode. It was even more remarkable than his recent breakthrough from flesh body level 3 to level 8 in just a few days. At the same time, Xiao Bai had also honed the extreme frost claw technique to perfection, achieving a significant leap in overall combat strength. If they were to encounter that black mystic beastmaster leader again, while the outcome would still be uncertain, it certainly wouldn't be as disastrous as last time. Proudly lifting its head, Xiao Bai's eyes gleamed with a clear sense of accomplishment, as if showing off its progress to its master. Yi Han gently patted Xiao Bai's head and said with a smile, "Xiao Bai, you've done great. But there's no need to continue practicing the extreme frost claw for now. Reaching the level of mastery in the short term is nearly impossible, and further training would just be a waste of time. From now on, focus on improving your overall strength, understood?" Xiao Bai chirped in response, leaping onto Yi Han's shoulder, and soon drifted into a deep sleep from the exhaustion of intense training. Feeling a wave of fatigue himself, Yi Han carried Xiao Bai to bed and enjoyed a satisfying nap. 3 hours later, a loud growling noise broke the silence. Rubbing his ravenous stomach, Yi Han thought to himself, "I could eat an entire cow right now." With his physical body now at level 8, his demand for food had significantly increased. If he didn't get enough energy consistently, his Buddhist strength could even regress. Having only nibbled on a few steamed buns in the morning and expended massive energy in a fierce battle, he was now so hungry that his vision was blurring. Getting up, Yi Han pulled out a large electric rice cooker, added half a pound of mid-grade spiritual rice, and mixed in a small portion of top-grade spiritual rice. Half an hour later, the aroma of freshly cooked rice filled the air. Without hesitation, he devoured the entire pot. Thanks to his current physical strength, even if he ate until his stomach looked like a bloated toad, it wouldn't burst. Ooh, I overdid it again. Yihan finally realized that the energy in the top-grade spiritual rice was too concentrated and hard to digest all at once. Still, this wasn't necessarily a bad thing, likely wouldn't need to worry about replenishing energy for the next 2 or 3 days. After all, the energy density of top-grade spiritual rice was 1,000 times that of low-grade spiritual rice. For an ordinary level 8 Beastmaster, having one meal of low-grade spiritual rice a day was already a luxury, while Yihan's single meal was equivalent to several days' worth of food for others. Yihan lit a stick of mid-grade focus incense, and the light, elegant fragrance immediately refreshed his mind. It felt as though his brain cells were awakened, and his thoughts became significantly sharper. No wonder wealthy elites like to burn this incense in their offices, even if they weren't meditating. If the human brain were a computer, focus incense would be the ultimate performance optimization tool. System: activate super training mode for 7 hours. The effects of the mid-grade concentration incense were immediate, extending Yihan's meditation duration from 5 hours to 7. Enveloped in this extraordinary fragrance, Xiaobai stirred from its nest and instantly sensed the surge of spiritual energy flowing from the surroundings, quickly entering a state of cultivation. As per their prior agreement, Xiaobai continued to share 20 of its cultivation gains with Yihan, aiding in the enhancement of his physical body. Over the past few days, Yihan had been entirely immersed in his cultivation, either meditating intensely or falling into deep sleep from overexertion, neglecting even basic needs like eating. On the third day, a faint glow began to radiate from his skin, and a powerful aura erupted from within him. His physical body had finally broken through to level 10. This breakthrough was unlike the previous ones. Yihan was determined to suppress the wild, primal instincts surging within him. The veins on his limbs and body bulged like writhing snakes, his blood vessels swelling, and his entire figure trembling violently, resembling a ferocious beast. Gritting his teeth, he regulated his breathing with all his might, forcibly subduing the wildness boiling in his genes. After 10 minutes of intense struggle, his body was drenched in sweat, but his veins and blood vessels gradually returned to normal. That was unbearable. Yihan exhaled deeply, but I managed to endure it. The root cause is still my soul power being too weak. Most beast tamers can't achieve a level 10 physical body even after 2 or 3 years of cultivation, but I far exceeded the normal rate. After 3 days of intensive meditation, Yihan's soul power had increased from 18 points to 22. While this progress was significant, it was still barely sufficient to fully suppress the wild nature of his level 10 body. Retrieving a soul power tester from his storage space, Yihan closed his eyes and performed the necessary mental visualization for the test. Shortly after, the result was displayed. Meanwhile, Xiaobai had grown even stronger. Its size had increased noticeably, and its strength had advanced to level 11, officially transitioning from a fierce beast to a demon beast. Over these 3 days, Yihan had set Xiaobai on a non-stop, high-intensity cultivation routine. Unlike Yihan, who required rest, Xiaobai could cultivate continuously as long as it had an adequate supply of food. By sharing in Xiaobai's cultivation gains, Yihan had managed to achieve his breakthrough to level 10 in such a short span of time. Though the process had consumed 600 to 700 points, Xiaobai's breakthroughs brought system rewards, and the periodic service bonuses every 3 days offset much of the cost. Ultimately, their total points had only decreased slightly, but the boost in their strength was remarkable. Let's go, Xiaobai, Yihan said softly. The crazy cultivation can take a break for now. It's time to head to school and collect the award. Today, the entire school, including the principal, would attend the ceremony where Yihan was to be honored. As soon as I get the medal today, we'll go and apply for the Black Iron Level Beastmaster certification. Yihan contemplated his plans for the future. Becoming a certified Black Iron Level Beastmaster required 2 conditions: a soul power level of at least 20 points, and a contracted beast with a strength of at least level 11. Once these criteria were met, one could register at any city's Beastmaster Association and enjoy the unique global privileges that came with the title. Since the resurgence of spiritual energy, international travel had become extraordinarily challenging. Once commonplace, airplanes, trains, and ships had all been rendered obsolete. The skies were dominated by ferocious beasts, the wilderness between cities teemed with danger, and even the waterways had turned into forbidden zones for humans. Not even powerful diamond-level or master-level beastmasters dared to venture across water lightly. Nowadays, the fastest way to travel across countries was through directional teleportation arrays. These miraculous constructs, emerging after the spiritual resurgence, were priceless and exceedingly rare. They could instantly transport individuals thousands of miles to another teleportation array, rivaling the abilities of advanced soul beasts like the flash soul-eating bird. The origin of these teleportation arrays was steeped in legend rumor. had it that a king-level beast master from Shanlong Nation had accidentally derived the concept while studying the I Ching. Each teleportation array required an immense amount of precious materials, primarily the Qinkuan Liangyi stone. These stones were 10 times rarer than spatial diamonds and could only be obtained from the outer reaches of space. Even Shenlong Nation, one of the world's top 3 superpowers, could only afford to construct one teleportation array per provincial city. Yihan's hometown, Nanjing City, lacked such a facility. Many smaller nations, despite pouring in their entire national resources, struggled to build even 2 teleportation arrays. During the morning self-study session in Class 33, the previously lively classroom fell silent the moment Yihan stepped in. His classmates immediately buried their heads in their study materials, focusing intently on humanities subjects as though they were preparing for an exam. A group of meticulously dressed girls hastily removed their makeup, fearing they might catch the attention of this demon king. The memory of an incident a few days ago was still fresh, so much so that even the class teacher, after being fined 3 months' salary, dared not utter a word. Yihan was quite satisfied with the atmosphere. In his opinion, failing to study diligently now was tantamount to courting death when facing beasts in the future. If his reputation could motivate his classmates to learn practical knowledge, then being feared was a small price to pay. Besides, he had no intention of pursuing romance in class anyway. The school had not yet informed the classes about the upcoming medal ceremony. However, Yihan had noticed soldiers preparing on the sports field when he arrived, suggesting the event would commence in an hour or two. "Boss Yi, long time no see. I missed you." Ma Tiankai greeted him with an ingratiating smile. Yihan glanced at him indifferently. "About that task I gave you to find opponents, adjust the criteria. Now look for black iron level ones, preferably with beasts at level 14 or below. Level 15 is acceptable if necessary." Ma Tiankai's eyes lit up in realization. "Boss, you've already reached black iron level. I knew you were a genius the moment I saw you. But arranging black iron level beast battles will require my dad's help. They'll talk to him right away." Yihan nodded in agreement. He hadn't been shopping in the system's flash sale store recently because spending 400 points on non-discounted items didn't feel worthwhile. Besides, he hadn't come across anything particularly tempting. Though his current balance of 2,200 points seemed substantial, it would deplete quickly if he indulged in daily purchases. If he could use underground beast battles to both train Xiaobai and earn discounts for flash sale items, it would be an ideal arrangement. "Boss, I've got some shocking news for you." Ma Tiankai leaned in conspiratorially. "I heard from a relative in the military that the school is awarding the Shenlong Nation's 3rd-class combat hero medal to a student today. I'm not sure who it is yet, but the news is absolutely legit. That's why they're setting up on the sports field." Yihan replied calmly, "I've known about this for 3 days. It's nothing surprising, as expected of the boss." Ma Tiankai exclaimed with admiration. "They say that anyone who earns the 3rd-class combat hero medal doesn't even flinch. Do you realize what an honor that is? It adds 20 points to your college entrance exam score, and even your children get a 10-point boost. The most incredible part is that the recipient is just an ordinary student, not even from the special training class. Those special training students must be green with envy. Apart from the absolute prodigies, they hardly ever get a chance to earn national medals. This year, fewer than 10 students from the special training classes in all of Nanjing City's high schools have received such an honor." The school's announcement suddenly echoed across the campus. "Attention, all students and faculty members. Please gather on the field within 15 minutes for an important awards ceremony." "See? I told you something big was happening." Ma Tiankai leapt to his feet, his face brimming with excitement and smugness. Yihan cast him a cold glance. "It's not like you're the one getting the award. Why are you so worked up?" "Heh, even if it's not me, this is a huge honor for our school. I've never seen such a grand ceremony before." Ma Tiankai grinned ear to ear, completely unbothered by Yihan's remark. The classroom buzzed with lively chatter. With this level of formality, could it be the Shenlong Battle Hero Medal? That's worth an extra 20 points on the college entrance exam. No way it's through connections. Faking this kind of medal is a capital offense. There haven't been more than a handful of cases like that in Shenlong Nation in recent years. On the field, thousands of students and teachers stood in orderly rows. 2 reporters from Nanjing City's broadcasting network had already set up their cameras, ready to capture this historic moment. The principal took the microphone, his voice resonating powerfully. "Students, please join me in giving the warmest applause to welcome the recipient of the Shenlong 3rd-class Battle Hero Medal, Yihan from Class 3 of Grade 12. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Thunderous applause filled the air, but it was accompanied by a wave of incredulous whispers. "Yihan? You mean the cold-faced Demon King? Isn't he only at the 7th or 8th level of beast-taming power? How on earth did he earn such a prestigious medal?" The principal gestured for silence, and the large screen on the field lit up. The footage showed Yi demonstrating extraordinary intelligence and courage as he single-handedly took down 3 black summoner beastmasters who had taken a group of female store clerks hostage at the Vortex 2 mall. He had feigned weakness to lower their guard before striking with precision and lethal efficiency. Every move was swift, calculated, and flawless. According to city regulations, eliminating 1 black summoner beastmaster earns a reward of 500,000 alliance coins. Taking down 3 qualifies for the Shenlong 3rd Class Battle Hero Medal. Yi accomplished this incredible feat with only a plastic-grade beast-taming power. The pride in the principal's voice was unmistakable. The audience fell into stunned silence. Everyone was awestruck by Yi calm decisiveness and deadly precision. Moments later, an official from the Department of Public Security stepped onto the stage and handed Yi a unique check for 1.5 million alliance coins. The ceremony commenced as the military awarded the Shenlong 3rd Class Combat Hero Medal. A solemn military officer stepped onto the stage, pinning the gleaming medal onto Yi chest. He then shook Yi hands firmly in congratulations. This medal not only symbolized honor but also came with numerous practical privileges. Yi and his children would receive bonus points on their college entrance exams. He could select a high-tier Huang-ranked combat skill from the security department, gain priority access to teleportation arrays, and enjoy free rides on domestic public transportation. The principal stood on the stage and delivered a powerful speech. Congratulations to Yi. I hope everyone takes him as an example, learning from his fearless heroic spirit and unwavering determination in battle. The students below the stage looked on with admiration in their eyes, especially the senior year students. This medal meant an additional 20 points on the college entrance exam, an invaluable gift considering the total score for the written portion was only 50 points. After the award ceremony, Yi wasted no time and immediately set to work on follow-up tasks. His first stop was the bank, where he deposited 1.5 million union coins into his account. Next, he visited the Nanjing City Beastmaster Association to register his soul power level and Xiaobai's strength level, successfully obtaining a black iron level Beastmaster qualification certificate. With time still on his side, Yi made his way to the security department in Nanjing City to claim one of the medal's associated benefits, a high-tier Huang-ranked combat skill. Though Huang-ranked skills seemed somewhat underwhelming given his current capabilities, Xiaobai's Frostbite Claw was nearing its bottleneck, and finding a suitable Xin-ranked skill proved challenging for now. Under these circumstances, this seemed like a practical compromise. Ultimately, Yi chose a combat skill called Frost Blessing. This active buff skill could grant himself or his teammates the Frost Blessing state. While under this effect, the caster's Ice Element combat skills would be enhanced, and Water Element skills related to Frost would receive a significant boost. Given that Xiaobai's primary combat technique was currently Frostbite Claw, and its mastery could not be improved in the short term, using this buff to amplify its power was a clever and effective workaround. As the evening set in, Yi and Xiaobai sat back-to-back on the grass in their small courtyard. Yi closed his eyes, engaging in meditation, while Xiaobai occasionally emitted flashes of blue light, fully immersed in its super training mode. This little creature, passionate about mastering new combat techniques, couldn't wait to start practicing Frost Blessing as soon as they returned home, eager to level up its proficiency as quickly as possible. Frost Blessing, classified as a high-grade yellow-tier combat technique, was significantly easier to improve compared to the extreme Frost Claw. With the benefit of tenfold proficiency acceleration, Xiaobai had already mastered it to a proficient level within a single afternoon. Even more impressively, with Frost Blessing's enhancement, the extreme Frost Claw not only became faster to form, but also had its destructive power increased by approximately 40. Yi pondered silently. With their current strength, he and Xiaobai might now have a chance at defeating the Black Obsidian Beastmaster's leader and its Xian Iron Bone Lizard, which had nearly taken their lives before. As he contemplated testing their abilities in a real fight, an idea suddenly struck him: simulation battle space. A function he had almost forgotten about was now proving to be the perfect solution. System, activate the simulation battle space and set Xiaobai to challenge the Xian Iron Bone Lizard, he commanded. The system responded promptly. The challenge requires 100 points. Whether you win or lose, the points will be deducted. Upon a successful challenge, you may receive material rewards based on your contracted beast's performance rating. Confirm? This unexpected bonus made Yihan's eyes light up. Though 100 points was no small amount, equivalent to a quarter of the daily flash sale quota in the marketplace, it was a price worth paying to test their strength. Xiaobai, get ready for battle, Yihan commanded decisively. Xiaobai, who had been focused on training, suddenly became alert, glancing around in confusion as if searching for an unseen enemy. The system quickly projected various scenes into Yihan's mind, ultimately settling on a simulation of the Vortex Mall. Once the scene was generated, a level 15 Xian Iron Bone Lizard appeared before Xiaobai. The massive 8-meter-long beast towered over Xiaobai, who was no larger than a small dog. However, in battles between mystical beasts, size was never the sole determinant of victory. At Yihan's shout of "Challenge start!" the battle erupted instantly. The Xian iron bone lizard let out a deafening roar that made the entire simulated mall tremble. It then unleashed its signature movia, high-grade yellow-tier earth technique called Bone Spike Tail Whip. The tail whip tore through the air and struck the spot where Xiaobai had just stood, leaving the ground cracked and shattered. Yet, the nimble Xiaobai had already anticipated and dodged the lethal blow with ease. Despite being 4 levels lower than its opponent, Xiaobai relied on its superior bloodline quality and agile physique to evade the attack effortlessly. Realizing its initial strike had failed, the massive Xian iron bone lizard roared in frustration and launched itself into an aggressive pursuit. The battle quickly escalated into an intense showdown. The tail whip lashed through the air like a bolt of lightning, relentlessly chasing after Xiao Bai's agile figure and striking ferociously at the surroundings. Each hit left deep craters in the concrete floor of the mall, with over a dozen massive holes scattered across the battlefield, creating a shocking sight. The destructive power was enough to cause an ordinary building to collapse instantly, but the sturdy structure of the mall barely held up against the intense combat. Xiaobai moved with remarkable agility, twisting and turning to evade every deadly attack at the last possible moment. Her movements were graceful and composed, as if she were performing a dangerous dance. As time passed, the ferocious attacks of the Xian iron bone lizard began to weaken. Its massive body showed signs of exhaustion, and its movements grew sluggish. Noticing her opponent's waning stamina, a glimmer of cunning flashed in Xiao Bai's eyes. Without hesitation, she activated Frost Blessing. In an instant, her body was enveloped in a radiant blue glow, with the power of water elements swirling around her. At this critical moment, the Xian iron bone lizard's tail lash came hurtling toward her once again. This time, Xiaobai did not dodge. Instead, a massive white icy claw materialized above her, firmly intercepting the powerful strike. The sight left Yihan gasping in astonishment. The icy claw remained unmoved, a stark contrast to the earlier exchanges, displaying an unprecedented level of resilience and strength. Xiaobai locked the Xian iron bone lizard's tail in place with an unyielding grip. The gigantic creature let out a thunderous roar, struggling with all its might. Its sharp claws tore the ground apart, reducing it to rubble, yet it was unable to break free from the icy prison. Xiaobai watched with satisfaction, a sly grin on her face, before making her next move. With a swift motion of her small paw, the 8-meter-long Xian iron bone lizard was lifted off the ground and slammed heavily onto the floor, scattering debris in all directions. But this was only the beginning. Xiaobai, wielding the icy claw, swung the 2-ton behemoth like a toy, repeatedly smashing it into the ground. The first floor of the mall was utterly devastated under the relentless onslaught, reduced to nothing more than a heap of ruins. As the battle concluded, a system notification echoed, "Ding! The Xian iron bone lizard has been slain. Challenge successful. Random physical reward will now be drawn. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a perfect grade tier 4 bloodline advancement pill with a 100 success rate." The system beeped, and Yihan's heart surged with excitement as he heard his comprehensive score, 80 points. The scoring criteria were simple. The greater the level difference between the contracted beast and the challenged beast, the shorter the battle duration, and the less damage sustained, the higher the final score. Although the maximum score was 100, this result was more than enough to fill him with joy. What thrilled him even more was the reward: a grade 4 bloodline advancement pill. This was an incredibly rare treasure, far more valuable than a grade 3 bloodline advancement pill. To put it into perspective, a perfectly crafted grade 3 pill was worth millions, comparable to the value of hundreds of cubic space gems. This grade 4 pill not only boasted perfect quality but also guaranteed a 100 success rate, making it worth tens of millions or even billions in the marketplace. After slaying the black iron bone lizard, Xiao Bai's consciousness returned to her original body. She looked at Yihan with a proud expression, clearly waiting for praise. Yihan gently patted her head and, with a sly grin, retrieved the grade 4 bloodline advancement pill from his storage space. Xiao Bai's attention was immediately captured. Her ears perked up as she excitedly leapt onto Yihan's shoulder, nuzzling and licking him eagerly, her drool dripping uncontrollably. All right, stop licking. My clothes are soaked," Yihan said helplessly. "Swallow this, and you'll obtain a grade 4 monster general bloodline. You'll become even stronger." Without hesitation, Xiaobai swallowed the pill. A radiant blue light enveloped her body. Snow began to fall in June, and a piercingly cold wind howled as snowflakes drifted around the man-elemental phenomenon triggered by the water-based energy within Xiaobai. Her body grew rapidly, expanding from the size of a small dog to that of a Tibetan mastiff. A new, soft, snow-white tail sprouted behind her. The evolution was complete. She had become a 4-tailed snow fox. With a thunderous roar, the temperature around Xiaobai plummeted. Frost spread across the grass, and a distant pond froze over. She was no longer the little creature that squeaked adorably. She had transformed into a true beast. However, with the advancement of her bloodline and level, her intelligence had also increased, allowing her to easily suppress her wild instincts and remain in control. Beautiful. Now I finally have a proper mount. It'll make battles much safer for me, Yihan said, brimming with excitement. After successfully advancing, Xiaobai shrank back to her adorable, squirrel-sized form. She leapt onto Yihan's shoulder and affectionately rubbed against his neck. A contracted beast with a fourth-grade bloodline has already reached the level of a true prodigy. Yihan was well aware that even in the case of families like Wang Ruyans and Xiang Chongpings, who belonged to the ranks of wealthy elites, their contracted beasts were only at the fourth grade. However, the combat techniques mastered by those beasts were at least mid-ear mystic level, or even high-ear mystic level. Coupled with Xiao Bei's current disadvantage in level, a direct confrontation would still put him at a significant disadvantage. Yihan firmly adhered to one belief. Never compare yourself to the weak, only challenge the strong. As Xiao Bei's bloodline advanced, not only did his combat power increase significantly, but his intelligence, comprehension ability, and spellcasting speed also improved remarkably. Xiao Bai, let's do another simulated battle to test your current strength, Yihan suggested. Xiao Bai responded with an extremely human-like gesture and nod, perfectly mimicking an action typically exclusive to humans. In the hierarchy of beast bloodlines, fourth-grade beasts are classified as beast generals, with a maximum level of 40. Fifth-grade beasts are leaders, capable of reaching level 50. Sixth-grade beasts are marquis level, possessing the ability to speak human language with intelligence comparable to that of an adult, and able to rise to level 60. While seventh-grade beasts are beast kings, capable of taking on human form. Yihan was already beginning to anticipate the day when Xiaobai might transform into an adorable and charming young girl. The system notification sounded. Challenging the Ironbone Basilisk will consume 100 system points. Points will be deducted regardless of victory or defeat and will not be refunded. No physical rewards will be granted for this challenge. Do you confirm the challenge? Confirm. Yihan replied without hesitation. The scene instantly materialized, and a level 15 Ironbone Basilisk appeared before him. Xiao Bei's consciousness was drawn into the simulated battlefield. With Yihan's command, the life-or-death battle officially commenced. This time, the Ironbone Basilisk had lost its usual dominance. When it sensed the overwhelming aura of Xiao Bei's fourth-grade bloodline, it found itself in a dilemma: should it fight desperately or flee for its life? For a beast with only a second-grade bloodline, the gap between second and third grades might still be manageable, but the leap from second to fourth grade was insurmountable. While the Ironbone Basilisk hesitated, Xiaobai had already made his move. A radiant blue glow of water element enveloped his body as he activated Frost Blessing. With a swift swipe of his paw, an enormous, razor-sharp ice claw, 4 to 5 meters long, materialized, tearing through the air toward the Ironbone Basilisk. The moment the freezing ice claw formed, the Ironbone Basilisk was gripped by terror. It knew that being struck by this claw would result in severe injury. With all its might, it leapt behind a massive concrete pillar for cover. However, Xiao Bei's ice claw effortlessly tore through the pillar, which crumbled as if it were made of tofu despite being reinforced concrete. Exposed and defenseless, the Ironbone Basilisk was overcome with panic. Just as it prepared to flee again, a blur of white rapidly expanded in its vision. Xiao Bai closed the distance in an instant, his sharp claws slashing through the creature's eye, blinding it completely. Without hesitation, the massive ice claw pierced through the Ironbone Basilisk's back, driving straight into its heart and ending its life. A chilling force emanated from the ice claw, instantly freezing the 8-meter-long Xian Ironbone Lizard into a lifelike ice sculpture. The system promptly chimed in. Xian Ironbone Lizard has been slain. Challenge successful. As this is a repeated challenge, no tangible reward will be granted. Compared to the previous battle, this encounter was a complete domination. Xiao Bai's bloodline was 2 whole tiers above that of the Xian Ironbone Lizard, granting her an inherent advantage in life essence. Even without employing the extreme Frost Ice Claw, she could have won using only her physical strength, though it might have taken more effort and caused her some injuries. After the battle concluded, Xiao Bai's consciousness returned to her main body. She pointed at her belly with her small paw, letting out a gurgling sound. Yihan chuckled and said, all right, you can eat as much as you want a day. With that, he pulled out an enormous feeding bowl and poured in over half a bowl of beast feed. Transforming into her larger form, Xiao Bai immediately buried her head in the food, devouring it with gusto. Her voracious eating, accompanied by loud chomping sounds, appeared particularly bold and unrestrained. Since her bloodline had upgraded to Tier 4, her strength had increased, and naturally, so had her appetite. Just then, Yihan's phone suddenly rang. Hello, is this Yihan? This is the headmaster speaking. A familiar voice came through. Oh, it's you, headmaster. What's the matter? Yihan asked, slightly puzzled. The headmaster's excitement was evident as he exclaimed, I've got fantastic news for you. After a decision by the city's education department officials in charge of the senior year special training class, you've been granted an exception to join the program. This will help you fully realize your potential before the college entrance exams. For the headmaster, having a student qualify for the senior year special training class was a rare achievement, one that brought both prestige and generous rewards from the education department. However, upon hearing the news, Yihan fell silent for a moment before responding indifferently. Oh, got it? For Yihan, who harbored a significant secret, this was far from good news. The special training class was filled with elite students, and the instructors were all silver-level powerhouses. Concealing the secret of his absurdly overpowered golden cheat ability in such an environment would be nearly impossible. If it were exposed, the consequences would be catastrophic. No matter the world, the principle of a treasure invites trouble always held true. Noticing Yihan's lackluster reaction, the headmaster was momentarily stunned. Yihan, this is the senior year special training class we're talking about. Gaining entry is practically a golden ticket to a top-tier academy. Surely you understand what this means. Yihan hesitated before replying, a headmaster. This spot must be worth a lot, right? How about I sell it to you? It's got to be worth at least 5 to 10 million. We could split it 50-50. That's an interesting idea. Wait, what? What are you even saying? The headmaster snapped back to reality, incredulous. Yihan, this is a priceless opportunity. It's not something you can just trade away. Besides, the special training class leaders would never agree to it. Stop wasting time. You have 1 day to prepare. The day after tomorrow, come to my office to collect your file. I'll inform the special training class instructors to pick you up. Yihan put on a fawning smile and said, all right, whatever you say. I'll be at your office first thing the day after tomorrow. In the principal's office, the principal nearly exploded with anger after hearing Yihan's words. He thought to himself, this student is absolutely outrageous, causing trouble without hesitation and colder than I am when it comes to killing. Other students would dream of getting into the special training class, and here this kid is, dragging his feet and playing hard to get. Rubbing his temples, the principal continued to ponder. I've heard that geniuses often have peculiar temperaments. While this kid isn't exactly a top-tier genius, he's definitely got some of those quirks. Once he's in the special training class, he'll probably suffer a bit and get put in his place by the real prodigies. But if he somehow manages to rise up and get into a first-tier academy, he'll at least pocket a 1 million credit performance bonus from the Alliance. For Yihan, entering the special training class was both an opportunity and a risk. On the bright side, he'd meet stronger opponents, gain access to rare resources, and help Xiaobai grow quickly. On the downside, he'd have to be extra cautious when using the system's abilities to avoid getting exposed. But sooner or later, the special training class was an inevitable path. His nemesis, Xiang Chongping, was there. Although Yihan couldn't confront such a powerful adversary yet, he was determined to seek revenge, starting with seizing resources, humiliating him in front of the girls, crushing his arrogance, and breaking his spirit. Before taking his life, Yihan would first destroy his will. There was also his fiancée, the eldest daughter of the Wang family, who might someday betray him. Yihan resolved to make things clear with her. While he wouldn't annul the engagement for now, he definitely would in the future. And she needed to understand that as long as she bore the title of his fiancée, she'd better uphold her loyalty. Once Yihan joined the special training class, he wouldn't be able to return to this shabby little villa as he pleased. The class was located in a dangerous area outside the city, and each student had their own private dormitory. Traveling to and from the city took half a day for a single trip, making it highly inconvenient. At that moment, Xiaobai, having eaten its fill, was lying lazily on the ground, its tiny paws rubbing its round belly in a contented manner. Yihan patted its head and said, for the next 2 days, keep practicing Frost Blessing. Try to master it to perfection. The special training class will bring tougher challenges. With that, he activated a 5-hour super training mode for Xiaobai. Xiaobai gave a small nod, seemingly understanding, and began casting Frost Blessing, blue water elements shimmering around its body. Meanwhile, Yihan entered a state of meditation. His current soul power was only 22 points, while 3 months ago, Wang Ruyan had already reached 30 points. After training in the special class, her soul power would have advanced significantly, likely to at least 40 or even 45 points, which was double his own. To tame a fiancée like her and make her obedient, the first requirement was to be stronger than her. In a society where strength reigns supreme, the weak have no voice before the strong. This wasn't a male-dominated society, it was a power-dominated one. A strong man could have multiple wives, and a strong woman could have as many husbands as she wanted. Of course, greater power came with greater responsibilities and sacrifices for those privileges. On the third morning, Yihan stepped into the principal's office and was immediately met with the sight of a familiar-looking middle-aged woman. She appeared to be in her mid-30s, slightly plump, with an unremarkable face untouched by makeup. Yet, her piercing gaze carried an undeniable air of authority and sharpness. The principal, his face brimming with obsequiousness, introduced her eagerly. Yihan, this is Minter Yang Yuju. She'll be taking you to the special training camp. She's a silver-level master, so watch your manners when you speak. Yihan bowed respectfully. Good day, Minter. This was his first encounter with a silver-level master. To understand the magnitude of her strength, one needed to grasp the tier system. Advancing to iron level required 20 soul power points and an 11th level contracted beast. Bronze level demanded 60 soul power points and a 21st level beast. But silver level required a minimum of 200 soul power points alongside a 31st level contracted beast. And these were merely the baseline requirements. True strength often exceeded these thresholds. The soul power of Yang Yuju, the minter standing before him, was at least 10 times that of Yihan. Her physical prowess was likely above level 20. Even if Yihan and Xiaobai combined their efforts in an all-out attack, it was doubtful they could inflict serious harm on her. Yang Yuzu's eyes flickered with a trace of emotion as she observed Yihan's polite greeting. She seemed momentarily lost in thought, then sighed softly. It seems you don't remember me. The past is but smoke and shadows. No matter, come with me. Yihan found her face vaguely familiar but couldn't place her identity, likely someone he had met in childhood. With a wave of her hand, Yang Yuju summoned a massive white-feathered eagle-like beast, standing over 5 or 6 meters tall, from her contract space. This contract space, a hallmark of silver-level masters, not only allowed their beasts to rest but also enabled the masters to harness their beasts' combat techniques, achieving a seamless human-beast synergy. The principal's eyes glimmered with envy as he gazed at the magnificent Creaturia Thunderstorm Eagle with a 4th-tier bloodline. Once awakened, it could summon devastating lightning strikes. Yihan focused his senses and discerned the overwhelming thunder energy coursing through every fiber of the beast, from its feathers to its talons. Yang Yuju leapt gracefully onto the Thunderstorm Eagle's back. Get on. We'll reach the training camp in half an hour, she instructed. Then, with a glance at Yihan, she added, hold tightly to the feathers on its neck. Don't let go. With a thunderous cry, the eagle launched itself into the sky, ascending hundreds of meters in an instant. The howling wind roared past Yihan's ears, leaving his eardrums ringing. Were it not for his enhanced physical strength, he might not have even qualified to ride such a beast. Perched on his shoulder, Xiaobai seemed entirely unfazed by the altitude, its tiny eyes darting around in excitement. At an altitude of several thousand meters, Yihan clung tightly to the Thunderstorm Eagle's feathers, his knuckles white with tension, as the vast expanse of the earth blurred beneath him. In stark contrast, Yang Yuju stood effortlessly on the eagle's back, her composure unshaken, a testament to the unfathomable strength of a silver-level master. Yihan, Yang Yuju suddenly spoke, her voice carrying over the wind. I was once a part of your family's Peace Adventurer Guild in my younger days. She went on to recount her connection with Yihan's parents, sharing the regret of her own inadequacy when the guild was torn apart. She explained how Yihan's parents had fallen to a king-level beast, the Mount Tai Titan ape. To avenge their deaths, one would need the strength of a diamond-level master at the very least. The Mount Tai Titan ape was a level 61 king-level beast, its sheer power capable of shattering mountains, far surpassing the fictional King Kong. Even nuclear weapons posed little threat to it. Yihan remained silent, his expression unreadable. Though he had inherited the memories and emotions of this body, he felt no burning desire for vengeance. Still, a quiet resolve took root in his heart. Should he ever reach the necessary level of power, he would personally deliver justice. At last, Yang Yuzu's voice broke through his thoughts. We've arrived. Welcome to the Senior Year Hell Training Camp of Nanjing City. The Senior Year Special Training Camp of Nanjing City was nestled deep within a dense forest, more than 10 kilometers outside the city. Spanning an area 4 to 5 times larger than that of the prestigious No. 7 high school, it starkly contrasted with the latter's massive capacity of hosting over 10,000 students. The training camp, on the other hand, admitted only 100 elite students annually, each provided with a spacious personal dormitory equipped with top-notch facilities. Surrounding the training camp were 4 Marine Battalion outposts, manned by a total of 2,000 soldiers on high alert. Heavy weaponry, including armored vehicles and missile launchers, stood ready at a moment's notice, all to safeguard the young prodigies within. This unparalleled level of protection, 2,000 soldiers, for a mere 100 students, underscored the immense importance the Shenlong nation placed on its elite talents. Most students here would go on to secure places in top-tier academies, with even the least accomplished guaranteed admission into third-tier institutions. These future pillars of humanity were considered far more valuable than ordinary soldiers, their worth measured in hundreds or even thousands of times greater. For the sake of humanity's survival and the reclamation of dominance from the savage beasts, the soldiers were willing to lay down their lives without hesitation. As Yihan and Yang Yuju descended at the front gate of the training camp, Several red laser sights immediately locked onto them. Yihan's heart skipped a beat. Those snipers were armed with alloy bullets capable of piercing through his defenses with ease. While his current physique could withstand ordinary handgun fire, against military-grade sniper rifles, he wouldn't even have a chance to dodge. Such advanced weaponry was so tightly controlled that even powerful beast-taming clans like the Wang family were strictly forbidden from possessing them. Don't worry, Yang Yuzhu said softly, her tone calm. There have been sightings of rogue beast tamers recently, so security checks are especially stringent. These individuals have a penchant for targeting and massacring young prodigies. In the past, both domestic and international training camps have been completely wiped out by them. After undergoing multiple layers of security checks and identity verification, the red laser sights finally disappeared, and the alloy gates rumbled open. As they stepped into the camp, an eerie silence enveloped the area, with no sign of any students. Today is meditation class. You can take this time to settle into your dormitory, Yang Yuzhu said, handing Yihan a keycard labeled dormitory number 55. Remember, no matter the weather, you must always report on time. I'm the instructor for the Beast Combat Course. See you tomorrow. Also, every 15 days, 10 students with the lowest scores will be eliminated. The next elimination is in 10 days. With that, she turned and walked away. Yihan quickly located his dormitory. Swiping the keycard, the door opened automatically, revealing a space 3 times the size of his small villa. It came complete with a meditation room, a training area, and an array of sophisticated diagnostic equipment. Xiaobai leapt off his shoulder, eagerly exploring their new home. In the training area, Yihan tested his strength on a rubber dummy. A powerful punch to its chest registered a force of 1.6 tons on the monitoring device. Following up with a sweeping kick, the display showed 2.2 tons. This high-tech dummy precisely measured the force of each of his attacks. Yihan quietly assessed his own strength. On Earth, Mike Tyson's right punch could generate a force of 800 kilograms, reportedly powerful enough to kill a bull with a single blow. But now, his raw strength was already twice that of the boxing champion, far surpassing the limits of an ordinary human. Yet that was not all. Because Yihan's muscles, skin, and bones were far tougher than those of an average person, the actual destructive power of his punches was 4 to 5 times greater than Tyson's. It was like comparing the same force applied with a steel rod versus a wooden stick. The steel rod would naturally deal much more damage. Of course, Yihan was well aware of the gap between himself and Tyson. Tyson had devoted his life to mastering boxing techniques, vastly outperforming Yihan in timing and skill by several levels. Even elite special forces soldiers would be no match for Tyson in boxing. However, none of that mattered. In this world, meditating to enhance soul power was clearly more valuable than honing striking techniques. Looking around, the training ground was well equipped not only with rubber dummies, but also with soul power testers and speed measurement devices. The dormitory area was spacious, with a sparse population, which gave Yihan a sense of relief. As long as he avoided using his super cultivation mode in front of others, he shouldn't raise any suspicion. However, this cultivation mode came with its own risks. When activated, Xiao Bai's rate of absorbing spiritual energy increased 5-fold, a peculiarity that might escape the notice of ordinary people but would certainly not go unnoticed by nearby beasts. Moreover, since Xiao Bai had advanced to a 4th-grade bloodline, his basic absorption rate had already improved, making the disparity even more pronounced. If discovered, Yihan truly had no convincing explanation to offer. Fortunately, the spiritual energy in this world was abundant, unlike in cultivation novels where conflicts over limited resources were common. Unless a beast at the level of a demon king was cultivating and affecting a large area, most beasts could only absorb the spiritual energy in their immediate surroundings. Around 3 p.m., as the meditation class concluded, the special training program's meditation hall buzzed with chatter. A group of male and female students gathered around the massive screen at the center of the room, their voices filled with curiosity and surprise. On the screen, the real-time scores and rankings of all senior-year special training students were being displayed. However, one unfamiliar name caught everyone's attention: Yihan. Total score, 0. Rank, 111. Who is this person? How did they just show up out of nowhere? One student asked, puzzled. Could it be some kind of prearranged spot? We had to go through so many rounds of selection to get in, another student said indignantly. As the group began discussing the idea of filing a joint complaint, a well-informed student spoke up. That Yihan? He's a recipient of the Shenlong 3rd-class Combat Hero Medal. The Ministry of Education deemed him brave and intelligent, so he was granted special admission. 3rd-class Combat Hero Medal? That's worth an extra 20 points on the college entrance exam, someone exclaimed. Calm down, another student scoffed. He's just a total weakling who got lucky. He managed to ambush and take out 3 Black Iron level Black Corrupt Beastmasters. You can find the video online. It's nothing impressive. He's just a plastic level rookie, at best. This revelation seemed to ease the tension, especially for those worried about being eliminated. But soon, An even more shocking piece of news surfaced. You guys might not know this, a student said mysteriously, but that guy is the former heir of the Pingon Adventurers Guild. And get Thish's Wang Ruyan's fiancé. The gossip instantly electrified the room. The boys who harbored secret crushes on Wang Ruyan looked visibly unsettled. Though she had always been out of their reach, the revelation of a fiancé still stirred up complicated feelings. A plastic-level weakling, lucky enough to earn a medal, and an unwanted fiancé. Someone sneered. If he manages to survive this training camp, they'll livestream myself cooking in a wok. All right, break it up, another student reminded the group. Tomorrow's the beast combat training class. There's bound to be some entertainment then. Meanwhile, in Wang Ruyan's dorm room, young Master Yi Han has already moved into dormitory 55, the middle-aged maid said with concern. Given his abilities, I fear he might face serious danger in the special training program. Wang Ruyan's expression remained indifferent as she calmly replied. Do you understand that a sword's edge is honed through grinding? Even father only intervenes to guard against forces Yi Han cannot possibly contend with, ensuring they don't use underhanded tricks. But he would never pave an easy road for him that would only stunt his growth and harm him in the end. Wang Ruyan stood by the window, her gaze drifting thoughtfully in the direction of Yi Han's dormitory. If he's truly smart, he should understand what joining the special training program entails, she said with a hint of amusement in her voice. He could have waited quietly until he turned 20, fulfilled the marriage contract, and become part of our family. But why didn't he choose the easy path? She turned to face the middle-aged maid, a faint, enigmatic smile playing on her lips. Because the college entrance exams are just around the corner. He wants to get into a top-tier academy. He has ambition, refuses to be a useless son-in-law, and even more so, he refuses to be a nobody in our family. Since he's so eager to stage a Ragstorch's story, we'll just sit back and watch. If he dies in the special training camp, it only proves he was never worthy of his ambitions in the first place. The middle-aged maid hesitated for a moment before bowing respectfully. Miss, your insight is unparalleled. I am far from your equal. Wang Ruyan withdrew her gaze from Yi Han's dormitory, speaking softly as if to herself. Perhaps he simply can't stand the thought of living a life of mediocrity. Maybe he wants strength enough to avenge his parents. Revenge always demands risking one's own life first. Meanwhile, over in Xiang Changping's dormitory, the room was packed with trainees eager to curry favor with him. Their intentions were transparent. After graduation, they all planned to establish themselves in Nanjing City. Joining the military offered excellent benefits, but the risks were too high and the pay too limited. Aligning with a powerful family meant enduring a lowly status. In contrast, joining an adventure guild promised both freedom and quick wealth. And with the Hellfire Adventure Guild being the top force in Nanjing City, no one wanted to miss the chance to cozy up to its young master. Young Master Xiang, about this Yi Han. What are your plans for him? After all, he's Wang Ruyan's fiancé and now knows about your intentions. Are you even using your brain? Someone immediately sneered. If young Master Xiang had to deal with him personally, what use would any of us be? Xiang Changping raised a glass of aged red wine, taking a slow sip as a glint of cold malice flickered in his eyes. If he hadn't joined the special training program, I might have let him before now. Does he think taking down a few insignificant Black Dominion mystics makes him untouchable? He let out a low, chilling laugh. Starting tomorrow, test his strength. Break a leg or an arm. I want to see how the Wang family and Ruyan react. If they don't lift a finger, then we'll find a chance to deal with him on the dueling stage. Understood? Understood. Young Master Xiang's wisdom is unmatched. The group echoed in unison, their voices filled with fervent admiration. Late at night, Yi Han and Xiaobai were engaged in intense cultivation. Suddenly, the system notification sounded. Xiaobai had successfully advanced to level 12, earning 100 system points and bringing the total to 2,100 points. As Xiaobai leveled up, its body briefly expanded before quickly returning to its usual form. After reaching level 11, the difficulty of cultivation had increased dramatically, at least 3 times harder than before. Even in super cultivation mode, Xiaobai's progress had slowed from leveling up once a day to barely managing it every 3 days. At this moment, Yi Han looked pale, utterly exhausted after 7 hours of high-intensity meditation. Xiaobai, feeling distressed, nuzzled against his chest and pointed its tiny paw toward the bedroom, signaling that it was time to rest. Yi Han nodded in agreement, cradled the soft Xiaobai in his arms, and quickly drifted into a deep sleep. The next morning, as the sky began to brighten, Yang Yuju's voice echoed across the campus through the loudspeaker. All students, report to the combat training ground within 30 minutes. Today is the beast combat class. Xiaobai peeked its adorable little head out of the blanket, groggily licking its tiny tongue, its sleepy eyes pleading for more rest. After getting up, Yi Han prepared a small half-basin of beast food for Xiaobai. The rich aroma instantly filled the room, and the moment Xiaobai caught the scent, it perked up, leaping energetically to devour the food with gusto. After eating its fill, Xiaobai patted its round belly and gave Yihan a look that was both reproachful and expectant, as if to say, "This is a sneaky way to wake me up, but please keep doing it." Once Yihan finished washing up, he headed out, with Xiaobai comfortably perched on his shoulder, napping as it digested. By the time they arrived at the training ground, 8 or 9 dozen students had already gathered, lined up neatly according to their dormitory numbers. Their contracted beasts stood obediently in designated spots. Many turned to look at Yihan as he arrived, their gazes filled with curiosity, amusement, or even excitement. Yihan quickly spotted Xiang Chongping and Wang Ruyan among the crowd. His attention was immediately drawn to the small, less than half a turtle flame spirit standing beside Xiang Chongping. This rare elemental beast was engulfed in flames, with fiery red eyes that occasionally flickered with an earthy yellow glow. Xiaobai sensed a strong earth elemental energy and conveyed this information to Yihan. This flame spirit was a dual-element beast with a natural 4th-grade bloodline, worth at least hundreds of millions in the market, though beasts of this caliber were rarely available for sale. It even had the potential to evolve into a terrifying flame demon, capable of melting rocks within a radius of several dozen meters. In comparison, a standard single-element flame spirit cub would only be worth around 10 million. Yihan silently calculated, determined to help Xiaobai master 3 or even 4 elements in the future. While a beast's elemental attributes could change over time, acquiring new elements required consuming vast amounts of expensive elemental crystals. Even Yang Yuju's Thunder Falcon had only mastered the lightning element, highlighting the immense cost of nurturing multi-element beasts. Xiang Chongping's flame spirit, with its fire and earth elemental crystals, had a configuration so rare and valuable that even a silver-ranked expert would struggle to afford it. Mastering the power of 2 elements is far more complex than a simple 1 + 1 = 2. In battle, dual-element beasts demonstrate a terrifying advantage. While single-element beasts can only perform their combat skills one at a time, dual-element beasts can unleash 2 different elemental skills simultaneously. A tri-element beast? It can wield 3 at once. This is precisely why every additional element mastered increases one's value tenfold. Inside the training camp, Xiang Chongping wore a meaningful smile on his face, his gaze fixed on Yihan. "Bossy, long time no see. I've heard some people have been falsely accusing me of trying to kill you. It must be a misunderstanding. Our friendship is as solid as a rock, unshakable and everlasting. That person trying to sow discord between us? They're now wishing they were dead." The term bossy was what they used to call each other in their childhood. To everyone's surprise, Yihan walked forward with great enthusiasm and tightly shook Xiang Chongping's hand. This sudden display of intimacy left Xiang Chongping stunned, a flicker of coldness flashing in his eyes. Although the silver-level powerhouse Yang Yuju was watching from the sidelines, Yihan appeared to have no intention of initiating any conflict. "Didn't expect you to still remember me," Yihan said with a look of heartfelt emotion. "How could I ever believe those petty rumors? By the way, Brother Xiang, I'm a bit short on cash lately. With the bond we share, lending me a casual 20 or 30 million shouldn't be a big deal, right?" Xiang Chongping froze on the spot. In front of everyone, Yihan openly asked for tens of millions. This put him in an impossible position. Refusing would essentially confirm that his earlier words were insincere, indirectly admitting he did intend to harm Yihan. But the problem was, he didn't have that kind of money to lend in. Even if he did, he wouldn't hand it over to Yihan. When Xiang Chongping finally realized this was a meticulously planned humiliation, his expression turned dark and menacing. Meanwhile, Yihan had already let go of his hand, stepped several meters away, and exaggeratedly exclaimed, "Oh, come on, it's just a little loan. If you can't lend it to me, there's no need to get so worked up. I won't ask anymore, okay? Geez, over a tiny bit of money, our friendship ship capsizes just like that." Xiang Chongping stood frozen in place, his face shifting between anger and frustration. Yihan's 2 sentences had left him completely speechless. He wanted to retort but couldn't find the words. A surge of uncontrollable anger boiled in his chest. Embarrassed in front of all his classmates and instructors, he silently vowed to make Yihan pay for this humiliation. Yihan, however, remained composed and calmly returned to position 55. His gaze briefly met Wang Ruyan's in midair, but her expression was utterly indifferent. It was as if he was nothing more than a stranger to her. Indeed, she lived up to her title as the ice goddess, far harder to deal with than Xiang Chongping. Wang Ruyan's contracted beast was a cyan-colored bird, standing about half as tall as a person. Despite its modest size, it exuded an extraordinary aura. Its wings occasionally shimmered with alternating flashes of cyan and fiery red light, revealing its dual-element nature. This was the undying Azure Yuan, a descendant of the ancient divine bird Qingyuan. According to legend, the Qingyuan was the messenger of Shi Wangmu, and not only carried a 4th-tier bloodline, but also had the potential to evolve into the mythical phoenix. Born with mastery over both wind and fire elements, it possessed remarkable vitality, so resilient that it was said to regenerate even after decapitation, though the current creature had yet to reach such heights. Scanning the room, Yihan noticed that, apart from Wang Ruyan and Xiang Chongping, 5 other prodigies in the class also owned dual-element beasts. This realization sparked a sense of ambition in him, adding another goal to his list. Of course, single-element beasts weren't necessarily weaker than their dual-element counterparts, but the latter undeniably held a distinct advantage. Once all the students had arrived, Instructor Yang Yuzhu stepped to the front of the formation, her expression stern. She announced that today's session would involve a virtual combat assessment, and the results would directly impact the class rankings. She instructed groups of 10 students to step forward and connect to the virtual combat helmets. These state-of-the-art devices, worth millions, were akin to a system's simulated combat feature and had been funded by the Nanjing city government to nurture top talents. The first group of participants, including elite students like Xiang Chongping and Wang Ruyan, donned their helmets. Their contracted beasts closed their eyes as well, entering the virtual world through their soul connection. 20 minutes later, the helmet of candidate number 3, Li Yi, lit up with a red indicator. Her score was only 60 points, 10 points lower than her previous attempt. Yang Yuzhu's expression grew even grimmer. She immediately announced that Li Yi's combat footage would be reviewed, and that she would face a real beast in a battle that afternoon. This decision sent a chill down Yihan's spine. This was the true essence of a devil's training camp. The training methods in the Beast Combat Practical class are truly unique. Every morning, trainees put on virtual combat helmets to simulate battles and identify weaknesses in their techniques. In the afternoon, they engage in real battles with the beasts that defeated them in the morning. This identify and improve immediately approach has proven to be remarkably effective, earning even Yihan's admiration. At this moment, a young girl named Li Yi stood respectfully in front of her mentor, Yang Yuzhu. She looked delicate and petite, her face slightly pale, as she bowed politely. "Thank you for your guidance, mentor." Yang Yuzhu spoke sternly. "You possess a dual-element contract beast. Before the college entrance exams, you must achieve a score of 80. Otherwise, it would be a waste of your beast's talent. Do you understand?" "Understood, mentor," Li Yi replied firmly. Just then, a red light on a virtual combat helmet began flashing. Number 5, Nie Tianjun, 93 points. The announcement immediately caused a stir among the crowd. As expected of the top prodigy of Nanjing City, 93 points mean he's capable of defeating beasts above level 21. The most impressive part is that he's faster than the other 8 students, crushing his opponents in every battle. Did you notice? His lightning 3-headed wolf's aura has grown even stronger. Nie Tianjun's strength was indeed astonishing. Not only did he hold the second-class Dragon Hero Combat Medal, but he was also likely to earn the Bronze Beast Tamer certification before the college entrance exams. These 2 accolades alone would add 60 points to his exam score, practically equivalent to a perfect score in the humanities, with an extra 10 points to spare. Yihan silently observed the son of the military minister. Nie Tianjun's lightning 3-headed wolf was truly extraordinary. The 2 side heads controlled lightning and wind elements, with both elements exhibiting perfect affinity. The central and largest head possessed a physical enhancement ability, a power that only awakened beasts could develop. This configuration made it nearly invincible among its peers, capable of easily challenging beasts of higher levels. Yang Yuzhu nodded in satisfaction. "From 91 points to 93 points, it seems you've made progress in overcoming the issue of your contract beasts' conflicting strategies. However, the training camp no longer has opponents that can put pressure on you. You may arrange your own training schedule for the afternoon." Nie Tianjun humbly bowed to the mentor. "It's all thanks to your guidance. Since joining the training camp, I've made significant breakthroughs." Yihan noticed that this prodigy's humility was not an act but a genuine reflection of his upbringing. Unlike the arrogance often displayed by privileged heirs, Nie Tianjun exuded an inner composure and grace that set him apart. Yihan squinted his eyes, pondering silently. The person before him possessed a strength far surpassing his own. Rather than viewing them as an opponent, he saw them as a target worth pursuing. This reminded him of his past life in the military, where he had developed the habit of always setting a goal higher than himself to constantly push forward. If he could defeat this individual, securing a spot in the top-tier academy would be a certainty. Before long, Wang Ruyan's virtual battle helmet flashed red. Number 6, Wang Ruyan, 90 points. As the score was announced, the crowd below collectively drew a sharp breath. Wang Ruyan's fearsome reputation lay in her consistency. She never faltered during assessments. Her scores either remained steady or improved, showcasing the true strength of a prodigy. Yang Yuzhu nodded in satisfaction. "Your performance is the most consistent in the entire class. Even Nie Tianjun occasionally makes mistakes, but you never have. Lord Wang Zhenhai would undoubtedly be proud of you. You may arrange your time freely this afternoon, as there is currently no suitable opponent for you in the special training camp." Wang Ruyan offered a slight bow to Yang Yuzhu in gratitude and returned to her seat without a word. Number 10. Xiang Chongping, 78 points. Yang Yuzhu's expression immediately darkened. Pale-faced, Xiang Chongping awkwardly explained, "Apologies, mentor. I wasn't in the best form today and ended up losing to an opponent I had previously defeated multiple times." His uncharacteristic performance was clearly influenced by Yi Han's earlier display, which had severely shaken his composure. Yang Yuzhu's gaze shifted between Yi Han and Xiang Chongping. Her tone was calm but carried a deeper meaning. "Remember, any negative emotions before a battle can impact your performance. Excessive emotional fluctuations might very well become the root cause of your demise in the face of a monster. Your emotions can affect a beast's state, leading to misjudgments during combat. A true warrior knows how to transform negative emotions into motivation. This ability to convert emotions is a critical skill you must focus on developing in your training." Xiang Chongping's face was grim as he bowed deeply to Yang Yuzhu. "Understood, mentor. Thank you for your guidance." Though usually arrogant, Xiang Chongping was far from incompetent. He was well aware that while Yang Yuzhu was a silver-tier warrior and not as powerful as his father, a gold-tier expert, her 4 years as the beast combat instructor for the Nanjing City's special training program made her incredibly experienced. She had seen countless prodigies, and her words now struck directly at the core of the issue. "Very well. You're excused from class this afternoon. Go back and reflect for 5 hours. No meditating, no training, just think deeply about the fundamental reason why your score dropped by 10 points compared to the last assessment." Dismissed. "Understood. I will complete the reflection task as assigned, mentor." As Xiang Chongping was about to return to his seat, Yi Han's mocking voice rang out. "Oh dear, brother Xiang. Was it really just because I borrowed some money from you? I had no idea it could affect your combat performance so much. I feel so guilty about it." The entire class was stunned. This new student, Yi Han, clearly had a death wish. He knew full well that Xiang Chongping was seething with rage toward him, yet instead of backing down, he chose to rub salt into the wound. Murderous intent flared in Xiang Chongping's eyes, but under Yang Yuzhu's watchful gaze, he quickly recalled her advice and calmed himself. "Don't get too cocky. Worry about how many points you'll score first. In 10 days, if you get eliminated, that would truly be laughable." Yi Han simply chuckled, saying nothing more. He had intentionally provoked Xiang Chongping to completely disrupt his mental state. If Xiang Chongping endured 2 months of relentless psychological warfare before the college entrance exams and still managed to get into a top academy, that would be truly impressive. What surprised Yi Han, however, was that Yang Yuzhu didn't take his side as he had hoped. Instead, she gave Xiang Chongping a dose of tough love. Yet Yi Han didn't hold any grudge against her. The parents of the original owner of this body had indeed done Yang Yuzhu a great favor in the past, but that had nothing to do with him now. Yang Yuzhu helping him was a kindness, not an obligation. In fact, Yi Han admired this sharp-eyed, middle-aged mentor. Her integrity and teaching abilities were beyond reproach. While she wouldn't help him against Xiang Chongping, she would undoubtedly provide invaluable guidance and cultivation. Yi Han could find sparring partners in the daily flash sale store, but Yang Yuzhu clearly offered opportunities of a different kind. If Yi Han could secure enough opponents, he could buy discounted items daily from the flash sale store and accumulate substantial points. In 2 months, it was still uncertain how he would fare against Nye Tianjun. Lately, Yi Han had avoided real combat and hadn't purchased anything from the flash sale store. Without discounts, the prices were simply too steep. He currently had 2,000 points, which would only last 4 or 5 days at full price. Moreover, since Xiaobai had leveled up to 11, the store's items had also upgraded. Today, it even refreshed a mid-tier profound-grade combat skill, Reflective Water Mirror. This skill condensed water elements into a mirror. While its defensive capability wasn't as strong as dedicated defense skills, its formation speed was incredibly fast, making it ideal for blocking most of the power of sniper rifles and other thermal weapons. More importantly, it had an offensive trait. Any elemental attack hitting the mirror would be reflected back by the water element, with its power scaling based on the original attack. The skill heavily relied on proficiency. At lower levels, the mirror could easily shatter and would only serve as a defensive tool. However, with the super training mode's 10x proficiency boost, Yi Han was very tempted by this skill, priced at 1,500 points. "I should have a combat opportunity this afternoon." While he was still far from the level of Wang Ruyan or Nye Tianjun, Yang Yuzhu should be able to find a suitable opponent for him. Soon, the assessments for numbers 1 through 10 concluded. Except for Li Yi, who scored 60 and needed further combat training, everyone else scored at least in the 70s. A few students with single-element contracted beasts even earned a break from further classes. 2 hours later. "Yi Han, you're up." Number 55. Yi Han and the other students put on their simulated combat helmets. This was his first time using such advanced equipment. Verifying student identity. Number 55. Yi Han, verification complete. Synchronizing user and contracted beast consciousnesses. Success. Collecting user and contracted beast strength data. Complete. As the cold, mechanical voice echoed, Yang Yuzu's stern tone followed. Everyone, please confirm that you are ready. Yi Han gave an okay gesture in his mind. Assessment begins. Defeat as many system-generated opponents as possible. Yi Han and Xiao Bei's consciousnesses were transported into a virtual world, where they found themselves in a dense jungle. Level 10 enemy. Bone-melting cobra generated. Difficulty rating, 20. Losing to this opponent will result in a score of 0. In other words, losing to this level 10 snake would result in a complete failure. Winning, however, would earn him 20 points and lead to a stronger opponent next. But losing to a mere level 10 opponent? Not a chance. Before the bone-melting cobra perched on a tree branch could react, a small ice claw had already pierced through its skull. After transforming into its combat form, Xiaobai's physique became even more imposing than that of a Tibetan mastiff, only slightly smaller than a Siberian tiger. Suddenly, the sand dunes quivered with a rapid, unsettling motion, and a sense of danger rose from the scorching sands. Xiaobai crouched low to the ground, fully alert and focused on detecting the disturbance beneath the sand. Yi Han swiftly flipped onto Xiaobai's soft back, sitting firmly and ready for action. The golden sand scorpion was notorious for its deadly ambushes from beneath the sand. Its venomous stinger could kill a level 12 beast. Given Yi Han's current strength, nearing a breakthrough to level 11, being struck by the stinger would be catastrophic. Without warning, Xiaobai's sharp claws shot into the sand like lightning. With a forceful pull, a tumter-long, yellow-armored scorpion was dragged out of the ground. The sand scorpion let out a sharp, screeching sound and prepared to strike back with its massive pincers. However, a giant, razor-sharp ice claw materialized in an instant, piercing through its body effortlessly. Frost quickly spread across the scorpion, and with a cracking sound, it was frozen solid into an ice sculpture. Insect-like creatures such as this one often launched reflexive stinger attacks even after their brains ceased functioning, but the extreme cold of the ice claw effectively neutralized their dying counterattacks. Only the second monster, and it's already at level 11 strength? This assessment is no joke. Yi Han thought to himself. Opponent defeated. Current score, 20 points. A mechanical voice announced from his helmet. Meanwhile, back at the training grounds, the other trainees were engaged in a lively discussion. He's doomed. Absolutely doomed. This guy might just set the record for the first 0 score in the history of the special training class. Don't underestimate him. With your flimsy skills, you'd have collapsed at the sight of a black command beastmaster. At least he's managed to outsmart 3 monsters before. I bet he'll score 30 points. You're giving him too much credit. The virtual system's beasts aren't that easy to fool. He's just not strong enough. Finally, someone worse than me. I've been waiting for this day. 3 minutes passed, and the chatter grew more curious. Why is there no update yet? Has he not been defeated? Probably running around trying to buy time. Yang Yuzhu silently observed Yi Han's direction. That snow fox of his must have been enhanced using resources left by his parents to reach a 4th-tier bloodline. And its level had already risen to 12? Yesterday, it was only at level 11. Could it be that Yi Han had been hiding his true strength all along? 10 minutes later, 5 of the 10 trainees taking the assessment had already been eliminated, their scores ranging between 40 and 60 points. Yet, over at Yi Han's side, there was still no movement, sparking even more speculation. Could he be a hidden expert? Don't forget, the system rules state that running for more than 10 minutes counts as a failure. Another 10 minutes went by, and all 9 other trainees had been eliminated. Yi Han was the only one left standing. The earlier mockery had completely turned into astonishment. Could he really be a big shot? No way, no way. The training grounds erupted in a wave of exclamations, shattering the earlier calm. He's been in the assessment for a whole half hour without getting eliminated? That's insane, one trainee exclaimed, eyes wide as they quickly crunched some numbers. At a rate of 1 monster every 10 minutes, he must have scored at least 50 points by now. That's already mid-tier for the special training class. A voice from the crowd called out urgently, anyone here know any detection-type combat techniques? Quick, check his stats. Maya Huang knows a bit, though he's not very skilled at it. Someone hesitated. Stop wasting time. Just do it. Moments later, the results left everyone stunned. Physical strength, level 10. Snow Fox, level 12. And a 4th-grade bloodline. Impossible, someone blurted out. Isn't he supposed to be a low-tier contestant? I ran the check 5 times, the numbers are consistent. He's not even suppressing his strength, which is why the scan worked so accurately. The revelation hit like a hammer, shattering everyone's assumptions. A boy in the crowd broke down on the spot. No, I thought someone else would take last place, but now it's obvious I'm dead last. Xiang Chongping's face darkened as the realization dawned on him. No wonder Yi Han had managed to withstand Zhou Peng's Gale Needles. Sending an 8th level beast to attack someone with a physical strength of level 10? It was like asking for humiliation. Without hesitation, Xiang pulled out his phone and sent a message to the group chat. Today's plan is cancelled. We need to rethink everything. Meanwhile, Yang Yuzu's expression turned contemplative. That kid. He might be deliberately showing just enough strength to avoid drawing too much attention. If someone targets him based on these stats, they might end up paying a steep price. In the virtual combat space, a fierce chase was unfolding. An 8-meter-tall giant ape thundered forward, each stride covering 30 meters. Trees splintered into shards in its wake, and its massive feet left craters 2 meters deep in the ground. Yi Han, perched atop his companion Xiaobai, darted nimbly through the chaos. Every time the ape's colossal fists came close to landing a blow, Xiaobai would pivot and counter with a sharp, icy slash. The pursuit raged on, but Yi Han remained unaware of the storm he had inadvertently stirred within the training camp. He had intended to keep his abilities under wraps, but without specialized beast artifacts or concealment techniques, his true strength was laid bare for all to see. The giant ape's strength was truly astounding. Its massive fists slammed down with a thunderous crash, instantly shattering the extreme frost claw that Xiaobai had formed. Yi Han's eyes narrowed as he keenly spotted a weakness in his opponent. Xiaobai, it needs 10 seconds to recharge after every 5 strikes. During that time, its power drops significantly. That's our chance. Through their soul link, Yi Han quickly conveyed his strategy to Xiaobai. The white figure darted like lightning, narrowly evading the giant ape's 5th punch as it smashed into the ground. The sheer force of the blow shattered a massive boulder into fragments, sending debris flying in all directions. Now, get behind it, Yi Han commanded sharply. Xiaobai moved like a streak of white lightning, nimbly weaving through the trees and scattered rocks. By the time it appeared behind the giant ape, it had already formed another frost claw, aiming directly for the ape's eyes. The giant ape instinctively raised its arm to shield its face, unaware that this was just a feint. The true attack was a frost claw aimed straight for its most vulnerable spot. Let's see how you like this, frozen blossoms in full bloom. A chilling frost surged into the giant ape's body. Though it wasn't enough to completely freeze the creature, it was sufficient to freeze part of its blood, severely hindering its movements. The giant ape clutched its vulnerable spot in agony, letting out a piercing howl. At that moment, another frost claw struck with precision, piercing its temple and decisively ending the battle. Xiaobai stood panting, a hint of pride flickering in its eyes. Master, we did it again. We took down a level 17 opponent. Yi Han gently stroked Xiaobai's soft fur, a smile on his face. You truly are the strongest. It's a shame this wasn't a real battle, otherwise would have earned a ton of points as a reward. Victory achieved. The system's announcement rang out, and Yi Han made his decision without hesitation. No need in withdrawing from the next challenge. The system initiated its routine confirmation, and Yi Han responded firmly, I'm absolutely, positively sure I'm giving up. This decision wasn't made lightly. Both he and Xiaobai were already nearing their limits. To defeat a level 17 beast with their mere level 12 strength was already an extraordinary feat, while the allure of 70 points from the next level 18 opponent was tempting. Yi Han chose to hold back his cards. Letting others underestimate Xiaobai's true power with a modest score of 65 could prove advantageous. If anyone dared to act against him, he wouldn't mind giving them a surprise. Assessment complete. Candidate 55, Yi Han, final score, 65 points. As his consciousness returned to his body, the red glow flashing on Yi Han's helmet immediately caught everyone's attention. The students nearby couldn't help but turn to look. Wow, that red light is blinding. Sure. Listen to the system broadcast. Yang Yuju straightened her posture, and the entire crowd fell silent in anticipation. When the system confirmed Yi Han's score of 65, the room erupted into a cacophony of shock and disbelief. Unbelievable. Level 12 took down level 17? This is insane. He scored higher than 2/3 of our class. Wait, where's the guy who said he'd eat his words? Where'd he go? The chatter swelled, filled with awe, frustration, and even admiration. Some students, especially the girls, began gushing over how cool Yi Han looked during the announcement. Meanwhile, Xiang Changping's face darkened, and even the usually composed Wang Ruyan couldn't help but glance at Yi Han a few more times. Suppressing her own surprise, Yang Yuju spoke with a serious tone. Yi Han, your 5-level leap in combat proves the value of your special admission. Report to the training field this afternoon. I'll arrange for a level 17 beast to spar with you and provide feedback on how to improve. Yi Han's heart leapt with excitement. This was exactly what he had hoped for. Sparring mint points, and points brought him closer to the Shingrade mid-tier skill. He had his eye on reflecting water mirror. Xiaobai currently only had a single offensive skill, making him as fragile as a glass cannon, especially against agile assassin-type beasts. With reflecting water mirror, he could finally address this glaring defensive weakness. The assessment stretched on until noon, after which Yang Yuzhu dismissed the group and reminded them to reconvene at 2 p.m. for the practical combat session. When Yihan arrived at the training field that afternoon, he noticed something unusual. A perimeter of soldiers in camouflage uniforms, armed with sniper rifles, had been stationed around the area. His gaze quickly shifted to several large trucks parked on the field, each emanating the faint yet unmistakable aura of slumbering beasts. It dawned on him these snipers were here as a safety measure. Should any of the beasts become uncontrollable during the session, they would be taken out immediately to protect the trainees. Yihan's lips curled into a faint smile. This was going to be interesting. Although Yang Yuzhu was undeniably powerful, it was impossible for her to oversee every single trainee during practical combat sessions. Just like the virtual combat assessments in the morning, the trainees had to be divided into groups for the exercises. If 3 or 4 trainees found themselves in simultaneous danger, even Yang Yuzhu wouldn't be able to save them all at once. Standing before the trainees, her expression grave, Yang Yuzhu issued her customary warning. Every time we have a beast combat lesson, I must remind you of a harsh reality: the beasts you face have no mercy. If given the chance, they will tear you apart and devour you without hesitation. Hey, race a statistic for you. The death rate during beast combat lessons in this training camp is 0.35. No one can guarantee your absolute safety. You must rely on yourselves. If you don't want to die, you'd better give it your all. Do you understand? Yes, ma'am. The trainees replied in unison, their previously relaxed expressions replaced by seriousness. Good. Activate the combat arenas. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. At her command, the ground trembled violently. With each number she called, a massive section of the field lowered, creating a combat arena roughly 100 meters long, 70 meters wide, and 15 meters deep. The walls and floors of these arenas were constructed from high-grade alloy, resistant even to sniper bullets. Simultaneously, sniper platforms around the training field ascended to 50 meters in height, giving the marksmen a clear view of the entire area. At Yang Yuzhu's sharp command, "Snipers, take your positions," the sharpshooters immediately dropped into prone stances, their rifles aimed at the 5 arenas. It was just past 2 p.m., and the scorching sun bore down mercilessly. The ground was so hot it could cook an egg. Observing the snipers, Yihan noticed that even though their skin was likely burning from the heat, they remained utterly still, their breathing steady, their focus unbroken. They understood the gravity of their task. Every trainee in the arena had the potential to become a future pillar of humanity, perhaps even a powerful gold or platinum class beastmaster. As a former Special Forces soldier, Yihan couldn't help but feel a deep respect for these soldiers and their unwavering professionalism. In contrast, many of the trainees seemed to take the snipers' presence for granted, their arrogance toward the lower-ranked soldiers evident. Silently, Yihan swore to himself that if he ever had the ability to enhance the strength of ordinary soldiers, he would prioritize helping these steadfast warriors. They, he believed, were humanity's true hope. With Yang Yuzhu's next command, the process of releasing the beasts began. Trucks carrying the sleeping creatures rolled into the underground tunnels. Soon, the air was filled with the feral roars of awakened beasts. 5 creatures of varying strength were released into the arenas. The first 5 trainees stepped into their respective arenas, while the others gathered outside to observe. Yihan's attention was drawn to Arena 1, where Li Yi, who had scored only 60 points in the morning, was preparing for her match. She rode her Wood Earth attribute Dreamflower Spirit against a 16th level Crimson Shadow rat known for its incredible speed. The battle commenced with the rat demonstrating its astonishing agility, while the Dreamflower Spirit countered with its vine attacks. Meanwhile, the battles in the other arenas erupted simultaneously. It wasn't long before a sniper's shot rang out. A trainee named Zhou Yuan had been injured and lost consciousness, prompting an emergency evacuation to the medical bay. His beast, a howling mountain tiger, followed anxiously. Injuries of this level were common in these sessions and could be quickly treated with healing techniques. 2 hours later, it was finally Yihan's turn. Mounted on his battle-ready companion, Xiaobai, he entered the arena to face a 17th level fire attribute Crimson Flame Lion. The moment he stepped in, the atmosphere shifted. Nearly all the trainees turned their attention to him, eager to see if this mysterious boy, who had reportedly defeated opponents above his level, truly possessed the strength to live up to his reputation. The Crimson Flame Lion was similar in size to an ordinary male lion, only slightly larger than Xiaobai. Its fiery red mane shimmered brilliantly under the sunlight, and its eyes occasionally emitted a dangerous crimson glow. Upon spotting Yihan, it immediately bared its sharp fangs and let out a deep, menacing growl. Yihan's expression turned serious. He understood all too well that among level 17 beasts, the Crimson Flame Lion was one of the most formidable opponents. Despite its relatively compact size, this beast was incredibly agile, adept at evasion, and specialized in ambush tactics. It excelled in both close and long-range combat, with virtually no exploitable weaknesses. To defeat it required nothing less than overwhelming power. Instructor Yang Yuju's intentions were clear. After analyzing Xiao Bai's battle footage, she had precisely identified its strengths in long-range attacks, agility, and its vulnerability due to weak defenses. The Crimson Flame Lion, with its superior speed and expertise in close combat, was the perfect counter to Xiao Bai's fighting style. In truth, Yang Yuju's choice of the Crimson Flame Lion stemmed from her observations of some remarkable qualities in Yi Han. Through studying his battle recordings, she had noticed his wealth of combat experience and outstanding decision-making ability. Most astonishingly, no matter the opponent or predicament, Yi Han remained exceptionally calm, accurately analyzed his enemy's weaknesses, and delivered decisive, fatal blows. Such capabilities were extraordinary for a student who had spent most of his time within the confines of a school. Suddenly, the Crimson Flame Lion let out an earth-shaking roar. Its fur bristled as if ablaze, radiating waves of scorching heat. In a flash of fire, it charged forward with a speed that surpassed Xiao Bai's, closing a 100-meter distance to less than 10 meters in mere seconds. Yi Han immediately gave the command, "Xiao Bai, Frost Blessing." Despite the dire situation, he was determined to win this battle. It wasn't just about earning points. The daily discount in the instant kill marketplace was also on the line. Sensing its master's unwavering resolve, Xiao Bai's eyes burned with fighting spirit. It swiftly retreated while carrying Yi Han, releasing a radiant blue glow as it moved. At that moment, the Crimson Flame Lion had already closed the gap. With a swipe of its claws, it unleashed 3 deep crimson claw slashes. Xiao Bai quickly formed a massive white frosty claw to meet the attack. A deafening crash ensued, sending shards of ice flying and steam rising into the air. While the extreme frost claw was shattered by the Crimson Flame Lion strike, it successfully neutralized the beast's fiery energy. The Crimson Flame Lion wasted no time, launching another assault immediately, while Xiao Bai swiftly conjured a new extreme frost claw to counter the attack. The battle erupted in an instant. Xiao Bai's Snow Fox and the Scarlet Flame Lion engaged in a breathtaking high-speed duel. The Snow Fox's icy claws slashed through the air, leaving streaks of chilling light, executing attacks with such speed that it managed to strike twice per second. This astonishing technique left the onlooking students utterly dumbfounded. "That's insanely fast," someone exclaimed. The Snow Fox's casting speed is comparable to those rare beasts capable of unleashing dual-element battle techniques simultaneously. Even more shocking was that despite the Scarlet Flame Lion's innate speed advantage as a level 17 beast, the Snow Fox was able to keep up using only a yellow-tier high-grade auxiliary skill, Frost Blessing. A closer observation of the buff's intensity revealed that the Snow Fox had already mastered Frost Blessing to perfection. Achieving such proficiency was no easy feat. It required years of relentless training. "My contracted beast can barely reach the proficient level," a student murmured in awe. What was even more jaw-dropping was that the Snow Fox's Black-tier low-grade battle technique, Absolute Frost Claw, had also reached a state of mastery. The combination of two perfectly executed techniques created a power so overwhelming that everyone present couldn't help but gasp. No wonder Yi Han was able to hold his own against the Scarlet Flame Lion. In a place brimming with prodigies, Black-tier low-grade techniques were hardly considered rare. Yet, Yi Han managed to achieve such astonishing results with one ordinary Black-tier low-grade technique and a yellow-tier auxiliary skill often dismissed as useless by many elites. Yang Yuju's eyes flickered with surprise as she silently marveled at the scene. This fast-paced duel was, in truth, a test of endurance and determination. Any slight lapse in casting speed from either side could lead to a fatal blow in an instant. If the Snow Fox failed to sustain its high-intensity technique output, it would undoubtedly suffer a devastating attack from the Scarlet Flame Lion. Similarly, if the Scarlet Flame Lion faltered for even a moment, it would be struck hidden by the icy claws. At this point, the distance between the two was completely locked, leaving no room to retreat or switch to long-range tactics. 30 seconds had passed. Bang, bang, bang. The white frozen ice claw clashed repeatedly with the Crimson Flame Lion's claw. The intense confrontation caused everyone's initial shock to slowly morph into deep-seated fear. "This Yi Han is terrifying. Just how much soul power does he have?" one of the top-ranked students analyzed seriously. "Judging by the power of his combat skill, it shouldn't exceed 30 points. How could 30 points of soul power possibly sustain 60 or 70 consecutive uses of Frozen Ice Claw? He's relying entirely on sheer willpower. And that's under the Frost Blessing buff, which everyone knows drains mental energy even faster." The students on the scene began to discuss the mechanics of combat skill buffs. Buffs could enhance the power of combat skills and increase their activation speed, but the trade-off was significantly higher energy consumption. Otherwise, any beast could stack hundreds of buffs and become invincible. This was the combat skill buff penalty rule taught in textbooks. Additionally, no individual could bear more than 3 different combat skill buffs at the same time. Lower tier buffs would be overwritten by higher tier ones, and buffs with the same effect would not stack. My soul power is 27 points, and I can manage at most 40 uses, one student said. I have 30 points of soul power, but with one buff active, I can only release about 35 mid-tier combat skills at a high frequency, another added. Yihan is entirely relying on incredible determination. It's truly admirable, but he's pushing himself too hard. Overusing soul power could damage his spirit and lead to a decline in his soul power. At this moment, Yihan's face was as pale as paper, yet he gritted his teeth and pressed on, commanding Xiaobai to unleash combat skills without hesitation. Xiaobai, don't stop. Kill it. We must win. I can hold on. Trust me. Mental energy, unlike the MP in games, cannot be quantified in precise numbers. A person's mental state fluctuates with their emotions. For instance, Yi Han's predecessor could meditate for only 2 hours at most, but the current Yi Han could endure 4 or 5 hours. As soul power increases, mental strength also grows, meaning that individuals with higher soul power consume less energy when using combat skills. High-level combat skills drain mental energy even more rapidly. A novice beast master with soul power under 20 points, even if their beast miraculously learned a high-tier combat skill, would be unable to bear the mental burden of using it. Forcing its activation would overload the brain, causing instant paralysis. Excessive mental exhaustion could even damage the spirit, resulting in soul power regression and other severe consequences. He's almost at his limit. Yi Han's about to collapse. The outcome is clear: the Flame Lion is going to win. Look, several snipers already have their sights set on the Flame Lion's head. The moment Yi Han falls, they'll take it down immediately. Incredible. No wonder it's the strongest level 17 beast. It feels even tougher than many level 18 beasts. Yang Yuju's heart tightened. She worried that Yi Han's excessive mental strain might harm his spirit. At such a critical time, with the college entrance exams approaching, a regression in soul power would be a devastating blow. Perhaps I've been too harsh. His beast is only level 12. To defeat an opponent 5 levels higher that counters his Snow Fox is an almost impossible task, Yang Yuju reflected. But so far, I haven't found any major flaws in him. His issues all seem external. The Snow Fox's level is too low, its combat skills are unremarkable, and it hasn't even learned any defensive skills. Just as Yang Yuju was preparing to step in and rescue him, Xiaobai suddenly let out an earth-shattering roar. A massive ice claw, over 10 meters long, materialized out of thin air. It was crystalline and transparent, radiating an ominous, bone-chilling cold. Not good. Fall back. Yang Yuju's face changed dramatically as she shouted. The students who failed to react in time were instantly engulfed by the icy aura. Frost formed thickly on their eyebrows and hair, and their breaths turned into dense white mist in an instant. The once scorching sky suddenly changed as a bone-chilling cold swept through the surroundings. In that instant, Xiao Bai's Frostbite Claw skill shattered its bottleneck, reaching an astonishing level of mastery perfection. This level of mastery was not just extraordinary in name. It signified a qualitative transformation in combat power. Any skill that achieved perfection would see its power multiply exponentially. As the massive ice claw took shape in midair, even the mighty Crimson Flame Lion showed a look of terror, desperately trying to escape. But the ice claw was faster. It seized the lion firmly, and with a slight squeeze, the creature's body was crushed into fragments under the overwhelming force. Yang Yuju, a seasoned beast tamer, couldn't help but widen her eyes in shock. She knew all too well how countless beast tamers spent their entire lives struggling to master even a yellow-tier skill, let alone perfect it. Yet Yi Han had managed to push a profound tier skill to this level in the heat of battle. This incredible breakthrough stemmed from Xiao Bai's deep bond with Yi Han. She could feel his determination and resilience, and her heart burned with a desire to surpass herself, defeat their enemies, and never let Yi Han down. The system's notification chimed in. Xiao Bai has successfully defeated a level 17 opponent, earning 1,000 battle reward points. Total points, 3,100. Today's flash sale items are now available at 60 off, current price, 600 points. You can now engage in unlimited challenges against the level 17 Crimson Flame Lion in the simulated battle space. Xiao Bai's Frostbite Claw skill proficiency has advanced to perfection. Points 1,000. Total points, 4,100. This series of notifications echoed in Yi Han's ears, even as he lay unconscious. To him, it was the sweetest sound he'd ever heard. This life-or-death battle had not only earned him 2,000 points but, more importantly, had propelled Xiao Bai's strength to new heights. Even with Yi Han's super training mode, he hadn't dared to dream of achieving perfection so quickly. But Xiao Bai had done it, had exceeded all expectations and never let him down. The moment Yi Han collapsed onto Xiao Bai's back, the massive and terrifying ice claw dissipated into thin air. The entire training ground fell into a deathly silence. All the students stood frozen in shock, their eyes wide as they stared at the scene. Even instructor Yang Yuju, known for her composure, was too stunned to speak. Her eyes glimmered with disbelief. This was the mastery of a low-tier mystic-grade combat technique elevated to the realm of perfection. Even she, a seasoned instructor with years of experience, had only managed to master a top-tier yellow-grade technique to this level. She had encountered many prodigies like Nye Tianjun, who could secure a spot in a first-tier academy with their eyes closed, but never had she seen anyone capable of refining a combat technique to such perfection, not even a yellow-grade one. This kid is truly extraordinary, Yang Yuju thought to herself. With this mastery of the perfection-level Extreme Frost Ice Claw alone, his admission into a first-tier academy is practically guaranteed. In fact, even one of the nation's top 30 elite academies might admit him under special circumstances, regardless of his performance in other subjects. Achieving this level of mastery was more valuable than even the prestigious second-class Dragon Combat Hero Medal. It was rarer than acquiring powerful combat techniques or mystical artifacts. After all, artifacts and techniques could be bought if one had enough money, but the proficiency of a combat technique was something money could never buy. It required relentless training and deep understanding through practice with one's contracted beast. The higher the grade of a combat technique, the more effortless its execution becomes with mastery, reducing mental strain significantly. It's akin to performing acrobatics. What seems insurmountable as a beginner becomes fluid and natural at the peak of mastery, allowing for a dazzling array of techniques. When a combat technique reaches the realm of perfection, its power multiplies, its execution speed increases dramatically, and its mental energy consumption decreases. Though perfection and expert may seem like similar levels of proficiency, their actual effectiveness is worlds apart. This explains why even a perfection-level yellow-grade technique can outclass an expert-level mystic-grade technique in power. Medic. Yang Yuju commanded immediately. Take Yihan to the infirmary and treat him with spirit recovery techniques. Let's hope this mental overexertion hasn't damaged his soul. She then turned to the other students, issuing a stern warning. Do not attempt to imitate him. Yihan has a perfected combat technique under his belt, and admission to a first-tier academy is within his grasp. But most of you have nothing. If you damage your soul and suffer regression in soul power, your chances at the upcoming exams will be ruined. Several soldiers quickly carried Yihan onto a stretcher. By now, Xiaobai had reverted to her small squirrel-like form. Though utterly exhausted, she remained vigilantly perched on Yihan's chest. She was determined to protect him from any potential harm, even in her weakened state. The use of the combat technique had drained not only Yihan's mental energy but also Xiaobai's physical strength as his contracted beast. However, Xiaobai's body was far more resilient than Yihan's, allowing her to stay conscious even after he had fainted. After Yihan was carried away, the classroom fell into a brief silence. The students stood frozen in place, frost still clinging to their hair and eyebrows, their faces laden with complex emotions. Some stepped back in fear, others clenched their fists in excitement, and most wore expressions of utter disbelief. No way, I just came to watch the commotion, and I ended up witnessing a Shin-level combat technique break through to a state of mastery, a boy murmured to himself. This is insane. He went from being evenly matched with the Crimson Flame Lion to crushing it like it was nothing more than an ant. A girl exclaimed in amazement. The classroom buzzed with chatter. Someone was calculating the level gap. Level 12 against level 20, that's an 8-level difference. Has anything like this ever been heard of in the entire country? Good thing Yihan Snow Fox is only at level 12. If it were at level 17 or 18, the title of the class's top prodigy might have already changed hands, another student speculated. The chill still lingered in the air. Shivering, a girl pulled her shoulders in and asked, "Can someone lend me a jacket? The lingering cold from those ice claws feels like the dead of winter." Suddenly, the voice of teacher Yang Yuju cut through the noise. Quiet. The next group of combatants, get ready to step up. Her stern gaze swept across the room. While I don't recommend risking your soul recklessly like Yihan did, his unwavering determination is something you should all strive to emulate. Keep in mind, Yihan's soul power is lower than many of yours. In life and death battles, the one who falters first is the one who loses. 5 hours later, Yihan woke up in the medical room of the training camp. A nurse in uniform was jotting down his vital signs. "You're lucky, kid," the nurse said sternly. "Your mental exhaustion nearly harmed your soul. How are you feeling now? If you experience any discomfort, especially in your head, report it immediately." Xiaobai, his snow fox, finally relaxed upon seeing its master awake and closed its eyes to rest. Yihan gently stroked its head, feeling a deep sense of relief. Though he had been resolute in his determination to win, he was well aware of the consequences of soul damage. If Xiaobai hadn't achieved mastery, he would have had no choice but to wait for rescue. "I'm feeling fine, ma'am. Can I return to my dorm now?" Yihan asked. "You can, but be sure to come back if you feel unwell. Our training camp's medical team is highly skilled, and all services are free. Understood. By the way, how long was I unconscious? Yihan suddenly remembered he still needed to buy a reflective water mirror. 5 hours. Yihan let out a long breath of relief, then hugged Xiaobai as he left the medical room, thanking the nurse on his way out. The golden light of the setting sun bathed him, but his mood was brighter than the evening glow. System, purchase a reflective water mirror. Yihan commanded immediately. The air in Wang Ruyan's dormitory was filled with the swirling smoke of premium tranquil incense. She was deep in meditation when a sudden knock on the door interrupted her, causing her delicate brows to furrow slightly. "Miss, there's important news about young Master Yihan," came the voice of a middle-aged maid, barely able to contain her excitement. This afternoon, during his battle with a level 17 Scarlet Flame Lion, young Master Ye's Frostclaw technique broke through to the realm of mastery. What? Wang Ruyan stood up abruptly, her eyes widening in disbelief. Isn't Frostclaw a low-tier water element profound-level combat technique? As a prodigious young woman who regarded cultivation as her life's pursuit, Wang Ruyan deeply understood how incredibly difficult it was to master a combat technique at such a level. Even among silver rank experts, those who could achieve mastery with profound-level techniques were exceedingly rare. Such accomplishments were typically only seen among gold rank experts. Yet Yihan had managed to reach this milestone. The news has been confirmed, the maid continued. Instructor Yang Yuju and many students witnessed it firsthand. Young Master Yi killed the level 17 Scarlet Flame Lion in a single strike with his terrifying frost explosion. The master was right. Young Master Ye's meteoric rise is undeniable, and this is truly a momentous blessing for the Wang family. The revelation stirred a storm of emotions within Wang Ruyan. She had always been proud and self-assured, never once feeling envious of other prodigies like Nya Tianjun. Yet now, she found herself genuinely envying Yihan. The mastery she had long dreamed of achieving had reached it before her. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, Wang Ruyan spoke calmly, "Very impressive. If he avoids misfortune, his future is boundless. Young Master Yi has fallen unconscious due to mental exhaustion, but fortunately, his soul remains intact. He has already returned to his dormitory to rest," the maid added before changing her tone. "The master suggests that you take this opportunity to check on him. After all, you are destined to become his wife." A faint blush crept across Wang Ruyan's cheeks, and her heart began to race. Aside from a few polite exchanges in their childhood, she hadn't spoken to Yihan in years. The thought of initiating contact now made her more anxious than taking an entrance exam 100 times over. Seeing Wang Ruyan hesitate, the maid spoke earnestly, "Miss, you are already 18 years old. You cannot focus solely on cultivation. If you wish to avenge madam, you cannot rely on your strength alone. The monsters in the Tunglong River number in the millions. Even if you reach the platinum or diamond rank, it may take a lifetime to encounter the Frostwing Hydra. And defending the Tunglong River against aquatic beasts is not a mission for one person alone. When the master grows old, do you expect him to stand watch over the river day and night, worrying about attacks from water beasts?" The maid continued to explain that in this world of spiritual resurgence, even a golden rank expert like Wang Zhenhai, with over 600 soul power points, the ability to contract level 4150 beasts, and a physical strength between level 35 and 40, could only live a little over 100 years. Only by refining one's physical body to level 61, achieving an indestructible form with the power to move mountains could one extend their lifespan by another 20 years, restoring their body to the state it was 2 decades prior. A 100-year-old elder would regain the vitality and appearance of an 80-year-old, while a 20-year-old prodigy who reached this level could remain in their prime indefinitely, delaying the effects of aging by 20 years. Wang Zhenhai stood in the courtyard, his brows furrowed tightly. As a beast tamer who had lingered at the gold level for over a decade, he was acutely aware that he had reached his limit. Breaking through to level 61 seemed like an unattainable dream. Over the years, his soul power had advanced at a snail's pace, and even helping his contracted beasts level up by a single rank had become an almost insurmountable challenge. Forcing his way to the platinum level would require resources so immense that it could bankrupt several families like the Wang clan. The only viable path left was to cultivate his physical body to level 71, which would grant him an additional 50 years of life. Beyond that, only the legendary treasures capable of prolonging life and reversing aging could help him break through his current bottleneck. The family servant, observing Wang Ruyan's serious expression, continued to explain, even if such treasures were to appear by sheer luck, with Master's current strength, acquiring them would be near impossible. And should he succeed, it might bring calamity upon the entire clan. Those treasures are coveted by not only diamond level, grandmaster level, and even king-level beast tamers, but also by the beast kings and beast emperors who have long cast their greedy eyes upon them. Hearing the servant's words, Wang Ruyan's thoughts grew even more chaotic. After a long silence, she finally nodded slowly. I understand. Let me adjust my mindset first. We'll go visit him soon. Hopefully. He's not an insufferable man. The servant immediately brightened at her response. He won't be. Young Master Yihan seems incredibly wise and of outstanding character. Who knows, miss, you might even grow to like him. Like him? Wang Ruyan frowned in confusion. What kind of feeling is that? It's when you can't help but think of someone, constantly having them on your mind. The servant explained earnestly. Wang Ruyan's expression turned serious at once. Wouldn't that distract me and hinder my cultivation? Absolutely not. The servant quickly clarified. Miss, Master often says that true strength doesn't come from pure, isolated cultivation. One must experience the full spectrum of human emotions and the world's complexities to forge an unshakable resolve and an indomitable heart. Locking oneself away in seclusion often leads to bottlenecks. For instance, Miss, your combat techniques have yet to reach the level of mastery, while young Master Yihan has already achieved it. Perhaps you could humbly seek his guidance. Given his character, I'm sure he wouldn't hesitate to share his insights. Wang Ruyan stood in place, pondering for a moment with a slight frown. Although she acknowledged the necessity of this trip, a new concern began to surface in her mind. What if he uses the engagement as an excuse to act overly familiar? How should I handle that? She murmured softly. The thought unsettled her. In the past, Yihan had always seemed like a meek and insignificant Livian son-in-law, someone her strength alone could easily intimidate. However, this morning's events had completely shattered that perception. Yihan had not only displayed astonishing power but had also dared to confront Xiang Chongping Heiden. This newfound and unpredictable version of Yihan left her, someone typically composed, feeling a rare sense of unease. At this moment, Wang Ruyan's icy facade gave way to the genuine emotions of an 18-year-old girl. A faint blush colored her cheeks, and her lack of experience in matters of emotion left her unsure of how to proceed. Even the family servant at her side couldn't help but marvel at how uncharacteristically flustered their young mistress appeared. Ahem, miss, there's no need to overthink, the servant said carefully. I doubt young Master Yihan would act so forward, especially not during a first meeting. In my opinion, such things rarely happen. And if they do, you can simply refuse him outright. Wang Ruyan exhaled softly, a trace of relief crossing her face. Very well. Let us go meet him then. Meanwhile, in Xiang Chongping's quarters, Xiang Chongping was seated in meditation, reflecting on his earlier lapse in composure. Why should I lose my focus over a mere nobody? How could his words rattle me so easily? It's a failure of my self-discipline, he chastised himself silently. Once my strength grows, they'll be able to eliminate him with ease. But Wang Ruyan, she's the real challenge. Just as he was lost in thought, an urgent knock on the door interrupted his meditation. Young master, something terrible has happened, came the panicked voice of a servant. Yihan's contracted beast's profound tier combat skill, Frozen Claw, has advanced to the mastery realm. It single-handedly killed a level 17 Crimson Flame Lion in one strike. What? Xiang Chongping shot to his feet, his previously calm demeanor instantly shattered. A profound tier combat skill reaching the mastery realm signified that Yihan was now guaranteed a spot in the top-tier academy. Leave me. I need to contact my father immediately, Xiang Chongping ordered hastily. He had no choice but to seek aid from someone, even he feared the leader of the Hell Adventurer Guild, Xiang Yuankong. At the same time, in Yihan's quarters, Xiaobai was curled up under the blankets, sound asleep. Yihan, however, was deep in thought, meticulously reviewing every detail of Xiaobai's recent breakthrough. Yihan sat in his dorm room, pondering the mysteries of contract beasts. Gradually, he realized that these creatures could sense their master's willpower. The stronger the master's determination and resolve, the more powerful the contract beast would become, increasing the likelihood of breaking through at critical moments. So, does this mean the willpower I developed as a soldier in my past life has become a hidden advantage? Yihan murmured to himself. However, he quickly understood that Xiaobai's breakthrough was mainly due to the super training mode, which had allowed it to perfect its mastery of the extreme frost claw. It was only waiting for the right moment to advance to a transcendent level. Suddenly, a knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. Knock, knock, knock. Who could it be at this hour? Yihan wondered as he stood up to open the door. To his surprise, it was Wang Ruyan and a middle-aged woman standing outside. I heard that you've overexerted your mental energy and it might harm your soul, so? Before Wang Ruyan could finish her sentence, Yihan made an inviting gesture. Please, come in, Yihan said calmly. Thanks to his strong mental fortitude, he quickly pieced together the real reason for Wang Ruyan's visit. After Xiaobai's breakthrough in combat skills, his status had drastically changed. He was no longer just a promising talent but a true powerhouse, firmly seated among the top prodigies of Nanjiang. Miss, please go ahead. I will wait outside, the middle-aged woman said respectfully. Wang Ruyan hesitated for a moment, then bit her lip and stepped into Yihan's dorm. Have a seat, Yi Han gestured. There's no need to stand on ceremony. It's just the two of us here, so we can speak frankly. For instance, I doubt you're here because of my injuries. Also, how do you really feel about our engagement? Yi Han's straightforwardness seemed to calm Wang Ruyan. Since you've put it that way, I'll be honest. There's no emotional foundation between us. The main reason I came tonight was to ask for guidance on how to advance a contract beast combat skills to the transcendent level. As for the engagement, she paused. My father said that if I'm to marry you one day, then I'll marry you. Her words revealed a life accustomed to the lack of control over her own marriage. Since you're aware that we have no emotional bond, and you would marry me only because of your father's wishes, Yihan looked directly into her eyes. Then erase what I think. In 1 year, we cancel the engagement. Wang Ruyan stood frozen, utterly stunned by his response. Yihan thought to himself. Even though Wang Ruyan had an outstanding figure, a pleasant voice, and considerable strength, he had no desire to marry someone he had no emotional connection with. Having been given a second chance at life, he wanted to find someone he truly loved. In his previous life, his time in the military had caused him to miss out on love. In this life, he was determined to find his true soulmate. I, Yi Han, swear to the heavens if I ever possess the strength, I will aid the Wang family in defending against the water demons of Tunglong River. Haven't you always wanted revenge on the frost serpent? I can lend you a hand. Yi Han's voice was resolute and unwavering. Wang Ruyan stood frozen in place. This boy, once the heir to a prestigious family and now reduced to a commoner, was actually proposing to annul their engagement? Not only did he reject the idea of marrying into the Wang family, but he also seemed entirely indifferent to her, the celebrated prodigy of Nanjing City. While she had never cared much for such attention, she was well aware of the many wealthy suitors who admired her, treating her as a goddess wherever she went. Yet, in front of Yi Han, all those accolades seemed utterly meaningless. After a long silence, Wang Ruyan regained her composure, her usual icy demeanor returning as if the earlier moment of disarray had never happened. If you wish to annul the engagement, so be it. As for your vow, I will report it truthfully to my father. Her voice was cold and detached, like a blade of frost. Now an orphan, Yi Han had full autonomy over his own marriage decisions. Even if Wang Zhenhai, her father, opposed the annulment, the mere rumor of it would tarnish the Wang family's reputation. The idea of the mighty Wang family, guardians of Tunglong River, forcing their daughter to marry a fallen noble would be a scandal. Their engagement had essentially become a transaction. The Wang family offered Yi Han protection to preserve their image, and in return, Yi Han vowed to assist them in their battle against the water demons in the future. Since we are now merely classmates, Wang Ruyan began, may I ask how your snow fox managed to refine its frost claw technique to such a masterful level? Of course, I wouldn't expect you to share for free. I could offer you a water elemental combat skill of lower profound rank in exchange. Yi Han shook his head, declining politely. No need for payment. I can't guarantee that what I share will help you comprehend it fully. Perhaps it might not benefit your training at all. I wouldn't feel right accepting something without earning it. I ask with sincerity, Wang Ruyan said, her tone softening. Whether it proves helpful or not, I would be deeply grateful if you would share your insights. She stood and bowed to Yi Han with respect. She had been stuck at her current level for far too long, unable to find a breakthrough, and she desperately yearned for even the slightest hint of guidance. Yi Han gazed at the girl before him, her beauty as striking as her cold demeanor. If it had been anyone else asking, he might have dismissed the request outright. But seeing someone as talented as Wang Ruyan stumble and stagnate seemed like a waste. He admired her determination for revenge. It was a rare conviction. Most people, like his former self, merely fantasized about vengeance without ever taking real action. Wang Ruyan, however, was relentless in her pursuit. Your cultivation is driven entirely by hatred, Yi Han said bluntly, but have you ever considered what lies beneath that hatred? Strip it away, and what remains in your heart? The truth is, your inner self is fragile and hollow. Someone like that can never become a true powerhouse. At best, you'll reach the level of an elite. While an obsession with revenge might bring you rapid progress in the short term, in the long run, it will ultimately destroy you. You've had smooth sailing in your training so far, with abundant resources and little true hardship. But one day, you'll encounter something that utterly crushes you. When that happens, you'll begin to doubt yourself, question your abilities, and lose your resolve. And when that moment comes, your growth will come to a standstill. Yi Han's words were not just advice, they reflected the bitter lessons of his former life. His past self had hungered for revenge, but lacked the means to achieve it, leaving him trapped in a cycle of despair and stagnation. Even someone as powerful as Wang Zhenhai, a golden tier warrior, dared not recklessly seek revenge for his late wife. For Wang Ruyan, who had yet to reach such heights, even the possibility of achieving the golden tier remained uncertain. If she continued down this path, it was only a matter of time before she faced her own breaking point. Yihan fixed his gaze on Wang Ruyan, his tone calm, yet every word cutting like a blade. Do you really believe you have what it takes to seek revenge? And if you fail, how will you face yourself? These are questions you've never considered. Perhaps you're too afraid to even think about them, aren't you? A faint smile tugged at the corners of his mouth as he laid bare the greatest flaw in her resolve. You lack the courage to face failure. So how can you ever hope to become strong? Your contracted spirit beast grows with the strength of your mind, but it also stagnates when you falter. If you don't change this, your current glory will be nothing more than a fleeting moment. His words struck like a lightning bolt. Wang Ruyan's face turned pale, her delicate frame trembling slightly as she stood frozen, speechless. The deep-seated conviction driving her quest for vengeance shattered under the weight of Yihan's truth. Seeing her reaction, Yihan simply shook his head lightly and turned away to prepare dinner. After the intense battle earlier that afternoon, he was already famished. This girl, by some twist of fate, had crossed paths with him. Whether she would confront her inner flaws and accept the possibility of a life where revenge might never be achieved was now entirely up to her. By the time Yihan finished cooking and had devoured several bowls of rice, Wang Ruyan was still standing in the same spot, her gaze vacant, as if her soul had left her body. It wasn't until 2 hours of silent meditation later that a spark of clarity returned to her eyes. Thank you. I understand now, Wang Ruyan said, bowing deeply. Even if failure and despair await me, I will never give up. When she straightened up, her usual icy confidence had returned, but there was a new glimmer of respect in her eyes as she looked at Yihan. The next day, news spread like wildfire throughout the training camp. Wang Ruyan's immortal azure wand battle technique, Blade of the Tempest, had broken through to a state of absolute mastery. Xiaobai slept soundly until the early hours of the next day before waking up in Yihan's arms. As she opened her eyes and saw that Yihan was still asleep, she quietly stuck out her tiny pink tongue and licked his cheek. Then, she snuggled against him, rubbing her fluffy little head against his chest. All right, I get it. You're hungry, Yihan said as he opened his eyes. In truth, he had never been fully asleep. As a cautious person, even within the safety of the training camp, he remained vigilant in case someone attempted to assassinate him while Xiaobai was in a deep sleep. Normally, Xiaobai, being a spirit beast, could sense any disturbances around her even while sleeping. However, this time, due to sheer exhaustion, she had finally fallen into a deep slumber. Yihan got up and poured half a basin of spirit beast feed for Xiaobai. She reverted to her normal size and immediately devoured the food ravenously. Yesterday's battle had taken a significant toll on her. Once she had eaten her fill, Xiaobai contentedly patted her now round belly with her paw. Yihan pulled out a crystal imbued with the technique reflective water mirror from his storage space. The blue glow of the crystal illuminated the entire room, flickering twice to reveal that it was a mid-grade profound rank battle technique. Xiaobai, who had just finished eating, stared at the crystal with renewed excitement, her mouth beginning to water. Here you go, but don't mess this up, or you'll get a spanking, Yihan warned with a playful tone as he raised his hand in mock threat. Although Xiaobai's current strength was enough to master even advanced techniques like the frostbite claw to perfection, there was always a chance of failure when comprehending new techniques. It was like a university student solving a basic math problem likely to succeed, but mistakes could still happen. Xiaobai patted her chest confidently, assuring Yihan she wouldn't fail. She then caught the crystal in her mouth as Yihan tossed it to her. In an instant, countless mysterious symbols flew from the crystal into her mind. A system notification sounded. Xiaobai successfully comprehended the mid-grade profound rank battle technique, reflective water mirror, earning 100 points. Total points, 3,600. Yihan's eyes lit up, and a mischievous grin spread across his face. Xiaobai, it's bath time. Ever since Xiaobai reached level 11, each service session earned him 100 points, 50 more than before. A single session could now yield 600 points, double the previous total of 300. Sure enough, after a round of services, the system notified him of another 600 points earned, bringing his total to 4,200. With this, Yihan had completely recouped the points he had spent on the battle technique, essentially obtaining a mid-grade profound rank technique for free. He was in an excellent mood. Just then, a broadcast announcement echoed through the training camp. All trainees, please assemble in the collective meditation room within 30 minutes. After washing up, Yihan made his way to the meditation room. From the chatter among his peers, he learned a significant piece of news. Wang Ruyan's mid-grade profound rank battle technique, Stormblade, had advanced to the mastery level of perfection. This accomplishment had been recorded in the training camp's archive system and relayed to the Ministry of Education. Through various channels, the news had spread like wildfire, reaching the upper circles of Nanjing City overnight. Impressive, Yihan thought to himself, silently admiring her. Wang Ruyan's comprehension ability and determination were exceptional. To achieve such a breakthrough overnight was no small feat, It seemed that their conversation the previous evening had not been in vain. Finding a quiet corner, Yihan sat down and waited for Wang Ruyan, who had yet to arrive. Meanwhile, the meditation room buzzed with lively discussions. In the special training class, a wave of hushed whispers spread among the students. This year's class is full of extraordinary talents, one student murmured in awe. Especially Wang Ruyan this time. She even outshined Yihan. And the craziest part? They're actually engaged. Does Yihan even deserve Wang Ruyan? Another voice chimed in disdainfully. That breakthrough of his mythical beast to the transcendent realm was pure luck. Wang Ruyan, on the other hand, reached mid-tier Xin level with real skill, while he's only at low-tier Xin level. They're not even in the same league. I heard that the top 5 academies in the country have already started reaching out to Wang Ruyan to discuss early admission, someone added. Yihan should count himself lucky if he can get into a top 30 academy. Sure, someone warned. Yihan is right over there and can hear everything. Watch out, or he might settle the score later. Ha, as if you could even get into the top 30. Another voice chimed in rationally. There are only 50 Tier 1 academies in the entire nation. Making it to the top 30 is already a huge accomplishment. Compared to us, who might not even make the top 50, he's way ahead. Instead of being bitter, why not train harder? At that moment, Huang suddenly exclaimed excitedly, I feel like my combat technique is close to breaking through to the transcendent realm too. Before he could finish his sentence, the classroom door fell silent. Wang Ruyan appeared at the door, her presence even more dazzling than before. Every movement she made radiated an air of perfection and grace that left everyone in awe. At that moment, Zhou Yuan sitting next to Yihan, and the same civilian prodigy who had been knocked unconscious by a mythical beast during yesterday's combat class noticed Wang Ruyan walking in their direction. His heart began to race. As the only boy in the class to receive even a glance from Wang Ruyan, countless possibilities flashed through his mind. However, when Wang Ruyan stopped in front of him, she spoke coldly, Excuse me, could you move? I need that seat. Excuse me, could you move over for a moment, please? The words hit Zhou Yuan like a sledgehammer to the chest. His face turned pale as he suddenly remembered who was sitting next to him, none other than Wang Ruyan's fiancée, Yihan. Sure. Zhou Yuan stammered, his reluctance evident. Yet, as an ordinary student, he dared not defy the will of the school's untouchable goddess, Wang Ruyan. With a heavy heart, he gathered his belongings and his companion, the howling mountain tiger beast, and begrudgingly switched seats. This scene instantly sparked a wave of hushed whispers among the classmates. Wait, is Wang Ruyan really going to marry Yihan? This is the first time I've ever seen the goddess approach a guy on her own. Every other guy is doomed now, especially Xiang Chongping. He chased her for a whole month, and she didn't even glance his way. Yihan's strategy is genius, ignoring her completely, and now the goddess is chasing him instead. Through it all, Yihan remained seated, his eyes closed in silent meditation, as if completely indifferent to Wang Ruyan's presence. Calm and composed, she retrieved an exquisite box from her storage space and set it down before him. You once said you wouldn't accept anything without earning it. Well, now you've earned it. This is a water elemental, high-tier mysterious grade battle technique frost armor. I noticed your snow fox doesn't have a pure defensive technique yet, does it? Yihan slowly opened his eyes, his voice steady. Not a bad reward. I like it. Perched on his shoulder, Xiao Bai, the small white fox, immediately leapt down to the box, sniffing curiously at its seams. Yihan opened the box, and a dazzling blue light spilled out, illuminating the entire meditation room. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the room. This was a high-tier mysterious grade battle technique worth millions. Without hesitation, Yihan tossed the technique's imprint crystal to Xiao Bai. Mysterious runes flowed from the crystal and merged into the little fox's consciousness. With a delighted series of chirps, Xiao Bai signaled its mastery of the technique. Thank you. You're incredible, Wang Ruyan said softly, her voice carrying a rare note of sincerity. Her thoughts drifted to the previous night, when Yihan had pointed out the flaws in her mental state with an insight sharper than even her father's gold-ranked beast tamer. At that moment, a slender, middle-aged man carrying an ancient guqin entered the classroom. The students rose in unison, bowing in respect. Good morning, instructor. Leaning closer, Wang Ruyan whispered to Yihan. That guqin is called the Celestial Songbird Spirit. It's a dual elemental light and wind high-tier general grade artifact. It helps alleviate mental fatigue and enhances meditation. The instructor lit premium-grade concentration incense in the 4 corners of the room, signaling the start of the day's meditation session. Yihan felt a surge of excitement. With the incense amplifying focus and the other tools provided, his cultivation progress would undoubtedly be extraordinary. System: activate super cultivation mode for 10 hours. Xiao Bai, make sure to train at a normal pace. Yihan instructed silently, a faint smile playing on his lips. The delicate fragrance of the supreme tranquility incense lingered in the meditation room, enveloping the space. Yihan felt an unprecedented clarity in his mind, and the speed at which he sketched his runes improved significantly. Xiao Bai, perched quietly on his shoulder, was absorbing spiritual energy at 1.5 times the usual rate as he cultivated. While this increase in absorption was notable, it was not particularly remarkable among the many gifted spirit beasts, as different bloodlines and grades of spirit beasts exhibited unique ranges of innate talent. The classroom was engulfed in a suffocating silence. Wang Ruyan closed her beautiful eyes and entered a meditative state, while the other students held their breath and focused, seizing every second to accumulate fixed points for the upcoming college entrance exams. Geniuses like Wang Ruyan and Ye Tianjun had already surpassed the 50-point threshold in soul power, effectively securing their tickets to top-tier academies. Yet, they showed no signs of complacency, as they were well aware that the competition in first-tier academies was 10 times more intense than in the training camp. Monthly resource allocations were closely tied to rankings, and the slightest misstep could cost them their graduation. Time ticked by second. After 3 hours, some students began showing signs of mental exhaustion. The meditation instructor immediately unfolded a guqin and lightly brushed the strings with her fingers. A translucent green musical note silently entered the mind of one such student. The previously pale and drained student regained some color and returned to meditation. This was the ability of the spirit of the celestial sound skylark, capable of alleviating most mental fatigue. However, it was not omnipotent. The light attribute energy was extremely fragile, dissipating at the slightest energy fluctuation, and could only be used on Ianon. From 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., the 12-hour meditation course was grueling. During this time, Yihan personally experienced the effects of the celestial sound skylark's spirit twice. He noticed that while the treatment alleviated his mental fatigue, his efficiency in sketching runes gradually declined after each session. This spirit beast artifact clearly couldn't completely eliminate the need for rest, and its practical value in combat scenarios seemed limited. As night fell, the meditation instructor conducted a final soul power test on the exhausted students. The results of the test would directly impact the training camp's rankings. Number 5, Nye Tianjun, soul power, 60 points. Number 6, Wang Ruyan, soul power, 58 points. Number 10, Xiang Changping, soul power, 54 points. The top 10 prodigies all had soul power exceeding 50 points. Among them, Nye Tianjuan's lightning three-headed wolf had nearly reached level 21, on the verge of stepping into the ranks of a bronze beast tamer. Number 55, Yihan, soul power, 28 points. That day, Yihan's soul power had increased by 2 points, far exceeding his usual progress. At this rate, he could potentially surpass Nye Tianjun within a month. However, to avoid suspicion, Yihan decided to suppress his soul power readings during future tests. With 50 days remaining until the college entrance exams, displaying a soul power of 50 points by then would suffice. As the test results were announced, the classroom erupted into a chorus of murmurs. Yihan's soul power test result brought a sigh of relief: 28 points, which was right at the average level for the class. This score confirmed previous assessments of his combat technique's potential. Coming from a humble background without access to the abundant meditation resources that noble families enjoy, it would be challenging for his soul power to exceed 40 points before the college entrance exams. His maximum achievable score in the assessment would likely be around 80 points. Back at the dormitory, Xiaobai couldn't wait to jump onto the training platform and start practicing. Surrounding it, water mirrors continuously formed and dissipated. This was the initial stage of the reflective water mirror combat technique. At this point, the water mirrors were thin and small, rippling even with the slightest breeze. Yihan casually picked up a small stone and flicked it toward the mirror. The stone instantly shattered the fragile water mirror. Clearly, at this stage, the reflective water mirror had almost no defensive capability and was entirely incapable of reflecting purely physical attacks like the stone. Seeing Xiao Bai's disappointed expression and its tiny paws gesturing anxiously, Yihan understood and activated a 5-hour super training mode. Xiao Bai immediately perked up and unleashed the high-grade profound-level combat technique, Mystic Ice Armor, which was a gift from Wang Ruyan. With a series of cracking sounds, a thick layer of white frost rapidly condensed on Xiao Bai's body, forming a solid suit of armor. Yihan flicked another stone experimentally. This time, the stone disintegrated into fine sand the moment it touched the mystic ice armor, leaving only a faint white mark on its surface. The defensive capability was undoubtedly several times stronger than the reflective water mirror, but the drawback was also obvious. Xiao Bai's movements became as slow as a turtle. It quickly dispelled the armor, returning to its usual adorable form. While the mystic ice armor offered impressive protection, it was far from flawless. Its weight was 10 to even 100 times that of regular ice, greatly restricting the user's mobility. However, these limitations would gradually diminish as proficiency increased. If Xiaobai could master the mystic ice armor to perfection, its power would undoubtedly reach an immensely terrifying level. The reflective water mirror, a swift combat technique combining both defense and counterattack, was perfectly suited for a contracted beast like Xiao Bai. With just a thought, Xiao Bai could instantly conjure a water mirror in front of her. This defensive method was especially effective against firearms. While it might not completely block bullets, their power would be significantly diminished after passing through the mirror, making it nearly impossible to inflict fatal damage on Yihan or Xiao Bai. In contrast, the frost armor boasted remarkable defensive capabilities, capable of withstanding even sniper bullets once formed. However, its fatal flaw lay in the slow formation process and the immense mental energy required to maintain it. Weighing the pros and cons of both techniques, Yihan decided Xiao Bai should first master the reflective water mirror before moving on to study the frost armor. In the training grounds, Xiao Bai diligently practiced conjuring the water mirror over and over, showing no need for Yihan's supervision. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Yihan caught a few hours of sleep to recover from the mental exhaustion caused by his daytime meditation. Refreshed, he then resumed his own meditation training. 5 hours later, a system notification chimed. Ding! Xiao Bai's reflective water mirror proficiency has increased to beginner level. Points 100. Total points, 4150. Just as Xiao Bai was about to reach her limit, she finally made a breakthrough. This time, the water mirror she created truly had the smooth, reflective quality of a real mirror. Yihan immediately grabbed a handful of small stones and hurled them at Xiao Bai from various directions. The stones struck the mirror, leaving only shallow dents on its surface before falling to the ground. Within moments, the dents smoothed out, restoring the mirror's flawless sheen. Too bad I can't use elemental techniques myself, or I could test the power of the water blade right now, Yihan thought to himself. While the reflective water mirror now offered basic defensive capabilities, it was still far from being perfected. By this point, Xiao Bai was utterly exhausted and leapt onto Yihan, quickly falling into a deep sleep. The next day's schedule included cultural studies and basic knowledge about beast subjects not too different from those in ordinary schools and not mandatory. Fortunately, the original owner of Yihan's body had excelled in these areas, compensating for his shortcomings in beast training and meditation. After passing a simulated test in the morning, Yihan earned himself a free afternoon. It was then that the system's marketplace sent a notification about a flash sale: 3 high-grade Thunder Elemental cores for 2,000 points. The product description stated that these cores contained a significant amount of thunder energy, giving beasts a chance to acquire Thunder Elemental abilities after consumption. Even more enticing, defeating beasts of equal or higher level than one's contracted beast would earn discounts the more beasts defeated. The higher the discount, with a maximum of 90 off. Hope ignited in Yihan's heart. If Xiao Bai could acquire Thunder Elemental abilities, she would be able to wield both water and thunder techniques. The synergy between the two elements would undoubtedly create a power far greater than their sum. Yihan had always envied those elite tamers with dual-element beasts, and now, the opportunity was finally within reach. Elemental cores were divided into 6 grades: inferior, low, medium, high, superior, and perfect. Even the lowest grade inferior cores were priced at a staggering 500,000 alliance credits, with abysmal success rates. High-grade cores were far more effective but came with exorbitant price tags in the tens of millions, making them unattainable for most people. Even with money, obtaining one wasn't guaranteed. Although even high-grade cores only offered a modest chance of success, Yihan knew he couldn't afford to let this opportunity slip by. Enabling a beast to acquire a new elemental ability post-birth was exponentially harder than finding a beast born with dual elements. While new beasts with extraordinary talents occasionally emerged in the wild, capturing such rare specimens was a near impossible task, even for the most seasoned beast tamers. The 2,000-point price tag was daunting. Yihan's total points barely exceeded 4,000 hard-earned accumulation over a long period. Spending half of it in one go without guaranteeing success would undoubtedly be a devastating blow. He needed a way to secure that discount. With this in mind, Yihan immediately headed to Yang Yuzu's dormitory with Xiao Bai in tow. Knock, knock. Yihan rapped on the door. Yang Yuzu, it's Yihan. The door opened, and Yang Yuzu greeted him with her usual straightforward demeanor. Come in. What do you need? She asked, skipping any formal pleasantries. Yihan stood in Professor Yang Yuzu's office, his expression serious. Professor, I'd like to ask for your help in enhancing my combat training. I feel there's still room for improvement in my practical experience. Hearing this, Yang Yuzu raised her eyebrows slightly, a hint of surprise flickering across her face. You're being too hard on yourself. In terms of combat skills, mental resilience, and decision-making, you've already surpassed Wang Ruyan. Striving for perfection can sometimes backfire. However, she paused briefly. I can grant you special access to the Advanced Simulation Training Helmet. Thank you, Professor, but the simulation helmet isn't what I'm looking for, Yihan replied, meeting her gaze directly. I need real opponents. If possible, I'd like you to arrange for me to face a few level 20 beasts for practice. Even simulation training isn't enough for you? Yang Yuzu's surprise deepened. Yihan explained, simulation training lacks the sense of real danger. It doesn't push me to my limits. Only by facing truly powerful beasts can I experience that kind of adrenaline rush. Yang Yuzu sighed, her eyes softening with a trace of pity. The loss of your parents has clearly left a deep mark on you. It's rare to see a student with such an intense drive for combat. She pondered for a moment before continuing. The camp's current stock is limited. There's one level 20 beast and two level 19 beasts available. Since you're so determined, I'll make an exception for you. Yihan's face lit up with excitement. Thank you so much, Professor. Yang Yuzu picked up the communicator on her desk and issued a concise, authoritative command. Prepare the number 1 beast combat arena. Deploy the level 20 behemoth porcupine, followed by the level 19 giant tiger and silverstone ant. She paused briefly before adding, I'll replenish today's stock myself after work. Yihan noticed that even someone like Professor Yang Yuzu, with her authority, couldn't freely utilize the training camp's resources. She would personally have to venture into the wild to capture beasts of the corresponding levels to restock. Soon, an announcement echoed through the speakers. The number 1 beast combat arena is now open. Beasts are being deployed. In the number 1 beast combat arena, Yang Yuzu and her Thunderhawk were already in position. Meanwhile, Yihan stood below, with Xiaobai by his side, ready for battle. Yihan, while you might easily handle a level 17 beast, a level 20 beast is an entirely different challenge. Don't underestimate it. Yang Yuzu warned him sternly. Yihan nodded firmly. Don't worry, instructor. Please release the beast. Yang Yuzu picked up the communicator and issued her command. Release the level 20 behemoth porcupine. A deafening roar erupted, shaking the ground beneath their feet. The massive iron gate of the arena slowly creaked open, and out stepped a colossal porcupine, 13 meters in length, its body covered in gray, bristly fur. According to the Common Beast Compendium, the behemoth porcupine's bloodline was at least 3rd grade, and its temperament was notoriously savage. This Earth attribute beast inherited the immense strength of the ancient behemoth lineage. Its bristles were harder than mid-grade alloy and sharper than steel blades, laced with deadly poison. Even more powerful beasts avoided provoking it. As a nightmare for close combat fighters, it had extraordinary defensive capabilities and was a ferocious predator, capable of crushing a tank into scrap metal with its razor-sharp tusks. With a swift motion, Yihan leapt onto Xiao Bai's back. Xiao Bai, exuding confidence, wagged her elegant 4 foxtails and even raised a small paw to make a taunting gesture at the ferocious porcupine. At that moment, Yihan suddenly noticed a significant change. He had overlooked Xiao Bai's intelligence was improving rapidly. Although she had only leveled up once in the past 2 days, mastering the extreme frost claw to perfection had brought a qualitative leap in her comprehension ability. For beasts, achieving mastery in a combat skill not only enhanced their combat power, but also substantially boosted their overall learning capacity, making it much easier to grasp other battle techniques. The behemoth porcupine let out a thunderous roar, its body turning as the bristles on its back glimmered with an earthy yellow light. It activated its mid-tier mystic combat skill, Bristle Shadow Strike, unleashing hundreds of spear-like bristle shadows that shot through the air towards them. Reacting quickly, Xiao Bai cast Frost Blessing, forming a massive translucent ice claw that shielded her and Yihan. While the attack was successfully blocked, the ice claw was left riddled with punctures. Yihan frowned slightly, contemplating the situation. The extreme frost claw, being primarily an offensive skill, lacked sufficient defensive capabilities. The gap between his strength and that of individuals like Wang Rian was evident not just in terms of level and elemental attributes, but also in soul power, which was only half of theirs. Bridging such a gap was no easy task. Seeing its attack thwarted, the behemoth porcupine flew into an even greater rage. With a powerful kick of its 4 legs, its massive body launched forward like a cannonball, using the mid-tier mystic combat skill, Body Slam. Xiao Bai, carrying Yihan, dodged nimbly while summoning sharp ice claws to counterattack. By the time the behemoth porcupine realized the danger and tried to halt its charge, the ice claws were already slashing toward its head. A thunderous pig-like roar shattered the silence. Xiao Bai's icy claws struck with precision, piercing directly into the behemoth porcupine's eyes. The freezing energy instantly solidified the flesh and blood around its eye sockets. This fatal blow hit its mark, and the terrifying frost power seeped through the eye cavities, freezing the massive beast's brain in an instant. Despite the behemoth porcupine's enormous size and its quill's formidable defensive capabilities, these advantages proved useless against Xiao Bai's precise assault on its vulnerable eyes. The colossal body collapsed with a resounding thud, lifeless. The system notification promptly followed. Xiao Bai successfully defeated a level 20 opponent, earning 1,100 combat reward points. Total points, 5,250. Level 20 opponent bonus. Today's flash sale item is now 80 off, discounted to 800 points. New feature unlocked. Unlimited challenges against level 20 behemoth porcupines now available in the simulated battle arena. Yang Yuju observed the entire fight with a nod of approval. While the behemoth porcupine boasted ferocious attacks and devastating combat techniques, its bulky size, sluggish reflexes, and low intelligence made it an easy target for Xiao Bai's agile and strategic offense. This battle reassured her that her earlier worries, stemming from Yi Han's near-soul injury, might have been overblown. The truth was clear. Yi Han not only surpassed ordinary level 20 beasts in combat power, but also demonstrated exceptional adaptability with his battle techniques. Without dwelling further, Yang Yuju issued a new command. Deploy 2 giant silverstone ants simultaneously. A sharp, chittering noise echoed as the iron gate of the combat arena creaked open once more. 2 massive ants, shimmering with metallic silver, scuttled out swiftly. Their size rivaled that of adult tigers, and their entire bodies were coated in a layer of silver armor. These Tier 2 earthen element beasts were not only aggressively destructive by nature, but also equipped with 2 deadly weapons. Highly corrosive ant acid secreted from their mandibles, and a venomous stinger with poison 10 times more lethal than the behemoth porcupine's quills. The giant tiger silverstone ants, though slender in build and lacking in close combat prowess, possess a terrifying swarming characteristic that strikes fear into the hearts of any wilderness adventuring team. The destructive power of their colonies surpasses that of wolf packs tenfold, leaving no vegetation in their wake. For smaller adventuring parties, encountering these ants often means complete annihilation, with not even a trace of remains left behind. At this moment, 2 giant tiger silverstone ants were rapidly exchanging information through the silver antennae atop their heads. They quickly split up, positioning themselves in front and behind Xiao Bai to trap him in the middle. This tactical instinct is hardwired into their DNA. Thus, they lack intelligence. Their ability to cooperate and divide tasks is exceptional. When facing a single target like Xiao Bai, they instinctively employ a classic pincer attack. One distracts with a feint while the other waits for the perfect opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. Chirp, chirp. The giant tiger silverstone ant behind Yi Han suddenly opened its massive mandibles and sprayed a stream of earth-colored liquid, which instantly solidified into a web midair. This was a low-tier mystic-class combat skill known as corrosive poison web. Simultaneously, the other ant unleashed the same attack. While such techniques are commonly seen among insect-type beasts, the giant tiger silverstone ant's version is particularly fearsome. It not only corrodes armor but also dissolves flesh and bone. Faced with this dual threat, Xiao Bai swiftly extended his claws, conjuring a massive ice claw. The ice claw precisely caught both poison webs, tangling them completely. Without hesitation, Xiao Bai carried Yi Han and retreated dozens of meters in an instant. A sizzling mist rose from the ice claw. The corrosive power of the webs was even more potent than strong acid. However, the extreme frost of the water element ice claw perfectly countered the poison webs, much like how strong acid is neutralized when poured into water. As the ice claw dissipated, the corrosive poison webs fell onto the alloy ground, instantly melting it into molten metal. This is precisely why even armored units avoid direct confrontations with the giant tiger silverstone ants. Their ant acid can easily corrode alloy armor. The 2 giant tiger silverstone ants maintained perfect coordination in their tactical positioning. No matter how Yi Han moved, they adjusted their positions with lightning speed, always ensuring they could flank him from the front and back or from both sides. This precise execution of tactics made them even more troublesome than a level 20 behemoth porcupine. Yi Han quickly scanned his surroundings and spotted a potential escape route. Xiao Bai, head for the corner. In this rectangular battlefield, the corners could effectively limit the ants' flanking maneuvers. As expected, the giant tiger silverstone ants, having lost their advantage in encircling, immediately switched tactics and launched a deadly double strike. Their steel-like tail stingers shot through the air, followed closely by a flood of corrosive poison webs. In the nick of time, a giant ice claw descended from above, enveloping Yi Han and Xiao Bai in a protective barrier. The 2 tail stingers pierced into the ice claw, and the pitch-black venom began to spread rapidly within the ice. The poison webs also blanketed the ice claw. At that critical moment, the ice claw's fingers opened slightly, allowing Xiao Bai to carry Yi Han and break through in an instant. The ice claw behind them then dissipated into nothingness. The new ice claw formed in midair, striking like lightning into the armor of the nearest giant tiger silverstone ant, accompanied by a crisp crack. The ferocious beast was instantly transformed into a lifelike ice sculpture. Sensing the danger, another giant tiger silverstone ant let out 2 sharp screeches. It clearly realized that what had once been a cooperative effort with its companion to threaten Yi Han was now a hopeless solo endeavor. Without hesitation, it turned to flee. But how could Yi Han let it escape? The giant tiger silverstone ant, not known for its agility, didn't get far before Xiao Bai caught up to it. A flash of icy light descended from above, and the ice claw pierced directly into the beast's brain, bringing the battle to a decisive end. The system notification chimed in. Ding! Xiaobai successfully defeated 2 level 19 opponents. Combat reward, 1,200 points. Total points, 6,450. Note: rewards for group-dwelling beasts are lower than those for solitary beasts. Then came even better news. Today's flash sale item is available at a 90 discount, now only 200 points. This is the lowest price ever. Act fast, or you'll regret it for 100 years. The system also informed Yihan that he could now challenge level 19 giant tiger silverstone ants infinitely in the simulated combat space. Moreover, he could adjust the size of the ant swarm for customized challenges. Finally, a 90 discount. System, purchase the premium Thunder Elemental Crystal Core. Yihan exclaimed with excitement. Not only could he obtain the coveted item at an unbeatable price, but the previous battle had also earned him over 2,000 points, pushing his total beyond the 6,000 point milestone. This meant he could now freely utilize the 3 basic modes, as their consumption was practically negligible for him at this stage. Yang Yuzhu nodded in satisfaction and remarked with admiration, "Not bad. One day, you might surpass the achievements of your father and mother, and perhaps even avenge them." Yihan bowed respectfully to Yang Yuzhu and said, "Thank you, Mentor, for giving me the opportunity to engage in real combat. This battle has been an invaluable experience." These words were no exaggeration. If he were to detail all he had gained from this fight, even Yang Yuzhu might feel a twinge of envy. In the dormitory, Yihan carefully retrieved a high-grade Thunder Element Crystal Core from his storage space. In an instant, crackling sparks of electricity erupted, and his entire arm went numb, causing him to instinctively release the core. Nearby, Xiaobai reacted swiftly, catching the crystal core in its mouth with drool streaming down its face. The blinding electric light immediately enveloped Xiaobai. It squinted its eyes, wearing a look of pure enjoyment as it raised its electrified little paws toward Yihan, gesturing playfully. Although contact with an elemental crystal core could harm humans and forcefully swallowing one could lead to death by explosion for beast companions, it was a rare delicacy. For humans to obtain elemental powers, the only method was to have their contracted beast absorb the core within the contract space. "Go ahead and swallow it. We still have 2 more, Yihan encouraged. "Don't stress too much. The chance of mastering a new element is naturally small. If it doesn't work, we can always keep trying. With enough attempts, success will come." Xiaobai nodded in agreement and gulped down the walnut-sized crystal core in one bite. In an instant, sparks of electricity danced across its body, and dazzling white light shone from its large, beautiful eyes. Under the powerful current, the dormitory lights flickered erratically. Xiaobai's fur bristled as its entire body emitted an intense glow. It was absorbing the thunder attribute essence within the crystal core. Only by fully imprinting this power onto its soul could it truly master the thunder element. The critical moment had arrived. Yihan held his breath, watching intently. Thunderous energy coalesced on Xiaobai's body, forming the massive silhouette of a fox spirit. The shadow grew larger and more imposing as the thunderous energy surged higher and higher. Outside, the sky churned with dark clouds, as if a real thunderstorm was about to break loose. This was the manifestation of elemental mastery, calling upon the forces of nature. However, the shadow quickly dissipated. Xiaobai slumped on the training platform, looking dejected. Its ears drooped, and its tail hung lifelessly. The attempt to harness the power of nature had failed, and the high-grade thunder element crystal core worth millions was gone. Just then, Yihan's phone vibrated. It was a call from Yang Yuzhu. "Yihan, is your contracted beast attempting to absorb a thunder element crystal core?" As a seasoned Silverdeer expert, her Storm Eagle had made several attempts to absorb elemental cores as well, all ending in failure. "Yes, Mentor. We failed to master the thunder element, but I still have 2 more cores. I suggest you try it during a thunderstorm," Yang Yuzhu advised. Research shows that success rates are higher under stormy conditions. Many wild beasts gain control over the thunder element after being struck by lightning. Yihan's eyes lit up. "Thank you for the suggestion, Mentor. It's just a theory," Yang Yuzhu added. Having a contracted beast comprehend a new element is highly unpredictable, more so than mastering advanced combat techniques. Some beasts succeed on their first try, while others fail even after devouring the finest, most perfect quality cores in the clouds. "Good luck." Yihan patted the gloomy Xiaobai. "Don't lose hope. We still have 2 more chances. Let's wait for a thunderstorm." Determined to gather more insights, Yihan began searching for relevant videos online. In this world, streamers primarily shared content about beast combat, wilderness exploration, and beast training. After spending more than an hour watching over 20 videos of beasts attempting to absorb thunder element crystal cores, he found that every attempt ended in failure. The comment sections were filled with sarcastic jokes like, "Only the lucky ones can have dual element beasts," and "If this succeeds, they'll eat my shoe on livestream." It was even riskier than a gacha game. Each attempt cost 500,000 alliance credits, equivalent to the price of a luxury home. But the reward was immense. If successful, it would be a game changer. Most streamers indeed chose to attempt absorption during thunderstorms, confirming Yang Yuzu's advice. Yihan checked the weather forecast. In this world, the weather system was supported by Skybase, a network of satellites guarded by the world's top-tier experts to prevent destruction by extraterrestrial beasts. Skybase not only maintained missile and communication systems, but also served as a supply station for stronghold expeditions beyond the borders. Today's forecast: overcast, turning to heavy rain. Yihan looked toward the sky, where mountainous clouds loomed, lightning weaving through the dark masses, and thunder rumbling in the distance. Xiaobai, this is our chance. Yihan pulled out another thunder element crystal core. Xiaobai, sensing the thunderous energy brewing in the clouds, instantly perked up. Now's the moment, swallow it. Xiaobai devoured the glowing crystal core in one gulp. Its entire body was immediately engulfed in strands of lightning. The electric light grew brighter and brighter as the fox spirit's silhouette reappeared. This time, the shadow became more solid and larger than ever. Boom! A massive bolt of lightning tore through the clouds, crashing down with incredible speed. The world was bathed in blinding silver light. Yihan stared at the terrifying streak of lightning in the sky, his heart pounding with fear. The sheer power contained within that thunderbolt was enough to obliterate any living creature in an instant. At this critical moment, Xiaobai suddenly leapt into the air, soaring over 30 meters high, heading straight toward the lightning. Yihan's heart nearly stopped. Although he knew that Xiaobai's body was imbued with the essence of lightning, allowing it to greatly reduce the harm from such attacks, this was no ordinary force, it was the raw, untamed power of the heavens. Xiaobai was his only true companion in this world, his closest friend. If anything happened to Xiaobai, not only would Yihan's soul suffer irreparable damage and his spiritual energy plummet, but he would also lose his chance to enter the prestigious first-tier academy. Xiaobai, I believe in you. Yihan shouted in his heart. You will evolve into the nine-tailed celestial fox and reign supreme. We'll keep moving forward, together, until the end of time. At this moment, he had no choice but to place all his trust in Xiaobai. Boom! Xiaobai's figure merged with the lightning, creating an explosion of light as blinding as a miniature sun, illuminating everything within a 10-mile radius. The dazzling brilliance temporarily robbed Yihan of his vision. Fortunately, his body had been strengthened. Otherwise, an ordinary person would have been blinded instantly. Within the academy, the silver rank instructors appeared one after another. Yang Yuju was stunned. Could Yihan truly be a chosen one? The meditation instructor, however, looked worried. Xiaobai is only at level 12 right now. The odds are no better than 50-50. The commotion also drew the attention of other prodigies. Wang Ruyan squinted, observing closely, and concluded that Xiaobai was on the verge of acquiring dual water and lightning attributes. While Nie Tianjun felt a pang of jealousy, he adhered to his father's teachings and maintained an open mind. Meanwhile, Xiang Chongping's expression darkened, as he secretly hoped for Xiaobai's failure. In the academy's group chats, students buzzed with discussion. Some envied Yihan's luck, while others were eager to emulate him. Suddenly, Xiaobai let out a thunderous roar that shook the heavens, even overpowering the sound of the lightning itself. Four-tails of pure lightning extended from the glowing sphere, followed by a fox's head and body, radiating an aura of dominance. It was as if an ancient primordial beast had descended, its presence instilling fear in all nearby creatures. It's done, Yang Yuju announced with delight. As the light dissipated, Xiaobai streaked back into Yihan's arms, affectionately nuzzling his cheek. A notification from the system immediately followed. Xiaobai has successfully mastered the lightning element. Reward, 10,000 points. Total points, 16,250. Additionally, Xiaobai has unlocked the Earth-tier low-grade combat skill, Thunder Prison. This meant Xiaobai could now wield both water and lightning techniques, significantly boosting its power and potential. The news of Yihan Snow Fox successfully mastering the lightning element spread through the training camp like a bombshell. The entire camp was instantly abuzz, with cadets chattering non-stop. Impossible. A snow fox mastering the lightning element after birth. That's some insane luck. Buy a lottery ticket? Are you kidding? This snow fox's value can't even be measured in money anymore. Dual water and lightning elements, combined with a profound grade combat skill at the mastery level. Once its level increases, its combat power could rival Wang Ruyan's. In just a few days, the wave stirred by Yihan in the training camp grew more and more astonishing. From his contracted beast mastering advanced combat techniques to now awakening dual elements, even the instructors couldn't help but look at him in a new light. Some were envious and jealous, vowing to feed their own contracted beasts earth element crystals like crazy. Others harbored malicious intentions, claiming they'd cook their beasts if they failed to awaken. Wang Ruyan, however, remained calm, as if she'd expected all of this. She returned to her dorm alone, lost in thought. Perhaps I should have been kinder to him earlier, then things wouldn't have come to the point of breaking off the engagement. Was I too proud? Since that night, she had grown increasingly certain that Yihan was a hidden dragon destined to soar. Logic told her that Yihan was the ideal partner, but unfortunately, he had no interest in her, and she wasn't the type to throw herself at someone. Let it be. My achievements won't necessarily fall short of his, Wang Ruyan whispered to herself before resuming her meditation and cultivation. Meanwhile, Xiang Chongping was burning with rage, veins bulging on his forehead. He actually succeeded. He growled through gritted teeth. I need to eliminate this threat as soon as possible. Otherwise, it won't just be mere entire Hell Adventure team will be in danger. He began plotting for the upcoming wilderness trial, knowing that while the Wang family would be keeping an eye out, his father had his own plans in motion. Nie Tianjun, on the other hand, took it in stride. Good thing our beasts haven't awakened yet, or the title of South River's top prodigy might have changed hands. But then again, it's just a meaningless title. He promptly contacted his father to request a batch of fire element crystals, preparing to help his 3 wolf cubs master a third element. Yang Yuzhu paid a visit to Yihan's dorm and offered a detailed analysis of his current situation. She mentioned that several top-tier academies were showing increased interest in him and suggested he consider accepting invitations for special admissions from the top 20 academies. Yihan chuckled inwardly. With the system at his disposal, resources were never a concern, and his progress was nothing short of meteoric. The top 5 national academies? I'm definitely getting in. As he prepared to reward Xiaobai with some treats, the clever snow fox pointed to the bed, then clung tightly to his neck, signaling that it wanted to rest together. You little rascal, getting smarter by the day. Yihan laughed. What if you turn into a human? What then? For some reason, a hint of unease flickered through his mind. In the dead of night, Yihan woke from his slumber to find Xiao by poking her small head out from under the blanket, her bright eyes gleaming with energy. Rising from bed, Yihan prepared a large bowl of beast feed for her. He watched with amusement as she devoured it ravenously, only to sit back afterwards, patting her now round belly with satisfaction. Anticipating an important experiment, Yihan meticulously checked the bedroom's doors and windows, ensuring they were securely shut. From his storage space, he retrieved the imprint crystal of the Earth-tier lower-grade combat technique, Thunder Hell. The moment it emerged, dazzling violet light flooded the room, so intense that even Yihan couldn't look directly at it. If this radiance were unleashed under the night sky, it would likely illuminate an entire kilometer around. The once relaxed Xiaobai immediately snapped to attention, her gaze locked onto the combat technique crystal. Drool began to drip from her mouth as she stared longingly at it. Take it, Yihan said in a mock-stern tone. But remember, if you fail to comprehend it, you won't be allowed to sleep in my arms for a whole month. This time, instead of threatening her with a spanking, he went straight for her weakness. Xiaobai froze, swallowing her saliva as her demeanor turned serious. She circled the crystal a few times, as if weighing her options. The allure of an Earth-tier combat technique far surpassed even the temptation of the 4th-tier bloodline advancement pill she had once craved. Yet the thought of losing her nightly cuddles with her master was equally terrifying. Finally, with a solemn expression, she extended her paw and accepted the crystal. Good, Yihan said with a smile. Just remember to keep your word. But don't stress too much. Failure is the mother of success. It's only a month without cuddling me. No big deal, right? Xiaobai shot him a pitiful glance before turning her focus to the crystal, beginning the process of absorbing the thunder sigils within. Yihan's heart tightened with anticipation. The gap between an Earth-tier lower-grade technique and the highest-tier technique Xiaobai had previously encountered, a profound-tier upper-grade, was not just 2 levels, it was a chasm. This was a treasure worth 5 billion alliance credits, a fortune that even seasoned gold-level beast tamers would struggle to amass in their lifetimes. Minutes ticked by. Sweat began to bead on Xiaobei's forehead. 30 minutes passed, then 40, then 50. By the hour mark, her pupils were faintly trembling. At 70 minutes, the hope of success seemed to dwindle further. Yihan sighed, shaking his head. Perhaps I underestimated the difficulty of Earth-tier techniques. When Xiaobei's bloodline reaches the 6th tier, she'll likely have a much better chance. There is indeed a significant gap between 4th grade and 6th grade bloodlines in magical beasts. 6th grade beasts not only possess intelligence comparable to that of an adult human, but they can also speak human language. Yihan watched Xiaobai, who was striving to comprehend an advanced Earth-tier combat skill, and his concern grew stronger. He was well aware that forcing a magical beast to grasp high-tier combat techniques could put immense strain on its soul, potentially resulting in severe cognitive regression. Suddenly, at the 80th minute, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Xiaobai's entire body became enveloped in blinding lightning, and terrifying thunder energy rapidly coalesced around her. Yihan panicked immediately and shouted, Xiaobai, if you can't do it, just stop. I won't blame you. I was only joking earlier. But this stubborn little fox wasn't about to give up so easily. From enhancing her frost claw to mastering the lightning element, while it was undoubtedly influenced by Yi Han's unwavering determination, none of it would have been possible without Xiao Bei's own willpower. Boom! With a deafening roar, the lightning energy around Xiao Bei exploded outward, causing the entire ground to tremble. The combat skill imprinted crystal transformed into a transparent glass bead at that moment. Xiao Bei staggered to her feet, and Yi Han immediately scooped her up into his arms. Don't be so stubborn next time. No one would blame you for failing. Forcing yourself like this is too dangerous, you silly fox. Exhausted, Xiao Bai didn't have the energy to respond. She simply clung to Yi Han's neck and pointed her paw toward the bedroom bed. All right, sleep it is. Whatever you say. You're my little ancestor now. Silly Xiao Bai, silly fox. Yi Han held her tightly, his heart aching for her. Watching Xiao Bai fall into a deep sleep, he silently vowed never to let her take such risks again. This incident made Yi Han realize how inexperienced he truly was. Even with the help of the system, he was still just a novice beast tamer who had only transmigrated half a month ago. His lack of experience might very well be his greatest weakness. The breakthrough finally came. Yi Han successfully comprehended the Earth-tier low-grade battle technique, Thunder Hell. As he gazed at the now transparent crystal of the battle technique imprint in his hand, a wave of joy surged through him. These crystals, known for their volatility, would shatter and explode upon failure. Yet if mastered, they could be reused repeatedly. Surprisingly, they weren't particularly expensive, costing only a few thousand alliance coins in the market. This is my first real trump card, Yi Han murmured to himself. As an Earth-tier battle technique, its power was more than enough to turn the tide in a desperate situation. He understood all too well that a true trump card must be kept absolutely secret, catching everyone off guard. Reflecting on the fantasy novels he'd read in the past, where protagonists always had hidden aces up their sleeves, Yi Han realized he had been fighting with all his strength exposed since arriving in this world, without any reserves. Even more satisfying was the fact that no one but Yi Han knew that Xiao Bai had been training in Thunder Hell. Not even the tremors from earlier would lead anyone to suspect that a 4th-grade snow fox had been comprehending an Earth-tier battle technique. Even prodigies like Nie Tianjun and Wang Rian required years, sometimes even 4 or 5, for their contracted beasts to fully master such techniques. Holding the peacefully sleeping Xiao Bai in his arms, Yi Han began planning for the future. Xiao Bei's reflective ice mirror battle armor still needed another 2 weeks to reach perfection, while Thunder Hell would take at least 1 to 2 months to fully master. Fortunately, the super training mode provided invaluable assistance. Otherwise, achieving combat readiness might have taken far longer. At 6 o'clock the next morning, Xiao Bai woke up from its sweet slumber. Today was the Beast Combat class, one of Yi Han's most anticipated courses in the 3-day training cycle. Just then, the system notified him of the day's flash sale: 10 sticks of perfect quality focus incense for 1,000 points. These could double the duration of meditation sessions, far surpassing the effect of the mid-grade incense Yi Han usually used. His eyes lit up with excitement. It was a perfect opportunity to upgrade his training. At the training grounds, Yi Han became the center of attention. Whispers filled the air. Some envied his luck. Others doubted the sustainability of his achievements, and a few girls had even written him love letters, only to be teased by classmates reminding them of Wang Ruyan's connection to him. When instructor Yang Yuzhu arrived, the routine assessment began. Nie Tianjun and Wang Rian both scored impressive 93s, while Xiang Changping's score dropped from 78 to 74. However, when Yi Han achieved an 84, surpassing Xiang Changping, the latter's face darkened considerably. Xiang Changping's heart churned with unease and resentment. In less than a month, Yi Han had risen from insignificance to a rival he could no longer confidently defeat. Yi Han's meteoric rise haunted him like a nightmare, gnawing at his pride and peace of mind. But soon, his composure returned. Inwardly, he began plotting for the wilderness trial in 29 days. With the backing of his father, a gold-ranked adventurer, and the top adventure team in Nanjing City, Xiang Changping was determined to make Yi Han pay the ultimate price. Yi Han keenly noticed a subtle change in Xiang Changping's demeanor as he returned to his usual calm self. The more composed someone appears on the surface, the more likely they are concealing turbulent emotions. Being an extremely cautious person, Yi Han decided to first master the reflex water mirror and the profound ice battle armor to perfection while focusing on improving his combat proficiency with the Thunder Hell technique. A vague sense of impending danger continued to grow within him. The days at the special training camp flew by. In the first few days, Yi Han seized every opportunity to seek guidance from Yang Yuzhu. Not only did she gladly oblige, but she also admired his proactive attitude and carefully arranged battles against various beasts for his practice. Within just a week, Yi Han's points skyrocketed. Although he exchanged many items through the instant kill store, he was unable to acquire any particularly rare resources. When Yi Han's points reached 25,000, Yang Yuzhu, with her sharp intuition, noticed something unusual. His strength had improved at an astonishing rate from initially struggling against level 20 beasts to now defeating them with ease, even achieving one-hit kills. What puzzled her even more was Yihan's apparent enjoyment of these battles, despite their lack of challenge. After every victory, he would exhibit a look of exhilaration and satisfaction. Yang Yuzhu arrived at a shocking conclusion. Yihan wasn't a perfectionist but seemed to have developed a beast cruelty syndrome. This pathological mindset caused individuals to derive pleasure from tormenting and killing beasts. If left unchecked, it could escalate from harming beasts to harming humans, ultimately leading to mental instability, far more dangerous than a dark beastmaster. She attributed this behavior to Yihan's tragic past, his parents being slain by a beast king, and believed he was using the slaughter of beasts as a form of vengeance. Out of gratitude to the squad leader for his kindness, she resolved to help Yihan overcome this problem. From that moment on, Yihan could no longer enjoy his special training sessions with Yang Yuzhu. Instead, he had to endure rounds of psychological counseling every time. He was at a loss, unable to explain to her that his real goal was simply to earn system points. With this stable source of points cut off, Yihan had no choice but to intensify his training, ensuring that every 3 days he provided Xiaobai with full service care and simulated space battle rewards. Over 20 days later, in an abandoned district of Nanjing City, Yihan and Xiaobai stood before a towering 100-story building. This structure, once a city landmark known as the Star of Nanjing, was now overrun with dense weeds and towering trees. Their adversary was hiding within this complex structure, clearly aiming to use the narrow spaces to limit Xiaobai's mobility. By now, Xiaobai had fully grown into a true giant beast, standing 3 meters tall and 9 meters long. Including its pristine white tails, its total length reached an impressive 20 meters. Yihan no longer sat on Xiaobai's back, but instead stood proudly atop its head. Over the past month, Yihan's strength had advanced by leaps and bounds, reaching a level that left his peers in awe. Xiaobai cast a disdainful look at the building and made a mocking gesture with its immaculate paw before letting out an earth-shaking roar. The resulting sound wave shattered all vegetation within a 20-meter radius, leaving cracks across the concrete ground. "Let's head up," Yihan commanded. Xiaobai's body began to radiate an intense blue light as it activated the yellow-tier superior buff combat skill Frost Blessing, now mastered to perfection. With a slight crouch, it leapt 100 meters into the air, using its claws to gain traction on the building's outer walls. In just 2 agile movements, it landed steadily on the rooftop. Xiaobai did not land on the rooftop of the building, but instead conjured a massive, mirror-like surface in midair. This reflective, water-like platform resembled advanced futuristic technology, hovering steadily in the void. Standing atop Xiaobai, Yihan displayed an extraordinary sense of balancia skill he had honed through relentless training over the past month. His stance was as steady as Yang Yuzhu's when she once rode the Thunderhawk with ease. "Looks like this coward doesn't dare to face us. He must have sensed our presence," Yihan sneered. "Let's show him the power of the excavator." Xiaobai sprang into action. A colossal, frost-covered claw materialized in the air, spanning a width of 30 meters. The overwhelming cold instantly froze the trees on the building's surface into fragile ice sculptures. The claw struck downward toward the building's midsection with unstoppable force. The steel-reinforced concrete crumbled like tofu, leaving behind a massive gaping hole. "If you don't come out now, your lair will be gone." Yihan's taunting voice echoed through the air. The 100-story skyscraper began to tilt without its structural support. At that moment, dozens of blood-red tendrils shot out from within the building like arrows, surging toward Yihan and Xiaobai. Well, finally showing yourself," Yihan remarked, recognizing his opponent. A level 26 demon beast ghost hand blood shadow vine. The blood-red tendrils turned out to be deadly vine-like appendages. The ghost hand blood shadow vine, a plant-type demon beast with a third-ear bloodline, was carnivorous and specialized in ambushing passing beasts and adventurers. Its vines were so tough that even alloy blades struggled to sever them, and each vine was tipped with razor-sharp, fang-like mouths capable of piercing through tank armor and devouring the soldiers inside. Because of this, many bronze-level adventuring squads and armored convoys had met their doom at its hands. "Take this thing down, and we'll score 90 points. A gleam of excitement flashed in Yihan's eyes. "Tomorrow's wilderness trial is going to be the perfect chance for us to rake in points like crazy." The Blood Shadow Vine's attack was fierce, but in this duel, Xiaobai's Frostclaw displayed an even more astonishing speed. The icy blue claws shot out like lightning, firmly grabbing all the incoming vines. With a sudden, forceful pull, the entire Nanjiang Star building trembled violently, accompanied by a piercing wail from within. This unexpected tug-of-war played right into Xiaobai's hands. Though its physical strength was unremarkable, the Frostclaw carried a devastating, almost apocalyptic power. The sheer force of that casual tug, nearly tearing the building apart, was proof enough. The Blood Shadow Vine's decision to compete in a test of strength against Xiaobai's Frostclaw was nothing short of suicidal. Moreover, the claw's terrifying cold was rapidly seeping into the vines. If it reached the Blood Shadow Vine's brain or heart, it would spell its doom. At that moment, the sky suddenly changed. Thick, dark clouds obscured the sun, and the land was plunged into gloom. Amid the howling winds, Yihan and Xiaobai seemed to be transported to another dimension. All around them, and even within the clouds, stood countless towering replicas of the Nanjiang Star Building, each 100 stories high. Blood-red ghostly hands reached out from all directions, clawing toward them. This was the Blood Shadow Vine's ultimate move, its height-ear dark element combat skill, Phantom Abyss. These illusions concealed real attacks, and ordinary people would need perception-based skills to distinguish reality from deception. However, Xiaobai hadn't mastered such skills, making the situation seemingly dire. Just as the Crimson Hands were about to engulf them, a set of pure white, jade-like battle armor materialized around Yihan and Xiaobai. Several genuine ghostly hands struck Yihan with tremendous force, but they only caused faint tremors. As he had anticipated, the cunning Blood Shadow Vine had chosen to target the supposedly weaker Beastmaster first. Yet, under the protection of the frost armor, Yihan remained unscathed. He even mocked, "Is that all you've got? Feels like you're just tickling me." This frost armor was no ordinary defense. It had reached a state of near perfection just 2 days prior, further enhanced by an equally masterful frost blessing. Even a direct hit from a rocket could at most push Yihan back, but it would not harm him in the slightest. This incredible advancement was currently known only to Yang Yuzhu. As someone with exclusive access to Yihan's combat footage, she was well aware of his tendency to hide his true strength. She hadn't reported this breakthrough to the Ministry of Education, believing that as long as Yihan no longer slaughtered beasts for sport, he was on the path to becoming a model student. "Xiaobai, I think the test is over. Finish it off." Yihan's earlier feigned weakness had merely been a ploy to test the frost armor's defensive capabilities. In reality, the moment Xiaobai's Frostclaw latched onto the Blood Shadow Vine, the outcome was already decided. With a mighty tug, the Frostclaw dragged the vines, and a chorus of ghostly wails echoed from all the Nanjiang Star buildings around them. The illusion rippled violently like water and gradually dissolved. The Blood Shadow Vine's roots were being forcibly pulled from their lair, twisting and warping the entire building under the immense strain. In the end, all the illusions dissipated like smoke, leaving nothing but silence. Plant-type beasts are undeniably formidable in defensive battles, but their strength relies on one critical condition: they must remain deeply rooted in the ground. The more extensive their root systems, the wider their coverage, the more spiritual energy they absorb, and the greater their combat power. However, at this moment, the roots of the Ghost Hand Blood Shadow Vine were forcibly torn out of the building by Xiaobai, completely losing in this contest of strength. A dazzling flash suddenly streaked across the air above Xiaobai, and Yihan's figure instantly appeared at the center of the Ghost Hand Blood Shadow Vine's root system. This was the power of the flashing Soul Eater Bird spirit. In his hands, he wielded a massive, snow-white sword, 3 to 4 meters long, its blade already piercing into the beast's core. This Frostblade Greatsword wasn't a specialized weapon, but rather a part of Xiaobai's frost armor, condensed through spiritual energy. Though not a true weapon, in Yihan's hands, it unleashed extraordinary power. Moreover, the floating reflective water mirror beneath Xiaobai's feet was another clever application of combat techniques. Yihan had always been passionate about developing new uses for his skills. While some experiments seemed unnecessary, certain innovations proved decisive in critical moments. Defeated level 26 Ghost Hand Blood Shadow Vine. Score, 90 points. Generating level 27 Beast. The system notification sounded. "I forfeit the challenge. Confirm forfeiture?" Confirm. Contestant 55, Yihan. Score, 90 points. This result caused an uproar in the special training class. The students erupted in disbelief and chatter. Yihan only scored 88 last time, and now he's improved again. He improves by at least 1 or 2 points every exam. It's unreal. I'm thrilled when I gain 5 points in a month. Watching him is just crushing. I remember when he first joined the training class, he only scored 65 points. A 25-point improvement in 1 month. Is he even human? Some students even joked, "Yihan, my sister is gorgeous, and she's a huge fan of yours. She falls asleep every night looking at your photos. Want to meet her? Maybe it'll distract you a bit and give us a chance to catch up." Standing to the side, Yang Yuzhu fell into deep thought. Although she had long suspected Yihan was holding back, his terrifying rate of improvement still left her shaken. She had reviewed his combat footage and knew his true strength far surpassed this. Every time, despite being capable of achieving higher scores, he would intentionally forfeit. While other students gave their all to improve, Yihan seemed to effortlessly control his scores within a predicted range. Just how much strength is he hiding? Yang Yuzhu wondered. If I faced him head-on, Would I even stand a chance? But she quickly dismissed the thought. Impossible. He's only 18. No matter how strong he is, there's no way he could match a silver-ranked beast master. Yet this self-reassurance only exposed an unprecedented sense of insecurity she felt in Yihan's presence. In the afternoon, the simulated combat assessment came to an end. On the training field, over 100 students from the special training camp stood upright like rows of javelins. They had shed their usual attire and were uniformly dressed in camouflage uniforms, each wearing a badge on their chest that read Nanjiang City Senior Year Special Training Camp Student No. XX name. XX. Surrounding the field were prominent figures from various sectors. Mentor Yang Yuzhu, academic instructors, the director of the special training camp, officials from the education department, and several silver-ranked officers tasked with safeguarding the camp. The atmosphere was solemn and dignified. The director of the camp, seeing that everyone had arrived, strode to the front of the formation. With a serious expression, he began, "Students, tomorrow marks the final trial before the college entrance exams. This is not only the most critical part of your training, but also a unique opportunity, one that other senior students do not have." He paused briefly before continuing, however, opportunity always comes with risk. In Nanjiang City alone, an average of 2 students and 5 contracted beasts lose their lives in these trials each year. This is no casual outing, it is a real battlefield, a life-and-death confrontation with humanity's sworn enemies. Pointing to the badges on their chests, the director said, "These badges will record every beast you slay. Defeating beasts of level 10 or above will earn you merit points, with higher-level beasts yielding more points. 1,000 merit points can be exchanged for the third-class Dragon Hero Medal, which grants an additional 20 points on the college entrance exam. 10,000 points earn the second-class medal, with an additional 30 points. 100,000 points earn the first-class medal, with 40 extra points. Moreover," he added, "each merit point can be exchanged for 20,000 alliance coins, which you can use to purchase resources like focus incense, beast cores, and elemental crystals for cultivation. I hope you will fight bravely but also prioritize your safety and that of your contracted beasts. I look forward to seeing every one of you return safely when the trial is over." Following this, Yang Yuzhu stepped forward, holding a clipboard, and announced loudly, "The location for this trial will be the Tsongling Mountain Range. This mountain range, stretching 1,500 kilometers with its highest peak reaching 6,700 meters, is covered in dense forests and home to countless terrestrial and elemental beasts. As one of Nanjiang City's most critical defensive lines, it faces 37 beast tides annually and is the most casualty-heavy battlefield in average. 800 bronze-ranked beast tamers and 5,400 soldiers sacrifice their lives here each year." She concluded with one final detail. "On this planet, which is 20 times the size of Earth, the Tsongling Mountain Range is considered relatively small, a minor mountain range in comparison." Yang Yuzhu's voice echoed through the classroom as she explained in detail the danger level classifications of the Tsongling Mountain Range. Black Iron level adventure teams were not even qualified to step near the mountain's edge. Only bronze level teams could explore the outskirts, silver level teams could venture further into the interior, and only the powerful gold level beast tamers were capable of entering the mountain's core. This place is not only perilous, but also a critical defensive line that Nanjing City cannot afford to lose," Yang Yuzhu said with a grave tone. She then announced the trial rules. "Currently, there are no signs of a beast tide attack, so you will be heading directly to the outskirts of the Tsongling Mountain Range. You may choose to act as a team or operate solo, but if you team up, any battle merits earned will be equally shared. The trial will last for 1 week, and you must remain within a 5-kilometer radius of the station defense forces. If you encounter danger, you can use your badge to call for help. The rescue team will arrive within 3 minutes, but using the call for help will immediately end your trial." Yihan quickly grasped the structure of the trial. While the defense forces would accompany them for protection, they would not intervene directly in the students' training. Although there was a safety net in place, the 3-minute response time meant that encountering a formidable enemy still posed a significant risk to their lives. Before departure tomorrow, make sure you decide whether to act solo or as part of a team. Those teaming up should finalize their members in advance and report their final decision at the time of departure. Dismissed. Afterward, officials from the education department, mentors, the academy's dean, and military officers responsible for rescue operations gathered in another meeting room. The leader of the education department stood up, his expression serious. "The students in this year's special training class are exceptionally talented. Notably, Niet Tianjun, Wang Ruyan, and Yihan have shown great potential to become gold-level beast tamers, the backbone of our nation's future. The provincial government places significant importance on this and has decided to implement covert protection for these 3 individuals. Each will be assigned a silver-level beast tamer to operate within a 1-kilometer radius, ensuring their safety without being detected, so as not to disrupt their training experience." "Understood," the group responded in unison. A military officer then stood and added, Recent intelligence indicates that dark beast tamers have been spotted frequently within a 1,000-kilometer radius of Nanjing City. If any trace of them is discovered, the trial will be immediately terminated. Protecting these future elites is our top priority. Understood, the others replied firmly. The dean rose from his seat, his sharp gaze sweeping over the three mentors present. Each of them was a formidable silver-level expert, highly experienced in safeguarding students. Considering that other officers were tasked with defending against the beast tide and coordinating the rescue efforts of the Black Beast Masters, the critical responsibility of covert protection fell to these three mentors. Mentors, each of you will select one prodigy to secretly protect, the dean declared, his voice steady and authoritative. Yang Yuzhu was the first to step forward, her tone firm and resolute. I'll follow Yihan. As everyone knows, I was part of the Peace Adventurers Guild before, so I hope the dean will grant me permission. The dean nodded slightly. Permission granted. Yihan's growth rate is indeed astonishing, and there may be more to him than meets the eye. However, as long as he is not a Black Beast Master, any means he uses to grow stronger is a benefit to our nation and humanity. It's normal for prodigies to have secrets. If we can't tolerate that, this country has no future. We serve the nation, not some private interest, and we must never stifle the potential of our brightest talents. Yang Yuzhu nodded solemnly. Understood, Dean. At this moment, a middle-aged female mentor stood up. Although she primarily taught cultural studies and basic knowledge of beasts, as a mentor in the special training camp, she too was a skilled silver-level beastmaster. Then I'll take responsibility for Wang Ruya. Her father, Lord Wang Zhenhai, is someone I deeply admire. Permission granted. The dean nodded in agreement before turning his gaze to the last mentor, who taught meditation. The meditation mentor shrugged, speaking in a relaxed tone. Well, I don't have much of a choice. I'll stick with Nye Tianjun. Honestly, I doubt I'll have to worry too much. I am sure the military will assign people to protect him in secret. The dean cleared his throat lightly. The military will indeed prioritize his protection, and rightfully so. After all, Nye Tianjun represents more than just himself. If he were captured by the Black Beast Masters and used to threaten his father, the consequences would be disastrous. All right, now that the arrangements are set, please proceed according to the plan. Ensure the pre-exam trial is a complete success. Once these three students graduate, your contributions will not go unnoticed, and there will be generous rewards from above. The dean concluded with a final note of encouragement. After the leaders departed, the students in the combat training field immediately broke into lively discussions. I had always heard that the pre-exam trials were dangerous, but when I learned we'd be heading to the front lines, I froze on the spot. This was no joke. Every year, people lost their lives. Out of the 100 or so of us, an average of 2 would die annually. That's a 2 mortality rate. And let's not forget the 4 who ended up crippled after their contract beasts turned on them. The training camp buzzed with chatter, and some were already starting to back out. My family's loaded. Why risk my life for this? One privileged kid muttered under his breath. I haven't even gotten married yet. Sure, we fought beasts every day in the camp, but out there in the wild? There wouldn't be any silver-ranked warriors watching our backs, nor a line of snipers ready to take down any man-eating monsters. Out there, it would be just us, relying on nothing but our own skills. Huh, no way. Are there really cowards in our training camp? Scoffed one of the top students, who scored a solid 75 in beast combat. Easy for you to say. My score's only 55. Someone mumbled nearby, clearly uneasy. The camp quickly split into factions. Some formed the Prophet Squad, eager to rack up military merits and cash in on the opportunity. Others created the Survival Team, focused solely on making it through alive. The larger groups had around 10 people, while the smaller ones had just 2 or 3. Meanwhile, Yihan stood off to the side, his eyes gleaming with a strange light. For him, this trial wasn't just about earning merits, it was about system points. Over the past month, his points had plummeted from 25,000 to 18,000. This trial was his chance to turn things around and make a fortune. Just then, a slightly chubby figure hesitantly approached him. It was Su Lin, the son of the chairman of the largest beast feed company in Nanjing City. He ranked somewhere around 30th in their class. Yihan Su Lin rubbed his hands nervously. Can I, team up with you? I promise I won't hold you back. I just need to earn a 3rd-class combat hero medal. And if we make it, they'll pay you 30 million as a reward. Yihan raised an eyebrow. Was this guy asking him to play bodyguard? The allure of the 3rd-class combat hero medal was undeniable. It could grant a student an additional 20 points on the college entrance exam. For those teetering near the admission thresholds of top-tier academies, it was nothing short of a golden ticket to their dream future. Under normal circumstances, obtaining such a medal was nearly impossible, and there were absolutely no illegal shortcuts. Any attempt to acquire it unlawfully was considered a serious crime, far worse than drug trafficking. This trial, however, presented an unusual opportunity for wealthy students to legally cheat by paying the strongest classmate to lead their team. On the training field, Su Lin approached Yi Han with an offer well above the market rate. 1,000 combat merits, and I'll pay you 30 million alliance credits, he proposed. The price was already 50 higher than usual, drawing envious glances from their peers. Su Lin was a calculating individual. He knew that among all the prodigies in the class, Yi Han came from the humblest background. Even if Yi Han's late parents had left him some resources, they were bound to run out eventually. What Yi Han needed most right now is money. I understand your offer, Yi Han said calmly, but I'm not interested. Find someone else, Su Lin. The response left everyone stunned. 30 million. Turned down just like that? Su Lin's eyes widened in disbelief. Maybe reconsider? I've already raised the price by 50. Opportunities like this don't come around often. But Yi Han simply shook his head and walked toward the dormitory. 40 million. Su Lin shouted through gritted teeth, raising the stakes to an astonishing figure. He'll pay 40 million. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. The new offer exceeded the annual net profit of Su Lin's father's company. Yet to everyone's shock, Yi Han didn't even look back. He kept walking. Su Lin's expression darkened. Yi Han, don't think I can't find someone else. Don't be so greedy. The training field fell silent. Everyone was in awe of Yi Han's unyielding decision wasn't swayed, not even by 40 million. Unbeknownst to most, this was all part of Xiang Changping's scheme. His grudge against Yi Han was well known, and he intended to use the trial as an opportunity to exact his revenge. Yi Han's decision to act alone made it difficult to track him, so Xiang Changping devised a plan. Have Su Lin offer Yi Han an exorbitant price to form a team, ensuring Yi Han's movements could be monitored. It was a win-win arrangement. Su Lin could secure the medal for 30 million, while Xiang Changping only had to pay 10 million for intelligence on Yi Han. However, they underestimated Yi Han's vigilance. What seemed like a flawless trap crumbled effortlessly before him. Both Su Lin and Xiang Changping assumed that Yi Han, desperate for cultivation resources and eager to secure a spot in a top-tier academy, would be unable to resist the lure of money. But they were wrong. So very wrong. Money was indeed the key to approaching Yi Han, but the other party had clearly miscalculated. For the current Yi Han, a mere tens of millions was no longer enough to move him. While he didn't have much cash on hand, the cultivation resources he had accumulated over the past month were incredibly abundant. In his storage space lay 30 sticks of flawless quality concentration incense, along with 5 or 6 demon cores he had yet to absorb. Due to time constraints, he hadn't even fully mastered the thunder and water elemental profound level combat techniques. Several crystals containing the imprints of these techniques still awaited his comprehension. Moreover, this month Yi Han had purchased 3 demon weapons from the system's marketplace. One of them, a top-tier soldier-grade demon weapon named Spirit of the Raging Wave Carp, had already been refined by him. This weapon originated from the fearsome Raging Wave Carp, a common aquatic overlord capable of stirring up massive waves and preying on both riverbank beasts and humans. The Spirit of the Raging Wave Carp provided an amplification effect for water element combat techniques. When equipped on Xiao Bai, it stacked with his existing buffs, causing Xiao Bai's combat power to soar dramatically. Meanwhile, in Xiang Changping's dormitory, a conspiracy was brewing. Young Master Su, join our squad. 1,000 merit points is nothing, and 30 million is a trivial matter for my followers, Xiang Changping said confidently. His squad was composed of numerous elites, all striving for the third-class combat hero medal. Just let Yi Han off like that? Su Lin's face darkened. I can't swallow this humiliation. Xiang Changping sneered. Even if you're willing to let him go, there will always be others who want. In this trial, no matter how much protection he has, survival is almost impossible. Gradually, Su Lin's expression calmed. That sounds perfect. A heartfelt thank you to everyone who has sent gifts and left 5-star reviews. In the top-floor office of the Guanjiang building, Wang Zhenhai was engrossed in reviewing the routine reports on the Tenglong River water demons. Suddenly, a streak of red light, like a comet, flashed across the sky, and a towering figure appeared before him. Captain Xiang, long time no see, Wang Zhenhai said without looking up, his tone indifferent. The visitor was none other than Xiang Yuankong, the leader of the Hell Adventurer Guild, a tall, imposing middle-aged man with striking features. He was dressed in a fiery red robe that seemed to flow like molten lava. At this moment, however, he had set aside his usual commanding presence and clasped his fists with a cheerful smile. Brother Wang, what guidance do you have for me today? Wang Zhenhai stood up, his gaze as sharp as a blade. Don't break the rules of the game. Remember that. The national authorities are already watching you closely. This is the message I've sent them. If you meddle recklessly, be prepared to lose not just your hand but your head. Xiang Yuankong's expression darkened. Is it really worth it for a mere useless son-in-law? Wang Zhenhai gestured toward the intimidating Tenglong River outside the window. If your adventurer guild were tasked with guarding that river, how long could you hold out? Our guild's strength certainly can't compare to a family like yours that's been developing for a century, Xiang Yuankong retorted with a cold snort. But what does that have to do with me targeting Yi Han? You should know. My reason for going after him is because I orchestrated the downfall of the Peace Adventurer Guild back then. Wang Zhenhai sighed. If the water demons in that river riot, neither of us would be able to hold the line. Without reinforcements from stronger individuals, Nanjing City would be doomed. Over the past century since the resurgence of spiritual energy, the Tenglong River water demons have launched 4 uprisings, each roughly 20 years apart. Now, another 20-year cycle is approaching. Xiang Yuankong was alarmed by this revelation. He was well aware that when the water demons rioted, they would unleash massive waves akin to tsunamis, obliterating everything in their path. Land-based war beasts raised by ordinary demon tamers were at a severe disadvantage in water, making it extraordinarily difficult to combat the water demons lurking beneath the surface. Are you suggesting that Yihan could surpass us in a few years and help defend Nanjing City against the water demons? While he may have some talent, it would be nearly impossible for him to reach even the gold level within a few years, let alone platinum. Xiang Yuankong scoffed. Wang Zhenhai shook his head. The Tenglong River is merely a small corner of the Azure Planet. Even if Nanjing City falls, it would only mean the loss of 1,000,000 lives. But if powerful individuals recklessly break the rules and destroy the paths of promising young talents, the future of all of us will be reduced to ashes. In recent years, there have been repeated instances of high-level powerhouses targeting the younger generation, and the national authorities have had enough. Consider this a warning, Goverreach, and you'll pay the price. Xiang Yuankong's face turned pale. Even a top-tier provincial adventurer guild was insignificant compared to the overwhelming power of the state. While personal grudges might be tolerated, they had to remain within the boundaries of the rules. Understood. I'll abide by the rules. Farewell. With that, Xiang Yuankong transformed into a streak of blazing fire and vanished into the sky. Wang Zhenhai gazed into the distance. Yihan, you have 1 month. How far can you grow? The test is coming, let's see what you're made of. In Yihan's dormitory, Wang Ruyan, dressed in a pristine white dress, sat across from him. Xiang Chongping will make a move against you during the trial. To be precise, the Hell Adventurer Guild will act against you. While the exact number and strength of their members are unknown, since you're currently at the bronze level, they must follow the rules and won't send anyone above bronze level. The authorities are watching, Wang Ruyan explained. Yihan appeared completely at ease. As expected, they wouldn't pass up such a good opportunity. But it's surprising that they'll actually follow the rules. I was prepared to face a silver-level powerhouse. I was even planning to hang around the military camp and rake in as much merit as possible. Really? Wang Ruyan's words carried a hint of probing. Actually, you should have thought about it. If you teamed up with me, you'd be much safer, and I wouldn't have refused. But in the end, you didn't bring it up. She paused for a moment, her gaze sharp as she locked eyes with Yihan. So, your current strength? Even against a Silverter expert, you might not win, but you'd still have a chance to escape or buy time for reinforcements, right? As soon as these words left her lips, the atmosphere in the room seemed to freeze. Everyone present knew Yihan was strong, and some even speculated that he was deliberately hiding his true power. But no one had ever dared to assert that he could hold his own against a Silverter expert. If such a claim spread, it would undoubtedly be dismissed as pure fantasy by their classmates and instructors. After all, Yihan was only 18 years old and had joined the special training camp just a month ago. According to his records, only a month and a half ago, the beast he had contracted with was merely at level 6. Now, achieving a score of 90 in the assessment and defeating a level 26 beast was already an astonishing feat. His rapid rise defied all conventional logic. Yihan raised an eyebrow slightly. This was the first time someone had so accurately seen through his strength. Ever since that night, Wang Ruyan had carried an inexplicable confidence in him. Whether it was during Xiao Bei's mastery of lightning elements or at other moments, even when Yang Yuzhu hesitated, Wang Ruyan had unwavering faith that Yihan would succeed. Yihan didn't deny it. Instead, he met Wang Ruyan's gaze directly and asked, "Don't just talk about me. You too have been hiding quite a bit of strength, haven't you?" This question made Wang Ruyan's heart skip a beat, her expression shifting slightly. "I thought I hid it well enough even my dad doesn't know. I didn't expect you to figure it out." "To be honest, I was just guessing," Yihan said with a mischievous grin. "But I didn't expect you to admit it so easily. Little sister, you really need to work on your mental resilience." Wang Ruyan's face darkened. She hadn't expected her carefully concealed strength to be exposed so casually by Yihan's wild guess. In truth, she had her reasons for hiding her abilities. College entrance exams were approaching, and she wanted to avoid drawing unnecessary attention too soon. Though her abilities were impressive, she was still far from her peak. The Wang family had many enemies, ranging from countless water demons they had slain to the dark demon masters they had defeated on the battlefield. The high-level water demons, cunning and vengeful, couldn't harm Wang Zhenhai, so they would naturally target Wang Ruyan instead. The more dazzling her performance, the more determined these enemies would be to eliminate her. After all, No one wanted the Wang family to produce someone even more formidable than Wang Zhenhai. As for the Dark Demon Masters, they were constantly on the lookout for opportunities to ambush the prodigies of the White Demon Master faction. The more talented the individual, the higher the risk. Ever since Wang Ruyan had mastered her mid-tier Shin-level battle technique a month ago, she regretted reporting her progress. While her strength had advanced rapidly over the past month, she had gone to great lengths to keep it under wraps. Even my closest attendants don't know my true strength. How did you figure it out? Wang Ruyan puffed her cheeks in frustration, her icy demeanor melting away to reveal a surprisingly girlish charm. Yihan shrugged casually. Well, my guess wasn't entirely baseless. You've already mastered a mid-tier Shin-level battle technique for a month now. During that time, it's not impossible for you to comprehend another at the same level. Plus, when I mentioned hiding one's strength, your eyes betrayed a hint of admiration. People tend to appreciate traits they see in themselves, and that look in your eyes gave away more than half the truth. Wang Ruyan quickly reined in her emotions, her usual coldness returning as she deliberately avoided Yihan's gaze. Details do determine success or failure. I've learned that from you today. You're right. My mental resilience needs improvement. But you're far too perceptive for an 18-year-old. Honestly, you seem more like a 180-year-old monster with all this insight. Yihan chuckled faintly. And deep down, you feel I'm trustworthy. You assume I won't betray your secret because you think we hold leverage over each other. Am I right? When Wang Ruyan gave a reluctant nod, Yihan continued, but you've overlooked something. Even if you announce my secret with a megaphone, few people would take it seriously. On the other hand, if I revealed your hidden strength, anyone would believe me without hesitation. The supposed balance of power between us doesn't actually exist. If I had ulterior motives, I could easily use your secret to coerce you or even sell the information to the Dark Demon Masters or Water Demons. Wang Ruyan felt as if Yihan's words had spun an unescapable web around her, trapping her completely. He didn't just see through her thoughts. He uncovered even the subconscious ones she hadn't realized herself. You claim you're not interested in marrying me, so why go out of your way to help me strengthen my mental resilience? Wang Ruyan asked, her large, bright eyes fixed intently on Yihan. Deep down, she wanted to ask if he might reconsider his earlier decision, but as a young woman, she couldn't bring herself to voice it. While she wouldn't say she was in love with Yihan, she had to admit he was an exceptional man. If she were to marry someone like him, she wouldn't be opposed. After all, someone this outstanding was a rarity in her life. Yihan said, by helping you improve your strength now, aren't I indirectly helping you fight off the water demons and assisting you in avenging yourself? I definitely don't want a useless teammate dragging me down. Strengthening you is just reducing trouble for me. Besides, it's just a few words of advice. Doesn't take any effort. Why wouldn't I do it? Wang Ruyan's expression dimmed slightly after hearing this. Fine. She turned to leave but couldn't resist looking back and saying, good luck with your trial. By the way, you're truly a genuine 180-year-old man, not just in your mindset, but also in your desires. With that, she left Yihan's dorm without looking back. Today, she had spent 5 minutes carefully dressing up, only to be completely ignored by him. He's only 18 but lives like a monk. On the surface, she had regained her cold, unapproachable demeanor. But inside, Wang Ruyan was fuming. Yihan scratched his head and muttered to himself, could it be that this girl has started to like me because she thinks I'm better than her in so many ways? Ah, men really shouldn't show off too much in front of pretty girls. I want peace, but she won't let me have it. At that moment, Xiaobai nimbly climbed onto Yihan's shoulder and used its tiny paw to cover his eyes, preventing him from watching Wang Ruyan's retreating figure. Then, Yihan felt a warm, damp sensation on his cheek. He gently stroked Xiaobai's soft little head and said, all right, training time. Tomorrow is the trial, a perfect chance to make some money. We need to prepare well. The next morning, all the students from the special training camp rode their respective beasts and quickly headed toward the forest outside the city, escorted by the military along the concrete road. In the distance, the Tsangling Mountain Range defense line lay 250 kilometers from Nanjiang City, its peaks shrouded in mist, resembling a terrifying, crouching dragon. This area, being relatively close to Nanjiang City, rarely saw dangerous beasts. The beasts weren't foolish. Thousands of soldiers, and the presence of numerous powerful individuals were enough to scare off low-level creatures. Only a few desperate, starving beasts dared to attack, but they were swiftly eliminated by the military, not slowing the group's progress at all. This was Yihan's first time venturing into the wild. Everywhere he looked, there were ruins left by humans a century ago, now overtaken by weeds and trees. Through these remnants, one could vaguely deduce the sheer horror of the catastrophe that had occurred back then. It was humanity's apocalypse. Even now, humanity had yet to fully recover. By noon, the special training class students finally arrived at the Tsangling Mountain Range defense line. Yihan stood before the defensive line of the Tsangling Mountain Range, utterly speechless, overwhelmed by the sheer grandeur of the human fortress before him. The defensive line stretched like a coiled dragon, rising to a height of 100 meters and spanning hundreds of kilometers. It wasn't constructed from ordinary steel and concrete, but forged from rare black iron ore. This material, not only far tougher than standard mid-grade alloys, could also be refined into a key ingredient for producing high-grade alloys black iron. The surface of the line was densely packed with gun barrels, each gleaming with a cold metallic sheen. Suddenly, with a deafening boom, a blinding tongue of fire erupted from one of the barrels. An enormous level 18 monstrous bird was instantly obliterated, its flesh and blood scattering in all directions. Narrowing his eyes, Yihan scrutinized the weaponry closely. It wasn't firing ordinary shells. These were miniature energy cannons embedded with fragments of energy crystals, capable of effortlessly piercing through the hull of an aircraft carrier. Energy crystals were a unique byproduct of the era of spiritual resurgence, containing immense, volatile energy that human scientists had ingeniously integrated with modern technology. With waterways dominated by aquatic demons, traditional hydropower had become a thing of the past. While nuclear energy was feasible, it posed extreme risks. Monsters were highly sensitive to nuclear energy and would launch frenzied attacks on reactors if detected. A destroyed nuclear facility would not only lead to environmental contamination and radiation leaks, but could also trigger terrifying mutations in the monsters, granting them dual or even triple elemental abilities. As a result, the primary power source for cities today was the stable and reliable energy crystals. Yihan quickly estimated that the defensive line was equipped with at least tens of thousands of energy cannons. Yet, despite its formidable appearance, this line had been breached 5 times in the past century. The most devastating incident was the one in which the original Bodhi's parents perished. A colossal Taishan golden ape king, towering over 500 meters, had loomed over the 100-meter-high defense line with just its knees. Against such a behemoth, even the sturdiest fortifications were rendered meaningless. Another cannon shot rang out, and yet another flying beast attempting to cross the line was reduced to a bloody mist. Such scenes had long become a daily occurrence here. After confirming identities between the escort troops and the stationed officers, the massive alloy gates at the center of the defense line rumbled open. The station soldiers leaned out, cheering on the special training camp recruits about to enter the monster-infested territory. They particularly highlighted this year's 2 prodigies who had mastered Shin-level combat techniques to near perfection. The headmaster dismounted from his steed, his expression grave as he issued orders. Attention all! Enter level 1 alert status. Once past the defensive line, you are free to hunt, but do not stray beyond a 5-kilometer radius of the rescue team. Within 5 kilometers, casualties will be honored as martyrs. Beyond that range, you bear the consequences. Understood. The recruits responded in unison. As the group crossed the defensive line, they were immediately hit by an overwhelming stench of decay. The ground was piled high with layers of monster corpses. Only the bodies of beasts level 21 and above were retrieved for their monster cores, while the rest were left to rot. Several students gagged on the spot, but managed to suppress the urge to vomit. Hold it in! The headmaster barked angrily. Look at the soldiers protecting you. Do you see a single one of them flinch? If you can't even handle a bit of stench, how do you expect to become elite warriors? Pathetic. The soldiers marched forward with expressionless faces, seemingly unaffected by the overwhelming stench of death that permeated the air. The atmosphere in the classroom grew heavy in an instant, and 90 of the students turned visibly pale. Although they were accustomed to fighting beasts in their daily training, none of them had ever experienced a real battlefield, let alone witnessed such a horrifying scene. Yihan remained calm and composed, a result of the intense endurance training he had undergone. Even if he were to fall into a sea of filth, he would swim through it without flinching. Wang Ruyan's face was as cold and indifferent as ever. As a member of the Wang family, known for generations of defending against water demons, she had honed her battlefield skills through countless small-scale skirmishes. Yet Tianjun glanced at his classmates, who were trying their best to suppress their nausea, and the corner of his mouth lifted slightly. It wasn't mockery but rather a genuine sense of amusement. As the son of the commander of the Nanjiang Military Division, he deeply understood the significance of his father's second-class Dragon Hero Medallion honor, earned through the slaying of hundreds of beasts. Xiang Chongping, too, maintained an unshaken demeanor. The group advanced swiftly over the ground littered with decaying corpses and bones. After crossing several kilometers of open terrain, they entered the dense, ancient forest of the Tsangling Mountains. The towering defensive line behind them gradually disappeared from sight. Bang! Bang bang! Gunfire echoed through the air. Howl! Roar! The cries of beasts followed in a chaotic chorus. The vanguard encountered a large number of low-level beasts. However, these creatures, all below level 10, posed little threat. The army adopted a straightforward strategy. Any beast that attacked was killed on the spot, while those that fled were left alone. Unlike the area within the defensive line, the The beasts here were noticeably more ferocious. They moved in packs, showing no fear of the army's presence. As the group ventured deeper, the trees around them grew increasingly massive. Towering giants that required dozens of people to encircle were a common sight, clear evidence of the explosive growth brought about by the resurgence of spiritual energy. Headmaster, we've reached the trial zone, a soldier reported briskly as he approached. The troops protecting the students quickly stepped aside, creating a clear path. The headmaster's voice rang out through the vast forest. The trial officially begins. The electronic notification sound signaled the start of the trial, and the badges on each student's chest glowed faintly. The system's voice followed promptly. Students, please hunt down the beasts to earn battle merits. Current battle merits, 0 points. Distance to the rescue team, 0 meters. Ihan, Wang Ruyan, how about the three of us compete to see who can earn the most battle merits? You both have mastered incredible combat skills. Surely, you're not afraid of me, right? Nye Tianjun said provocatively. Wang Ruyan responded expressionlessly. A pointless competition. Ask Ihan. As soon as she finished speaking, the immortal Qinghuan on her shoulder took flight and instantly transformed into a massive bird over 7 or 8 meters tall. Wang Ruyan leaped gracefully, landing steadily on the Qinghuan's back. In the blink of an eye, they shot out of the dense forest. The gust from the Qinghuan's wings shredded the leaves into fragments as it quickly disappeared into the clouds. Moments later, the bodies of numerous flying beasts rained down from the sky, accompanied by a downpour of blood. The beasts bore deep wounds that exposed their bones, clearly caused by the wind element combat skill Blade of the Storm. The surrounding students gasped in shock, breaking into murmurs. She's hunting flying beasts on a massive scale from the sky. No wonder she's the top goddess in our class. So clever. Hunting on the ground requires finding targets and dealing with terrain, but flying beasts in the sky travel in flocks, no effort needed to locate them. Looks like she's aiming for the second-class Battle Hero medal with 10,000 merit points. More importantly, there's less competition in the sky. Not many of us can fly, so she's practically monopolizing the airspace. Her Qinghuan is insanely powerful. It could crush us in a direct fight, even without using combat skills. As the crowd buzzed with discussion, Nye Tianjun turned to Ihan with a sly smile. Ihan, remaining calm, said, just competing for bragging rights is boring. Why not raise the stakes? 1 billion. Not too much, not too little. What do you say? Nye Tianjun paused for a moment, then retorted. Interesting, but do you even have a billion? Or are you expecting your woman to pay for you? That wouldn't look too good. A billion is pocket change for me, but she might not be so willing to help you out. Without a word, Yihan took out 10 high-grade wind element crystal cores and handed them to the dean. Dean, please be our witness. Everyone present was stunned. The total value of those crystal cores exceeded 1 billion. The crowd erupted in amazement. That's insane. How is that not much? People risk their lives for just a few million. Families fall apart over tens of millions. Even Nye Tianjun appeared slightly surprised. Looks like your parents left you quite the treasure trove, he remarked, tossing a bank card to the dean. This card has 1.3 billion. If you win, it's all yours. Just don't cry if you lose. The dean's hands trembled as he clutched the wind element crystal cores and the premium alloy bank card, his mind completely overwhelmed. As the seasoned head of the Special Training Academy, he was a silver powerhouse, only a step away from reaching gold tier. Yet at this moment, watching these extravagant students before him, he couldn't help but feel a deep sense of reflection. 20 years of teaching had earned him a modest fortune of 300 to 400 million, but these students could casually wager over 200 million on a single duel. Ahem, he cleared his throat, suppressing the fleeting thought of absconding with the money off course. It was just a passing fancy. After all, Nye Tianjun's father was an influential figure in Nanjing City. All right, your match is certainly meaningful. Even in a top-tier academy, competition is everywhere. He'll act as your official witness. As soon as he finished speaking, the lightning three-headed wolf beneath him transformed into a streak of electricity and disappeared into the dense forest. Meanwhile, Yihan remained calm and composed, leisurely riding Xiaobai as it gracefully strolled into the depths of the woods. Its elegant, dainty steps made the following students stomp their feet in frustration. Yihan, aren't you a little too relaxed? Someone couldn't help but shout. This is a billion-dollar bet. Nye Tianjun is already grinding battle points like crazy, and here you are. I was jealous you could marry Wang Ruyan, but now I'm genuinely worried for you. Time waits for no one. Can't you pick up the pace? Seeing Yihan's unhurried demeanor, someone was tempted to whip Xiaobai to make it run faster. But just as the thought crossed their mind, they quickly changed their tone. My apologies, Sister Fox. How dare I offend you? Yihan, you're not hiding some secret method to earn points quickly, are you? Come on, share it with us. Faced with their persistent questions, Yihan nodded with a serious expression. There is indeed a secret. Since you're all so eager, he'll tell you. The students immediately crowded around him, their ears perked up, ready to listen. After all, each battle point could be exchanged for 20,000 alliance coins, a significant sum for students from less privileged backgrounds. Yihan pointed to the rescue squad trailing behind them and explained unhurriedly, within 5 kilometers of this area, there are only low-level monsters ranging from level 11 to 15. Defeating them yields negligible battle points. I'm waiting for the squad to advance into the territory of level 20 beasts before I make my move. So, my secret is this. Conserve your energy and focus on hunting high-level monsters. As soon as he finished speaking, all the students collectively spat out a mouthful of blood, spraying it a good 50 meters away. Focus on hunting beasts above level 21. Yihan's suggestion left the students around him utterly disheartened. Although the special training class had made significant progress in strength, nearly 60 of the students still struggled to handle beasts above level 21. Those who had approached Yihan for tips were generally at this level, making his advice seem unattainable. Let's just leave it at that. This is a world for the elites. The students murmured bitterly, their spirits crushed. Yihan, we wish you luck against Nye Tianjun. Someone called out as they departed. Worry about Yihan? You should be more concerned about yourself. The crowd surrounding Yihan gradually dispersed, each student mounting their beasts and heading into the forest to hunt. Barely 3 or 4 minutes had passed before the rescue team's Galehawks screeched into the woods, a clear sign that someone had already run into trouble. Galehawks, capable of reaching speeds of 200 kilometers per hour, were not only swift but also highly agile, adept at navigating dense forests. As a relatively common type of flying beast, they were cost-effective to maintain, making them ideal for small-scale rescue missions. Although this area was on the outskirts of the Tsongling mountain range, where beast levels were relatively low, the sheer number of creatures was daunting. Giant tigers, silverstone ant swarms, wind-blade wolf packs, and flesh-eating mosquito swarms were frequent threats. Against such group-dwelling beasts, overwhelming strength was often the only way to survive. Otherwise, sheer numbers could wear anyone down. Like the saying goes, too many ants can take down an elephant. Experienced adventuring teams typically employed specialized scouting devices or beasts to detect and avoid such dangers. However, the student teams lacked this kind of preparation and equipment. 3 hours later, over a dozen students had already been brought back by the rescue team, their faces pale and grim. Being rescued meant their trial had ended prematurely, and they had missed a rare opportunity for growth. Yihan, you're now entering the territory of level 21 beasts. Our rescue team won't proceed beyond 5 kilometers from this point, the headmaster warned with a good-natured smile. He knew full well that as long as Yihan stayed alive, his future achievements would far surpass his own. By the age of 30, Yihan was likely to reach the gold rank, while the headmaster himself, already past 50 and entering physical decline, faced significant challenges in breaking through to the same level. Befriending this rising star during his student years was a calculated move that the headmaster excelled at. Having overseen the special training program for over 2 decades, the headmaster was intimately familiar with the trial grounds in the Tsongling mountain range. He knew the distribution of beasts and the level of danger in every area. Understood. Thank you for the reminder, Yihan replied. The moment his words fell, Xiaobai shot forward like a streak of white lightning, vanishing ahead of the rescue team. As a level 21 beast already ranked among the beast soldiers, Xiaobai's speed far exceeded that of the Galehawks used for rescue. Lesser beasts stood no chance against it, and would be obliterated in an instant. Watching Yihan disappear into the forest, the headmaster turned to Yang Yuzhu, who stood behind him, and spoke in a low voice. The Hell Expedition group might cause trouble for Yihan. It's a personal grudge, so as long as they stay within the rules, don't interfere. Just focus on keeping an eye out for the Black Veil Beastmaster. Yang Yuzhu nodded in acknowledgement. Yihan's growth has been almost too smooth lately, and his progress is alarmingly fast. It's only natural for him to face challenges to temper his confidence. I hope he can endure it. With that, she mounted her thunderstorm eagle, its powerful wings whipping up a gale as she ascended into the sky, vanishing into the clouds within moments. Meanwhile, Yihan was racing through the forest, massive tree trunks flashing past as the wind roared in his ears. When Xiaobai unleashed its full speed, it rivaled the high-speed trains of Earth, reaching up to 400 kilometers per hour. However, in the perilous and uneven terrain of the forest, its actual speed was somewhat reduced. System, show me today's flash sale item. Today's flash sale item, perfect quality 5th grade bloodline advancement pill. Effect, allows a 4th grade bloodline beast to advance to a 5th grade bloodline with a 100 success rate. Price, 10,000 points. The new rules of the system's marketplace caught Yihan's attention immediately. Defeating beasts with levels higher than his own contracted beast would earn him discounts. The more beasts he defeated, the greater the discount, with the lowest price being as little as 10 of the original cost. This news filled him with delight. Ever since Xiaobai advanced to level 21, The quality of items in the system's marketplace had significantly improved, but so had their prices. A single item could cost as much as 10,000 points, which left Yihan speechless. However, today, when he saw the appearance of a Grade 5 bloodline advancement pill in the marketplace, his heart raced with excitement. For the past month, Xiao Bai's bloodline had been stuck at Grade 4. The emergence of the Grade 5 bloodline advancement pill felt like a gift from the heavens. Yihan couldn't help but feel lucky. In the training camp, even if he wanted to buy such a pill, it would not only cost him 10,000 points, but also be nearly impossible to find beasts above level 21 to challenge, as Yang Yuzhu could never locate suitable opponents. Looking at the 16,000 points he had left, Yihan began calculating in his mind. If he bought the pill outright, he would be left with only 6,000 points. Although his points had multiplied dozens of times compared to when he started, the rising prices in the system's marketplace made it hard for him to save up a significant amount. Advancing from a Grade 4 general bloodline to a Grade 5 commander bloodline would elevate Xiao Bai's strength far beyond the contracted beasts of Niet Tianjun and Wang Ruyan. Even these two wealthy prodigies couldn't guarantee advancing their contracted beasts' bloodlines to Grade 5. Bloodline advancement failures not only consumed a contracted beast's potential, but also reduced the likelihood of success with each failed attempt. This was why most people waited until their contracted beasts reached levels 30 or 40 before attempting advancement. Even with top-tier or perfect quality bloodline advancement pills, the failure rate for beasts in their early 20s remained high. But Yihan was different. He possessed a unique ability that guaranteed a 100 success rate for bloodline advancements. It was as if he had a cheat code. This extraordinary advantage gave him an undeniable edge on the path of bloodline advancements. This made Yihan genuinely look forward to the number of experts Xiang Yuankong would send after him. Xiao Bai unleashed a powerful aura, instantly intimidating all the low-level beasts within a few miles. Over a dozen solitary beasts, sensing the overwhelming pressure, immediately fled with their tails between their legs. Even small groups of beasts, 3 or 5 strong, dared not challenge Xiao Bai's authority. This was primarily because Xiao Bai had reached the 4th grade bloodline, while most of these ordinary beasts only possessed 2nd grade bloodlines, a gap as vast as heaven and earth. This was exactly the effect Yihan was hoping for. Killing low-level beasts was meaningless aside from earning a small amount of battle merit. It neither provided points nor unlocked discounts in the marketplace. To truly reap rewards, one had to challenge beasts that matched or exceeded Xiao Bai's level of strength. Warning, warning, student Yihan, you are now 4,900 meters away from the rescue team. Please maintain the designated distance. The badge on his chest flashed with a warning light, but Yihan paid no attention and continued riding Xiao Bai, who was the size of a lion, swiftly through the jungle. Warning, warning, you are now 5,800 meters beyond the rescue range. Return immediately, or face the consequences. Yihan remained unfazed. Xiao Bai had the ability to adjust its size freely within the rules, with a maximum size of 30 meters. However, moving in a dense forest was inconvenient at that scale, so it maintained a more moderate size to remain agile. Student Yihan, you have exceeded the optimal rescue range of 5,000 meters. Should any incident occur, we will not be held responsible. A stern voice came from the badge. Rest assured, Yihan replied, glancing down at the badge. If I encounter a danger even I can't handle, your forces would be equally helpless. Staying close to you serves no purpose. He wasn't wrong. The soldiers in the rescue team were mostly at the black iron level, and even with firearms, they could only handle beasts around level 20. In contrast, the targets Yihan sought were at least level 25, making them a death sentence for the rescue team. He had waited for the rescue team earlier primarily because their ranks included a silver-level officer and mentor. While he planned to operate within a 5-kilometer radius, he couldn't stray too far. Xiang Yuankong might fear national forces, but beasts and dark beast masters certainly wouldn't. After weighing his options, Yihan decided to limit his range to within 10 kilometers. At that distance, if he encountered danger, a silver-level expert could still reach him in 2 to 3 minutes thanks to their incredible speed. Just be careful, the voice from the badge said after a moment of silence. Especially watch out for the Dark Beastmaster's plans to eliminate our elites. If you encounter a Dark Beastmaster, notify us immediately. Understood. The benefits of bending the rules were obvious. There was almost no competition beyond the 5-kilometer range. While other students might think of this strategy, few would dare to cross the boundary. But Yihan dared. Warning, warning, you are now 8,900 meters away from the rescue team, significantly exceeding the optimal rescue range. At that moment, with a sharp whoosh, a massive fiery red centipede hidden beneath a thick layer of fallen leaves was pierced through by an ice claw descending from above. Ding Xiao Bai successfully defeated a level 21 opponent, earning 100 points. Total points, 16,100. Today's flash sale discount, 9.9, current price, 9,900 points. Simulation battle space unlocked for level 21 Crimson Chain Centipede Challenge. Simultaneously, the badge issued another notification. Solo kill of level 21 Crimson Chain Centipede. Battle merit 20. Total battle merit 1020. The Crimson Chain Centipede, despite its third-grade bloodline, 4-meter length, and expertise in ambush and venom spraying, stood no chance against Xiaobai. The freezing power unleashed by Xiaobai instantly encased the centipede along with the surrounding leaves and trees in ice. As expected, only challenges against higher-level opponents yielded substantial rewards. Facing opponents of the same level offered pitiful returns. Xiaobai's paw struck the head of the Crimson Centipede with pinpoint precision. A crisp crack, crack, crack echoed as the entire creature's body was instantly covered in fractures, shattering moments later into countless shards of ice. From the scattered ice crystals, a smooth, translucent orb rolled out. Swiftly, Xiaobai picked it up and lightly tossed it to Yi Han. A level 21 demon core, worth hundreds of thousands. Yi Han calculated silently. Though he wasn't currently short on demon cores, such valuable resources couldn't be wasted carelessly. More importantly, these cores were a critical component of his audacious plan. Sensing the presence of numerous level 21 beasts gathering nearby, Yi Han turned to Xiaobai and said, "Hold off for now. Once the rescue team gets closer, we'll clear them out while advancing." Xiaobai obediently nodded, sniffing the air to track the scents of the beasts. Before long, it had locked onto the location of another Crimson Centipede. After 3 hours of highly efficient hunting, system notifications chimed repeatedly. Xiaobai has successfully defeated a level 24 opponent. Combat reward, 500 points. Total points, 19,000. Xiaobai has successfully defeated a level 24 opponent. Today's flash sale item is now 30 off, available for 7,000 points. You can now challenge the level 24 Withered Vine Python endlessly in the simulation battle space. Solo kill of the level 24 Withered Vine Python, 80 combat merits. Total combat merits, 1,100. The overwhelming advantage of breaking the system's rules was undeniable. In just 3 hours, they had amassed 1,100 combat merits, enough to redeem a third-class combat hero medal, which required only 1,000 merits. At this astonishing hunting pace, as long as nothing went wrong, Yi Han could earn at least 5,000 combat merits daily. Over a week, that would total 35,000 merits, enough to redeem 3 second-class combat hero medals, equivalent to a staggering 7 billion alliance credits. From his storage space, Yi Han retrieved dozens of demon cores that shimmered faintly with light, a fervent glint flashing in his eyes. The aura of these demon cores has a powerful allure for beasts. Xiaobai, bite them all open and release their energy, he declared with excitement. If we're doing this, we're going all in. Both Xiaobai and Yi Han wore expressions of unrestrained exhilaration, madness barely concealed. They were about to pull off something audacious, artificially creating a small-scale beast tide. Deep within the dense jungle, a slender beam of bluish-purple light suddenly shot into the sky. Initially only 20 or 30 meters tall, it rapidly expanded and grew over time, eventually forming a dazzling column of light that pierced through the clouds, stretching over a kilometer high. This phenomenon instantly threw the entire jungle into chaos. Within a radius of 20 miles, beasts from the ground, air, underground, and water went into a frenzy, unleashing deafening roars that echoed through the forest. 5 kilometers away, a group of students undergoing trials began to discuss the strange occurrence. This doesn't look like a battle technique. A battle technique wouldn't produce a straight bluish-green light column like that. Could it be the birth of a powerful demonic artifact? This is bad. The beasts I barely managed to control suddenly broke free and are all charging in that direction. Gross. I just got covered in slime from a giant slug. Some suggested forming a team to investigate, but the idea was quickly dismissed. It's 5 kilometers away, well beyond the optimal rescue range. If something happens, you won't even qualify as martyrs. Forget it. Niet Tianjun, Yi Han, and Wang Ruyan are already over there. By the time you get there, it'll be all over. Not to mention, there are experienced bronze-level adventurer squads in this area too. Meanwhile, in the command center of the Special Training Rescue Unit, the principal stared at the towering beam of light, his brows furrowed. The phenomenon accompanying the birth of a demonic artifact should be related to the artifact's spirit itself, shouldn't it? What kind of beast looks like a bluish-green light column? Suddenly, shocking news arrived. Mentor Yang Yuzhu reported with trembling hands, "Principal, Yi Han had his contracted beast bite into dozens of demonic cores, and he's now triggering a small-scale beast tide. He's already begun slaughtering the beasts gathering in the area. This level of madness is unprecedented in the history of senior high school special training programs nationwide." The principal and nearby officers collectively spat out their tea in shock. This wasn't some demonic artifact phenomenon at all, it was the spiritual energy leaking out from dozens of priceless demonic cores being destroyed. Not only was this a financial loss amounting to tens of millions of alliance credits, but Yi Han was also planning to single-handedly take on the incoming beast tide. The silver-ranked officers turned pale, their voices trembling. That kid has no idea how terrifying a beast tide is. Even for us, facing a small beast tide alone would be unthinkable. Grabbing the communicator, the principal roared at the top of his lungs. Yi Han, as the principal of the Senior High Special Training Program, I order you to retreat immediately. If you don't, you'll be utterly annihilated. Yi Han's voice came from the other side, unexpectedly calm and composed. Dean, there's no need to panic. Everything is under my control. Yi Han's tone carried a hint of smugness. The previous method of hunting down beasts one by one was just too slow. Now, my efficiency has increased tenfold, even 20-fold. This is what I call a crazy war merit harvest. It's absolutely exhilarating. Dean, should we notify the other prodigies to try this method? I guarantee that your students this year will become the strongest in the entire nation. You have to trust me. This is straight from the heart. I'm doing all this for your bonus. After all, since I've come up with such an incredible strategy for earning military merits, shouldn't you share half of your bonus with me? A third would work too. As Yi Han spoke, the surrounding area was filled with the anguished cries of beasts. It seemed that any beast that encountered him was instantly slain without the slightest chance to fight back. The veins on the dean's forehead throbbed violently, and he was on the verge of losing it. Get out of here, he roared. You absolute anomaly, the likes of which have never been seen before. In 20 years as dean, I've never encountered a student as terrifying and shameless as you. Immobilizing the defense forces immediately to prevent a beast tide from turning into a full-blown disaster. You better come back alive if you die out there. I swear I'll laugh myself to tears. At that moment, the dean felt as if he had aged 10 years in an instant. He simply couldn't fathom how Yi Han, who was usually so obedient and well-mannered during training, could turn into such a lunatic during the trial. Immediately notify the general in charge of the defense forces and have them dispatch an additional 10,000 soldiers to prevent the beast tide from spiraling out of control. Understood. Meanwhile, high in the sky, Wang Ruyan, riding atop her immortal azure wand, wore a puzzled expression. The flying beasts that had been swarming her moments ago, attacking relentlessly, suddenly lost all interest in her. Instead, they were frantically converging toward a beam of light not far away. Let's head over and see who's behind this. Someone has used an excessive number of beast cores to trigger this beast tide. Wang Ruyan's expression was icy, her eyes flashing with sharp determination. Her azure wand turned into a streak of blue light, vanishing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Nie Tianjun was in the nest of the giant tiger silverstone ants, slaughtering the massive creatures without mercy, when suddenly, an unexpected turn of events occurred. As if responding to some unseen signal, all the ants began pouring out of the nest in a frenzy, rushing toward a mysterious pillar of light in the sky. As they ran, their corrosive saliva dripped onto the ground, leaving trails of white smoke as it dissolved the hard minerals beneath a truly terrifying sight. Driven by curiosity, Nie Tianjun mounted his lightning, three-headed wolf and followed closely behind. When he and Wang Ruyan arrived at the scene, the sight before them left the two utterly speechless. In the heart of the forest, the corpses of demonic beasts, frozen like ice sculptures, were piled high. The ground was covered in several meters of blood-red ice shards, which glinted ominously under the sunlight, resembling shattered crimson gemstones. In reality, these were the frozen remains of countless demonic beasts. The entire forest had been transformed into a frozen wasteland, with every living creature turned into lifelike ice statues. What was even more astonishing was the tide of demonic beasts surging from all directions toward the pillar of light. At its epicenter stood a white giant fox, 30 meters long and clad in crystalline battle armor. Yi Han's contract beast, Xiao Bai. The fox was wreaking havoc with devastating precision. One of its paws, encased in a massive, 20-meter-long ice claw, froze over 20 high-level demonic beasts with a single strike. Following each strike, a 30-meter-long black ice hammer would smash the frozen beasts into pieces. Precious beast cores and advanced combat techniques littered the ground, but the caster had no time to collect them, focusing instead on subduing the still-living high-level beasts. The figure clad in black ice armor was none other than Yi Han himself. He had not only mastered the extreme frost ice claw combat technique to perfection, but wielded it with unparalleled skill. Wang Ruyan's mind was in turmoil as she silently marveled at Yi Han's ruthless and domineering methods. Yet, concern crept into her thoughts. How much risk was involved in gathering such a massive horde of demonic beasts in this reckless manner? However, knowing Yi Han's typically cautious nature, she assumed he had a well-thought-out plan. She resolved to observe and learn, ready to step in and assist if necessary. Nie Tianjun's expression grew increasingly complex. He had been competing with Yi Han for battle achievements, but it was now clear that Yi Han's rate of slaughter was at least 6 or 7 times his own. Even though Nie Tianjun considered himself stronger than both Wang Ruiyan and Yi Han, he would never dare to take such risks. He concluded that Yi Han's high-intensity combat style was unsustainable. Against the endless tide of beasts, even a professional army would be overwhelmed. Yet, as 30 minutes passed, Yi Han had already killed over 1,000 demonic beasts. To the astonishment of both Wang Ruiyan and Nie Tianjun, Yi Han and Xiao Bai remained as composed as if they were merely strolling through a garden. This scene made it clear to both of them that Yi Han's true soul power far exceeded the 47 points he had displayed during the meditation class test. A glimmer of intrigue flashed in Wang Ruiyan's eyes as she thought to herself that this might finally be her chance to uncover Yi Han's real strength. She had always been curious about whether she could defeat him in a direct confrontation. Nie Tianjuan's eyes widened in shock, unable to utter a single word. The file in his hands showed that just a month and a half ago, Yi Han's soul power was only at 13 points. Yet now, in less than 50 days, Yi Han's soul power had surged by at least 50 points. Such an astonishing rate of growth completely overturned everything Nie Tianjun thought he knew about the cultivation of soul power. This is nothing short of an insult to me. Nie Tianjun roared inwardly. What kind of monster am I even betting against? On the battlefield, after prolonged and intense combat, a faint pallor finally appeared on Yi Han's face, and the massive icy claw of his soul beast, Xiao Bai, began to visibly shrink. Seeing this, both Wang Ruiyan and Nie Tianjun let out a sigh of relief. This mysterious opponent's soul power seemed to be on par with theirs. At this moment, Nie Tianjuan's soul power was at 68 points, while Wang Ruiyan's was at 67. They estimated that Yi Han's soul power must be in a similar range. In the shadows, Yang Yuzhu reported to the Dean through a communicator. Dean, Yi Han is showing signs of severe mental exhaustion. I suggest we prepare the military to take over the fight against the monster tide. He has already wiped out about 1/5 of the beasts, likely earning around 10,000 battle merit points. Although most of the beasts in this area are below level 20 and yield little individually, his kill count is extraordinarily high. The Dean couldn't help but swallow hard upon hearing this. Earning the equivalent of 2 billion alliance credits in battle merits in just over an hour, that was half his net worth. For a moment, an insane thought crossed his mind. He wanted to join the fight himself, but reason quickly prevailed. The dangers of a monster tide went beyond sheer numbers. Even a silver-deer beastmaster could lose their life in a small-scale tide. Just then, Yang Yuzhu suddenly exclaimed, Dean, the situation has changed. Yi Han just consumed a pill, and his mental strength is recovering rapidly. He's resumed his relentless slaughter of the beasts, as if he hasn't expended any energy at all. The Dean, upon hearing this, spat out a mouthful of blood. A pill that restores mental strength so quickly? Could it be the Essence Core pill, each worth over 50 million? The Essence Pill, a miraculous elixir crafted from rare and precious natural treasures, commands a staggering minimum price of 50 million alliance credits at auction. Its ability to rapidly restore mental energy has made it an indispensable trump card for countless silver-ranked beast tamers in life-or-death battles. Once consumed, the Essence Pill revitalizes even the most exhausted beast tamer, restoring them to peak condition as if reborn. In a duel between two evenly matched tamers, when both are drained of their mental reserves, the one who can produce an Essence Pill gains the decisive edge. However, crafting an Essence Pill is an extraordinarily intricate process. Apprentice and novice alchemists face almost certain failure, with disastrous consequences. Unlike the Bloodline Advancement Pill, a failed Essence Pill is not only worthless but potentially lethal if consumed. Even intermediate alchemists have a mere 20 success rate, while advanced alchemists achieve a modest 50. Only expert alchemists can surpass a 70 success rate. The status of alchemists is unparalleled, and their wealth is immense. An intermediate alchemist is on par with a gold-ranked beast tamer, while an advanced alchemist can even overshadow a platinum-ranked one. As for expert alchemists, they are so rare that even a nation with a population exceeding 100 million would be fortunate to have one or two. Master alchemists are rarer still. Within the vast Shenlong nation, home to over 1 billion people, only a handful exist. At this moment, the Academy's headmaster, whose strength nears gold rank, was left in bitter disbelief as he watched Yi Han's actions. Yi Han had just consumed one of the headmaster's last 2 remaining essence pills without hesitation. Though the pill's effects could help him earn an extra 150 million credits, the headmaster considered it an outrageous waste. An essence pill is a life-saving treasure, often unavailable even to those with the wealth to purchase it. What truly broke the headmaster's composure, however, came an hour later when Yang Yuzhu reported anxiously, Headmaster, Yi Han has consumed another essence pill. This news utterly shattered the headmaster's emotional defenses. Yi Han's actions sent shockwaves through the trial grounds. Using beast cores, he lured all the beasts within a 20-mile radius to his location, monopolizing the entire trial area. Other students were left scrambling to intercept the occasional stray beast, while even top contenders like Nye Tianjun and Wang Ruyan could do little but watch from the sidelines. Were it not for the trial's strict rule prohibiting students from engaging one another, Yi Han would have likely faced an outright revolt. With a heavy heart, the headmaster muttered, "It seems we must report this to the Ministry of Education and amend the trial regulations. Allowing someone to manipulate a beast tide like this is an egregious loophole, and Yi Han has exploited it to its fullest." Among the many students in the senior year intensive training class, Yi Han's performance was nothing short of astonishing. A military officer stood at the observation point, watching the figure at the center of the battlefield relentlessly cutting down wave after wave of beasts. He couldn't help but exclaim, "This kind of reckless fighting style was definitely not something our system was designed to anticipate." The headmaster observed the battlefield with a grave expression. "The rescue team has advanced 5 kilometers toward Yi Han's position. While the garrison forces are already in place, we cannot afford to let our guard down." He was well aware of the methods of the Dark Beast Masters. The more brilliant the genius, the more likely they were to become prime targets for elimination. Not far away, Nye Tianjun turned to Wang Ruyan, his tone tinged with a hint of helplessness. "Well, great. The class trial has turned into Yi Han's solo performance." Wang Ruyan, however, remained unusually calm. "I think it's fine this way." "Fine?" Nye Tianjun looked at her, puzzled. "Is it because you're his future wife and you're okay with him hogging all the military merits? That doesn't sound like you." Wang Ruyan shook her head and motioned toward the swarm of beasts surging toward Yi Han. "Think about it. Even if he kills all these beasts by himself, it would only take 5 or 6 hours at most. But this trial lasts for 7 days. A glimmer of realization flashed in Nye Tianjun's eyes. "I get it now. You predicted that the headmaster would deploy the rescue team. Once this area is cleared of beasts, there are still countless other 20-kilometer zones like this across the entire Songling mountain range waiting for us. But how do you plan on surpassing Yi Han's military achievements? You might think competing with me for battle merits is pointless," Nye Tianjun continued, "but surely you wouldn't want to see Yi Han leave you far behind, right?" Wang Ruyan's gaze fell on the center of the battlefield, where Yi Han was fighting fiercely amidst the beast tide. A faint smile appeared on her lips. "The method? He's already shown us. This isn't about who's stronger, but about who has more essence pills and who has the greater courage." Yi Han had a decent stock of essence pills. These hard-earned pills were partially acquired by exchanging over 20,000 points he earned through special tasks for Yang Yuju, while the rest were obtained from the flash sale store. Over the past month, the store refreshed 3 times, offering 2 essence pills per bundle for 1,000 points each, allowing him to secure 6 pills. Additionally, through the simulated combat first win rewards available every 3 days, Xiaobai managed to win 10 times, earning 2 essence pills as a reward on 2 occasions. Altogether, Yi Han accumulated a total of 10 essence pills. On the battlefield, a dense barrage of ice arrows rained down like a storm. Xiao Bei's body was instantly enveloped by layers of water mirrors, showcasing a masterful display of the reflective water mirror skill. The ice arrows dissipated soundlessly upon contact with the mirrors, which then transformed into sharp, green water blades, reflecting back and slicing through swarms of low-level ranged attack beasts. In such group battles, the reflective water mirror was not only highly effective but also visually stunning. Yi Han's strategy was clear. The reflective water mirror handled large-scale clearing, while the frost claws equipped on Xiao Bei's paws were specifically used to deal with powerful beasts that couldn't be taken down in a single strike by the water blades. Beasts below level 25 were typically killed in one hit. Those at level 25 required 2 or 3 strikes, and level 27 beasts posed a greater challenge. If a large group of level 27 beasts launched a collective attack, even Xiao Bei would struggle to cope. In the midst of this relentless slaughter, Yi Han had entered a state of numbness. He had lost count of how many beasts he had killed or how many essence pills he had consumed, only knew that he had to act the moment he saw a beast. This high-intensity combat tested not only his strength but also his mental endurance. Any lapse in focus or mistake could lead to instant death. This was precisely why even a powerhouse like the headmaster would hesitate to create a small-scale beast tide. System notifications kept ringing. Ding! Xiao Bei successfully defeated a level 21 opponent, earning 100 combat reward points. Total points: 87,800. Meanwhile, the special training class badge continuously updated. Solo kill of a level 21 Crimson Chain Centipede. Battle merit 20. Total battle merit: 29,520. At this moment, tens of thousands of station defenders, rescue units, and students from the special training class were all watching Yi Han's performance. The headmaster, observing Yi Han's numb and rigid expression, solemnly remarked, "It seems that even with an ample supply of essence pills, facing a beast tide alone is far from easy." Although the essence pill could replenish mental energy, it couldn't rectify the abnormalities in Yi Han's spiritual world. This was a realm beyond the reach of any medicine. Yang Yuzhu gazed at the battlefield, her brows deeply furrowed. Yi Han had already slain an astonishing number of beasts. His achievements were nothing short of terrifying. She recalled her own experience facing a beast tide years ago. Back then, she had barely managed to kill 1,000 beasts before falling into a state of mental exhaustion, nearly losing her life if not for the intervention of her comrades. Yet here stood this young man, who, with the strength of someone barely stepping into the bronze rank, had single-handedly wiped out 3/5 of the beast horde. The talent he displayed defied all logic. Such talent, he could very well surpass the gold rank in the future and ascend to platinum, becoming a pillar of our race, a military officer remarked in a low voice. The commander immediately issued orders. Have the troops ready to clear out the remaining beasts. Instructor Yang Yuzhu, prepare for rescue efforts. Understood. I must save this boy. Yang Yuzhu responded firmly. Niet Tianjun rubbed his sore eyes, his tone laced with disbelief. I'm getting dizzy just watching. Honestly, I'm losing my patience. At this point, those beasts look like nothing more than nuisances. Like I could crush them with a flick of my finger. Yi Han is like a combat machine. Every strike he makes is precise and lethal. Wang Ruiyan's face showed concern as she silently prepared for any unexpected dangers. She realized that Yi Han might be underestimating the hidden threats within the beast tide. After all, compared to seasoned silver-ranked beast tamers, he still lacked experience. Another hour passed, and Yi Han consumed another essence pill. By now, all the spectators had fallen into silence, watching him continue his relentless slaughter of the beasts as if he were a machine. Why hasn't he made a single mistake yet? The headmaster muttered under his breath. The textbooks clearly state that an average person entering a state of numbness would begin to falter within 15 minutes, leading to critical errors. Could the textbooks be wrong? I barely lasted 10 minutes back then before I was on the verge of death, Yang Yuzhu recalled. Yi Han had been fighting continuously for over an hour, yet his offensive and defensive maneuvers remained fluid and precise, like a perfectly programmed machine executing its tasks without fatigue. Another hour went by, and every single beast had been eliminated. Throughout the entire ordeal, Yi Han had not made a single mistake. Everyone present was shaken to their core, even feeling a trace of fear. What kind of being was this young man named Yi Han? Was he even human? In the heart of the jungle, Yi Han and Xiao Bai stood amidst a sea of corpses and rivers of blood, clad in gleaming ice armor as white as jade, resembling war gods descended to the mortal world. All around them lay the shredded remains of beasts, torn apart by water blades, their blood staining the ground red for 2 kilometers in every direction. Countless lifelike ice sculptures of beasts stood densely packed among the trees. Xiao Bai, we've won. Yi Han's voice was low and resolute. Xiao Bai quickly shrank to the size of a squirrel, leaping lightly onto Yi Han's shoulder. She nuzzled her furry head affectionately against his cheek before collapsing in exhaustion. Master, we've won again, but I'm so tired. Yi Han carefully cradled Xiao Bai in his arms. Having her by his side in this lifetime was his greatest blessing. Throughout the battle, Yi Han relied on essence pills to continuously replenish his mental strength, but Xiao Bai had no such restorative support. Prolonged combat not only drained a beast tamer's spirit, but also pushed the beast's stamina and willpower to their limits. Typically, when a tamer's mind grew numb, their contracted beast became prone to fatal mistakes. Yet, inspired by Yi Han's extraordinary willpower, Xiao Bai gritted her teeth and fought until the very end, slaying tens of thousands of beasts. In this second chance at life, Yi Han's mindset had undergone a complete transformation. Even as his mental state approached numbness, his terrifying resolve kept him sharp, allowing him to make flawless combat decisions. No wonder Wang Ruiyan once said, he had the composure of a 180-year-old monk. Surveying his surroundings, Yi Han finally noticed he was encircled by soldiers and classmates, all staring at him in shock, as though he were a monster. Until now, Yi Han's focus had been entirely on defeating the beasts, his mind automatically filtering out everything irrelevant. The forest was deathly silent, broken only by the sound of wind rustling through the treetops. Everyone stood frozen as if encased in ice, too stunned to speak. Yi Han, you're not even human, are you? Niet Tianjun muttered, unable to suppress his disbelief. Others quickly chimed in with similar sentiments. Even the dean's expression was one of utter astonishment. Tears streamed down Yang Yuzhu's face. Commander, Vice Commander, you gave birth to a freak. If you were still alive, you'd be so proud of Yi Han. He will undoubtedly become a pillar of strength for humanity's future. Yi Han's gaze sharpened as he exhaled deeply. It was time to use the 100,000 points he had just earned to purchase a Grade 5 bloodline advancement pill. If Xiao Bai could ascend to Grade 5, she would become even more powerful and intelligent. The spoils of this battle would sustain them for a long time to come. Ruoyan Wang gazed at the scene before her, bitterness welling up inside. She had to admit, in front of Han Yi, She was utterly defeated. If only he proposed breaking off the engagement after this, my father would never have agreed. If only it had turned out like that, she sighed inwardly. Changping Xiang stood nearby, his face pale and his hands trembling uncontrollably. I've killed some kind of monster, he muttered to himself, his eyes filled with terror. No, this can't be real. Han Yi was supposed to be like an ant, something I could crush at will. No, he has to die. If he doesn't, it will be me who dies in the future. At that moment, a military officer approached quickly, his expression brimming with excitement. Han Yi, I've already reported your name and achievements to the Commander-in-Chief of Anyuan Province. I hope that one day, we can fight alongside someone like you in the Shenlong army. Then, turning to the defensive troops, he shouted a command. All units, retreat. Just like that, over 10,000 soldiers withdrew from the battlefield, their mission abandoned. Meanwhile, Han Yi focused on gathering the spoils of war. He meticulously searched through the blood-soaked ground and the remains of beasts, looking for beast cores. From time to time, he took out skill imprint crystals to collect lingering skill sigils. These crystals were not expensive. He had purchased hundreds of them in advance from the training camp supply store. Even the most basic yellow-tier skills were not overlooked after all. Each one was worth tens of thousands of alliance credits. As the principal marveled at the substantial fortune Han Yi was about to amass, a piece of shocking news reached his ears. Principal, we have a problem, a subordinate reported anxiously. 2 more towering beams of light have appeared 40 kilometers to the east and west. It seems like Tianjun Ye and Ruoyan Wang are also attempting to replicate Han Ye's method by artificially triggering small-scale beast tides to quickly rack up battle merits. Arg. The principal spat out a 50-meter-high fountain of blood in frustration. Gritting his teeth, he roared, Han Yi, I swear I want to strangle you right now. Despite being fully aware of the dangers posed by the small-scale monster tide, Nye Tianjun and Wang Ruyan's eyes glimmered with unwavering determination. To them, this wasn't just a perilous situation but an extraordinary opportunity to surpass their limits and prove their strength. At this moment, achievements and rankings no longer mattered. Their hearts were consumed by a singular conviction. To surpass Yi Han, or at the very least, prove that they had not been overshadowed by him. Although Yi Han might have benefited from the cultivation resources left by his parents, compared to prodigies like them who had been nurtured in top-tier environments since childhood, he undoubtedly started from a much lower point. Yet, it was precisely this seemingly insurmountable gap that Yi Han had bridged, suddenly rising to prominence and radiating a brilliance that could not be ignored. This dealt a severe blow to their pride as elite talents. Confronted with Yi Han's inspiring achievements, they felt an unprecedented pressure. If Yi Han could achieve such feats, what excuse did they have to falter? Yi Han raised his head, glancing toward the east and west. 2 dazzling beams of light pierced the sky, and even from 40 kilometers away, he could hear the deafening roars of beasts surging like an unstoppable tide. Congratulations, Headmaster. You've gained 2 more exceptionally talented students. Your name will undoubtedly spread like wildfire among the directors of national special training classes for senior high students, making them green with envy. Truly something to celebrate, Yi Han said with a grin. The headmaster's face darkened instantly. About the prize money, Yi Han probed cautiously. If you're not willing to split it in half, how about a third? A quarter, maybe? I'm pretty flexible. Noticing the headmaster's expression growing even grimmer, Yi Han quickly waved his hands. All right, forget it. Someone as distinguished as yourself, a headmaster of a special training class, shouldn't be quibbling over such trivial matters with a student. Yi Han sped up his collection of monster cores and combat techniques from the ground, decisively discarding the lower-quality yellow-tier techniques. He already had a new plan for earning points, and military merits time was money. After all, after a rough estimate, the combat techniques on the ground were worth about 100 million alliance credits. Combined with the massive number of monster cores, the total earnings should amount to roughly 200 million. Check my military merits. Yi Han commanded his batch. Special training class student number 55, Yi Han. Total military merits, 45,000 points. If converted entirely into alliance credits, these merits would be worth 900 million. Adding the previously collected combat techniques and monster cores, Yi Han's total earnings from this operation came to a staggering 1.1 billion alliance credits. This fortune was enough to rank him among the top 300 wealthiest individuals in Nanshur City, with its population of several million. Hearing Yi Han's total military merits, the headmaster nearly fainted. A high school senior who had just advanced to bronze rank had earned more in a single day than the headmaster had in his entire life. After regaining his composure, the headmaster immediately ordered the rescue teams to split into 2 groups to ensure Nye Tianjun and Wang Ruyan's safety. He also commanded the reinforcement troops at the defensive line to return and station themselves around the epicenter of the monster tide, preventing any Black Dominion beastmasters from taking advantage of the chaos. Yi Han, Your contracted beast is currently in hibernation, so you need to stay vigilant, the headmaster said, giving Yihan a meaningful look before leaving. Don't worry. I've cleared everything within a 20-kilometer radius. There won't be any danger. Besides, even if I encounter ordinary beasts, my physical strength alone is more than enough to handle them, Yihan replied confidently. The main force quickly split into two groups and disappeared into the forest. Left entirely on his own, Yihan found himself standing alone amidst the battlefield, collecting loot in an area devoid of any other human presence within a 20-kilometer radius. The howling wind broke the eerie silence of the forest. Kid, 1.1 billion alliance credits is far too much for someone your age to manage. Why don't you let your uncle take care of it for you? A deep male voice suddenly echoed. Yihan's expression shifted dramatically. Feigning panic, he shouted, "Who's there? If you've got the guts, show yourself." A massive black serpent slithered out slowly from a tree hollow, its body rapidly expanding to the width of a barrel and stretching to a length of 40 or 50 meters. Every tree it touched turned black instantly, withering and decaying within moments. The skin of this giant serpent is highly toxic. A middle-aged man clad in a blood-red robe stood proudly atop the head of a massive, ink-black serpent. The intricate maple leaf patterns on his robe shimmered with a sinister glow under the sunlight, and the crimson conical hat he wore added an air of deadly sharpness to his presence. Since you've come out, let's get to it, boy. Your contracted beast is in a deep slumber, and your mentor is held up by my men, unable to come to your aid. He looked down at Yihan with a cold, arrogant gaze. Hand over the money, and if I'm in a good mood, I might just let you live. Yihan narrowed his eyes, his expression dark. The assassin's attire was all too familiar to him. Bloodleaf organization. This notorious assassin group in Anyuan province was infamous for its elite beastmasters. Each member was not only highly skilled in combat, but also shrouded in mystery. Their beasts were specially trained for assassination missions, often capable of killing targets far above their level, and had caused numerous sensational cases across the province. You must have been hired by the Hell Adventurer Group, Yihan said coldly. This was no surprise to him. Xiang Yuankong wouldn't be foolish enough to send his own adventurers directly. It would leave a trail too obvious to cover up. Even if they evaded a government investigation, public scrutiny would cause them irreparable damage. The ink-black serpent slithered closer to Yihan, leaving a trail of withered, blackened vegetation in its wake. The red-robed assassin spoke greedily. Who hired me doesn't matter. What matters is, do you want to live? 11 billion alliance coins. What an unexpected windfall. Yihan's expression was wary as he remained silent for a moment before responding. I'm willing to pay. 11 billion, not a coin less than 10 times more than your usual fee. But after I pay, how can I be sure my life will be spared? I've heard that once you're marked on Bloodleaf Organization's assassination list, there's no escaping death. Heh, smart choice, boy. The red-robed assassin sneered. I can't guarantee your safety, but paying up doesn't mean you'll die. Refuse, and death is certain, and it won't be a pleasant one. Yihan's face turned pale. He quickly retrieved hundreds of beast cores and dozens of branded crystals from his storage space. It seems I have no choice. Come and take it. The red-robed assassin's eyes lit up with greed, and he immediately commanded the giant serpent to crawl toward Yihan. Just as it was about to reach him, a massive ice claw descended from the sky, enveloping the assassin in an overwhelming killing intent. How is this possible? The red-robed assassin's face twisted in shock. Yihan smirked coldly. What? Did you really think I'd be foolish enough to come here without any protection or combat ability, just to collect beast cores and techniques? Tell me, are you the fool, or am I? In the jungle a kilometer away, Yang Yuzhu stood proudly on the back of the Thunderhawk, her expression cold and indifferent as she gazed ahead. Opposite her stood a woman clad in blood-red robes, her left arm coiled with a three-eyed green snake. Despite the terrifying pressure emanating from the Thunderhawk, the small green snake showed no fear, instead exuding an air of disdain. This scarlet-robed woman was an assassin sent by the Bloodleaf Organization, her strength at the seasoned silver rank. Even for Yang Yuzhu, the odds of victory against her were less than 40%. However, Yang Yuzhu didn't need to engage in a life-or-death battle. The assassin's target wasn't her, but rather to prevent her from rescuing Yihan, who at the moment appeared helpless and vulnerable. Do you really think Yihan is in a hopeless situation? You're underestimating him, Yang Yuzhu said calmly. The scarlet-robed woman's expression flickered with surprise. Could it be that his physical strength surpasses that of his contracted beast? The joke you're making isn't very amusing, Yang Yuzhu replied. Even if his physical strength reached that level, he'd still stand no chance against a level 30 ink python. Its skin is laced with poison, making it the bane of any close combat strategy. The people I sent after him are just a step away from entering silver, rank themselves undefeated below silver, and even capable of challenging newly advanced silver-ranked beast tamers. No matter how talented Yihan may be, even if his beast weren't in deep slumber, his chances of victory would still be less than 20%. Yang Yuzhu chuckled and shook her head. In a direct fight, you've underestimated him. In indirect combat, you've underestimated him even more. Yi Han is a young man as cunning as a fox. This is the part you all have overlooked. Cunning as a fox? The scarlet-robed woman's face darkened. What good is intelligence in the face of true strength? Strategy still needs power as its foundation. I'd like to see how cunning he can be. As a silver-ranked beast tamer, surely you've heard of the Guiyuan pill? Yang Yuzhu asked. The woman's face changed drastically. Impossible. There's no way he has a Guiyuan pill. During the eradication of the monster horde, his contracted beast was clearly exhausted. If he had a Guiyuan pill, he would have used it already. The Jingyuan pill instantly restores a beast tamer's spiritual energy, and the Guiyuan pill functions similarly. It's a priceless life-saving trump card that can immediately restore a portion of a beast's stamina, Yang Yuzhu explained calmly. You've all been completely fooled by him. His goal was to make you believe he didn't have a Guiyuan pill, to make you think his beast was entirely dormant, to mislead you into thinking he was trapped in a desperate situation, also he could deliver a lethal counterattack. This has been his plan all along. He notified me and the principal before initiating the small-scale monster horde. Otherwise, do you think he'd be foolish enough to covet the monster cores and combat techniques on the ground without any fighting power or protection? Do you really think our training camp would allow such an important student to fall into such a dangerous situation? Before her words had fully settled, a sharp, icy claw pierced through the scarlet-robed assassin and her black ink python simultaneously. Even if the python had narrowly avoided the blow, the death of its master would have sealed its fate, leaving it to disintegrate along with her. Greed comes with a price. In your next life, don't let it consume you, Yi Han said with a calm demeanor. Everything was within his grasp. From the moment he orchestrated the small-scale monster horde, the trap had been set, and now it was time to close the net. At that moment, Xiao Bai perched energetically on Yi Han's shoulder, casting a mocking glance at the fallen assassin and her snake, as if to say, "Didn't see that coming, did you? Gotcha. Hee. A system prompt immediately followed. Ding. Xiao Bai successfully defeated a level 30 opponent, earning 3,000 combat reward points. Total points, 115,000. Ding. You can now engage in unlimited challenges against the level 30 ink python in the simulation battle space. In a heated confrontation, Yi Han indeed had no guaranteed victory against the ink python, though he was confident he could retreat unscathed. However, in a close-range ambush, a non-agile beast like the python had no time to defend. The scarlet-robed assassin, convinced Yi Han was powerless, sought to use money to save her life, never imagining that every step had been part of Yi Han's calculated plan. One was prepared and ready to strike, while the other was caught off guard and blinded by greed. The outcome was inevitable. With a thunderous crash, the massive body of the ink-dyed python slammed heavily onto the ground. The frostclaw, swift as lightning, precisely tore open the serpent's abdomen, and a demon core radiating with spiritual light fell into Yi Han's palm. This is a level 30 demon core, brimming with spiritual energy, Yi Han said, handing the core to Xiao Bai. Thanks to your perseverance, this plan succeeded. You've earned this reward. Xiao Bai happily swallowed the demon core, her eyes narrowing in contentment as the spiritual energy flowed through her body. The energy within the core required no deliberate refinement, and its potency was equivalent to days of arduous cultivation. Moments later, a surge of powerful energy erupted briefly from Xiao Bai before dissipating. Her cultivation had broken through its bottleneck, advancing straight to level 22. Ever since reaching level 21, Xiao Bai had been stuck in a plateau. Even a week of intense cultivation in enhanced training mode had yielded no progress until this demon core shattered her limitations. Yi Han scanned the surroundings to ensure no one was nearby, then produced a bloodline advancement pill. While it's quiet, take this too. But remember, unless absolutely necessary, don't reveal your 5 tails. Xiao Bai's eyes lit up, and she nodded eagerly. This rare bloodline advancement pill, while devoid of energy fluctuations, exuded a rich medicinal fragrance. Fortunately, the area was deserted. Even if someone saw Yi Han feeding Xiao Bai the pill from a distance, they would never guess it was a priceless treasure with a guaranteed success rate for bloodline advancement. Xiao Bai swallowed the pill in one gulp, and an overwhelming wave of medicinal power surged through her body like a flood, permeating every fiber of her being. Under its influence, her bloodline grew purer, and her very essence ascended to new heights. Her intelligence, physical strength, elemental affinity, spiritual energy absorption and refinement, compatibility, and even her form all underwent a qualitative transformation. The origin of the Guiyuan pills was undoubtedly through the system's flash sale store in the simulated combat space, where they were obtained as tangible rewards. Currently, Yi Han possessed 6 essence pills, 7 Guiyuan pills, and a substantial quantity of perfect-grade mind-calming incense. These rare and valuable resources alone were enough to astonish anyone. 20 minutes later, Xiaobai's bloodline evolution was finally complete. Master. Master. A soft, sweet voice suddenly rang out, reminiscent of a 16 or 17-year-old girl. Yihan froze in shock. You can talk now? Xiaobai nimbly leaped onto Yihan's shoulder, rubbing her smooth head against his cheek while gently licking him with her small tongue. She repeated the word master over and over, her pronunciation becoming increasingly clear and fluent. This phenomenon was exceedingly rare. Beasts with a 5th-grade bloodline being able to speak human language was enough to astonish even the most seasoned experts. By conventional standards, beasts typically required a 6th-grade bloodline to attain human-level intelligence, and even then, they needed months or even a year or two of patient training from their master, much like teaching a child, to achieve fluent communication. Even wild beasts with 6th-grade marquis bloodlines or 7th-grade beast king bloodlines would struggle to grasp human language without guidance. Yihan understood that the word master was undoubtedly the term Xiaobai had heard most frequently and remembered most vividly, which was why it was the first word she uttered upon gaining the ability to speak. Master. Xiaobai called out again. Gently stroking Xiaobai's silky fur, Yihan said, Xiaobai, you're amazing. Now that you can say simple words, it means you're stepping beyond the realm of ordinary beasts and showing the potential of a great beast. It's time to give you a proper name. Hearing this, Xiaobai nodded enthusiastically, her beautiful eyes sparkling with anticipation. I'm just a soldier, not much of a scholar, so I can't think of anything too fancy right away. But we're the closest of friends and family, and since my surname is Yi, you should take it too. From now on, you'll be called Yi Xiaobai. It has a nice ring to it. Yi. Xiaobai. Xiaobai stammered as she began practicing her new name. After receiving her full name, Xiaobai's demeanor seemed to undergo a subtle transformation, though Yihan couldn't quite pinpoint what had changed. In truth, this act of naming violated a taboo among beastmasters bestowing a full name upon a contracted beast. Most beastmasters believed that doing so could lead the beast to develop an independent consciousness, reducing its dependence on the master and potentially causing conflicts during battle, ultimately affecting combat effectiveness. However, Yihan held a different perspective. He refused to treat his contracted beast as merely a pet or a puppet, as many other beastmasters did. To him, Xiaobai was a true family member and friend. He believed that suppressing a beast's independent thinking would only limit its potential growth. The short-sighted approach. While strict obedience could guarantee a baseline level of combat ability, Yihan preferred to nurture Xiaobai's ability to think independently, cultivating her individuality and preparing her for the day she could take on human form. In Yihan's eyes, Xiaobai deserved respect and had the right to become an independent being. She was his closest companion, not a mere tool. When mythical beasts develop their own emotions and grasp the essence of joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness, they are no longer entirely bound by their master's feelings. Xiaobai is one such creature, ferocious and fierce when angry, agile and graceful when joyful, and sluggish in combat when saddened. These emotional fluctuations make her fighting style unpredictable and ever-changing. Yihan's choice to raise her in this unconventional way was undoubtedly a gamble. He abandoned the stability brought by traditional methods of taming, instead allowing Xiaobai to reach a higher potential for growth. While this also meant her combat effectiveness could hit lower lows, Yihan had absolute faith in Xiaobai, firmly believing she would never let him down in battle. Xiaobai, from now on, don't speak in front of others without my permission, Yihan gently instructed. We must learn to conceal our strength. In time, I'll teach you more. Xiaobai obediently nodded in agreement. Let's go. Let's check on Ye Tianjun and the situation with the beast hide over there. As classmates, it's only right to lend a hand when needed. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiaobai swiftly transformed into a lion-sized beast, crouching low to the ground. Yihan climbed onto her back, and she shot off like a streak of white lightning, disappearing into the depths of the forest within moments. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the lightning three-headed wolf stood tall and imposing. Its massive body towered as high as a 10-story building, with bulging muscles on its limbs and movements as swift as the wind. Each of its claws measured 3 meters long, capable of tearing low-level beasts in their teens to shreds with a single swipe. Even beasts above level 20 struggled to escape severe injuries when struck. The wolf's 3 heads each had unique abilities. The left controlled lightning, the right commanded wind elements, and the newly awakened central head possessed formidable regenerative powers and explosive physical strength. From a distance, Yihan spotted Nye Tianjun amidst the chaos and nodded to himself in approval. As expected of Nanjing City's top prodigy, Highs already entered a deeper state of mental numbness in just over 2 hours. Looks like he'll be able to hold his ground soon. Guiding Xiaobai, Yihan steadily approached the heart of the blood-soaked, brutal battlefield. A massive electric grid suddenly descended from the sky, its blue and white arcs of electricity intertwining to form a net that spread across a 70-meter radius. Dozens of beasts were instantly struck by the terrifying current, letting out harrowing howls as their bodies emitted wisps of smoke. This was the Thunder Element's height-ear mystic battle skill high-energy electric net. Almost immediately after, a green hurricane began to take shape on the battlefield. Within the storm, countless razor-sharp wind blades whirled violently, shredding low-level beasts into fragments in an instant. Even beasts above level 20 were not spared, their bodies covered in deep, bone-revealing wounds as blood gushed out, rendering them completely incapacitated. This was the Wind Element's mid-tier mystic battle skill blade storm. While dual-element beasts could unleash two powerful skills simultaneously, the mental strain was twice as taxing. In terms of short bursts of power, dual-element beasts certainly had the upper hand compared to single-element beasts, but prolonged combat demanded far more from a beast tamer's mental and soul energy, as well as the stamina of their contracted beasts. Xiaobai had been wielding the Thunder Element for some time now. However, aside from her focus on mastering Thunder Hell, she had yet to achieve full proficiency in other thunder-based techniques. Over the past month, with the aid of 10-fold proficiency enhancement, she had honed Frost Blessing and Mystic Ice Armor to perfection, mastered Reflective Water Mirror, and wielded Thunder Hell with ease. Even Yi Han found her progress astonishing, but Xiaobai's relentless dedication and remarkable aptitude had made it possible. A kilometer away from the battlefield's core, the headmaster furrowed his brows, issuing a stern command. Attention all units, Nie Tianjuan's lightning Cerberus is starting to deviate from its optimal attack zone. In his state of mental numbness, his mistakes will only grow more critical. At most, he can hold out for another 3 hours. Rescue teams, be on standby to take over the beast tide and ensure the situation doesn't spiral out of control. Also, report on Wang Ruyan's condition. Reporting, Headmaster. Wang Ruyan not only shows no signs of mental numbness, but is fighting with increasing vigor. This news left the headmaster visibly shocked. Even Yi Han exhibited signs of mental fatigue after more than 2 hours, though he had never made critical mistakes even in that state. But Wang Ruyan had managed to completely evade such symptoms. Sometimes, deep-seated hatred can be a strength, the headmaster murmured. Although Yi Han's parents were also killed by a beast king, his desire for revenge isn't as intense. That's the difference between them. Wang Ruyan has etched her hatred into her very soul. With every beast she kills, that hatred disperses the effects of mental numbness. One officer remarked with a sigh, "It seems that the former top prodigy of Nanjing City is no match for Yi Han and Wang Ruyan. And Wang Ruyan's combat prowess seems to slightly surpass Yi Han's, making her the new #1 prodigy of Nanjing. Coupled with her engagement to Yi Han, this will undoubtedly become headline news across other provinces." The headmaster nodded subtly. While Wang Ruyan's strength currently edges out Yi Han's, his rate of growth is extraordinary. If all goes well, he could surpass her within a year or two. However, once they enter university, the opportunities available might accelerate Wang Ruyan's growth even further. By then, it's possible Yi Han may struggle to keep up with her. This upheaval marked a turning point not only for Nanjing City, but also for the entire nation. Yet, at this critical juncture, Nie Tianjuan's mental state unraveled like never before. His pupils were unfocused, and his whole demeanor radiated an eerie numbness. This drastic shift in his mental state directly impacted his contracted beast, the lightning, three-headed wolf. Usually a fearsome battle companion, the wolf now appeared dazed and confused, utterly unprepared to respond to the onslaught coming from all directions. This exposed the fatal flaw of contracted beasts, their over-reliance on their masters. When the master's mental stability falters, the beast is thrown into chaos. In the past, Nie Tianjun personally directed every tactic, from timing skill releases to balancing offense and defense, all relying on his decisions. Without his guidance, the once mighty beast now resembled a puppet without strings, succumbing to unprecedented disorder. Quickly, save him! The dean's furious roar pierced the air. The meditation instructor, who bore the spirit of the celestial skylark, sprang into action. Riding atop an enormous toad with a commanding presence, he descended from the skies. The toad's long, agile tongue lashed out like lightning, rescuing the dazed Nie Tianjun from danger in the nick of time. Almost simultaneously, a barrage of ranged attacks rained down, engulfing the spot where the lightning three-headed wolf had been moments before. Fortunately, the wolf's formidable defense withstood the assault, leaving only minor wounds on its body. Seeing its master safe, the majestic beast quickly shrank its size and followed the giant toad out of the battlefield's core. Even more astonishing was its remarkable regenerative ability, as the wounds began to heal within mere breaths. All defensive units, launch a full-scale attack on the demon tide. The commanding general ordered without hesitation. Just as the soldiers prepared to charge, a massive white figure suddenly appeared at the heart of the demon tide. It was a towering creature, dozens of meters tall, wielding fearsome ice claws. With a single sweep, it shredded dozens of demon beasts into fragments. The wounds inflicted by its claws froze instantly, turning the beasts into lifelike ice sculptures within moments. The sight made the dean's beard bristle with rage. Damn it, that brat Yihan has taken over. Standing confidently atop the massive beast's head, Yihan announced in a clear voice, "Everyone, hold your fire. As Nye Tianjin's closest classmate, it's my duty to help him handle this demon tide. Let me be honest, truth is, I've always been a model student who loves helping others." Yihan stood at the center of the battlefield, his voice booming like thunder, shaking the very air around him. His commanding roar echoed for miles, forcing every soldier poised to attack to freeze in place. "Cease your attack." His thunderous shout was so overwhelming that Nye Tianjun, who had just regained his senses, immediately blacked out and collapsed heavily to the ground. Onlookers couldn't help but marvel at the scene, thinking to themselves, "This man not only steals monsters but also justifies such shameless actions with such audacity." Even more astounding was the fact that he had wagered a staggering 1 billion on a bet with Yihan. The battle was nothing short of breathtaking. Yihan's frostclaw gleamed with a chilling light, piercing through several formidable beasts over level 20 in a single strike. The beasts were instantly frozen into ice sculptures, only to be obliterated moments later by a massive white frost hammer that descended with devastating force. The seamless coordination of freezing and shattering was a spectacle to behold. Xiao Bai's combat prowess was equally impressive. Dense volleys of ranged attacks were absorbed by the reflective water mirror, transforming into countless razor-sharp water blades that reaped the lives of lower-level beasts. Despite only utilizing water element techniques, Xiao Bai managed to suppress Nye Tianjuan's dual element attacks. Now at level 22, Xiao Bai was fiercer than ever, executing precise moves with fluid grace. Who would have thought that this contract beast was only level 11 a mere month ago? Such rapid progress rivaled what would take others years to achieve. The academy head watched in stunned silence, unable to articulate the sheer monstrosity of Yihan's talent. After an hour, Yihan consumed a vitality pill to replenish his spiritual energy. 2 hours later, the battlefield within a 2-kilometer radius was drenched in blood, with the entire beast horde reduced to icy shards and mangled remains. Even though this wasn't the first time they had witnessed such feats, the soldiers present couldn't help but gaze at Yihan with reverence. A single beast master capable of matching the strength of thousands of elite soldiers. This was the essence of why beast masters stood above all other professions. A powerful beast master could not only replace armies but also save an entire city, or even a nation, in times of crisis. After the battle, Yihan eagerly began his favorite task, collecting spoils of war, including Nye Tianjuan's share. Before long, even more shocking news arrived. Wang Ruyan had successfully annihilated a small-scale beast horde all on her own. What made her feat even more extraordinary was that the beasts she faced were, on average, 2 levels higher than those Yihan encountered, spanning an area of 30 kilometers. Her achievements far surpassed Yihan's, marking her rise as a true warrior goddess. In this trial, the brilliance of Yihan and Wang Rian completely overshadowed the former top prodigy of Nanjiang, Nye Tianjun. However, just as the academy head was preparing to send other students into the next trial, a chilling report swept through the Songling defense line. A massive beast horde of over 100,000 creatures, averaging level 22, was advancing. Led by 6 commander-level beasts exceeding level 40, the horde posed an level threat and was expected to reach the defense line by 9:10 a.m. the next day. This news left every officer, the academy head, and the instructors pale with dread. An level threat meant the horde had the potential to breach the defense line, though victory was still possible with sufficient reinforcements. An S-level threat, on the other hand, would require provincial assistance, while an SS-level threat, an event that occurred only once in a century, would necessitate aid from the capital city of Shenlong. Without such intervention, the entire Nanjiang city would face annihilation. The impending horde loomed over Nanjiang like a dark cloud, casting a shadow of fear over all. The dean furrowed his brows and pinpointed the key issue. Something's not right. The last class beast tide was 4 years ago. There's no way so many high-level beasts could have gathered near the defensive line in such a short period. He immediately ordered contact with the starbase. Request detailed satellite scans of the area surrounding the Songling defensive line. Find out the cause of this beast tide. If the satellite fails to detect anything, we'll have no choice but to send a team for on-site investigation after repelling the tide. Sir, the request has been sent. We expect to receive the scan results in 10 hours. Faced with the imminent crisis, the dean's expression turned grim as he decisively announced, "This class beast tide is upon us. The trial is officially terminated. All students and rescue teams are to retreat to the defensive line immediately." He cast a firm gaze across the room and continued, "Defending our homeland is everyone's duty. You are the best of the best. To become true warriors, you must be willing to face challenges heed. All students will remain at the defensive line to fight alongside us and do everything in their power to hold back the beasts. Those who sacrifice their lives for the nation will be honored as martyrs. I will personally request the education department and the military to grant you double exchange privileges as recognition for your bravery. At these words, many students turned pale. This was no longer a mere trial, it was a battle of life and death, where a single mistake could mean the end. All instructors, myself included, will stand and fight shoulder to shoulder with you. The dean's voice was resolute and unwavering. News of this glass beast tide cast a shadow over the entire city of Nanjing. In the urban center, convoys of armored vehicles loaded with heavy weaponry stretched in an unbroken line, speeding towards the Zhongling defensive line. On the streets, somber citizens watched with tearful eyes as soldiers departed for the front. A major beast tide meant that thousands of warriors would lay down their lives to protect their homeland. I'll donate 10,000 alliance coins to the front lines. I'll donate 100,000. We will prevail. Shouts of support echoed through the crowd. Son, fight without worry. We'll take care of ourselves. You're the pride of my life. Kid, wipe out those invading beasts. Don't you dare disgrace your old man. Show those monsters that humanity has truly risen. Amid the parents' words of encouragement were both deep concern and overwhelming pride. On the towering and imposing Zhongling defensive line, soldiers were pouring in continuously. Yihan estimated that, combined with the original station troops, nearly 50,000 soldiers were now standing ready for battle. Behind the front line, another 50,000 troops specializing in long-range combat, primarily artillery and missile launch units, had formed a solid web of firepower. Although the special training class was incorporated into the combat sequence, they were not part of the main defensive force. To protect these talented students, the education department and the military had assigned them to relatively peripheral positions. These students were all top performers from their respective schools, each with immense potential. Losing them here would be a great tragedy. However, true strength is never nurtured in a greenhouse. This battle against the glass monster tide was a rare opportunity for the students of the special training class to grow. Only the truly exceptional would rise above themselves in this war, gaining a profound understanding of their mission as the elite of humanity fight the beasts to the bitter end. At this moment, the dean and the instructors, as part of the silver rank combat forces, had gone to the command center for a meeting. Meanwhile, chaos had erupted within the special training class. Classmates, at this critical moment, we must stand united, one student shouted. I propose we jointly report this to the provincial education authorities. We're just high school seniors, why should we be sent to the battlefield? We are prodigies, far more valuable than those ordinary soldiers. Yes, count me in. Report the dean. We should be in the safest place, not here waiting to die. If the defensive line is breached, the monsters will tear us to pieces. Amid the chaos, a student cried out as he pulled out his phone. Dad, save me. I don't want to be a beast tamer anymore. I just want to go home and take care of you. Why don't we escape while we still can? Someone else suggested. With Yihan and Wang Rian's strength, they could definitely lead us in breaking through. Bang! A thunderous explosion shook the entire room violently. All eyes turned toward the source of the sound. Yet Tianjun. His eyes burned with fury, and his entire body radiated a repressed, seething anger. You useless cowards! Trash! Filth! His voice was dripping with contempt and rage. What do you mean by that? One classmate stammered in response. We're just trying to ensure everyone's safety. Life only comes once. A heated argument erupted within the special training class. One of the students, leading the confrontation, glared at Nyat Tianjun with fury in his eyes, his accusations pouring out relentlessly. You're the one yelling at us now? If we could avoid fighting, stay if you want. But we couldn't care less if you lived or died. The student's voice was full of resentment. You're the commander's son, so you'll have powerful people protecting you during wartime. But what about us? If we die, we're just dead. Who would care? Being born into privilege makes you special? How about we just report you too? Hearing this, Nyat Tianjun's usual courteous demeanor vanished. He spat at the student with contempt, his voice icy and cutting. Cowards, all of you. If humanity's elite fighters were like you, would have been wiped out long ago. Your mother would probably be serving as a footmaid for the Demon King right now. And you? Sorry, you wouldn't even exist because after the Demon King was done washing his feet, he'd have eaten her alive on a whim. Seeing the other student clench his fists, Nyat Tianjun sneered coldly. Thinking of fighting me? Go ahead. All of you at once if you want. Have you ever thought about why the nation and society pours so many resources into training you? So that you can run away faster in times of danger? Your wealth and privileges are built on the blood and sacrifices of countless strong warriors and ordinary soldiers. His voice grew more impassioned. Your lives matter, but do the lives of the 100,000 soldiers on the front lines not matter? Do they not have parents and friends? Everyone knows the wartime regulations when it comes to life and death moments. The government has the right to conscript anyone with combat capability. Want a dessert? Go ahead, spend 30 or 50 years in prison. No one's stopping you. At this moment, Yihan glanced at Nye Tianjun with admiration and gave him a thumbs up. Well said. That was satisfying. Respect. He then turned to the group. Honestly, if the sky falls, the tall ones will hold it up. You might not have noticed, but we're stationed at the edge of the defensive line, in a relatively safe position. Even if the line were breached, would have priority to evacuate and wouldn't be the first to be torn apart by the demon tide. Wang Ruyan spoke coldly from the side. No fighting spirit at all. You're worse than useless. Your presence or absence makes no difference. Hearing these words from the class goddess left many of the boys so ashamed they wished they could disappear into the ground. Yihan and Wang Ruyan's remarks eased the tense atmosphere. The previously defiant students lowered their heads. We're sorry. We overthought it and lost our composure. I'm willing to stay and fight. But do we really have priority to evacuate if the line is breached? Nonsense. The Zhongling defensive line won't be breached unless it's attacked by a demon king or a marquee-level beast, Yihan replied with calm analysis. 8 hours later, deep into the night, the entire class lay restless, unable to sleep as the impending demon tide loomed over them. Suddenly, the headmaster burst into their temporary quarters, his face filled with urgency. Students number 1 to 10, except Li Ya including Yihan, report to the conference room immediately. There's an emergency mission. The atmosphere in the meeting room was tense, with every student's gaze fixed on the dean. Xiang Chongping furrowed his brow slightly and cautiously asked, Dean, why can't this urgent mission be announced in person? It's not that I'm unwilling to follow orders, I just want to understand. At that moment, everyone could sense that this critical pre-battle mission was far from ordinary. The dean's expression was grave, and his tone was urgent. This is a top-secret mission. Follow me. Nye Tianjun stepped forward first, followed closely by Wang Ruyan and Yihan. Xiang Chongping hesitated briefly, but ultimately joined the group. The team made their way through the long corridors within the defensive line, passing one alloy security door after another, until they finally entered a spacious conference room. The moment Yihan stepped inside, he froze. Every seat in the room was occupied by familiar faces. Standing on the stage was none other than Nye Xinghua, the first commander of Nanjing City, frequently seen on television news, and also Nye Tianjun's father. Seated below the stage were rows of high-ranking military officers of gold and silver rank. Students, please take your seats, Nye Xinghua said, nodding toward the dean. The dean stood at attention and saluted before turning to close the conference room door behind him, signaling that from this moment on, Yihan and the other 9 were fully under the military's command. The 10 students chose seats in the back row. Wang Ruyan leaned over and whispered to Yihan, this mission is very likely a one-way trip, and there's no way to refuse it. Yihan was about to respond when Nye Xinghua's voice rang out, it seems some of you have already guessed. That's right, this is a secret realm mission. At these words, aside from Yihan, Nye Tianjun, and Wang Ruyan, the other 7 students visibly paled. Nye Xinghua continued to explain, intelligence from the satellite at the outer base indicates that the source of this glass demon tide is a level 28 unstable small-scale secret realm portal. Selecting you for such a dangerous mission is truly a last resort. He then elaborated on the concept of secret realms. Secret realms are fragments of the world, self-contained spaces that connect to the Azure Star under certain conditions. The spiritual energy within a secret realm is at least twice as abundant as in the outside world, with large-scale secret realms reaching 3 to 4 times the concentration. Secret realms are categorized as either stable or unstable, and their sizes are classified into small, medium, large, and super-large. Stable secret realm portals can remain active for decades or even centuries and are often controlled by powerful nations, influential families, or prestigious academies. These entities dispatch strong individuals to clear out demonic beasts, gather resources, or arrange for talented individuals to cultivate within the realms. Since cultivation within a secret realm can progress up to 4 times faster than in the outside world, these realms have become essential for the development of major powers. Shenlong Nation possesses 4 super-large secret realms with 5 times the spiritual energy and 24 large secret realms with 4 times the spiritual energy, yielding vast amounts of wealth and resources each year. By contrast, smaller nations typically only have 1 or 2 large secret realms. Unstable realms, as the name suggests, are characterized by their highly erratic portals. These mysterious gateways typically last only a few months before vanishing, though some may exist for mere days, while rare instances can persist for several years. Intriguingly, the total number of these portals across the universe remains constant. When one portal disappears, another inevitably manifests elsewhere. This new location could be anywhere on the blue planet, somewhere in the vastness of space, or even on a distant planet billions of light-years away. Scientists have proposed various hypotheses regarding the number of these realms. A widely accepted theory suggests that in the boundless universe, the number of realms is infinite. This idea even implies that Earth, as we know it, might appear to civilizations on other planets as just another one of these mysterious realms. Inside these realms, the concentration of spiritual energy is extraordinarily high. This abundance not only fosters a staggering number of creatures, but also accelerates their growth far beyond what is possible on the blue planet. However, there is one unbreakable rule governing these realms: the level cap. For example, as Nyeshingwa mentioned, a small-scale realm with a cap of level 28 imposes a strict limit. Once a creature reaches level 28, it hits a growth bottleneck, unable to absorb any more spiritual energy or advance its power further. This limitation applies not only to the creatures within the realm, but also to those entering it. Being above level 28 is barred from stepping through the portal. As a result, creatures that reach the level cap within the realm have only one option left if they wish to break through their limits and gain greater power: to pass through the portal and enter the unrestricted outside world. This is the root cause of the current monster tide. A vast number of creatures escaping from the realms have been recruited by the level 40 commander tier monsters of the Tsongling mountain range, forming a terrifying tide that now threatens the Tsongling defense line. Your mission is critical. Infiltrate the realm and install a cloaking device to conceal the portal's presence entirely. Failure is not an option. If the portal remains exposed, an endless stream of monsters will continue to pour out. No one can say for certain how many creatures lie within the real myth. Could be hundreds of thousands, millions, or even tens of millions. If the portal is not hidden in time, the number of monsters surging toward the defense line will grow exponentially, escalating into a catastrophic S-class monster tide. The weight of your task cannot be overstated. It is a burden of immense importance. This mission is extremely challenging, with unknown levels of danger, Nyeshingwa declared, standing at the front of the conference room. His gaze swept gravely over the assembled officers and students. Based on the analysis of the types of beasts involved, the secret realm is likely a terrestrial environment, not an ocean or any other extreme terrain. The provincial authorities have approved my request for reinforcements. In 3 hours, 5 elite prodigies from the province's senior high special training program will arrive at the defensive line to join you in completing this mission. He paused, his voice rising with intensity. Upon successful completion of the mission, each of you will be awarded the first-class combat hero medal of Shenlong, along with a cash reward of 300 million. The room erupted in a wave of emotion. The officers' expressions became a complex mix. Some showed envy, while others were struck speechless with shock. Everyone present understood the weight of the first-class combat hero medal of Shenlong. Even Yihan, under the rare double reward system, had only managed to earn half the merit points required for such an honor after eliminating a small-scale beast tide. Normally, it would take a total of 200,000 merit points to earn this medal. In Nanchur City, recipients of this prestigious medal were exceedingly rare. 2 or 3 in a year was considered remarkable. Moreover, those who received it were almost always seasoned silver tier experts or even golden tier elites. Beyond being a symbol of honor, the medal came with numerous privileges across the Shenlong nation. Free city teleportation, complimentary hotel stays, complete exemption from personal taxes, permanent 50% reduction in corporate taxes, and zero-interest bank loans up to 1 billion. In times of danger, recipients could also request special military rescue. The medal even granted generational benefits for college entrance exams: 40 bonus points for the recipient, 20 for their children, and 10 for their grandchildren. It also included the unique privilege of being allowed to form partnerships with multiple individuals. The officers in the room widened their eyes in disbelief. If these students could truly complete the mission and earn 15 first-class combat hero medals in one go, it would make history in Nanchur City and be an exceedingly rare event across the entire Shenlong nation. However, none of the 10 students showed any signs of excitement. Even top talents like Yihan, Wang Ruyan, and Nye Tianjun wore somber expressions, their brows tightly furrowed. For weaker students like Xiang Chongping, the gravity of the situation made them tremble slightly. They all understood the implications of this unavoidable mission. The beasts emerging from a level 28 secret realm averaged level 25 in strength, a level of beast tide that would strike fear even in the hearts of experienced silver tier beast tamers. Despite their exceptional talents, their current strength was far from sufficient to rival those of silver tier experts. The mission would have been deemed impossible if not for the participation of all 15 members. This mission is of critical importance, Nyeshingwa continued, his voice heavy with urgency. If we fail, the Tsongling defensive line will collapse, endangering the lives of 1 million residents in Nanchur City. Worse, it could trigger a chain reaction, awakening even more powerful beasts from the Tsongling mountains. You have no choice but to succeed. Even if it means dying, you must die in the process of completing the mission. Do you understand? The 10 students straightened their backs like spears, their voices ringing out in unison. Understood. Though they were not soldiers, in this era where humanity was on the brink, these young prodigies had long been prepared to stake their lives in a fight for survival. Yihan clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white from the pressure. As someone who had been reborn, he deeply understood the importance of staying alive. Logic told him not to take risks in this unstable secret realm. However, the sense of duty from his previous life as a soldier surged within him, protecting the homeland, safeguarding the people, and ensuring the survival of the race were the sacred responsibilities of every soldier. He silently resolved that, even if it meant revealing some of his hidden cards, he would do everything in his power to complete this mission. Nie Xinghua surveyed the group with a steady gaze and said in a calm tone, "There's no need for excessive worry, everyone. The reinforcements sent from the province this time are all super talents on par with your own abilities. Their participation will significantly reduce the burden of the mission and enhance its safety. After thorough evaluation, we've determined that the success rate of this mission is at least 80, meaning the vast majority of you will return safely." As soon as he finished speaking, a soldier briskly entered the conference room and distributed a thick stack of documents to everyone. The military records contained far more detailed information about the secret realm than any textbook. The 10 people present immediately set aside their initial dismissiveness and began studying the materials seriously. The documents provided detailed accounts. If the secret realm's portal were to close and personnel failed to evacuate in time, it would result in certain death. 24 hours before the portal closes, there would be noticeable spatial fluctuations and optical anomalies. While the number of portals in each secret realm is fixed, their connection points are unpredictable. If the portals on Azure Planet were to disappear, the entry portal would instantly shift to an unknown location, with a 98% chance of appearing in the vast expanse of outer space. As for when the portal might reconnect with Azure Planet again, it could take 10,000 years, a billion years, or even 10 billion years. The documents also emphasized several critical points. Before entering the secret realm, the stability of the portal must be carefully inspected. A dedicated team should continuously monitor the portal's status, and any sign of abnormality must prompt an immediate evacuation. To obscure the portal, a spatial interference mechanism using the power of the Qian Kuan Liang Yi stone must be deployed. This interference typically lasts for a year, sufficient to handle the disappearance cycle of most unstable portals. To ensure the effectiveness of the interference, at least 4 devices must be placed in different directions within a 100-kilometer radius of the portal. 3 hours later, 5 super talents from the province's special training program strode confidently into the conference room. Their every move exuded an air of pride and self-assurance. The conference room was shrouded in silence. One by one, the officers exited to oversee the preparations for the impending battle, leaving only Nie Xinghua and Yi Han behind in the vast space. Suddenly, the sound of synchronized footsteps echoed through the room. 5 individuals strode in confidently, 3 men and 2 women. Each exuded an air of sharpness and determination, their eyes unwavering. Leading the group was a middle-aged man whose chest bore a gleaming golden badge that caught the light with brilliancy, a symbol of his status as a gold-tier Beastmaster, awarded by the Beastmaster Association. "General Nye, I've brought the team," the man announced, snapping a crisp military salute. "Excellent. With their help, this mission is in good hands." "Thank you for your efforts, Dean Zhou," Nie Xinghua responded with a slight nod of approval. Dean Zhou, the head of the elite training program for senior high students in Anyuan province, turned to face the 5 prodigies. His voice was firm and commanding. "From this moment on, you will follow General Nie's orders. Represent the pride of Inyuan's training program, and do not disgrace our reputation." "Understood," the 5 responded in unison, their voices resolute. In this vast land, Anyuan province stood out as one of Shenlong Nation's most populous regions, with a population exceeding 60 million. In comparison, Nanjian City, with its mere 1 million residents, was but a small dot on the map. Although Yi Han, Wang Ruyan, and Nie Tianjun were revered as top-tier talents within Nanjian City, in the eyes of these provincial prodigies, they were little more than promising yet provincial upstarts. It was the stark reality of resources that bred this disparity. Like wealthy urbanites visiting a rural village, the sense of superiority wasn't rooted in individual character, but in the vast gulf of opportunity, whether in education, family legacy, or cultivation resources. Any one of these 5 could easily overshadow Nie Tianjun, let alone Yi Han, whose humble origins made him an unlikely contender in such elite company. Even the leaders of their respective training programs reflected this disparity. Dean Zhou, a gold-tier powerhouse, stood as an equal to General Nie Xinghua. Meanwhile, the head of Nanjian City's training program was merely a silver-tier beastmaster, lacking the authority to even be informed of this classified mission. Despite their air of superiority, the 5 prodigies saluted Nie Xinghua with the precision of soldiers, signaling their readiness to follow his orders. It's now 6:30 a.m. In just 3.5 hours, the beast tide will reach the defensive line, Nie Xinghua began, distributing files to the group. "Time for introductions is limited. These are your dossiers, read them thoroughly. You have 10 minutes. In this era of spiritual resurgence, the internet was no longer as pervasive as it once was. Students devoted most of their time to cultivation and taming beasts, leaving information dissemination slow and fragmented. Unless it was a matter of national warfare or a rampaging beast emperor, news rarely spread quickly. The dwindling number of communication satellites, each requiring protection from extraterrestrial bases and powerful guardians, further compounded this issue. With most people consumed by work and meditation, the flow of information often lacked. Though Yi Han had once been featured on the city's television for receiving the Shenlong Nation's third-class hero medal, his deeds were known to few. Similarly, despite their fame, Yi Han didn't recognize any of the 5 elite prodigies. Curious, he opened the dossier in his hands, and his expression shifted. I underestimated them. It seems I'm not the only one with an edge in this world, Yi Han thought, astonished. The files revealed that each of these individuals was a prodigy of monstrous talent. The 4th-ranked Shirliang and 5th-ranked Li Kiki were already among the nation's top-tier talents, but the achievements of the top 3 were even more extraordinary. What truly caught Yi Han's attention was Nie Wenhao's Biasta soul-devouring Nether Jiao, with a trace of Yellow Spring's sacred dragon bloodline. In this world, dragons were divided into 2 major lineages, the Eastern Divine Dragons and the Western Great Dragons. The Divine Dragons, with their ancient divine beast lineage, were far superior to the common 7th-ranked bloodline of the Great Dragons. Among them, the Yellow Spring's sacred dragon was an 8th-ranked bloodline entity of terrifying power. Once the soul-devouring Nether Jiao awakened its latent bloodline, its potential would become even more fearsome. Then there was Lin Xian, who had single-handedly defeated 3 Silverdeer Dark Beast Masterson extraordinary feat Ning Zimo. On the other hand, possessed a rare trielemental beast, a testament to her unparalleled fortune. For this mission, Lin Xian will serve as the team leader, Nie Xinghua announced. She has successfully completed 3 missions involving interference with secret realm portals. Follow her instructions carefully. A nearby officer handed out small, translucent devices, each about the size of a fist. This spatial disruptor is crafted from the rare Chinquan duality stone. Its value is immeasurable. Time is tight. In 3 hours, the beast tide will reach the defensive line. You must bypass the horde and locate the portal using the spatial detection device, Nie Xinghua instructed, his gaze sharp and commanding. As the commander of Nanjian City, I order you to depart immediately. Yes, sir. The group responded in unison. Good luck. You are the hope of this defensive line and all of Nanjian City, Nie Xinghua declared, his voice tinged with both urgency and trust. Just moments before departure, the province's #1 beauty and prodigy, Lin Xian, stepped forward. With an expressionless face, she said, General Nie, I have a rather unpolished suggestion. The people present were slightly taken aback. Yi Han noticed a fleeting look of despair in Ding Zhou's eyes, a look that was eerily similar to how he usually regarded Yi Han. Nie Xinghua frowned slightly. Speak freely. As long as it helps the mission, I'll consider it. But time is indeed pressing. Lin Xian swept her gaze over the 10 individuals, her eyes lingering on Yi Han with a clear hint of disdain. Her cold voice carried a touch of arrogance. I might be blunt, and I hope no one takes offense. These 10 people are nothing but dead weight. Taking them along would either lead to their deaths or drag us down, ultimately jeopardizing the mission. I propose that only the 5 of us proceed. I'm willing to sign a military pledge if I fail to complete the mission. I'll die in the secret realm before returning. She paused, then continued, as the team leader, it is my duty to ensure the mission's success and the safety of my team. That's why I must make this suggestion. Especially Yi Han triggered the demon tide without authorization, acting entirely out of self-interest and putting the entire special training class and rescue forces in danger. He is utterly unfit for this mission. Nie Tianjuan's face darkened, and restrained fury flickered in his eyes. As the top prodigy of Nanjiang, this was the first time someone had called him a burden. Wang Ruyan, however, remained indifferent, quietly observing Lin Xian, her fellow prodigy. Yi Han chuckled inwardly. The girl had indeed triggered the demon tide for personal reasons, though he had calculated that the chances of a chain reaction were minimal. More importantly, he had little interest in this mission. The secret realm was fraught with unpredictable dangers, and if it weren't for the binding nature of military orders, he wouldn't risk his life so easily. As for the mission rewards, whether it was 20,000 combat merits or 300 million in cash, neither held much significance for him. So Yi Han volunteered, General, I think Lin Xian has a valid point. I'm aware of my own limitations and fear I might hold the team back. I'm willing to withdraw voluntarily. The room fell silent. Yi Han's face was earnest. Wang Ruyan's eyes flashed with doubt, and Nie Tianjun looked a little anxious. As Nie Xingguo's son, he knew his father had deeper intentions for including these 10 individuals in the mission. It was an opportunity to gain legitimate accolades. Successfully completing the secret realm mission and saving a city with a population of over 1 million would make them prime candidates for top academies, even if their scores were slightly lower. In this era, merit and achievements commanded the utmost respect. The atmosphere in the conference room subtly shifted. Nie Tianjun frowned unconsciously as he watched Yi Han's move to withdraw. Despite having lost over 10 million to Yi Han in a previous competition, as a fellow special training classmate, he still hoped Yi Han would seize this golden opportunity. In his view, with the province's prodigies present, the safety margin for completing the task had significantly increased, making Yi Han's decision to quit seem unwise. A trace of smugness appeared on Xiang Chongping's face. He had just received an analysis from his father via a messaging app, which dispelled his concerns about the mission. Watching Yihan choose to withdraw, he felt a surge of satisfaction. A bumpkin is always a bumpkin, no brains at all. Once I complete this mission, my university ranking might even surpass his. Lin Xian, however, reacted unexpectedly. Instead of getting angry at her belittlement, Yihan admitted his own shortcomings with surprising composure. This unusual response made her re-evaluate this seemingly simple opponent. Nie Xinggua's expression remained stern, his thoughts inscrutable. As a seasoned veteran, he skillfully struck a balance, ensuring that the prodigies of Nanjiang could use the mission to boost their college entrance scores while safeguarding the integrity of the Zhongling defense line. But Yihan's perspective was entirely different. With his capabilities, he was confident he could secure a first-class combat hero medal, making his admission into one of the top-tier academies a certainty. He saw no reason to take unnecessary risks. Similarly, Lin Xian was dissatisfied with Nie Xinggua's arrangements. She refused to be a mere tool, and having more team members would only increase her burden. Nie Xinggua quickly grasped the key issue and invited Lin Xian to a separate meeting room. Lin Xian, let's not beat around the bush. If you take 5 fewer people, I'll add 100,000 battle merits to the deal. Think it over. The proposal immediately piqued Lin Xian's interest. Nie Xinggua had originally promised her 300,000 battle merits for taking on the mission, and now he was offering an additional 100,000 while reducing the team size to just 5. This concession was undeniably appealing. Lin Xian's eyes lit up, and a sly smile curved her lips. Deal. But I've changed my mind. Yihan must be part of the team. Not a problem. Pleasure working with you. Nie Xinggua agreed readily. When Yihan learned that he had to go to the secret realm to carry out a mission, a trace of helplessness flashed across his face. Under Nie Xinggua's orders, he could only silently accept the reality authority always trumps resistance. Standing nearby, Lin Xian caught sight of his reaction, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly in a smug expression. Wang Ruyan, with her keen observation, immediately noticed this subtle interaction. Her delicate brows furrowed unconsciously as she pondered to herself. Could Lin Xian really be this perceptive? Did she manage to see through Yihan's extraordinary nature just by observing him briefly and reviewing his dossier? A faint sense of unease began to creep into her mind. Ever since Yihan joined the special training class, Wang Ruyan had been frantically studying emotional intelligence. She understood all too well that a girl's interest in a boy often starts with curiosity. Although Lin Xian and Yihan were complete strangers, someone as outstanding as Yihan, almost terrifyingly so, was bound to be irresistibly attractive to a proud and talented girl like Lin Xian. Wang Ruyan herself was living proof of this. Before meeting Yihan, she never imagined she could feel anything for any boy, but within just a few days, her perspective had completely shifted. But Wang Ruyan comforted herself inwardly. Once she discovers Yihan's true nature, like that of a 180-year-old monk, she'll definitely lose interest in an instant. Besides, being better than me now doesn't mean she'll always be better than me. Thinking of Yihan's calm and unshakable demeanor, akin to a saintly monk, she felt a little more at ease. The final mission team consisted of 5 members: Yihan, Wang Ruyan, Nie Tianjun, Xiang Chongping, and Sun Wei, who ranked among the top 10 in the class. Xiang Chongping and Sun Wei's selection was largely due to their fathers being powerful golden-ranked experts. This mission had a clear element of prestige building, and having a golden-ranked powerhouse as a backer naturally gave them an edge. Behind the scenes, this reflected a web of interest exchanges among the golden-ranked elites. Nie Xinggua's strategy was particularly shrewd. All he had to offer was military merit, which could be exchanged for resources provided by the state, while he retained control over the selection of participants. If other golden-ranked experts wanted to secure a spot for their children, they had to provide him with certain benefits. Of course, he couldn't overstep too much. At the very least, the chosen participants had to be competent enough. Otherwise, if higher-ups investigated, he would be the first to take the fall. Yihan's priority selection was due to 2 key reasons. First, his impressive combat record had already caught the attention of provincial leaders. As one of the top 3 talents in the special training class, it would be unreasonable not to choose him. Second, Nie Xinggua saw an opportunity to win over this prodigious talent with limitless potential. As long as Yihan didn't meet an untimely end, he was destined to become a golden-ranked expert in the future and might even surpass Nie Xinggua before the age of 30. Building a friendship between his son, Nie Tianjun, and Yihan now could yield significant benefits in the future. Better to have a strong ally than a formidable enemy. 10 figures riding on beasts disappeared in a flash over the 100-meter-high defensive wall. Lin Xian's expression was stern as she got straight to the point. Since I'm the team leader, let me make this clear up front: I'm responsible for the mission, not for anyone's life. No matter what reasons brought you here, completing the mission is the top priority. If anyone tries to play games or drag the team down, they can go and die. Understood? The expressions of the other 9 members instantly turned serious. Before departure, some might have thought of this as a simple prestige-boosting trip, assuming they could coast to success under Lin Xian's leadership. But after hearing her words, such thoughts vanished immediately. No one would gamble with their life. Good, Lin Xian continued. Now, erase my mission plan. Lin Xian scanned the group, swiftly formulating the battle plan. Pointing to the sky, she issued orders to Wang Ruyan and Li Kiki. The two of you will be responsible for low-altitude surveillance. Keep an eye out for any flying beasts that might attack our ground team. Turning to three elite warriors, she continued, Nie Wenhao, Nie Tianjun, and Ning Zimo. You will serve as the main assault team, clearing obstacles along the route. Remember to use stealthy techniques, absolutely no loud attacks. If we draw the attention of those level 40 commander-class beasts, it will mean certain death for all of us. She then addressed another group of team members, Yihan, Shiliang, Xiang Chongping, and Sun Wei. The four of you will guard the rear and eliminate any beasts attempting to ambush us. Again, avoid making too much noise. If you don't have suitable ranged skills, switch to close combat. As for herself, Lin Xian chose the most flexible position. He'll stay mobile in the center of the team, ready to provide support and deal with any threats that may emerge from underground. Her expression grew serious. This mission is top secret, but the Dark Beast Master might already be aware of it. Stay alert to your surroundings at all times, and report anything suspicious immediately. She analyzed further. The Hidden Realm is 500 kilometers from the Tsangling defense line and is rich in resources. It's highly likely that the Dark Beast Master's elite team has already entered and deliberately lured the beasts to create this wave. If we encounter any humans, be prepared for a life-or-death battle. The military strongly suspects that this beast wave attacking the defense line is no coincidence. It's likely being orchestrated by the Dark Beast Master. Yihan couldn't help but admit that Lin Xian's strategy was flawless. She had positioned the team to cover both air and ground, ensuring coordination between the front and rear, while designating herself as the team's ace in critical moments to prevent any vulnerabilities from being exploited by the beasts. The military's advanced equipment had already mapped out the shortest and safest route. Lin Xian checked the time and said, if everything goes according to plan, we'll reach the Hidden Realm's teleportation gate in 2 hours. If you want to make it back alive, give it your all. As the tide of demons surged forward, the entire forest of the Tsangling mountain range descended into chaos. All the demonic beasts were in a state of extreme frenzy, their aggression amplified several times over. Different species of beasts even formed alliances to launch coordinated attacks. Lin Xian led her team of extraordinary prodigies, showcasing astonishing combat prowess. Against the frenzied low-level beasts charging toward them, they eliminated their foes almost instantly and silently. Despite the relentless waves of beasts, the team's advance far exceeded the military's expectations, moving swiftly and effortlessly through the jungle. However, as they delved deeper into the mountain range, the situation grew increasingly challenging. The level and number of the demonic beasts continued to climb, gradually slowing the team's progress and intensifying the pressure they faced. By the time they had advanced 400 kilometers into the mountain's depths, they had reached an area typically accessible only to well-equipped silver-ranked adventurer teams. According to the records, the average level of beasts in this region should have been around 21. However, due to the proximity to a secret realm's teleportation gate, a flood of beasts had poured out, drastically increasing the danger level. The surrounding beasts now averaged a level of 23. In the skies, swarms of flying beasts surged in overwhelming numbers. Wang Ruyan's storm blade sliced through the hordes, sending shattered feathers, blood, flesh, and beast corpses raining down like a crimson storm, staining the heavens and earth. Beasts below level 21 were shredded to pieces before they could even approach the team. While those above level 21, the elite beast generals, managed to breach the storm blade's defenses but sustained deep, bone-exposing wounds. The survivors of this aerial onslaught were swiftly met by Li Keke's razor-sharp water blade technique. As a top-tier prodigy in the province, Li Keke's combat prowess, while slightly behind Lin Xian and Ye Wenhao, surpassed expectations in her efficiency at dispatching high-level beasts. Riding a storm seagull imbued with dual water and wind attributes, she had honed her water blade technique to a masterful level. Every blade she unleashed precisely severed the necks of flying beasts, and with the aid of her single-target buff combat skill, she could conjure 3 exceptionally sharp water blades per second. Wang Ruyan focused on clearing low-level beasts and crippling the mobility of high-level ones, while Li Keke concentrated on finishing off any that slipped through. Their seamless cooperation ensured that no flying beast came within 50 meters of the team since their departure. On the ground, the battle unfolded in an eerie and terrifying fashion. Nie Wenhao's soul-devouring ghost Jiao exuded a dark, ghostly glow, with emerald ghost fire burning in its eyes. White spectral forms of beast souls continuously emerged from its body. Though these souls lacked physical destructive power, they could penetrate the minds of attacking beasts. Once under control, The beast's eyes glowed with eerie green flames as they turned on their own kind in a frenzy. This was none other than the advanced dark element combat technique, soul puppet art. The ghost Jiao would first devour and refine enslaved souls, then release them to corrupt other beasts. Each enslaved soul, upon devouring additional souls, would grow stronger in spiritual energy. Even if the puppet's physical body perished, the enslaved soul could return to the ghost Jiao's containment space to recover quickly and rejoin the fight. Of course, this technique had its limitations. The maximum spiritual energy of an enslaved soul could not exceed that of the caster, and its growth had an upper limit. For instance, an enslaved soul with an initial spiritual energy of 30 points equivalent to the level of an iron-ranked beastmaster could only grow to a maximum of 59 points, unable to break through the threshold of 60 points required for a bronze-ranked beastmaster. The soul puppet art consumed a significant amount of Nia Wenhao's mental energy, yet he calmly swallowed a precious essence pill as if it were of little value. Under the powerful influence of his soul puppet art, a 60-meter radius around him became an impenetrable barrier, preventing any demonic beasts from approaching. Yihan watched in silent astonishment. As the second-ranked prodigy, Nia Wenhao was single-handedly shouldering the team's defense with remarkable ease. If his abilities were this terrifying, then what kind of unimaginable power must Lin Xian, the captain of the school team and the top prodigy in the province, possess? The other 7 teammates could only stand there, dumbfounded, utterly useless as they watched Nia Wenhao dominate the battlefield. Lin Xian remained serious and composed, refraining from taking any action. Ning Zimo, the province's third-ranked prodigy, stayed close to Nia Wenhao, the two appearing to share a familiar camaraderie. Captain, we've located the Secret Realms portal. It's 50 kilometers south, Wang Ruyan reported after clearing out a wave of flying demonic beasts. Xiao Bai swiped its claw effortlessly, slicing a massive tree so large it would take 10 people to encircle it clean in half. As the tree crashed to the ground, it created an open area dozens of meters wide in the previously dense jungle. Sunlight poured down on the group, warming their surroundings. Xiao Bai leaped gracefully onto a giant reflective water mirror. With the expanded view, the distant scene became clear. A massive, oval-shaped black portal hung suspended in midair, 1 to 200 meters above the horizon. Countless demonic beasts, resembling tiny ants from afar, were pouring out of the portal. It was Yihan's first time seeing a secret realm portal, and he was overwhelmed with awe. Passing through that portal would lead them into an unknown and perilous world. Good. Move toward the portal at full speed, Lin Xian commanded. Stay alert for ambushes by Dark Dominion Beastmasters near the portal. That area is the perfect spot for an ambush. The team had now distanced itself 300 kilometers from the commander-level beast, well beyond its perception range. With this safety margin, the group began unleashing more powerful combat techniques to expedite the clearing of beasts along their path. As they drew closer to the Secret Realm's teleportation gate, the monster's levels steadily increased. After advancing just 30 kilometers, the average level of the beasts had risen to 25, with occasional appearances of high-level beasts at level 28. In the skies above, Wang Ruyan and Li Kiki were under immense pressure. The physical resilience of level 28 beasts was astonishing. Wang Ruyan's storm blade struggled to inflict fatal damage. Some flying beasts, equipped with defensive combat techniques, were even able to pass through the storm unscathed. Li Kiki's water blade slash, though powerful, was a single-target technique, and its casting frequency hindered the efficiency of clearing the beasts. At that moment, the undying Cyan Luan's eyes glowed a fiery red. With a fierce screech, it grabbed a deep crimson fireball and hurled it into the sky. A deafening explosion followed as the fireball detonated amidst the swarm of flying beasts. The intense heat instantly scorched the surrounding trees into charcoal. A level 28 beast, struck directly, plummeted like a meteor, reduced to ashes along with 5 or 6 nearby monsters. It was the fire elemental, high-tier mystic-level combat technique, exploding inferno sphere. Wang Ruyan's demeanor shifted as she began to fight in earnest, simultaneously deploying wind and fire elemental techniques. Even more astonishing was her mastery. She had honed both mystic-level techniques of different elements to a state of unmatched perfection. Li Kiki watched in awe as Wang Ruyan performed. The undying Cyan Luan hurled another exploding inferno sphere into the rapidly rotating storm blade. The sky ignited in a fiery vortex. The wind fueled the flames, and the fireball shockwaves further accelerated the storm blade's cutting force. Every beast caught within the range was instantly incinerated, their charred remains falling lifelessly from the sky. Even the level 28 beasts with defensive abilities were utterly annihilated. This breathtaking combination technique drew the attention of everyone on the ground. Lin Xian's eyes gleamed with astonishment as she realized the technique's destructive power could severely wound a level 31 beast general. Nia Wenhao's expression was one of admiration, while Ning Zimo silently schemed, calculating how he could leverage his family's influence to pressure the Wang family into breaking off the engagement. Nye Tianjun stood in bitter silence, fully aware that in just 2 short months, Wang Ruyan's strength had far surpassed his own, and she had yet to reveal her trump card, the artifact-level weapon. At Nye Wenhao's suggestion, Ning Zimo stepped forward to demonstrate his prowess. His contracted beast, the Taishan giant ape, let out a thunderous roar as its body swelled to an imposing 30 meters tall. It then unleashed the Earth Elemental, Supreme-tier Mystic-level combat technique. Colossal Stone Clone. The ground split apart as 5 massive, earth-toned ape clones emerged, each inheriting 70 of the original strength and speed, with even greater defensive capabilities. Yihan silently assessed the situation. Even with his expertly mastered mystic ice armor, he doubted he could withstand the combined onslaught of the 6 Taishan giant apes. Truly, Ning Zimo lived up to his reputation as a prodigy from the provincial capital. His strength was nothing short of intimidating. 5 colossal rock apes marched forward, each step causing the ground to tremble faintly. Their massive frames effortlessly smashed through obstructing tree trunks, leaving a trail of destruction that showcased their overwhelming power. The battle erupted in an instant. One of the rock apes seized a level 28 behemoth porcupine by its hind legs and, with sheer brute force, tore it in half, scattering its innards across the ground. Another ape swung its fist, obliterating a beast's skull in one crushing blow. Ranged attacks rained down on the apes, but they merely grazed the surface of their rocky hides. A faint yellow glow would flash, and the wounds would heal almost instantaneously. The 5 apes rampaged through the horde of beasts like tigers among sheep, effortlessly overpowering the level 28 monsters. Their unstoppable advance significantly sped up the team's progress. Watching the scene, Ning Zimo's excitement grew. He retrieved 2 extraordinary swords from his storage space, one crackling with lightning and the other ablaze with flames. Both were formidable offensive artifacts. He tossed the weapons to the massive Taishan rock ape beneath him. The swords adapted to the ape's size, transforming into colossal weapons, each 15 meters long, one radiating thunderous energy and the other engulfed in blazing fire. The remaining 4 apes raised their hands, which began to glow with an earthy yellow light. From this energy, they conjured 10 earthen swords. Though these weapons carried both lightning and fire attributes, their power paled in comparison to the enchanted blades wielded by the Taishan rock ape. Nevertheless, they were more than sufficient to handle the level 28 beasts. The battle intensified. One rock ape drove its flaming sword straight through a beast's body. The blade erupted in a fiery blaze, reducing the creature to a pile of ash within seconds. Nearby, the lightning sword cleaved another beast in 2, its electrical energy spreading outward in a crackling wave that paralyzed and felled several weaker monsters in its vicinity. Observing the scene, Yihan silently analyzed the situation. This likely wasn't the full extent of Ning Zimo's strength. If it were him, he would have likely mastered buffing techniques to enhance physical strength or agility. By applying such buffs to the Taishan rock ape's main body, all its rock clones would gain 70 of the enhancement. However, this approach would come at a steep cost. Such buffs would consume an immense amount of mental energy per second. The rock clone technique was undeniably destructive, but maintaining the clones required a continuous drain of spiritual energy. Adding buffs to the main body would amplify the consumption to an almost unimaginable level. Still, the benefits were equally significant, temporarily elevating combat strength to an entirely new tier. This strategy was particularly effective against single or small groups of enemies, but far less efficient in large-scale confrontations. With the rock apes joining the fray, high-level monsters on the ground were swiftly eliminated, while lower-level beasts fell prey to Nye Wenhao's soul puppetry. The ground-clearing efficiency now surpassed that of Wang Ruyan in the skies above. Ning Zimo wore a smug expression, but his confidence faltered when he noticed Wang Ruyan only casting a brief, indifferent glance before losing interest. Lin Xian, on the other hand, didn't react at all. What he had intended as a display of strength ended up feeling like a performance to an empty audience. 20 minutes later, the group reached the vicinity of the portal. Here, the monster horde's average level had risen to 28, and all of them emerged from the massive portal in the sky. Yi Han quickly calculated. This portal was spawning over 3 level 28 beasts every second, 180 per minute, 10,800 per hour, nearly 25,000 per day. In 4 days, that number would exceed 1 million. If left unchecked, the Zhongling defensive line would collapse within 3 days. Lin Xian suddenly frowned. Something's off. There are signs of a battle from just a few hours ago here. Nye Wenhao, have your soul-devouring ghost Jiao sensed the presence of any human souls nearby? Even if the Black Dominion Beastmasters were lying in ambush, Lin Xian had anticipated such a possibility. However, the abundance of fresh combat marks around the portal was a perplexing twist that demanded explanation. Nye Wenhao stood before the portal, his brow furrowed in deep thought. He scanned his surroundings before suddenly speaking. It can't possibly be that the beasts inside the portal are spilling out and fighting each other, can it? As a soul-devouring serpent, he was born with an extraordinary ability to sense souls. In this world, whether human or beast, souls linger near their corpses after death until they dissipate. The stronger the soul, the slower it fades. Some powerful humans could even merge their souls with enchanted artifacts before dying, extending their existence by taking over the artifact's spirit. However, this was a technique far beyond the reach of ordinary people. There have indeed been deaths near the portal, and not just one or two. Nya Wenhao said grimly, his voice heavy as cold sweat formed on his forehead. The fear they experienced at the moment of death was intense, and their fragmented souls are filled with overwhelming negative emotions. What's worse is that all the deceased were silver-ranked warriors. Whether they were white beast masters or black beast masters, it's impossible to tell anymore. Lin Xian nodded thoughtfully. Based on my guess, the deceased were likely a black beastmaster squad lying in ambush for us. But their deaths are highly unusual. Keep in mind, black beastmasters can communicate with wild beasts, and most beasts wouldn't attack them unprovoked. If this were the work of one of our own experts, they would have sent a message to the front lines. Attention, everyone. Nya Wenhao raised his voice. There may be unknown dangers within the secret realm. Once we enter, maintaining formation is absolutely critical, no matter the cost. If the formation is broken, retreat immediately to the portal area, conceal your presence, and wait to regroup. Understood. The other 9 responded with grave expressions. And one more thing, Nya Wenhao added, do not use any spatial storage artifacts when entering the portal. Make sure to store the portal interference devices ahead of time. If the spatial stability is disrupted, there's no guarantee we'll arrive safely in the secret realm. The portal to the secret realm stood tall and majestic, towering at an impressive height of 500 meters, emanating a steady, ethereal glow. Yihan recalled the records from the military archives. This glow signified that the portal was exceptionally stable, while other colors would indicate that the portal might soon collapse. As Yihan stepped into the portal, he was plunged into an indescribable state. It felt as though only a moment had passed, yet it also seemed like an eternity. When his vision finally cleared, he found himself standing in the middle of an endless desert. The barren land stretched as far as the eye could see, devoid of any vegetation. The scorching sun blazed overhead, and the surface temperature exceeded 100 degrees Celsius. This was another world, or, more precisely, an unknown planet somewhere in the vast universe. For ordinary people, such an extreme environment was far more terrifying than hell itself. Here, one would either be devoured by the beasts that emerged from the portal or be roasted alive under the relentless heat. However, for Yihan and his team, the searing temperatures were almost negligible. The physical strength of the team members was extraordinary, with even the weakest among them reaching level 20. Yihan, in his super synchronization mode, had reached level 21, possessing the power to lift a tank with ease. The real challenge, however, lay not in the heat but in the planet's gravity, which was 3 times that of Azure Star. This meant the planet's mass was 3 times greater, making every movement require triple the effort and significantly reducing speed. Even the massive beasts accompanying the team were forced to shrink their forms to conserve energy. Xiaobai, originally 30 meters long, immediately transformed into the size of a lion, and the others followed suit. At least this kind of environment doesn't affect our combat strength too much, Lin Xian said with a sigh of relief. The one most affected was Ning Zimo. His physically dominant Taishan giant ape was greatly weakened under the triple gravity, losing much of its imposing presence. Just as a group of level 28 monsters near the portal prepared to attack, Wang Ruyan unleashed her elemental combination technique, effortlessly annihilating them. Over a dozen beasts were reduced to charred remains under the blazing fireballs. Ning Zimo's face darkened. Damn this triple gravity environment. Looks like I'll be a spectator for most of the journey. Interestingly, the pressure from the beasts within the secret realm was somewhat reduced, as most of them had already used the portal to leave. The desert was littered with jagged rocks and massive fissures spanning several kilometers wide. Some of these fissures contained rivers of molten lava. Suddenly, a massive, fiery red snakehead shot out from the lava, dragging a passing land beast into the river in an instant. That's a rare lava river python, Lin Xian explained. It has a natural 4th-grade bloodline and dual elemental attributes of fire and water. These creatures only inhabit magma layers and active volcanic craters, so they're rarely documented in standard beast encyclopedias. Be extremely cautious when approaching lava rivers. Once you're dragged into the depths, there's no coming back. Also, keep an eye out for large caverns on the desert surface. Those might be their nesting grounds. 4th-grade bloodline beast eggs are worth a fortune, but any discovery must be shared equally. Some fissures without lava seemed bottomless, surrounded by massive honeycomb-like caverns that formed an intricate network. These were the nests of the lava river pythons. When the team reached their designated location, Lin Xian announced, "We've arrived at the 100-kilometer mark." We need to split up here and bury 2 portal disruption devices to prevent them from being destroyed by the beasts. This time, the progress of the Secret Realm mission was exceptionally smooth. Shirleyong couldn't hide his excitement. At this pace, we can complete the mission in no more than an hour. The portal stability is excellent, so I suggest we explore the surrounding caves. You know, a single lava river python egg is worth at least 1 or 2 billion alliance coins. If we manage to find 20, that's 2 billion for each of us. This could change our lives. Likiki immediately chimed in. I completely agree. With the strength of our team, we can handle a group of lava river pythons if it comes to that. Dual element beast eggs are incredibly rare treasures on Azure Star. We can't let such a great opportunity slip by. As the team indulged in their dreams of striking it rich, Yihan suddenly raised his hand, signaling them to stop, his expression turning serious. Captain, did you notice something unusual? Likiki asked with a puzzled look. Lin Xian also turned her gaze to Yihan, whose face was tense and grim. Yihan looked up at the sky, his brows furrowed. Have you noticed? The hunting frequency of the lava river pythons has been steadily decreasing, and the appearances of terrestrial beasts have also dropped significantly. Yihan, aren't you overthinking this? Fewer beasts should be a good thing, right? It means the mission will be easier to complete. Before Xiang Chongping could finish his sentence, the sky suddenly changed. The once clear sky was instantly engulfed in a fiery red hue, and the sun had vanished without a trace. The temperature in the air skyrocketed, surging past 200 degrees within just a few breaths. The ground began to tremble, and violent waves from the magma river crashed against its banks. Lin Xian's face turned pale. It's a super fire elemental storm. Quickly, find a cave to take shelter. If we're caught in the storm's core, not even a beast king could survive. In the distance, a terrifying inferno whirlwind swept across the horizon. Magma from the river was sucked into the storm, and even the usually heat-resistant lava river pythons were reduced to charred remains in an instant, like earthworms thrown into a furnace. This was no ordinary storm found on Azure Stair. It was at least 100, or even 1,000 times more powerful. What made it even more terrifying was that this was a high-temperature storm saturated with fire elements, with its core temperature exceeding 10 million degrees. The superstorm swept in with astonishing speed, transforming everything in its path into a boiling sea of molten lava. The once barren Gobi Desert vanished, replaced by a roiling expanse of crimson magma. Upon witnessing the scene, the group immediately abandoned their formation, frantically fleeing toward the direction of the ravine. At this point, their formation was meaningless. No strategy or alignment could withstand being engulfed by the storm. Annihilation was inevitable. Against such a catastrophic force of nature, their current abilities were utterly powerless. Wang Ruiyan, Li Kiki, expand the size of your flying beasts immediately. Xiaobai commanded decisively. Everyone, get on the flying beasts and head straight for the Great Ravine 30 kilometers away. Only the depth of that place can shield us from the storm. These smaller ravines will be melted away in no time under the intense heat. Before he even finished speaking, Xiaobai had already leapt onto the back of Wang Ruiyan's immortal azure wand, with Chongping, Sun Wei, and Yet Tianjun following closely behind. The other prodigies from the province quickly boarded Li Keek's storm petrel. Hold on tight, Wang Ruiyan shouted as the immortal azure wand spread its wings, transforming into a streak of azure light shooting skyward. The storm petrel followed close behind, becoming a gray blur in pursuit. At this moment, the advantages of flying beasts became evident. While Xiaobai's full-speed sprint rivaled the azure wand's, ground travel was hindered by terrain. Lava rivers required detours. Flying beasts, however, ignored such obstacles entirely, accelerating with the aid of air resistance. Within mere breaths, the azure wand's wings were glowing red-hot from friction, resembling a meteor streaking across the sky. At the azure wand's current speed, 30 kilometers would take just 2 minutes. Yet the storm behind them was closing in even faster. We're not going to make it. Lin Xian's face turned pale with fear. Everyone, take shelter in the ravine ahead. She had never imagined that the secret realm could harbor such extreme conditions. This level of elemental storm would force even a gold-ranked beast tamer to retreat, let alone a group of bronze-level students. The 2 flying beasts dove sharply, entering the nearest ravine. The ravine plunged hundreds of meters deep, with a river of molten lava flowing at its center. To make matters worse, the ravine walls were devoid of any caves. This was not a nesting ground for lava river pythons. The rock walls were harder than mid-grade alloys, too tough for even the pythons to bother carving out layers. Though the ravine was several hundred meters deep, under the superstorm's onslaught, it would soon be reduced to a sea of magma. Normally, the lava posed no threat to them, but under the storm's influence, its temperature would soar to thousands, or even tens of thousands of degrees. At such heat, even beasts above level 40 would be reduced to ash. Is this the end for us? Despair gripped everyone, even the experienced Lin Xian, as they faced what seemed to be certain death. At that moment, Yi Han's cold and mocking voice broke through the silence. A bunch of useless cowards, calling yourselves prodigies? Giving up so easily? Have you even considered that surrendering guarantees death, but fighting might give you a sliver of hope? The group turned toward the source of the voice, only to see that Yi Han was no longer in the ravine. Instead, he had carved out a tunnel in the rock wall, about 20 to 30 meters deep and 3 to 4 meters wide. Deep within the cave, Xiao Bai's figure darted swiftly through the dim light. Its frost-covered claws struck relentlessly against the unyielding stone walls, each blow accompanied by the sharp crack of shattering rock. Massive chunks of stone were hurled out of the cave by its powerful hind legs, creating a scene reminiscent of a giant mole furiously tunneling through the earth. While the fox's frantic digging might have been laughable under other circumstances, the gravity etched on everyone's faces left no room for humor. That's it. Just like that, Yi Han took over command. Dig with everything you've got. As long as the tunnel is deep enough, we can escape the scorching heat of the superstorm. Before his words had fully settled, the ground began to tremble violently, signaling the impending arrival of the catastrophic storm. The other team members immediately scrambled into the tunnel, throwing themselves into the excavation effort. Yi Han quickly assigned roles. All beasts with sharp claws and teeth were tasked with the main digging, while the others focused on moving debris to the entrance to build a protective barrier. Xiang Chomping's flame spirit, Lin Xian's blazing sun spirit, and Li Keek's storm petrol beasts with natural advantages sprang into action, and the digging speed increased exponentially. Yet danger was closing in at an alarming rate. The tremors grew more intense, and the surrounding temperature soared by 100 degrees Celsius in a mere 30 seconds. The scorching storm had fully engulfed their location. The cave walls began to glow ominously red, forcing everyone to huddle close to Yi Han's frost-covered claws. They clung desperately to the sliver of cold in an unbearable clash of extreme heat and icy chill. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream pierced the tense silence of the cave. Sun Wei, the weakest among them, was engulfed in flames in an instant, his body becoming a human torch. His beast collapsed beside him, also consumed by the inferno. In mere moments, the pair was reduced to charred remains, their agonized cries echoing hauntingly through the cave. The horrifying scene of Sun Wei turning into a charred corpse before everyone's eyes left their faces ashen with fear. If not for Yi Han's terrifyingly cold frost claws shielding them from the intense heat, the entire team would have perished on the spot. In this hellish environment, Yi Han was undoubtedly the safest. He and Xiao Bai were tightly encased in the glacial armor, which completely insulated them from the searing heat. Although the ice armor gradually thinned as it evaporated, Yi Han could effortlessly replenish it by reactivating his combat skill. Moreover, while the chilling power of the frost claws was harmful to others, it had no adverse effect on Yi Han. He could even sleep within the claws without any danger. This dual layer of protection drew envious gazes from the others. Unfortunately, the glacial armor could only safeguard Yi Han and Xiao Bai. The rest of the team employed their own defensive combat skills, but none were as effective. Ning Zimo, once full of arrogance, was now desperately switching between layers of thick earth armor. However, the melting point of the earth armor was lower than that of the surrounding rocks, causing it to quickly turn into molten lava. Wang Ruyan's windshield was even more fragile. Her delicate face had already turned bright red from the heat, and it seemed unlikely she could last more than 5 minutes before meeting the same fate as Sun Wei. Xiang Champing's situation was even more dire. As a contractee of a fire elemental spirit, he only had a proficient-level thick earth armor, far inferior to Ning Zimo's mastery-level skill. Coupled with the disparity in soul power, he was undoubtedly the most vulnerable member of the group. Lin Xian, by contrast, was relatively safe. Her light-element lower-tier heaven-grade combat skill, Descent of the Celestial, enveloped her in a holy radiance that dispelled much of the heat. However, maintaining this state required a constant drain on her mental energy. In just a few minutes, she had already consumed 3 essence pills. Frequent use would diminish their efficacy, making this method an unsustainable solution. Niao Wenhao and Nye Tianjun had sought refuge inside their respective contract beasts to survive. While the soul-devouring ghost Jiao and the lightning 3-headed wolf had decent resistance to the heat, they, too, were relying on continuous consumption of essence pills to endure the ever-escalating temperatures. Suddenly, molten lava began dripping from the ceiling of the cavern, gradually flowing down the walls. The increasing flow of magma signaled that the entire space was on the verge of being completely liquefied. Yi Han continued commanding Xiao Bai to dig desperately, but the atmosphere of despair had already taken hold. At this rate, in less than 10 minutes, Yi Han might be the only one capable of surviving briefly in the magma, thanks to his glacial armor. As Lin Xian had grimly remarked earlier, the moment they realized there were no more tunnels in the rift walls, their fate had been sealed. Even Lin Xian, who had faced countless life-and-death situations, had never encountered such a hopeless scenario. This was why, like the others, she had chosen to give up at that moment. Tears streamed continuously from Wang Ruyan's eyes, but as soon as they fell, they turned into wisps of white smoke and dissipated. She knew her time was running out. With her revenge unfulfilled, everything was coming to an end. At that moment, Xiang Chongping suddenly burst into flames, transforming in an instant into a charred husk. The fire element within his body erupted, leaving only 2 high-grade elemental crystals on the ground. This enemy who had once plotted to kill Yi Han was now utterly meaningless. Yi Han didn't even glance back at him. Yi Han was entirely focused on digging downward. Standing atop Xiao Bai, he wielded a 10-meter-long giant ice shovel, tirelessly breaking through the unyielding rock. Though most of the people here were strangers to him, except for his betrothed Wang Ruyan, as long as there was even the slightest chance of saving them, he would give it his all. Yi Han, Wang Ruyan's voice was faint. I've always liked you, admired you. I hope you make it out alive. I can tell, Yi Han replied, his voice heavy and urgent, his hands never pausing as he swung the massive shovel. Remember, as long as you're alive, never give up hope. Even if there's only a 9,000 or 1 in 10,000 chance, you must hold on. With a loud crash, Shi Liang, the so-called top prodigy of the province, also turned into a figure of fire before crumbling into ashes. But Yi Han and Xiao Bai continued their frantic digging in silence, not stopping for even a moment. Yi Han, you're incredible. Lin Xian bit her lip and said, I apologize for my rudeness to you earlier on the front lines. At this moment, Yi Han's towering determination left a profound impression on her. Through his actions, he embodied the spirit of never giving up. Lin Xian, once hailed as the province's #1 prodigy, now felt unworthy even to carry Yi Han's shoes. My energy is nearly depleted, Lin Xian said, but I can unleash one final battle skill. It will melt the rock 30 meters below you into magma. You have the Xian ice armor, so you can keep digging in the magma. Among the 10 of us, only you have the chance to survive. Keep going. Yi Han and Xiao Bai silently stepped aside. Lin Xian's blazing sun spirit extended a fiery hand to press against the bottom of the pit. With a soft cry, she commanded, Infernal Purge. With a thunderous roar, the rock instantly turned crimson, then rapidly melted into boiling magma. The magma level fell quickly, as if being drained by some unseen force. Within a few breaths, it had vanished entirely, revealing a massive black void beneath them. A glint of determination flashed in Yi Han's eyes. Heaven always leaves a way out. There's another world beneath us. We're saved. Xiao Bai led the charge as all the beasts carrying their masters plunged into the massive underground chasm. After passing through the tunnel scorched by the infernal flames, a biting chill suddenly enveloped them, creating a stark contrast to the previous searing heat. Through relentless digging, Yi Han had indeed carved out a path to survival. Emerging from the brink of death, everyone looked pale and shaken, their hearts still racing from the harrowing escape. The danger they had faced was terrifying. Had the temperature continued to rise, not only Wang Ruyan but everyone would have been reduced to ashes within 3 minutes. Even Yi Han, with the dual protection of his frost armor and the extreme cold claws, wouldn't have lasted long. The intense heat would have instantly evaporated the frost, while the molten lava would have flooded the tunnels, greatly hindering the excavation. As they passed through the tunnel, before Yi Han could react, a soft, warm figure suddenly threw herself into his arms. It was Wang Ruyan, who had finally broken down. In that life-or-death moment, Yi Han had saved her from being the 4th casualty. Ahem, there are people watching. Try to maintain some composure. Yi Han coughed lightly, feeling her slender figure pressed against him. Wang Ruyan's face turned scarlet, and she quickly let go, flustered. The others, too, finally exhaled in relief, their despair dissipating as they began to survey their surroundings. This underground world was a labyrinth of interconnected tunnels. Some were only 2 or 3 meters wide, while others spanned up to 7 or 8 meters. The walls were smooth as mirrors, clearly the result of repeated friction from beasts crawling through over time. So that's how you manage to break through the hard rock layer and reach the softer strata. These must be the tunnels of the lava river pythons, Lin Xian exclaimed, realization dawning on her. Earlier, they had searched the Rift Valley in vain for a refuge, only to find themselves cornered. Yi Han had dug down at least 500 to 600 meters before uncovering this path to safety. Yi Han immediately instructed the team to rest and recover their strength and spirits. Although the surrounding temperature is rising, we're safe for now. However, if we venture deeper, we might encounter large numbers of lava, river pythons or even more dangerous beasts. Lin Xian nodded silently. Though she was the team leader personally appointed by Niexinghua and was more powerful than Yi Han in combat, she had to admit that his survival instincts far surpassed her own. Thank goodness we brought Yi Han along. Otherwise, would all be ashes by now, she thought with a sigh of relief. As for the matter of compensation, Yihan said bluntly. I may be a team member, but saving you wasn't my obligation. In the process of digging, I used up 3 essence pills and 4 restoration pills. That's the cost of your survival. I won't sugarcoat it, I'm a practical person. I come from a poor background and desperately need money. He continued, erase my condition. From now on, all monster cores, lava river python eggs, and underground treasures we find belong to me. This way, once the mission is over, we'll be square, and there'll be no need to owe favors. If anyone disagrees, you're welcome to go it alone. The environment here is much safer now, though the surface storms are still unpredictable. I agree. Here are 10 essence pills and 10 restoration pills as an additional gesture of thanks. Lin Xian handed him an ornate box of pills. Without hesitation, Yihan accepted the gift, worth a staggering 10 billion. Lin Xian, you're really on the ball, setting an excellent example, Yihan said with a cheeky grin. Normally, such a tone would have irritated Lin Xian, but at this moment, she found herself appreciating his straightforwardness. Yihan's words carried a shrewd undertone. If everyone could offer a little extra compensation, that would be ideal. His gaze swept over the group, carrying an air of undeniable authority. Wang Rian immediately retrieved 3 essence pills and 1 return pill from her storage pouch and handed them to Yihan. Despite having just confessed her feelings to Yihan and even hugged him, he accepted the pills without the slightest hesitation. This scene left the others secretly astonished. Yihan was indeed a ruthless character, didn't even spare his fiancée's pills. It confirmed that his earlier words were no joke. In their current perilous situation, with a deadly super fire elemental storm above and a treacherous lair of lava and giant pythons below, being cast out of the group was almost certain death. More importantly, Yihan had just saved their lives. At such a critical moment, the group couldn't help but develop a sense of reliance on him. Having Yihan around versus not having him made a world of difference in their chances of survival. Nie Wenhao stepped forward next, offering his token of gratitude. The others followed suit, presenting pills in varying amounts. Yihan's haul was substantial. The number of essence pills and return pills in his possession quickly exceeded 25. By market value, the total was worth over 2.5 billion alliance credits, wealth surpassing that of some less experienced gold-ranked beast tamers. Just as the group thought they might get a moment to rest, Yihan spoke again. The number of essence pills and return pills you have is far too low to deal with the lava river pythons. Luckily, I have pills for sales, even million each. No cash? No problem. Just write me an IOU and settle up after we leave the secret realm. Honest business, no tricks. The moment these words left his mouth, everyone's faces turned dark. Honest business? This was daylight robbery. The crowd's gazes toward Yihan grew increasingly complicated. They realized they had been completely manipulated by this young man's cunning strategy. Originally, each pill was priced at 50 million, but in Yihan's hands, the price instantly soared to 70 million. In such a life-or-death situation, no one could refuse to stock up on a few life-saving pills. What made the situation even more ironic was that there wasn't a single flaw in this setup. Yihan had saved their lives, so charging a fee was entirely justified. As the owner of the pills, he had every right to set the price. If anyone thought it was too expensive, they were free not to buy. There was no coercion involved. Yihan's pricing was calculated with precision. In such a critical moment, even if he had raised the price 5-fold, there would still be people who would grit their teeth and buy. Yet, he had only gently adjusted it from 50 million to 70 million, perfectly aligning with the crowd's psychological threshold. This level of calculation left everyone willingly paying up, even feeling grateful in the process. Lin Xian bit her finger and pressed her fingerprint onto a 700 million debt note in exchange for 5 pills. Smiling cheerfully, Yihan completed the transaction and stored the note in his spatial storage. Wang Rian followed suit, purchasing 2 pills. Before long, Yihan had amassed 7 debt notes, totaling nearly 2 billion alliance credits. However, Yihan's actions had deeper considerations. In this perilous environment, he could never have too many pills, yet he still chose to sell them. This wasn't just about earning a profit, it was a brilliant multifaceted strategy. With pills in hand, these people could hunt more demon beasts without hesitation, acquiring more eggs from the lava river pythons. Ultimately, all these gains would end up in Yihan's possession. At the same time, having sufficient pills ensured the team's combat strength, preventing anyone from dying due to a lack of resources. After all, in their current situation, everyone's survival depended on the team's overall strength. Just then, a beastly roar echoed through the air. A massive, fiery red snake head the size of a water tank suddenly shot out from the darkness of the cave, lunging straight at Yihan. Xiao Bai quickly acted, its icy claws precisely piercing the python's head. With a series of thunderous boom sounds, the cave shook violently. The lava river python's body, infused with an immense amount of fire elemental energy, displayed a surprising resistance to the icy power. Even with its head pierced and frozen, its massive body thrashed wildly, causing cracks to spread along the surrounding rock walls. Yihan reacted swiftly, swinging his frost warhammer to smash the frozen snake head into pieces and promptly extracting the precious demon core. Being a dual elemental demon beast, the core of the lava river python contained far more spiritual energy than ordinary beasts. The market price for the core of a level 28 lava river python exceeded 2 million credits each. Suddenly, a dense rustling sound came from all directions, signaling imminent danger. Yihan made a decisive call. There's no time to rest. A large number of pythons have already discovered us. The rocks here are unstable and won't withstand several more battles. We must push deeper underground immediately, maintaining the original formation. Following a brief recovery, the team's combat strength was mostly restored. The 7 remaining members mounted their demon beasts, maintaining their established formation as they quickly advanced toward the depths of the underground. The loss of 3 team members, though regrettable, did not significantly impact their overall strength, as those individuals had limited abilities. As they ventured deeper underground, the surrounding temperature gradually decreased. Along the way, they faced constant attacks from lava river pythons, but these threats were swiftly neutralized by the team's formidable strength. Each time a python was slain, its core was collected and handed over to Yihan. In just over 10 minutes, Yihan and his team had ventured deep underground, descending 7 to 8 kilometers below the surface. As they went deeper, the surrounding temperature gradually rose. However, this heat didn't come from the surface's fire element storms, but rather from the energy emanating from the Earth's core. When the group reached a depth of 10 kilometers, an awe-inspiring underground world unfolded before their eyes. The cavernous space stretched thousands of meters high, and the most striking feature was a vast sea of molten lava glowing a fiery red. The boiling magma surged and churned like ocean waves, radiating intense heat. Within the scorching lava sea, various heat-resistant beasts swam back and forth, resembling the marine creatures of the blue oceans above. What was even more astonishing was the sight of glimmering energy crystals scattered along the lava sea's shores. It was clearly a colossal energy crystal mine. Growing atop these crystals were rare treasures and precious medicinal herbs, a sight that left everyone present swallowing nervously in awe. Yihan, you've struck gold this time. Too bad the storage space can't hold it all, Lin Xian said, her tone full of envy. This is just insane. Our storage spaces can barely hold anything, Wang Rian quickly calculated. Each cubic meter of energy crystal is worth 300,000. The total value of the crystals here must be over 10 billion. As tempting as it is, you'd better save some space for herbs and beast cores. Those have a much higher value-to-space ratio. The group's excitement gradually settled. Despite the astronomical value of the energy crystals before them, the limitations of their storage spaces meant they could only look on in frustration. For Yihan, this was nothing short of torture. But Yihan remained confident. Can't take it all? No such thing. System, give me 30,000 cubic meters of storage space. And if that's not enough, I'll expand it to 120,000 cubic meters. When it comes to storage space, even if I were up against a master-level beast tamer, I wouldn't back down. Although the storage space was large enough to accommodate the energy crystals, Yihan knew he couldn't act recklessly at this moment. The storage space, spanning tens of thousands of cubic meters, was immensely valuable. A single cubic meter of spatial diamond alone was worth millions, while larger ones were priced at astronomical figures. If such a colossal fortune were exposed, even those he had just saved might not be able to resist the temptation. Yihan calmly analyzed the situation. Each of these people had their own families and factions backing them. If the secret got out that a mere bronze-level beastmaster like him possessed a storage space worth billions, the news would undoubtedly spread. Such wealth was beyond the reach of even platinum-level beastmasters, let alone explaining its origin. He understood all too well the peril of possessing treasures that others coveted. Let's start by harvesting the medicinal herbs from the crystal formations, Yihan suggested, diverting everyone's attention. This open area near the lava sea is perfect for clearing out nearby beasts. We can take this opportunity to rest and recover our strength. Once the ground storm subsides, we can resume our mission. For now, with the storm raging, the beasts won't be able to pass through the teleportation gate, so the pressure on the defensive line should be significantly reduced. Lin Xian nodded in agreement. Fighting in this open space by the lava sea was indeed the best choice, as it eliminated the risk of triggering a collapse like in the caves. However, the appearance of their team had already alarmed the residents of the lava sea. A chilling sound of collisions echoed from the molten depths, and soon, countless massive blue crabs emerged from the scorching lava. These were lava river giant crabs, predators that fed on lava river pythons. Each one was as large as a small mountain, with shells spanning 20 meters in width and 30 meters in length. Their bodies were encased in armor as tough as advanced alloys, leaving hardly any weak points. Their enormous pincers were capable of delivering devastating force. Control the scale of your combat techniques, Yihan immediately reminded the group. Excessive commotion will only attract more beasts. If we can't hold them off, retreat to the python's lair. While killing more beasts would yield more beast cores, the seemingly endless swarm of giant crabs in front of them made him cautious. This was precisely why aquatic regions were considered forbidden zones for humans. Beast densities in water far exceeded those on land, and the abundant food supply easily nurtured creatures with higher bloodline levels. Against these formidable opponents, Nia Wenhao's soul-devouring ghost Jiao demonstrated a distinct advantage. Its soul puppet technique directly attacked the beast's spiritual essence, bypassing their heavy armor with ease and swiftly converting a large number of high-level lava river giant crabs into puppets. Lin Xian, who had been holding back, finally took action as well. Her radiant sun sprite weaved through the crab horde, extending dozens of fiery tendrils that latched onto the crab's shells. Moments later, intense bursts of fire erupted within the shells. Yihan calculated silently. To acquire those energy crystals, he not only needed to find a chance to avoid his teammates, but also had to clear out the overwhelming number of crab beasts. It was clear this wasn't a task he could accomplish alone. Boom, boom, boom. A series of muffled explosions echoed through the air, and the once ferocious lava river crabs instantly lost all signs of life. Their blue-green shells rapidly turned fiery red, as if they had been thoroughly cooked, and in fact, they had been boiled alive by the searing heat erupting from within. This was the devastating power of Lin Xian's recently unleashed Earth-tier battle technique, True Inferno Purgatory. This fearsome technique, on par with the legendary Thunder Hell, could instantly melt dozens of meters of solid rock into molten lava. The Sunfire sprite deftly dispersed the power of True Inferno Purgatory into dozens of precise attacks, each deadly on its own, and with far less collateral noise than when the soul-devouring ghost drake had manipulated the crabs to fight one another. At this moment, Wang Ruyan looked somewhat sheepish. Her storm blade had barely scratched the crab's tough shells, and her more powerful explosive fireball was too loud and disruptive to use in this situation. "I'm sorry, I can't do much here," she said to Yihan, clearly frustrated. "It's all right," Yihan reassured her. "If your techniques aren't suited for fighting these crabs, just stay in the center of the group and rest. This sea of lava isn't just home to crabs. We just happened to run into a swarm of them." Ning Zimo found himself in a similar predicament. His Mount Tai giant ape, though a formidable strength-type beast, struggled to break through the crab's hardened shells. In contrast, Li Keek's water blade cutting technique remained as sharp as ever, slicing through the crabs with ease, each strike splitting them cleanly in two. Meanwhile, Nie Tianjuan's lightning three-headed wolf focused on clearing out the weaker crabs with its high-energy electric web, its electricity bypassing the shells to strike directly at their vulnerable insides. While frantically collecting demon cores, Yihan couldn't help but realize that his own battle techniques were less effective against these heavily armored creatures. His frost claw required piercing through an enemy's flesh to deal damage, but these crabs had no exposed flesh. The water blades from his reflective water mirror could only handle smaller crabs, proving almost useless against the larger ones. He silently resolved to master his Thunder Purgatory technique as soon as possible, honing it to the highest level of perfection. As time passed, the crabs' corpses piled up like small mountains, and Yihan lost count of how many demon cores he had gathered. Just as everyone thought the battle was nearing its end, the lava sea suddenly surged with massive waves. Emerging from the roiling magma was the faint but unmistakable silhouette of a 100-meter-long fiery red crocodile, riding the towering waves straight toward the group. Roar! The colossal beast's deafening roar shook the ground beneath their feet. "This is bad. It's a lava emperor crocodile with a grade 6 bloodline," Lin Xian exclaimed in alarm. The terrifying aura of the lava emperor crocodile, a 6th-grade bloodline beast, swept across the battlefield in an instant. Li Kiki, who had been precisely slicing up crabs moments ago, suddenly lost her focus. The water blade technique unleashed by her storm petrel veered off course, narrowly missing Nia Wenhao's soul-eating ghost Jiao. "Li Kiki, are you out of your mind? Trying to kill your teammate?" Nia Wenhao roared in anger, cold sweat dripping down his face. He knew all too well that the water blade technique packed devastating single-target damage. If it had struck the soul-eating ghost Jiao, which lacked strong defensive capabilities, the consequences would have been catastrophic. Under the immense pressure of the lava emperor crocodile's presence, Li Keek's face turned pale, and her voice trembled. I'm sorry. I can't fight anymore." It was the crushing suppression of a higher life form, a feeling akin to an unarmed person encountering a tiger in the wild. The fact that she could maintain even a shred of composure was a testament to her considerable willpower. Even the 5th-grade bloodline beasts, the soul-eating ghost Jiao and the flame spirit, appeared visibly restrained in the face of the lava emperor crocodile. Only Xiaobai stood firm. Though her tail twitched nervously, she remained steady amidst the towering pile of lava crabs, her eyes locked onto the lava emperor crocodile speeding through the magma. Her gaze burned with intense battle intent and icy killing intent. This scene left everyone stunned. A mere 4th-grade bloodline beast like Xiao Bai, not only unafraid of a 6th-grade beast but brimming with fighting spirit? It was utterly unbelievable. And then there was Yihan. His face was serious, but his eyes remained calm, seemingly unaffected by the overwhelming pressure. Truly someone who could maintain his composure even in dire situations. To him, this was far from a desperate scenario. His unwavering willpower inspired his contracted beast. Xiaobai's fighting spirit didn't falter, it only grew stronger in the face of such a formidable foe. Lin Xian's heart was filled with shock. If Yihan continues to grow, he will be unimaginably powerful. His willpower at the bronze level already rivals that of someone at the gold or even platinum level. Good thing I never showed any interest in his fiancée. I should definitely stay on his good side. Niao Wenhao thought, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. Willpower alone won't change the outcome. Against overwhelming strength, defeat is inevitable. Ning Zimo thought bitterly, jealousy flickering in his heart. That's the man I confess, so steadfast and unshakable, like a mountain. He never disappoints, Wang Ruyan thought proudly. Her fear of the lava emperor crocodile diminished significantly as she watched Yihan. Her undying azure wand, though still a 4th-grade bloodline, had a promising future. Wang Zhenhai, her father, had already planned to hire an alchemist to craft a bloodline advancement pill for her in her first year of university. Yihan, do we fight or retreat? Lin Xian asked. The lava crabs they had previously slain were all 4th-tier bloodline beasts, but the lava emperor crocodile before them possessed a 6th-tier bloodline. The gap between the two was far greater than the difference between 2nd-tier and 4th-tier bloodlines. The higher the bloodline tier, the more terrifying the power increase with each advancement. At the same level, beasts with 1st-tier and 2nd-tier bloodlines have negligible differences in strength, but between 5th-tier and 6th-tier bloodlines, there exists a vast chasm. Beasts with 5th-tier bloodlines are suppressed in every aspect by those of 6th-tier bloodlines. Standing atop Xiao Bei's head, Yihan squinted his eyes in thought and said, if we retreat now, the safe zone we worked so hard to establish will be taken over by this lava emperor crocodile, rendering all our efforts meaningless. Worse still, our supply of elixirs is nearly depleted, and we likely don't have the strength to carve out another safe zone. Besides, who can guarantee there won't be another 6th-tier super beast in other areas? From what I know, these super beasts each have their own territory. If we cross this one's domain, we'll just end up in the territory of the next super beast. Lin Xian chimed in. Our current supplies are insufficient to support us in creating another safe zone, and we also need to reserve some for emergencies. We have no other choice, Yihan said decisively. Let's draft a battle plan. Apart from me, you, Niao Wenhao, Wang Ruyan, and Ning Zimo, everyone else must retreat to a distance of 1 kilometer. Against an opponent of this tier, sheer numbers won't bring victory, it'll only lead to unnecessary casualties. Niao Wenhao and Lin Xian nodded in agreement. Teammates like Li Kiki, who lacked even the courage to face the lava emperor crocodile and whose clumsy combat techniques nearly injured their allies, would only be instantly defeated in a real fight, creating more trouble than help. Nie Tianjun wasn't much better. His lightning 3-headed wolf only had a 4th-tier bloodline and was utterly incapable of contending with the lava emperor crocodile. Li Kiki and Nie Tianjun left the main battlefield with their heads hanging low. Once hailed as the top prodigy of the special training class, Nie Tianjun now found himself sidelined due to his lack of strength, a bitter pill to swallow. But in this world, strength is the only thing that matters. Without it, stepping onto the battlefield would only mean certain death, leaving no other choice. These are essence pills and recovery pills, Yihan said as he took out the elixirs. 2 for each of you, free of charge, for emergencies. If you run out of supplies, you can come to me for more, also free. Everyone, this battle determines whether we can survive safely until the surface storm ends. We must give it our all and secure victory. Yihan's unwavering determination inspired everyone, transforming their initial fear into a boiling fighting spirit. In this critical moment, Yihan displayed extraordinary leadership and resolve. The 4 fighters received 8 pills in total, a gesture equivalent to a one-time donation worth 4 billion alliance credits. This act of generosity reshaped the team's perception of Yihan. Beneath his previously greedy persona, there lay a selfless and noble side. Yihan carefully weighed the pros and cons of giving his teammates the elixirs. These elixirs had to be distributed, and he wouldn't take a single coin in return. At this critical life-and-death moment, the teammates who chose to stay and fight the lava emperor crocodile were risking their lives. Asking for payment would not only be ungracious, but also incredibly short-sighted. He had already made up his mind. The lava emperor crocodile, a creature with a 6th-grade bloodline, had a corpse and a demon core of immense value. Even at level 28, the spiritual energy contained in its demon core might surpass that of a level 41 beast at the commander tier. The demon core alone was worth nearly 1.5 billion. More importantly, Defeating this lava emperor crocodile was the only way to claim the energy crystal mines on the shore, valued at over 10 billion. Spending 400 million to gain 10 billion, this deal was a no-brainer. Moreover, if these teammates, who were willing to fight alongside him, fell due to a lack of elixirs, not only would their overall combat strength diminish, but the hope of defeating the lava emperor crocodile would also grow even slimmer. Lin Xian, your true flame inferno is the most powerful combat skill among us. You'll lead the attack while the rest of us focus on support and distracting it, Yi Han decisively instructed. Lin Xian nodded but raised a concern. How do we lure it out of the magma? Fighting it in the magma puts us at an even greater disadvantage, with much lower chances of victory. Leave that to me. If I can't force it out, we'll retreat immediately, Yi Han replied firmly, his words startling everyone. None of them knew what plan he had to coax the cautious lava emperor crocodile out of the magma. Wang Ruyan nodded gravely. All right, then let's prepare for a life-and-death battle. At that moment, Xiao Bai's body suddenly expanded to over 30 meters, and a fifth tail emerged as the aura of a fifth-grade bloodline erupted. This sight left Wang Ruyan utterly stunned. Yi Han's Xiao Bai had clearly been a fourth-grade bloodline before, and advancing to the fifth grade at level 21 was nearly impossible due to the extremely low success rate. Could Xiao Bai have always been a fifth-grade bloodline, merely concealing its true potential? The other three were also surprised, though their reactions were less intense since they didn't know much about Yi Han's background. None of them realized that Yi Han possessed a system-crafted 100 bloodline advancement elixir, which eliminated all risks. Everyone, stay here on the shore and get ready to face this super beast, Yi Han declared. Clad in his ice-forged battle armor alongside Xiao Bai, he charged like lightning toward the roaring, seething magma. He's insane. He's going to fight the lava emperor crocodile in the magma, Ning Zimo shouted in alarm. Wang Ruyan muttered anxiously, He must have some other trump card he hasn't revealed yet, right? Lin Xian's eyes sparkled with a glint of determination. She fixed her gaze on Yi Han, who was about to leap into the molten lava, her heart brimming with confidence. I trust Yi Han. If he's daring to do this, he must be fully prepared. Nie Wenhao nodded in agreement. At this point, all we can do is wish him success. His victory will be the team's triumph. If all of us were to face the lava emperor crocodile in this sea of magma, we wouldn't stand a chance. Only Yi Han, with his Xian ice battle armor, can withstand the scorching temperatures of over 1,000 degrees. None of us have that kind of monstrous level of protection. With a loud splash, Xiao Bai plunged headfirst into the boiling sea of lava, carrying Yi Han on its back. The moment they entered the molten depths, Xiao Bai's 5 massive tails, covered in Xian ice armor, began moving with the agility of a fish's tail. This unique propulsion method not only maintained their speed, but made their movements in the lava even swifter, rivaling aquatic beasts in water. The sight invigorated the teammates watching from the shore. Lin Xian's eyes shone brightly as she pondered aloud. The key now is whether Yi Han's battle techniques can be effective in the lava. He likely won't use the extreme frost clots. Ultra-low temperatures would instantly solidify the lava into rock, rendering it unusable. Could he possibly have mastered battle techniques of other elements? All eyes instinctively turned to Wang Ruyan, hoping Yi Han's fiancée could provide some insight. Wang Ruyan looked slightly embarrassed as she shook her head. Well, I'm not entirely sure. All I can say is that Yi Han's strength and intellect are unfathomable. He's like a 180-year-old monk shrouded in mystery. A 180-year-old monk? What kind of reference is that? Lin Xian asked, puzzled. Enough talking. Yi Han's making his move. Nie Wenhao suddenly exclaimed. In the lava sea, lightning erupted in a dazzling display. Yi Han and Xiao Bai were enveloped in what appeared to be a high-voltage electric grid, with thick, snake-like bolts of lightning wildly arcing around them. Then, with a deafening roar, the entire world seemed to be engulfed in a blinding flash of white light. 7 or 8 massive lightning pillars, each 10 meters in diameter, burst forth from Xiao Bai's claws, striking the giant crocodile hundreds of meters away in an instant. A wave of destructive, terrifying energy surged for the manifestation of the devastating power of the Thunder Element Earth-class battle technique, Thunder Hell. Hell, the embodiment of death, destruction, and endless torment. In the molten environment, lightning-based combat techniques displayed astonishing power. The magma, serving as a conductive medium, not only failed to weaken the lightning's might but instead became an ideal conductor. The enraged lava emperor crocodile let out an earth-shaking roar. Despite its prideful, thick crocodile hide, which served as natural armor, it was still pierced through by the electric pillars of Thunder Hell in an instant. The strike left 7 or 8 charred, deep holes, each 5 to 6 meters wide, on its abdomen, causing blood to gush like a fountain into the surrounding magma. Though both Thunder Hell and Infernal Fire Purgatory are top-tier combat techniques, their characteristics differ significantly. Infernal Fire Purgatory requires close-range activation, with fire elements erupting from within the enemy's body, bypassing armor to inflict fatal damage. Thunder Hell, on the other hand, attacks externally. While it must contend with the enemy's armor, its unique corrosive properties grant it a natural armor-piercing capability. However, the regenerative abilities of a sixth-tier beast far exceeded expectations. Those gruesome wounds were healing at a visible rate. Despite the impressive display, the attack only inflicted minor injuries. The reason lay in the fact that Xiao Bai's Thunder Hell had only reached the level of proficiency. If elevated to mastery, its power would increase dramatically. At the level of perfection, it could even be lethal in a single strike. Yet, achieving perfection with an Earth-tier combat technique is at least 10 times harder than with a profound-tier one, and even seasoned golden-ranked beast tamers may struggle to reach that level. The Lava Emperor Crocodile's massive eyes turned blood-red in an instant, and the surrounding magma's temperature skyrocketed, boiling and churning violently. As a marquee-level beast, being injured by a mere level 22 fifth-tier bloodline beast was a humiliation that drove it into a frenzy. With its massive jaws wide open, it unleashed a thick, deep red beam that tore through the magma. Heading straight for Xiao Bai, his was the fire element Earth-tier mid-level combat technique, Disintegration Shockwave. The faces of those on the shore changed drastically. This technique was terrifyingly powerful, capable of generating temperatures exceeding 10,000 degrees, instantly disintegrating all matter. Even the magma in the beam's path was reduced to nothingness. If it hit, not even Xiao Bai and Yi Han, protected by the profound ice battle armor, would survive. However, Yi Han had anticipated this. At the very moment the disintegration shockwave erupted, Xiao Bai had already summoned a new round of Thunder Hell. A dazzling electric pillar, 30 meters thick, roared to life and collided head-on with the disintegration shockwave. The resulting explosion was as bright as the sun, and the deafening blast left the ears of the geniuses on the shore ringing. The terrifying shockwave sent massive magma waves, dozens of meters high, surging outward like a tsunami. Incredible! Just the sound of that explosion could kill weaker beings. Ning Xiamo exclaimed in awe. Can Yi Han withstand the disintegration shockwave? The light is too blinding, I can't see anything right now, Wang Rian asked worriedly. Lin Xian analyzed calmly, he couldn't fully block it. Yi Han is strong, but his soul power is his weakness. His Thunder Hell hasn't reached the level of mastery yet. To counter the disintegration shockwave, he'd need at least 200 soul power points paired with a mastered Earth-tier combat technique. But don't worry, this strike has already delayed the attack, and Yi Han has retreated to a safe distance beyond the disintegration shockwave's effective range of 500 to 600 meters. That lunatic, Niao Wenhao sighed. If I knew the Lava Emperor Crocodile had such a lethal technique, I wouldn't dare face it head-on, let alone fight in magma. But looking at how composed he is, it's clear he anticipated the beast's counterattack with a ranged technique and prepared accordingly in advance. Everyone, prepare for an all-out battle. In a flash, Yi Han, riding on Xiao Bai, shot out of the sea of magma at lightning speed. The first step of his plan was a success had completely enraged the colossal beast. 100-meter-long lava king crocodile roared as it charged after him, radiating waves of blistering heat. Its limbs pounded the ground with incredible force, each step shaking the earth, as massive rocks crumbled into dust in its wake. Good thing the Thunder Hell strike hit its abdomen near its legs earlier, Lin Xian observed gravely, closely monitoring the battle. Otherwise, at its peak speed, Yi Han would have been done for by now. Even injured, the Lava King Crocodile showcased a terrifying speed in its pursuit. Yi Han glanced back at the ever-decreasing distance between the beast and Xiao Bai, his face pale with dread. At this critical moment, two rescue efforts unfolded simultaneously. Wang Ruyan, who had just regained her sight, streaked through the air riding the immortal azure wand, a blur of blue light. But even faster than her was the radiant Sun Elf, who unleashed a white beam from her massive bow, the Earth-tier low-grade combat technique, Purifying Light Arrow. This arrow was not only devastating in power but also far superior in range and speed compared to the Mystic-tier Waterblade Slash. The arrow shot straight for the Lava King Crocodile's eye. Though the beast was seething with rage at Yi Han, it clearly wasn't willing to sacrifice an eye. With a thunderous slam of its claws on the ground, it summoned a thick, earthy yellow rock wall several dozen meters high, the Earth-tier low-grade combat technique, Rock Shield Technique. The Purifying Light Arrow penetrated about 7 or 8 meters into the wall before dissipating, leaving only a small hole in its surface. Seizing this opportunity, Yi Han and Xiao Bai managed to create a safe distance of several kilometers. This heart-pounding escape made everyone realize one chilling truth. Facing such a terrifying Lava King Crocodile alone, Yi Han would have stood no chance. Under the oppressive aura of the Lava Emperor Crocodile, the team no longer needed to worry about the scale or noise of their battle. As the apex predator of this molten sea, its presence ensured that no other beasts dared to approach recklessly. Suddenly, the lava emperor crocodile let out a thunderous roar. High in the sky, dozens of houses-sized meteors materialized instantly, trailing blazing fiery tails as they plummeted toward the ground. This was the mid-tier Earth-grade combat technique, meteoric descent. Enhanced by the planet's triple gravity, the destructive force of these meteors was amplified, capable of obliterating a small mountain and even overpowering Yihan's frost armor with its sheer physical impact. I'll handle the meteors. You all launch a full-scale attack on the giant crocodile to relieve the pressure on Yihan. Wang Ruyan commanded sharply. It was then that the group noticed a fiery crown, glowing with crimson brilliance, had appeared atop the immortal Qingluan. This high-grade auxiliary artifact instantly elevated the Qingluan's aura, surpassing even that of a 5th-grade bloodline beast. Shrouded in deep crimson flames, the immortal Qingluan flapped its wings and transformed into a fiery shadow, shooting into the sky. A massive storm blade quickly enveloped the falling meteors, slowing their descent. Moments later, a heart-stopping, deep crimson fireball erupted from the Qingluan's beak. This was the upper-tier mystic-grade fire technique. Explosive fireball, executed to near perfection. With the augmentation of the flame crown, its power even exceeded Lin Xian's infernal flames. With a deafening explosion, the meteors disintegrated into dust under the violent surge of fire energy, then melted into lava and were flung thousands of meters away by the shockwave. Such a terrifying display of power came at a great cost to her spirit, and Wang Ruyan's face showed clear signs of fatigue after the attack. Is this her full strength? Truly terrifying. I underestimated her back at the defensive line, Lin Xian muttered, visibly shaken. Yihan, equally awestruck by the spectacle, remarked, she hid her abilities well. Her soul energy must be far beyond 60, probably over 70 to achieve this level. The enraged lava emperor crocodile was preparing to unleash another combat technique when it was suddenly assailed by 7 or 8 flaming tendrils and a barrage of deadly purification light arrows. It swiftly erected a thick wall of rock around itself. The tendrils of the sunlit spirit struck the barrier, causing the ground to tremble violently. While the dozen sophmeters thick rock wall was largely melted by the infernal flames, it still managed to shield the emperor crocodile from any significant harm. However, a single, precise light arrow pierced through the molten lava and struck its mark. The ground shook violently as the massive crocodile burst forth from the lava, letting out an earth-shattering roar of pure rage. The once fiery red eye of the lava emperor crocodile had now turned pitch black, a direct result of Lin Xian's earlier light arrow. As the province's top prodigy, her combat techniques were nothing short of perfection. She first used the true flame inferno to break through the beast's defensive skills, then followed up with a highly penetrative purifying light arrow aimed straight at its weak point. The arrow pierced through the magma and struck the beast's eye with precision. For a creature like the lava emperor crocodile, accustomed to the perpetual darkness of the underground, the damage caused by such intense light was devastatingly amplified. Seeing one of the lava emperor crocodile's eyes destroyed, the team's morale soared instantly. At that moment, Niao Wenhao gave a calm command. Follow my lead. Zombie resurrection. As the province's second prodigy, his abilities extended far beyond mere soul puppetry. A swarm of ghostly phantoms emerged from the eyes of the soul-devouring ghost Jiao and darted into the lifeless bodies of the surrounding lava giant crabs. In an instant, the once-dead crabs opened their eyes, staggered to their feet, and began charging at the lava emperor crocodile with frenzied speed, now even faster than when they were alive. The lava emperor crocodile could easily crush these reanimated crabs into pulp, but their overwhelming numbers proved too much. Before long, one of the crabs managed to clamp its claws tightly onto the crocodile's scaly hide, and more quickly followed, swarming its massive body and biting ferociously. While these zombie crabs couldn't inflict fatal wounds, they effectively restricted the giant beast's movements. In a fit of rage, the lava emperor crocodile unleashed a terrifying deep red energy beam from its mouth, disintegrating hundreds of zombie crabs in an instant. Yet, it had no time to deal with the remaining enemies clinging to its body. This was the perfect opportunity for Ning Zimo's 5 colossal Mount Tai apes. They leapt onto the beast's back, wielding flaming greatswords and thunderous lightning blades, hacking furiously. Each strike left deep gashes in the crocodile's tough hide. The tide of battle had decisively turned. Thanks to the seamless coordination of the team, the once dominant lava emperor crocodile was now battered and bloodied. It finally realized how foolish it had been to leave the safety of the magma sea to confront these seemingly weaker surface dwellers. At this moment, only one thought consumed its mind: escape, return to the sea at all costs. By this point, trying to flee was far too late, for the lava emperor crocodiliate would never again receive the chance to escape, recover, and return for vengeance. Ning Zimo and Niao Wenhao knew their combat techniques couldn't truly deliver a fatal blow on their own, So the zombie lava crabs and the 5 rock-formed clones of the Taishan giant apes focused desperately on wounding its forelegs, restricting the crocodile's mobility. The lava emperor crocodile rolled violently across the ground, crushing many zombie lava crabs to death under its immense weight. However, the 5 mighty Taishan giant apes still fought with undiminished vigor. Furious, the lava emperor crocodile rammed its massive body directly into the heavy rock wall it had conjured, instantly shattering 3 of the Taishan giant apes into rubble. At that exact moment, thin, fiery red tentacles latched onto the creature's body. Boom! Zhenhua Lianyu erupted from within, and several muffled blasts resounded inside its form. Howling in unimaginable agony, the lava emperor crocodile collapsed, blood and scalded, exploded flesh spilling from its jaws. This once invincible rank 6, level 28 beast was finally slain by the team's combined effort. At this critical juncture, Lin Xian's entire figure radiated a sacred brilliance. She once more activated Tianxin Xiaofan, elevating her soul power and elemental affinity drastically. The might of Zhenhua Lianyu soared to terrifying heights. Just one successful strike on the lava emperor crocodile was enough to inflict lethal damage. The searing heat would boil its organs, and the explosive force would shred its flesh. We did it. Ning Zimo whispered in disbelief. Before the battle, he had estimated their odds of victory at less than 30%. They had succeeded. Lin Xian, withdrawing from Tianxin Xiaofan, looked pale and exhausted. This single strike had nearly drained her mental strength. Nie Wenhao stepped forward and spoke earnestly. Taking down that beast is mainly Yi Han's credit. Without him luring it out of the lava sea, even a full party wipe wouldn't have harmed it. Nie Wenhao made no effort to hide his praise for Yi Han, reasoning that flattering Lin Xian too much wouldn't easily win her heart. Instead, building rapport with Yi Han, a formidable ally after university and beyond, cost him nothing more than a few compliments. Lin Xian and Wang Ruyan nodded in full agreement. Wang Ruyan, feeling quite proud, remarked, "Of course the main credit should go to Yi Han. He risked his life to lure that monster out." Since Yi Han was someone she openly admired, and was effectively her fiancé, hearing him recognized by a second-ranking talent from the province naturally filled her with delight. Yi Han merely shook his head. "It doesn't matter who contributed most, since we're not dividing spoils by credit. If we must assign merits, it's a victory of our entire team. Everyone played a role." The others could only watch with envy as Yi Han began using his frost-clad ice claws to carve open the lava emperor crocodile. This haul was worth a fortune, and even without prior agreements, he was fully entitled to claim it alone, given how he had saved them all and played a decisive part in the kill. Ning Zimo's eyes flashed with a hint of confusion. Nie Wenhao was someone he knew well, someone who would normally try to take advantage of a powerhouse like Wang Ruyan for his own benefit. Now, rather than suppressing Yi Han, Nie Wenhao praised him. Could Nie Wenhao be wary of Yi Han's potential? It seemed unlikely. After all, Yi Han's strength, while impressive, wasn't unstoppable, and his background was nearly non-existent. Ning Zimo couldn't fathom Nie Wenhao's motives, so he dropped the matter. With this colossal beast eliminated, the area would be safe from large-scale beast attacks for a while. They could finally rest and wait out the storm above ground, hoping it wouldn't last too long. If the storm endured and the exit portal closed, they might be trapped here forever, doomed never to surpass level 28. Ning Zimo brought the topic up, steering the conversation away from speculation and back to their immediate concerns. Lin Xian analyzed calmly. Based on the distribution of surface lava rivers and the underground lava sea, I can deduce that the elemental storms here are not continuous. These magma flows are likely the result of the storms. More importantly, the fact that there are still a large number of beasts active around the portal indicates that they have adapted to these periodic storms and know how to seek shelter in advance. Although we have yet to locate these shelters, this phenomenon confirms the transient nature of the storms. He continued explaining, as for this secret realm portal, it must have only recently established a connection with Earth's space. From experience, 99 of new portals remain stable for at least a week. Once the team has rested, we can regularly monitor thermal energy changes 5 kilometers underground. As soon as the thermal energy subsides, it will signify the storm has ended. This thorough and professional analysis brought a sense of relief to the entire team, and they all began to rest. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Han quickly stored the valuable materials from the lava emperor crocodile into his spatial storage. He then turned toward a nearby energy crystal mine that shimmered enticingly. While collecting the abundant herbs in the area, he carefully stashed away thousands of cubic meters of energy crystals. To avoid arousing suspicion among his teammates, he deliberately put on a regretful expression, sighing repeatedly to make it seem as though his limited storage space prevented him from gathering more crystals. Noticing this, Wang Ruyan spoke up. "Lin Xian and I have discussed it. If you don't mind, we still have 3,000 cubic meters of storage space you can use. Once we leave the secret realm, we can help you sell the energy crystals and return the money we borrowed from you earlier." Yi Han was overjoyed at her words. Of course, thank you so much, he replied enthusiastically, though inwardly he was thrilled. This development made his plan even more seamless. Even if the others later noticed the disappearance of the energy crystal vein, they wouldn't suspect him. As he gazed at the sparkling, translucent energy crystals, Yihan silently praised Lin Xian and Wang Ruyan's perceptiveness and felt a deep satisfaction within. Through the collective efforts of the group, they managed to mine a tenth of the immensely valuable energy stone vein. Even this small portion was enough to make the six prodigies present brim with envy. The worth of these energy crystals was staggering, amounting to over 1 billion in alliance credits. Adding this to the previous promissory notes and the profits from slaying the lava emperor crocodile, Yihan's total earnings from this expedition had reached nearly 4 billion alliance credits. This fortune was comparable to the entire net worth of a skilled gold-tier beastmaster, yet Yihan was still only at the bronze tier. The others present, despite their prestigious backgrounds, faced various restrictions when it came to accessing funds. Even Lin Xian, the child of a platinum-tier beastmaster, needed parental approval for monthly expenditures exceeding 200 million. As for Nie Tianjun, who was doted on by his father, he too had limits on his spending. Yihan was well aware of the implications. This immense fortune not only allowed him to surpass the entire team in terms of assets, but, more importantly, provided the perfect cover for using system items in the future. Until now, he could attribute rare items to the inheritance left by his deceased parents, but as his strength continued to grow, this excuse would inevitably become less convincing. With this newfound, legitimate wealth, he could openly use precious Earth-grade combat techniques and beast artifacts without raising suspicion. The exhausted team began to rest on the spot, with only the sound of magma lapping against the shore breaking the silence. Seizing the opportunity, everyone worked to enhance their beast strength, taking advantage of the secret realm's triple spiritual energy density. Before long, Lin Xian's flame spirit broke through to level 28, while the other beasts also advanced by 1 level. Only Yihan Xiaobai, having just reached level 22, had to progress gradually to level 23, as Yihan dared not activate the super cultivation mode under everyone's watchful eyes. Suddenly, a wild surge of energy erupted. The group was startled to see Yihan's eyes flash with a fierce light, veins bulging across his body, muscles swelling rapidly, and his clothes shredding apart in an instant. Not good. Yihan's physical body is about to break through to level 22. Ning Zimo exclaimed, quickly retreating. But he only has just over 60 soul power. This is madness. While the others were initially taken aback, they soon regained their composure. Lin Xian, unfazed, remarked, "It looks dangerous, almost like he's losing control, but he's clearly still conscious. He's just incredibly bold. When I broke through to level 22, my soul power was at least 90. Lin Xian's physical strength remained at level 22, which was 5 levels behind her blazing sun spirit. In contrast, Yihan's performance was even more extraordinary. His strength was only a single level lower than his contracted beast, closely following behind Xiaobai. This level of control left Nie Wenhao utterly astonished, especially considering his own physical strength had barely reached level 21. Yihan's decision to break through at this moment was clearly a calculated move. To outsiders, his actions often seemed reckless, but in reality, every step he took was carefully planned, with absolute confidence in the outcome. This approach had become second nature to him. Though outwardly composed, Wang Ruyan couldn't hide her inner surprise. Yihan's physical strength had already surpassed hers. In the Beastmaster combat system, physical strength was often seen as secondary, as battles primarily relied on contracted beasts. However, in truth, this strength could mean the difference between life and death. Many beastmasters had perished because their frail bodies couldn't withstand the aftershocks of fierce battles between beasts. The stronger the body, the higher the chances of survival. This was especially true after advancing to a Silver-tier Beastmaster and unlocking the contract space. When a contracted beast's stamina was depleted, the Beastmaster could recall it into the contract space and temporarily draw upon its power to continue fighting. This tactical advantage made formidable physical strength far from redundant. Soon, the bulging muscles and veins on Yihan's body gradually returned to their normal state, and the wild aura around him dissipated. He glanced around and suggested, "We've been underground for nearly 2 days. It's time to return to the surface and assess the situation." Lin Xian nodded in agreement. As the team ascended back to a depth of 5,000 meters underground, they noticed that the surrounding heat was no longer intensifying but instead began to dissipate gradually. At that moment, someone pointed out, "Yihan, the passage we used to come down has been completely filled with cooled magma. You'll have to carve out a new path for us." When everyone returned to the surface, the sight before them was utterly breathtaking. The once vast, barren Gobi Desert was now unrecognizable. What used to be a small section of molten lava rivers had now spread uncontrollably, with searing streams of lava crisscrossing the land. Along the edges of the rivers, the scorching magma was slowly solidifying, while the air still carried the lingering heat of the catastrophe. The once rampaging lava serpent and terrestrial beasts that had dominated this area were now nowhere to be seen. The desolate land held only the faint traces of life from Yihan's group. Out of the original team of 10, only 7 remained. This was the harsh reality of the secret Realma world where opportunities and death coexisted in equal measure. In the distant horizon, the portal still stood towering and steadfast, its radiant glow indicating a stable spatial link. Niet Tianjun gazed at the portal with concern and said, I wonder how the situation is at the defensive line. It's been over a day. The battle should be over by now, right? As the son of General Niexinghua, who commanded the defensive forces, his worry was entirely justified. Lin Xian reassured him, the strength of the defensive forces should not be underestimated. With the elemental storm having descended, the beasts can no longer pass through the portal. As long as their numbers don't keep surging, with so many gold-ranked experts guarding the line, holding the fort shouldn't be an issue. Niet Tianjun nodded lightly. Let's hope so. Yihan turned to Lin Xian and said, now that we're back on the surface, I'll hand over command to you. Please make the necessary arrangements for the mission. While there may be no immediate threat from beasts near the portal, the lava will eventually solidify, and terrestrial beasts are bound to return. Moreover, the portal's closing time remains uncertain. After a brief moment of thought, Lin Xian responded, the interference devices we set up for the portal may have been displaced by the storm. We need to recalibrate them. Given the current situation, we'll split into 2 teams. This time, the devices must be buried 1,500 meters underground to prevent further disruptions from future storms. Yihan, you'll take Wang Ruyan, Nie Wenhao, and Niet Tianjun to cover the southeast direction. They'll take Li Kiki and Ning Zimo to handle the northwest. Your team is more efficient at excavation, so once you're done, you can retreat first and wait for us outside the portal. Yihan nodded in agreement. Lin Xian's plan ensured both efficiency and demonstrated her leadership as a captain. She could have chosen to pair with Yihan's faster team, but opted to lead the slower one instead. The 2 teams immediately set off, riding the undying Azure Luan and the Storm Petrel in separate directions. 2 hours later, Yihan's team had completed their task and was flying toward the portal on the undying Azure Luan. As the stable portal came into view, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Nie Tianjun, visibly pleased, said, this time, there shouldn't be any issues. In just 10 more minutes, we'll be out of this cursed place. I bet Lin Xian's team is almost done too. Despite the perils they faced during the mission, defeating a grade 6 bloodline beast had been an invaluable experience for everyone. Suddenly, Yihan's expression darkened, his eyes flashing with a cold glint. Killing intent. There's an ambush near the portal. Retreat. The undying Azure Luan sensed the danger and was about to turn around when a massive electric net descended from the sky. Lightning skill high-energy electric grid. The team's faces turned pale as over a dozen terrifying bolts of lightning closed in, forming a tight encirclement. It was a group of 28 thunder spirits, all unleashing their terrifying power. Nie Wenhao exclaimed in shock. Damn it! It's the elite squad from the Black Dominion Beastmaster faction. The Thunder Spirit and the Flame Spirit are equally renowned, both belonging to the rank 4 bloodline of demonic beasts. The Thunder Spirit is born with wings, and when it speeds through the skies, its velocity surpasses that of most naturally winged demonic beasts. At this moment, several prodigies from the Black Beastmaster faction were riding Thunder Spirits, chasing through the skies. Initially, they were hunting for the Flame Angel, born from the fire elemental storm, but they unexpectedly stumbled upon a group of survivors who had emerged from the same storm. One of the Black Beastmaster prodigies, riding a Thunder Spirit, caught sight of Wang Ruyan's breathtaking beauty and graceful figure. His eyes instantly lit up with excitement as he urged his mount to accelerate in pursuit. Huh, whoever catches her claims her? Who do you think you are? From another direction, a dazzling high-energy electric net swiftly spread out, closing in. Stop arguing! A richly dressed young man snapped coldly. Capture her, and everyone shares the credit. Fail, and prepare to face punishment upon returning to the sect. His words silenced the others immediately. From all directions, dense high-energy electric nets began to close in, encircling the undying Azure Luan. Yihan, what do we do? Nie Wenhao asked urgently. The entire team awaited Yihan's command, as Lin Xian had designated him as their leader before their departure. Yihan quickly assessed the situation. They outnumber us, and a heated fight will lead to casualties. We break through to the west and avoid unnecessary combat. Regrouping with Lin Xian is our top priority. His primary goal was to ensure the team's safety and to strategize with Lin Xian for a counterattack later. Before he could finish, the undying Azure Luan opened its beak, releasing a deep crimson fireball of intense heat that roared toward the nearest Black Beastmaster prodigy. With a deafening explosion, flames erupted, and scorching heat waves surged outward. What a fiery temper for such a beauty! That was quite the masterful explosive fireball. Too bad. It only hit my Thunderlight Mirage. The prodigy had been prepared, activating the Thunderlight Mirage technique to evade the lethal strike. To be honest, Yihan sneered, I think Thunderlight Mirage is a completely trash-tier survival skill. Suddenly, 7 or 8 blinding lightning pillars erupted around Xiaobai, instantly dispersing all the electric nets. The Black Beastmaster prodigy who had just dodged the fireball had no time to react before he was incinerated on the spot by the terrifying power of the lightning. Lightning element, Earth-grade combat, skill Thunder Hell. The other Black Beastmasters' faces turned pale. That attack had truly annihilated their comrade. While Thunder Hell might lack the raw destructive power of true Fire Inferno, it had an undeniable advantage via nearly instantaneous attack speed. The Black Demon Beastmaster closest to Yihan was instantly vaporized by the devastating power of the lightning attack, unable to even let out a scream. The others, who had just been boasting about capturing Wang Ruyan, were now drenched in cold sweat, realizing that if they had stood in that spot, they too would have been obliterated in an instant by this sudden earth-tier combat technique. Although the strike had been successful, the 11-member team of Black Demon Beastmasters had only lost one of their own, leaving their overall combat strength nearly intact. The undying azure wand transformed into a streak of blue light, breaking out from the spot where the fallen Beastmaster had been. The leader of the Black Demon Beastmasters, draped in luxurious attire, remained unfazed. With a cold snort, he spoke in the same disdainful tone as Yihan. To be honest, I believe the so-called undying azure wand is nothing more than a pathetic excuse for a flying beast. Chase them down. Apart from the lady, capture or kill the rest. Yes, sir. 10 streaks of lightning shot through the sky, rapidly closing the distance to the fleeing group. Yihan, we're helpless in aerial combat. If they catch us here, we're done for, Niao Wenhao said, his voice filled with panic. It was true aside from Wang Ruyan's beast, which excelled in flight, the rest of their combat abilities were significantly weakened in the air. Even if they returned to the ground, facing opponents as powerful as early silver-ranked beastmasters, their chances of survival were slim. Niet Tianjun, while deploying a high-energy electric net in an attempt to block the pursuers, muttered in frustration, we survived the storm, only to die at the hands of these Black Demon Beastmasters. It's maddening. But as soon as his electric net formed, it was shattered by the enemy's combat techniques. A barrage of thunderous attacks rained down on the undying azure wand. At the last possible moment, massive water mirror shields materialized to intercept the strikes. Reflective water mirrors. A dense volley of water blades erupted from the mirrors, forcing the pursuers to briefly halt and defend themselves with their own techniques before resuming the chase. Yihan, your reflective water mirrors are incredible, Niet Tianjun exclaimed, his confidence momentarily restored as the group gained a slight lead over their pursuers. Yihan, his face pale, shook his head as he swallowed an essence pill. It's not a sustainable solution. Their techniques are too numerous and powerful. My reflective water mirrors haven't reached mastery, and even if they had, I couldn't maintain them for long. Worse still, overusing essence pills will soon have severe side effects. Either way, we won't escape death. Wang Ruyan's face turned ashen. She was all too aware of the horrifying fate that awaited them if they fell into the hands of the Black Demon Beastmasters. Then what can we do to escape? She asked urgently. Yihan cast a deep look at the group, his voice resolute and filled with determination. As the team leader, it's my duty to hold them off and give you three a chance to escape. The future of our homeland and humanity rests in your hands now. If fate allows, we'll meet again someday. Before anyone could respond, the pursuers closed in once more, their thunder techniques raining down like a storm. Yihan made his decision without hesitation. Xiaobai, let's go. We'll fight these traitorous beasts to the end. In an instant, Yihan and Xiaobai were enveloped in thick layers of icy armor. Together, they leapt from the back of the undying azure wand, hurtling directly toward the Black Demon Beastmaster squad. Yihan, Wang Ruyan, and the others were stunned, their hearts filled with a mix of anguish and admiration. No words could capture the gravity of Yihan's sacrifice. As Xiaobai launched itself into the fray, it was as if Yihan had signed his own death warrant, choosing to face the entire Black Demon Beastmaster squad alone. In that moment, Yihan's figure loomed larger than life, a beacon of courage and sacrifice. Yihan, you can't die. I forbid you to die. Wang Ruyan cried out, tears streaming down her face. She was about to command the undying azure wand to turn back and assist him when Niao Wenhao's soul-devouring ghost Jiao struck her unconscious with a swift flick of its tail. Without its master's guidance, the undying azure wand hesitated mid-flight, lost and unsure of what to do. Yihan's sacrifice shook everyone to their core. Niao Wenhao gazed solemnly at the undying azure wand and barked, if you want your master to live, fly with everything you've got. The undying azure wand spread its wings wide, transforming into a streak of azure light that shot into the sky and vanished from sight. Niao Wenhao sighed inwardly. Turning back to rescue them now would be nothing short of suicide. A cold smirk tugged at the corner of Yihan's lips. That foolish woman, blinded by revenge, actually wanted to come back and save him? But throwing away her life for him? Impossible for someone so desperate to cling to her own survival. This, however, was the perfect opportunity for him to leave the team and head underground alone to claim the energy crystal mine worth billions. The risks were high, but great rewards always came with a price. The battle erupted in an instant. Xiao Bai leaped into the air as a reflective water barrier enveloped them. Numerous lightning-based attacks were absorbed by the barrier and transformed into countless razor-sharp water blades, which shot back at their attackers. The Black Mystic Sorcerer squad was stunned, never expecting Yihan to be so audacious, risking his life to hold them back. If he wants to die, let's grant his wish, the leader of the Black Mystic Sorcerers sneered. Kill him first, then go after the others. As long as we guard the Secret Realm's teleportation gate, they'll all be trapped like fish in a barrel. Just as the Black Mystic Sorcerers were convinced Yihan's death was inevitable, an unexpected twist occurred. The layers of black ice on Yihan and Xiao Bai thickened rapidly, and a massive white ice claw suddenly materialized in the sky, shielding the two of them. In the next moment, the ice claw plummeted like a meteor, hurtling straight toward the raging river of magma 1,000 meters below. Seeing Yihan plummeting at an alarming speed, the group of Heiyu demon mages, who were preparing to unleash their ultimate killing techniques, froze in shock. They had never witnessed anyone using water-based combat techniques as a means of escape. Not good. He's trying to run, someone exclaimed in realization. This planet had a triple gravity environment, causing Yihan's falling speed to far surpass that of Blue Star. What made things even more critical was that Xiao Bai's extreme frost claws, a powerful elemental skill, continuously propelled Yihan downward. Under this dual effect, his descent became astonishingly fast, even generating sparks from friction with the air. Damn it! He's too fast, we can't catch up, one of the Heiyu demon mages shouted anxiously. Due to the added thrust, Yihan's speed only continued to increase. The once confident leader of the Heiyu demon mages clenched his fists, veins bulging on his forehead. Chase him. Pursue him to the death. He must not escape. The entire group of Heiyu demon mages was on the verge of collapse. They had assumed Yihan was doomed, yet he not only delayed their pursuit but also managed to escape their attack range before their eyes. To make matters worse, the distance between them was steadily growing. Boom! Yihan crashed into the molten lava river like a cannonball. Thud! Two muffled sounds of pain echoed from the depths. Even with the cushioning of the lava river, the sheer impact of Yihan's speed left both him and Xiao Bai severely injured. Yihan's bones felt as though they had been shattered, with multiple minor fractures leaving him dizzy and disoriented. Xiao Bai, as the first to absorb the brunt of the impact, was also gravely wounded. However, being a fifth-tier bloodline beast, her recovery abilities far surpassed Yihan's. Master, are you alright? Xiao Bai's soft and sweet voice sounded, now that there were no other teammates present and she could finally speak. A few seconds later, Yihan regained a trace of clarity. Don't worry. This is our territory now. Let's see if they dare to come down and face us. In the air, Xiao Bai's combat effectiveness was significantly reduced due to her inability to fly. But in the searing lava river, even the lava emperor crocodile was no match for Yihan. If their pursuers dared to descend into the river to fight, the outcome was far from certain. Above the river, 10 Heiyu demon mages mounted on thunder spirits wore grim expressions, staring at the raging molten lava river below. An uncharacteristic hint of fear crept into their hearts. The molten river surged with rolling waves of heat, radiating an intense temperature surpassing 1,000 degrees. Even from 10 meters away, the suffocating, unbearable heat was palpable. The black commanders of the demonic beasts gathered grimly by the riverbank, their eyes fixed on the fiery depths below. Moments ago, they had witnessed Yihan plunge into the molten lava, only to miraculously survive and now hide beneath the lava's surface. Boss, one of them stammered, his voice trembling. Are we really going to go down there and fight him to the death? Even with our heat-resistant combat skills, our strength will be severely diminished the moment we enter the lava. Exactly. We've trained for underwater combat, but this is molten lava, another chimed in. One slip in our defenses, and it's certain death. Suddenly, a cunning member of the group proposed an idea. Boss, I've got a plan. What if we just stay up here and wait? Once his frost armor runs out of energy, he'll either burn to death in there or be forced to come out where we can finish him off. Fool! The leader barked, his voice filled with anger. He could easily move through the lava or burrow deeper into the ground. And don't forget, we're tasked with guarding the portal. If the flame angel escapes while we're distracted, we'll all be exiled from the sect. The leader's gaze lingered on the churning river of lava, his mind caught in a dilemma. From their earlier clash, it was clear that Yihan possessed not only an extraordinary frost armor that provided flawless insulation but also a devastating technique called Thunder Inferno, which remained unaffected by the lava. Even he had to admit that Yihan's defensive capabilities far surpassed their own. Though their lightning-based beast powers allowed them to wield strong attacks even within the lava, the limited visibility forced them to rely solely on sensing auras during combat. With multiple fighters in such an environment, it would be like blind men swinging swords highly prone to friendly fire. Boss, maybe we should just give up, someone suggested hesitantly. If we focus on guarding the portal exit and wait for word from the young master, at least we won't be punished. A smaller reward is better than risking death. Humph. It seems we have no other choice, the leader growled, suppressing his murderous intent. If we can capture that exquisite beauty and offer her to the young master, we might still earn some favor. Fall back. Just as the black commanders began to relax, ready to retreat, 5 colossal pillars of destructive lightning suddenly erupted from the molten river, tearing through the air with devastating force. With a deafening crash, for unsuspecting black beastmasters were instantly struck by lightning pillars, reduced to nothing but ashes. Only their leader managed to survive, narrowly shielded by a glowing green turtle shell. This life-saving demonic artifact had blocked Yihan's lethal strike, but the green light emanating from it had noticeably dimmed. The sudden assault threw the remaining black beastmasters into a state of panic. In terror, they retreated, putting a distance of 400 to 500 meters between themselves and the river's surface. Impossible, they shouted in disbelief. You can't see anything on the surface of the lava river. How could he possibly pinpoint our exact location? The 10-man team had been reduced to 6 in an instant, with even their leader barely escaping death. They were utterly baffled. Even the most advanced Earth-tier perception techniques could only lock onto 2 targets in such a chaotic environment. And Yihan was merely a bronze-ranked beastmaster. How could he possess such extraordinary perception skills? This confidence in their safety had been the very reason they dared to discuss their strategy so boldly on the lava river's surface. But who could have imagined that Yihan, who had just been on the run, would dare to launch such a bold counterattack from beneath the river? What was even more terrifying was the fact that Yihan's presence had never once left the riverbed. This meant he had mastered some kind of unique ability that allowed him to launch deadly attacks from below. The thought sent chills down their spines, and they were grateful they hadn't foolishly dived into the river to face him directly. Can your perception skills pinpoint his exact location? The leader of the Black Beast Masters asked, his voice trembling. Reporting to you, boss, we've done our best. The lava river blocks most of our sensory abilities. We can only vaguely sense that he's still at the bottom of the river, but his exact position is completely indiscernible. Useless. All of you are useless, the leader roared in fury, recalling the moment he had come so close to death. In truth, they would never figure it out. Yihan didn't rely on any perception techniques at all. Within his range of abilities, anyone harboring murderous intent became an exposed target. If not for the fact that the power of his thunder hell would be weakened by the lava river, he could have unleashed 10 lightning pillars at once and wiped them all out in an instant. Retreat, the Black Beastmaster leader commanded. Their 11-man team had already lost 5 members, and the most humiliating part was that they were utterly powerless against Yihan. Just then, they saw Yihan's head emerge from the lava river. Standing by the riverbank, Yihan shouted provocatively, "Cowards! Running away already? Weren't you all chasing me so eagerly just a moment ago? If you've got the guts, come down here and face me in a fight to the death." A mocking smirk curled at the corners of his mouth as he continued, "If you let me go now, even your so-called demon god won't forgive you. Aren't you the ones who claim to be willing to sacrifice everything for your demon god? And yet you don't even have the courage to come down and fight? Or is it that deep down, you think your demon god is nothing but garbage, unworthy of your respect?" Yihan's taunts clearly hit the mark. The leader of the Black Enforcer cultists glared with wide eyes, his chest heaving violently before coughing up a mouthful of blood and collapsing unconscious. The other cultists quickly gathered around him in panic. Boss, are you okay? Boss has fainted. What do we do now?" One of the cultists growled through gritted teeth. "Damn it, this man has insulted the demon god. He must be executed, cut into 1,000 pieces." The acting leader of the cultists spoke in a low, composed voice. "Everyone, pretend you didn't hear a word of what he said. If anyone wants to go down there and get themselves killed, be my guest. Together, we might be able to suppress this white enforcer captain, but unknown, even our chief wouldn't necessarily stand a chance." The 6 Black Enforcer cultists cast one last, resentful look at Yihan before quickly retreating toward the secret realm's teleportation gate. Yihan felt a tinge of disappointment but turned to his companion, Xiaobai, and said, "Looks like they're not stupid enough to throw their lives away. Let's go, Xiaobai. Time to collect our prize." Yes, master." Xiaobai responded eagerly. Xiaobai likes earning money too, lots of money. At this point, Yihan and Xiaobai had mostly recovered from their injuries. Although Yihan's recovery rate was slower than Xiaobai's, His level 22 physical resilience meant that even broken bones could heal on their own within a day. They just needed to locate the underground tunnel they had previously excavated to reach the energy crystal mine. Once they secured the entire vein, they could regroup with Lin Xian's team. Once reunited with the team, the Black Enforcer cultists would pose little threat. What truly concerned Yihan, however, was the young master mentioned by the cultists. This Black Enforcer prodigy had ventured here to capture a blazing Angela, magnificent creature born of fire elemental storms. Possessing a 6th-rank Marquis bloodline, even a juvenile blazing angel was a rare beast capable of being tamed and bound by contract. Capturing a blazing angel was no simple task. These noble-blooded creatures weren't just incredibly powerful, they operated in family units. Unlike pure elemental beings, blazing angels could reproduce and experience emotions. They were naturally adept at commanding light, fire, and wind elements. This meant that the juvenile blazing angel was almost certainly under the protection of several adult blazing angels, each more formidable than even a lava emperor crocodile. By analyzing the battle marks outside the portal, Yihan gradually pieced together the sequence of events. These traces were either the result of internal skirmishes among the Heiyu demon masters for control over the secret realm's entrance, or the aftermath of a clash between the Flaming Angel clan and the Heiyu demon masters within the Azure Star world. The Heiyu demon masters have never been a unified force. Even in the face of humanity's rapid rise, they remain locked in both open and covert struggles. Moreover, the entire demon race has never truly united against humanity. In truth, if the high-ranking demon kings, demon emperors, and even the demon sovereigns of Azure Star could set aside their differences and work together, humanity might have been wiped out long ago. Even today, human strength pales in comparison to the overwhelming power of the demon race. 90% of Azure Star's surface is under the control of demonic beasts, giving the demon race an overwhelming advantage in both resources and numbers. Not to mention the vast, boundless expanse of outer space, where the number of demonic beasts is beyond measure. Planets like the one Yihan was currently on are innumerable across the universe. The reason demonic beasts haven't joined forces to annihilate humanity is because, in their eyes, humans are just one of countless species. For instance, the Lava Emperor Crocodile clan pays no particular attention to the existence of humans, the Time Mountain Giant Ape clan, or the Snow Fox clan. The demon god worshipped by the Heiyu demon masters is merely one of the 9 great demon emperors of Azure Star. His goal isn't to exterminate humanity, but to acquire an endless supply of slaves to provide him with cultivation resources. To this demon god, both demonic beasts and the Heiyu demon masters are nothing more than different forms of servitude. The enmity between the Baiyu demon masters and the Heiyu demon master stems less from the latter's betrayal of humanity and more from their competition over cultivation resources. Take this secret realm. For instance, whoever discovers it will send their forces to plunder its resources, inevitably sparking conflict. The Heiyu demon masters are even known to deliberately lure the demonic beasts within the secret realm toward the Baiyu demon masters' defenses to weaken their strength. For now, these disputes between races and factions were of no concern to Yihan. At this moment, he was perched on Xiao Bai's back, making his way through the tunnel they had dug, heading back to the underground world where the battle with the Lava Emperor Crocodile had taken place. Master, shiny stones. I like them. Xiao Bai cheerfully dug out energy crystal cores, while Yihan focused on collecting them into his storage space. Before long, the storage space was filled to its limit with 30,000 cubic meters of crystal cores. Master, we're rich. We can buy so much delicious food when we get back. Xiao Bai's large eyes sparkled with excitement. Yes, yes, my wealthy little fox. Yihan gently stroked Xiao Bai's soft head. This trip to the secret realm has been a success. It's time to regroup with the others. With this newfound wealth in the hundreds of billions, Yihan saw no need to linger any longer. The priority now was to leave the secret realm as soon as possible and convert these resources into strength. More importantly, the global entrance exams were just half a month away. Got it, master. But just as Yihan was about to reach the surface, his expression suddenly changed. Boom, boom. The ground trembled violently in a frenzy. Suddenly, the tunnel collapsed, blocking the dozens of meters of passage they had painstakingly dug. The air was thick with the intense presence of light, fire, and wind elements, clearly signaling a fierce battle between powerful beings. Yihan's heart sank. This aura was far beyond what Lin Xian and the others could produce. Could their luck truly be this bad? Had they stumbled upon the life-and-death duel between the young master mentioned by the Dark Imperial Beast Master and the Flame Angel? The situation was clear. That young master, in order to forcibly bind the young Flame Angel into a contract, must first eliminate her family. As a rare 3-element, 6th-grade bloodline beast, the Flame Angel's strength far exceeded that of similarly ranked creatures like the Lava Emperor Crocodile. It was evident that this young master was no ordinary individual, and was likely accompanied by a formidable group of elite warriors. These people were in a completely different league than the dark Imperial Beastmasters guarding the teleportation gate. Xiaobai, they're fully focused on the fight right now. We need to tread carefully, Yihan whispered, lowering his voice. There's a lava river python's den nearby that leads to the lava river a few hundred meters away. We'll observe the situation from there first. Xiaobai nodded lightly, her sweet, melodic voice responding softly in Yihan's ear. Master, I'll follow your lead. Though her speech had grown increasingly fluent and captivating, Yihan had no time to appreciate it now. Fleeing recklessly would only risk exposure. Rather than taking the dangerous gamble of confronting those dark Imperial Beastmasters, riding 28th level flying beasts, it was wiser to wait and see how things unfolded. The two cautiously made their way through the python's den, their bodies shielded by glacial armor, as they slowly submerged into the scalding lava river. Yihan carefully peeked out, only to see a fierce battle raging above. In the sky, 10 powerful figures mounted on various beasts were locked in a brutal clash with the Flame Angel family amidst a fiery whirlwind. The Flame Angels truly lived up to their name. They were humanoid beasts by nature, born with human-like forms and a pair of radiant wings composed of light elements. This race seemed to carry the Creator's special favor, for regardless of gender, they possessed extraordinary beauty. The male angels were so handsome that they could outshine any celebrity, while the females were breathtakingly stunning, with unmatched grace and allure that could captivate entire nations. Boom! A cataclysmic inferno storm tore through the skies, engulfing everything within a kilometer radius. The ground melted into molten lava under the intense heat, and the violent currents of air carried it upward into the heavens. This devastating technique, unleashed by the Flame Angels, displayed a destructive power rivaling the legendary elemental firestorm. At the storm's edge, 10 elite dark beastmasters maneuvered their flying beasts, unleashing formidable battle techniques as they encircled the Flame Angel family at the heart of the maelstrom. This family consisted of just 3 members: a father, a mother, and their newborn daughter. The 2 adult Flame Angels stood resolute in the storm's core, using a radiant light shield to protect their child with unwavering determination. Though humanoid in form, Flame Angels were awe-inspiring beings. The adult male stood an imposing 4 meters tall, his silver hair shimmering with a holy glow. He wore battle armor forged from concentrated light elements, his sharp features exuding strength and nobility. His white wings, tipped with flickering red fire elements, added to his commanding presence. The adult female, standing a graceful 3 meters tall, possessed a beauty akin to that of a goddess. Her elegant figure was complemented by her wings, which radiated with flowing streams of azure wind elements. From the shadows, Yihan observed the battle with a mix of shock and admiration for the power of the Inferno storm. This was no ordinary single-element technique, but a true dual-element fusion, blending the forces of wind and fire. Unlike Wang Ruyan's pseudo-combination techniques that required dual energy consumption and were prone to disruption, this ability was an innate, bloodline-imbued awakened skill of the Flame Angels. Even more astonishing was the storm's versatility. Beyond its immense offensive power, it provided the Flame Angels with a domain-like enhancement, boosting their soul energy and strength, reducing the cost of techniques, and accelerating mental recovery. It bore similarities to Xiaobai's Blizzard domain, though it was more offensively inclined than focused on supportive effects. The young Flame Angel, who appeared to be a breathtaking girl of 13 or 14, stirred something within Yihan. The thought of forming a contract with such a creature crossed his mind. Given time, she could undoubtedly become an unparalleled ally. However, the power wielded by both sides far surpassed Yihan's current capabilities. Suppressing his ambitions, he chose to remain hidden and continue observing. This scene also reminded Yihan of a crucial reality. Most beastmasters focused on raising a single beast due to the limitation of resources. Only by concentrating their efforts could they cultivate the strongest possible ally. Nie Tianjuan's lightning 3-headed wolf had already consumed resources worth over 1 billion. If he wanted to cultivate a second wolf of equal strength, it would require a similar investment. However, even if he had 2 billion in resources, dividing them to raise 2 wolves would be far less effective than focusing all of it on the one he already had. Concentrating resources on this single wolf would allow it to achieve a qualitative leap, easily overpowering 2 wolves raised with half the investment each. In this world, numbers have never been the decisive factor in victory. Take Yihan, for instance. No matter how many clones of himself he could summon, even 1,000 of him combined wouldn't be able to shake a diamond-level beastmaster. Yet the resources required to cultivate a diamond-level beastmaster are far less than what it would take to nurture 1,000 Yihans. For this reason, very few people raise multiple beasts simultaneously in the early stages. It's not only inefficient, but also detrimental to overall combat power. Every beast is like a bottomless pit, demanding an endless supply of resources. Even families as wealthy as Lin Xian's can't afford to raise 2 identical flame spirits at the same time. But Yihan was different. He possessed 3 extraordinary modes, access to a cash reserve exceeding $1 billion, and a daily flash sale store that provided him with an endless stream of resources. These advantages gave him the ability to simultaneously cultivate two contracted beasts. At this moment, high above in the sky, the two sides were locked in a stalemate. The 10 black Beastmaster prodigies dared not charge into the superheated flame storm, while the Flame Angels remained unwilling to leave its protective boundaries. Each time the Black Beastmaster's attacks entered the storm, their power was immediately reduced by more than half, making it easy for the two mighty great Flame Angels to neutralize them. The young master of the Wild Wolf sect spoke coldly, his voice laced with impatience. I trust you possess the intelligence to understand the human tongue. I am the son of the sect master of the Wild Wolf sect from the Sky Wolf Nation of Azure Star. My father is a trusted minister of His Majesty the Sky Wolf King. Allowing your daughter to become my contracted beast is the greatest honor you could hope for. I advise you to stop resisting and accept this opportunity. Refuse, and you'll be courting death. If you exhaust my patience, I won't hesitate to send all three of you to the afterlife together. His tone was sharp, his patience clearly wearing thin. At the heart of the storm, a deafening roar suddenly erupted, shaking the heavens. It was the unyielding cry of a male flame angel, a sound so fierce that it intensified the surrounding tempest, which surged violently towards the encircled elite Black Dominion Beastmasters. Although Yihan couldn't understand the Flame Angel's language, he could feel the indomitable will embedded in that roar. The Flame Angel couple would rather die than let their child become someone else's slave. They knew all too well that once a master-servant contract was signed, their child's fate would forever fall into another's hands. Even though they were only at a modest level 28, as noble beings with a 6th-tier Marquis bloodline, they and their child deserved dignity. The young master of the Wild Wolf sect wore a grim expression, his eyes burning with murderous intent. The wolf head emblem on his body flickered faintly amidst the storm as he coldly commanded, "End this quickly, send them on their way, then move on to the next target." Understood. His followers responded in unison. The young master was well aware that if the Flame Angel parents chose to fight to the death, his hopes of forming a master-servant contract with the young Flame Angel would be utterly dashed. Flame Angels were nothing like lower-tiered beasts. Born with the intelligence of human youths, they could feel emotions and understand the concept of hatred. If the young Flame Angel's parents were killed, an unbridgeable chasm of vengeance would forever separate them. Forget forming a contract no matter the cost. The young Flame Angel would never submit. Boom, boom, boom. In the skies above, terrifying battle techniques rained down like a relentless storm. Yihan, terrified, quickly buried his head into the molten lava, desperate to avoid being discovered. These elite fighters were extraordinarily powerful, each proficient in low-tier Earth-level combat techniques, with some even mastering mid-tier Earth-level techniques. Their strength was second only to Wang Ruyan. Particularly daunting was the Wild Wolf sect's young master. His contracted beast was a furnace beast, a creature that could devour the flesh of other beasts to enhance its own power. Not only had he perfected the mid-tier Earth-level technique Meteor Descent, but his soul power had reached an astonishing 110 points, surpassing even Wang Ruyan. Under the relentless assault of 10 elite fighters, the flaming tempest began to falter. The male Flame Angel strained to sustain the storm, his spirit on the verge of collapse, while the female Flame Angel valiantly defended against the attacks that pierced through, her body riddled with wounds. The young Flame Angel wept bitterly, stubbornly pleading with her parents again and again, saying she was willing to become a servant if it meant they could survive. Yet her parents, resolute in their love, would rather perish in battle than surrender. They were determined to fight for her freedom, to ensure her fate remained firmly in her own hands. In the distance, Yihan gazed at the scene before him, letting out a soft sigh as he shook his head. The bond displayed by the family of Flame Angels moved him deeply, their genuine emotions surpassing even those of many humans. Yet, reality was brutally unforgiving. The young Flame Angel was likely doomed to a tragic fate. Even the young master of the Wild Wolf sect couldn't form a contract with a high-grade bloodline beast, let alone anyone else. While Yihan had the advantage of possessing a pill that guaranteed a 100 success rate in bloodline advancement, for ordinary people, such a feat was nearly impossible, akin to reaching for the heavens. This explained why the young master of the Wild Wolf sect, despite already owning a 5th-grade bloodline beast, was so determined to capture a 6th-grade Flame Angel. As Yihan lamented the fate of the Flame Angel family, a sudden phenomenon unfolded in the heavens. A radiant holy light pierced through the clouds, descending straight to the earth. Immediately after, a deep crimson storm began to form in the sky. The previously fading flame storm surged violently without warning, engulfing the 10 Black Dominion Beastmasters entirely. What the? Yihan exclaimed in shock as he watched the scene unfold. The female Flame Angel actually awakened at the brink of death? This is insane. Things are about to get interesting. When a beast awakens, it is always accompanied by a celestial phenomenon known as elemental resonance. During the awakening, the beast's elemental affinity skyrockets to an incredible level. The first awakened battle skill it unleashes is amplified by the immense power of elemental resonance, though subsequent uses of the skill will only possess standard strength. The 10 Black Dominion Beastmasters had never imagined they would encounter such an extraordinarily rare event of beast awakening, an occurrence as improbable as winning the lottery. Worse still, in their rush to end the fight quickly, they had recklessly moved too close to the Flame Angel family. When the flame storm suddenly expanded, they had no time to escape and were instantly swallowed by the terrifying tempest. A raging inferno storm tore through the skies, its fury unrelenting as the temperature soared to an unimaginable 10,000 degrees. Even from a kilometer away, Yihan could feel the searing heat waves assaulting his senses. This storm's power far surpassed the earlier flame storm unleashed by the father of the lesser flame angel, now forming a concentrated core of fiery elemental chaos. At the heart of the storm, the ground had transformed into a molten hellscape, with rock melting like butter under the blistering heat. In such extreme conditions, even beasts with fifth-tier bloodlines could barely last a few seconds, let alone the so-called prodigies among the Black Beastmasters, whose strength was only at levels 21 or 22. The moment they came into contact with the storm, they were instantly incinerated, leaving not even a trace of ash behind. Yet just as Ihan believed no one could possibly survive this inferno, a panicked voice suddenly broke through the roaring flames. "I am the young master of the Wild Wolf sect. My father is a platinum-tier beastmaster. Kill me, and you will face utter annihilation. Let me go now, and today's grudge will be forgotten. Otherwise, you will suffer eternal damnation." Yihan froze in shock, his eyes narrowing as he caught a faint glimpse of a massive, fiery red furnace spinning wildly at the storm's core. It was the furnace beast, a creature from the subterranean magma world, which had swallowed its master at the last moment to shield him from the storm. However, even this beast, renowned for its resistance to extreme heat, was beginning to show signs of its outer shell melting under the relentless assault. Above, the furious howls of the two flame angels echoed across the heavens. In this secret realm, which could only accommodate creatures up to level 28, these two awakened sixth-tier bloodline flame angels were virtually untouchable. Even if they killed the Wild Wolf sect's young master, it was unlikely that the sect could send many high-level experts to hunt them down. "If that's the case, then we'll go down together." The young master's voice had turned utterly deranged. Soul-burning self-detonation technique? As his words fell, the once scorching red sky suddenly darkened. A chilling wind swept through the area, and the temperature plummeted. The furnace beast began to swell uncontrollably, its core radiating a terrifying dark energy. It was unleashing a lower-tier Earth-grade dark element battle technique, one that allowed a contracted beast to sacrifice all its life force in a devastating self-detonation, ensuring its master's survival in the process. "This is bad. Xiaobai, we need to get underground now," Yihan shouted, instantly realizing the impending danger. A deafening explosion tore through the land, shaking the earth to its core. Yihan and Xiaobai had just managed to dive beneath the riverbed when they felt a massive wave of dark energy crash over them, its sheer force triggering towering tsunamis of molten lava in its wake. A sharp ringing filled his head, and Yihan felt as though his entire skeleton was being crushed under tens of tons of weight. The excruciating pain caused cold sweat to pour down his face. "Master, are you all right?" Xiaobai asked anxiously, its body also bearing a few injuries. "I'm fine," Yihan replied, gritting his teeth against the pain. "Let's go up and check the situation." Although the riverbed had shielded them from most of the explosion's force, its power was still terrifying. Yihan knew this wasn't the time to tend to injury needed to assess the situation on the surface immediately. By his estimation, the only one left alive should be the young master of the Black Dominion Beast Clan. The Flame Angel family must have perished in the explosion. Xiaobai carried Yihan to the surface, and the sight before them left the two stunned. A massive crater, 500 meters deep, now marred the ground. At the very center of the pit lay two black skeletal remains, tightly embracing each other, shielding a pale-faced little girl between them, the young Flame Angel. Her eyes burned with searing hatred, a clear sign that her parents had sacrificed themselves to save her, expending their last ounce of strength to cast an impenetrable holy light shield around her. What was unexpected, however, was that the young master of the Wild Wolf sect had vanished without a trace. Yihan deduced that, after losing his contracted beast and seeing the young Flame Angel survive, the young master must have panicked and used a life-saving artifact to flee. Despite his 22-level physical prowess, relying solely on his body to face a bloodline angel of the 6th rank, armed with profound combat techniques and driven by overwhelming vengeance, his chances of victory were slim at best. "There's no need to look at me with such hatred," Yihan said, locking eyes with the young flame angel. His tone was sincere and steady. I, too, share a life-and-death enmity with him. The enemy of your enemy is your friend. This is a truth you should understand. Come with me. If you want revenge, I can help you achieve it. I will prove that I have the ability to help you avenge your family and the worthiness to be your master. Just when Yihan thought the little blazing angel, this sixth-grade bloodline beast, was firmly within his grasp, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The little blazing angel completely ignored his words. Tears streamed down her face as she gazed sorrowfully at the sky. The surroundings fell into an eerie silence, broken only by the howling wind. It seemed as though she was waiting for something profound to happen. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching scream shattered the quiet. The little blazing angel fell to her knees before the remains of her parents, crying out in utter despair. Her voice carried such deep sorrow, resentment, and hopelessness that even Yihan couldn't help but feel a pang of pain in his heart. After all, she was just a young girl who had suddenly lost her parents. At that moment, Yihan's expression changed dramatically. What unfolded before him made him realize something startling. Awakening had become astonishingly simple. As the textbooks described, extreme emotions were indeed fertile ground for a beast's awakening. A radiant burst of divine light erupted from the little blazing angel, resembling the descent of a celestial angel from Western mythology. The elemental wings of light on her back grew larger and more solid, their tips shimmering with a cyan glow, an unmistakable sign of enhanced wind element affinity. The characteristics of the blazing angel's wings revealed the hierarchy of their elemental affinities. Fire was always their primary element. For male angels, light was secondary, followed by wind. For females, the order was reversed. This explained why the awakening battle skill Blazing Storm exhibited far greater power in female angels than in males. Of course, the key reason lay in the elemental resonance females gained during their awakening. The little blazing angel's aura began to rise dramatically, her body maturing visibly before Yihan's eyes. Her height quickly grew to 1.7 meters, her figure becoming more refined and balanced. In mere moments, she transformed from a stunning 13-year-old girl into a vibrant, youthful maiden of about 15 or 16. Yihan and Xiaobai, though well aware of the staggering power of a blazing angel's first use of Blazing Storm after awakening, showed no fear. For one, the little blazing angel harbored no hostility toward him and seemed to have understood his earlier words. Secondly, even with the boost of elemental resonance, as a beast barely at level 10 approaching 11, her strength though increased tenfold was no match for Yihan with Xiao Bai by his side. After her awakening, the little blazing angel carefully tended to her parents' remains. She summoned roaring flames with her hands to encase them. This was a tradition of the blazing angel lineage. Born amidst firestorms, they revered fire as their totem and chose cremation as their farewell. However, the vast gap between her power and her parents' level 28 strength made it difficult for her flames to consume the hardened bones swiftly. She soon exhausted her spiritual energy. Yihan promptly produced a refined essence pill and fed it to her. 2 hours passed before her parents' remains finally turned to ashes, carried away by the wind. Yihan couldn't help but feel a deep respect for these parents who had sacrificed everything for their daughter. Such parental love transcended all species. At that moment, the little blazing angel's demeanor underwent a dramatic transformation. Her presence became sharp as a blade and as intense as fire. She knelt down, lowering her once proud head, and expressed her submission to Yihan. Yihan's eyes gleamed with approval. "You're wise. I, Yihan, am a man of my word. I swear to the Creator God that I will help you avenge your parents. Should I fail, may I face eternal damnation and my soul be obliterated." A flicker of trust appeared in the little blazing angel's eyes. Without hesitation, Yihan bit his finger, using his blood to draw a complex contract sigil between Thema Servant Master Pact, the very first lesson taught in the Beast Master curriculum. He pressed his blood-stained palm onto one side of the sigil. The little blazing angel, following suit, bit her own finger and placed her delicate hand on the other side. Their blood slowly merged along the lines of the sigil, bound by an unseen force. A profound and mysterious connection was instantly forged, binding Yihan and the little flame angel closely together. This unspoken understanding filled Yihan with elation. The Master-Servant Pact had been successfully sealed. From this moment on, the flame angel would become his second contracted beast, bound for eternity to obey his will and protect him with unwavering loyalty. However, Yihan underestimated the wisdom and determination of the little flame angel. He had assumed it would take time and effort to earn her trust in order to form the pact. But the flame angel had already seen the harsh reality. Revenge was her sole purpose, and she had no other choice. Regardless of whether Yihan was good or evil, she had to acknowledge him as her master. Even if Yihan swore an oath to the Creator God, she dared not trust him easily. If Yihan, like the impatient young master of the Wild Wolf sect, detected even a hint of her resistance, he could kill her without hesitation. Given Yi Han's current displayed strength, he could crush her effortlessly. The little flame angel understood all too well that achieving her revenge required removing every possible uncertainty. Even if it meant becoming a mere tool, losing her dignity, she was determined to survive, to grow stronger, and to seize her chance for vengeance. So when Yi Han proposed taking her as his servant, she made her decision without hesitation. Better to submit and ensure her survival than to risk everything by hesitating. Yi Han's promise, "If you seek revenge, follow me," became her last and only hope. Seeing her response, Yi Han let out a sigh of relief. This awakened 60er, three-element flame angel had finally joined his side. Her potential was bound to shine brilliantly in the future. "Since you possess intelligence, I won't strip you of your spirit or reduce you to a mere tool. Among humans, we call your kind flame angels. From now on, your name will simply be Flame." At that moment, she felt Yi Han's unshakable will radiating from him. This new master of hers was not an ordinary man. The moment the contract was successfully established, Yi Han was greeted by the melodious chime of the system notification. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully forming a master-servant contract with a new 6th-grade bloodline female demon, earning 100,000 system points. Current total, 220,000 points. The demon Blaze has been registered in the system. From this moment on, she can access all system-provided functions. Xiao Bai excitedly bounded over to Blaze, waving her adorable little paws as she exclaimed, "Blaze, little sister, stick with me, and I promise you'll never go hungry and always have money to spend." As Yi Han's very first contracted beast, Xiao Bai couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy. However, she understood how crucial Blaze's addition was to her master. With two contracted beasts, they could now divide responsibilities in battle, one to protect the master and the other to focus on offense, which greatly enhanced Yi Han's safety. Even though Blaze possessed a 6th-grade bloodline, wielded mastery over 3 elements, and had already awakened, none of this deterred Xiao Bai's determination to assert herself as the leader. In her mind, being the big sister wasn't just about potential but also about who understood the master best, who had been with him the longest, and who currently had the upper hand in strength. Thanks to Yi Han serving as the bond between them, the two demons could now communicate telepathically. Blaze timidly called out, "Big sister." Her enunciation was far more precise than Xiao Bai's had been when she first spoke, a testament to Blaze's exceptional intelligence from her 6th-grade bloodline, combined with Xiao Bai's guidance through mental communication, teaching her the human language. Upon hearing the term of endearment, Xiao Bai beamed with pride. Mimicking Yi Han's usual gestures, she extended a paw and gently ruffled Blaze's silvery hair. "Blaze, little sister. As long as you have me and the master by your side, avenging your past will be a piece of cake." Blaze nodded earnestly, her eyes glistening with gratitude. "Thank you, big sister Xiao Bai." "Thank you, master." Watching his two contracted demons getting along so harmoniously, Yi Han nodded in satisfaction and began planning their next steps. Initially, his plan had been to collect the energy crystals and regroup with Lin Xian to take down the 6 Black Dominion Beastmaster prodigies guarding the portal. However, circumstances had shifted. Although Blaze had a 6th-grade bloodline, her level was only 10. She needed to reach level 21 as quickly as possible to become a true combat asset. The young master of the Wild Wolf sect and his elite team had already been obliterated, and the Furnace Beast had self-destructed. The 6 Black Dominion Beastmasters guarding the portal had likely retreated to their sect to train new beasts. As a result, this secret realm had become much safer. More importantly, the spiritual energy here was 3 times denser than in the outside world. Coupled with Yi Han's 8-fold cultivation speed enhancement, it was the perfect place to rapidly increase their strength. 2 hours later, Xiao Bai carried Yi Han and Blaze to within 500 meters of the portal. The area was devoid of any signs of the Black Dominion Beastmasters, and there were no traces of recent battle. It was impossible to determine whether Lin Xian and her group had already left the secret realm or were still within its confines. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.